Chapter 1 Ding. Please select your race. A crisp system prompt abruptly awakened Lin Fan from his reverie. As he regained his senses, he found himself staring at a skeletal figure displayed before him, prompting a wry smile to escape his lips. At that moment, he was logged into the fully immersive online game, Saint Lord. He was currently navigating the essential phase every newly registered player must endure, the selection of a race. The game Saint Lord boasted a plethora of races, allowing players to choose according to their preferences. Among these were the human race, the elven race, the celestial race, and many others. Each race possessed its unique abilities and characteristics. For instance, the human race featured the most balanced attributes among all races, lacking any significant weaknesses. Conversely, while the elven race had relatively low health points, it excelled in agility and archery, holding a distinct advantage in those areas. Players were granted only a single opportunity to select their race. Consequently, choosing a favored race was of utmost importance for every player. At this moment, Lin Fan found himself ensnared in a dilemma regarding his choice. He understood that this decision would shape many aspects of his future, potentially altering the course of his life. He was acutely aware that what presently seemed an unremarkable game, Saint Lord, would soon evolve into a wildly sought-after phenomenon among players globally. It could even become an indispensable part of people's lives. Yet, Lin Fan did not possess any prophetic abilities. Rather, an extraordinarily peculiar event had transpired within him. He was, in fact, a time traveler from 3 years hence. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind his time travel and had lost many of his memories. All he knew was that when he inexplicably opened his eyes, everything around him had transformed. His surroundings had reverted to his home 3 years prior. Even the date had shifted to the 4th day following the launch of Saint Lord. Shaking his head to cast aside these convoluted thoughts, Lin Fan redirected his focus to the race selection interface. As a seasoned player, he should have navigated this decision with ease, swiftly reaching a conclusion. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself entangled in contemplation for an extended period. His gaze remained fixated on the skeletal figure that had initially evoked his bitter smile, his expression riddled with conflict. The skeleton represented a branching choice within Saint Lord, belonging to the undead race. The hallmark of the undead race was its ability to learn all magic and techniques from other races, as well as to don any style of equipment without restrictions. However, this seemingly formidable race came with an irrefutably disastrous flaw. The health points of the undead race were perpetually locked at a mere 1, unaffected by any equipment worn. Indeed, just 1 point. Even the lightest touch from a kindergartner could result in instant demise. But that was not the end of it. Typically, when a player of a regular race was killed, the punishment was merely a standard level reduction. If luck ran low, there might be a chance of obtaining a few items as loot. However, the undead race had a refreshingly unconventional approach. Regardless of level, upon death, a player would revert directly to level 1. Moreover, all equipped items would be lost, returning them to square one. Thus, such an excessively harsh and somewhat perverse punishment mechanism led to an outcry from players, who vehemently questioned the sanity of the game developers for creating such a foolish race. Though capable of learning any spell and wearing any gear, what good was it if one could shatter at a mere touch? Were they merely a source of income for others? As a result, it became common knowledge among players in Saint Lord that selecting the undead race meant one was either a lunatic or a fool. Yet, by sheer coincidence, 3 years ago, Lin Fan was one of those fools. His reasons for choosing the undead race were somewhat convoluted. At that time, he was but a naive youth. One day, while perusing a video streaming site, he stumbled upon an anime titled Overlord. He was immediately captivated, enchanted by the commanding presence of the skeletal king, Ainz Ulgaun. When Saint Lord was launched, as an ardent fan of the skeletal king, Lin Fan unhesitatingly chose the undead race. He didn't even glance at the race's description, acting as a fervent devotee. By the time he finally came to his senses, it was far too late. He was already irrevocably committed to controlling this extraordinarily weak skeleton. Yet amidst the chorus of ridicule and scorn, the young Lin Fan did not succumb to despair. Instead, he persevered with unwavering determination, discovering numerous strategies through countless deaths. Ultimately, he truly grew stronger, emerging as one of the most formidable players in Saint Lord. At that time, whether it was the haughty Padoan celestial race players or the battle-hardened human warriors, all were soundly bested and educated by this skeleton with a health pool of merely 1. Afterward, players who had been defeated by Lin Fan's undead skeleton no longer dared to belittle the undead class. Lin Fan was subsequently honored with the title of Saint Lord and revered by players as the skeletal sovereign. This was the highest accolade within the game, belonging solely to one player. But that was all in the past. Returning to reality, Lin Fan's gaze now held a hint of melancholy. Having traversed back in time, he had lost everything. All would have to begin anew. Only he understood that behind the glorious facade of the skeletal sovereign lay countless trials and tribulations endured by his frail skeleton, forged through innumerable deaths that had cost him countless days and nights, along with immeasurable tears and sweat. As he contemplated the opportunity to choose once more, he pondered whether he would continue down this path. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Fan's eyes regained their resolve. With a decisive press of a button, he selected the undead race. Through his recent struggle, all doubts and uncertainties dissipated from his mind. In their place surged the ruthless decisiveness and commanding presence he had once wielded as the skeletal sovereign. He believed that, even starting from scratch, he could once again ascend to the pinnacle of success. Undead race selection, successful loading character panel. As Lin Fan's choice was confirmed, the system promptly responded. Before him, a cerulean panel slowly materialized. It displayed the player's basic attributes, awaiting allocation. However, when the panel appeared, Lin Fan was taken aback, for before him was not a mere LV-1 skeleton, but a fully realized LV-100 skeletal emperor. The skeletal figure was imposing, its powerful and pale skeletal frame exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. A flowing black robe billowed behind it, adorned with numerous intricate patterns that shimmered with mystery. Upon its skull rested a crown forged of gold, radiating an intimidating royal presence that compelled reverence. But that was not all. The skeletal emperor's slender fingers were adorned with a multitude of colorful rings. Each ring radiated a brilliant light, reminiscent of the primordial purity of creation, imbued with a divine essence. Lin Fan recognized this character all too well. It was the one that had undergone 3 awakenings alongside him, weathering countless storms of bloodshed. It had astonishingly traversed back in time with him. At that moment, Lin Fan's heart swelled with both surprise and joy. This blissful reunion nearly overwhelmed his senses. He had not anticipated that he, who had seemingly lost everything, would recover his long-lost character. The skeletal emperor, who had fought valiantly by his side for 2 years, trampling foes with ease. Intergame, without hesitation, he confirmed and was promptly teleported, vanishing from the virtual realm. As for why his character had accompanied him through time, Lin Fan did not dwell on it. His heart brimmed with elation. Why concern himself with such trivialities? If time travel were possible, what could possibly be deemed extraordinary? With a flash of white light, Lin Fan found himself in a place alive with the sounds of nature. Yet, he paid little attention to the scenery around him. Instead, he first raised his hands, confirming he was not ensnared in a dream. Lin Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He beheld his raised hands, which were remarkably bony, devoid of any flesh. Each bone and joint interlaced intricately, with his fingertips exceptionally sharp, and on each finger adorned a ring that shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. He once more touched the back and crown of his head, feeling the authentic texture of his cloak and crown. It appears that everything I am wearing is fully intact, he murmured to himself, a wave of elation washing over him. After all, every piece of equipment he possessed was earned through his own relentless efforts. Had he lost it all in an instant, even his formidable mental fortitude might falter in accepting such a reality. As for the gear he had stored in the warehouse, it had vanished completely. Nonetheless, Lin Fan felt no pang of regret, for his most powerful equipment remained with him. That was more than sufficient. At that moment, with his heart finally settling, Lin Fan took the opportunity to survey his surroundings anew. The area around him was teeming with lush trees and inhabited by countless birds and beasts, presenting an extraordinarily picturesque scene. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized this place as the initial destination for all players upon logging into the game The Novice Village. At present, the game Holy Sovereign had only been live for 4 days, meaning the majority of players lingered in the Novice Village, unable to depart. They would need to meet certain criteria before the path to the main city would be unlocked. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air, feeling somewhat enchanted. He had long since lost track of how much time had passed since he last visited the Novice Village. In those days, he stood atop the pinnacle of the gaming world, greeted daily by a multitude of tedious tasks and perilous battles. Not a moment could be spared for respite. Now, however, he logged in at maximum level. The current players remained within the Novice Village, devoid of any significant conflict. Thus, it seemed he could afford to take a well-deserved rest. Perhaps I shall experience the Novice Village's quests as an ordinary player once more, Lin Fan mused to himself. Though, given his current state of divine armor and maximum level, such an endeavor appeared somewhat unnecessary. Yet, having been distanced from the lives of ordinary players for so long, he yearned to relive that experience. The sensation was akin to a privileged heir, accustomed to lavish feasts, suddenly venturing into a remote village to taste the simplicity of life. Every moment would be refreshingly novel. Next, I should seek out the village chief to obtain a quest, he resolved, contemplating his objective. From the hazy recesses of his memory, he recalled that the first step in the Novice Village was to approach the village chief to receive a quest and acquire novice equipment. With determination set, Lin Fan took a step forward, preparing to find the village chief. However, as he barely set foot in motion, the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation. The once vibrant flowers and trees rapidly withered at a terrifying pace, enveloped in a pallid gloom. First, the grass by Lin Fan's side began to wilt. Then, with alarming swiftness, the decay spread outward. In the blink of an eye, countless plants succumbed to desolation, the formerly towering trees drooping as if drained of all vitality. Booming. Not only that, but with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the Novice Village quaked as if an earthquake had struck, trembling violently with every step Lin Fan took. The air was filled with the cacophony of countless grains of sand and stones swirling around, causing every player in the Novice Village to feel as if their very bodies had been violently thrust away by some unseen force. Startled, they found themselves suddenly jolted, succumbing to a wave of dizziness. The once bustling Novice Village was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence, with numerous monsters and players prostrating themselves as if to honor the arrival of a sovereign. Alas, Lin Fan abruptly recalled this oversight, a pang of regret washing over him. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? The root cause of this upheaval was none other than his passive skill. Imperial dignity, bestowed upon him as a member of the undead race. Imperial dignity level. LV 100 grade. Divine skill description. The Emperor of Skeletons commands the realms, wielding the supreme authority of his undead lineage. Every time he moves, he expands his dark domain, inflicting 90 magical damage per second to nearby beings. Additionally, depending on his strength, he causes a tremor in the ground, forcing affected creatures into a state of dizziness. Owner, player Tian Fan, Lin Fan. In a swift motion, Lin Fan disabled this passive skill, exhaling deeply in relief. He had not played this character for several days and had completely forgotten about it. This skill could only be learned upon the third awakening of the skeleton class, transitioning to the Emperor of Skeletons, a formidable passive ability capable of inflicting continuous control and area damage. Previously, with but a single application of this skill, he had obliterated hundreds of thousands of players from the opposing alliance who had dared to challenge him. Fortunately, Lin Fan had realized his blunder in time and managed to deactivate the skill. Had he accidentally taken a few more steps, the entire Novice Village might have been reduced to ruins, a desolate wasteland devoid of life. observing the once resplendent scenery now transformed into a barren landscape. Lin Fan felt a twinge of regret, acknowledging that it was a result of his momentary lapse in concentration. However, he did not dwell excessively on self-reproach, for as the Emperor of Skeletons, he possessed numerous means to remedy this situation. The simplest course of action at present was to invoke one of the divine rings adorning his fingers, the blessing of the goddess of life. Helora. 18 Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Helora Grade, Divine Required Level, LV 100 Effects, increases life by 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, increases mana by 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, that restores 30 of maximum life per second. Passive effect. Helora's Blessing, grants affinity with all non-sentient beings, preventing proactive attacks from plant-type monsters. Grants an additional 100 experience points and 100 gold for defeating plant-type creatures. Active skill, Revival of all things. Instantly restores the life of all allies within a 1,000-meter radius centered on oneself. Description: in the primordial dawn, as the 10 deities descended, the goddess of life, Helora, imbued this ring with her essence. Awaiting the arrival of the favored one, Lin Fan caressed the ring, which now shimmered with a verdant light. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. This ring was one of the 10 divine rings among the revered artifacts. Its most formidable ability was to bestow the wearer with an astonishing 1,000,000 life points and formidable restoration effects. Yet, despite its allure that could incite fierce competition among all, Lin Fan considered it the most redundant of his possessions. After all, the flamboyant collection of 10 rings adorning his fingers was a testament to his prowess. An ordinary player would have deemed any single one of them an unparalleled artifact capable of dominating the game. Yet, due to the undead race's inherent limitation of having a mere single life point, this seemingly overwhelming effect held no value for Lin Fan. Thus, this ring had become the least utilized among his collection. Were it not for its aesthetic appeal, even as a divine artifact, Lin Fan might have discarded it without a second thought. Yet now, this seemingly trivial ring appeared to be the perfect solution for revitalizing this desolate terrain. Revival of all things, he intoned, and instantly, a burst of flame erupted from the hollow sockets of his skeletal eyes, emanating an unsettling aura. Almost as if in response to his call, the long-dormant green ring suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, an invisible domain materialized from the ring, expanding rapidly, filled with an exuberance of life energy that surged through the land. Miraculously, the previously lifeless flora and fauna, which had appeared devoid of vitality, now revived with vigor as if rejuvenated by an elixir of life. Withered branches stood tall once more, and withered trunks regained their former splendor. Although the effect of revival of all things primarily restored players' life points, the life energy it contained was undeniably a tremendous boon. For Lin Fan, invoking the revival of these trees was a simple endeavor. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings returned to their original state upon his arrival, even more lush than before. With a thought, life emerged. With another, it ceased. This was the unparalleled ability that Lin Fan possessed. Yet, having completed this feat, his expression remained placid, devoid of astonishment, as if it were merely a routine occurrence. In truth, that was precisely the case. Were it not for his elevated mood today, he might have overlooked it entirely. As a member of the undead race, he had annihilated countless cities and villages in the past. Extinguishing the lives of thousands was merely a matter of course. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own whims. After confirming that all his devastating passive skills were disabled, Lin Fan finally felt secure enough to take a step forward. This moment, he was akin to a cataclysmic force within a novice village. Even a casual stamp of his foot could spell doom for the entire settlement. Thus, in order to truly experience the life of an ordinary player, Lin Fan, considering various factors, decided to deactivate all his buffs. Just as he was ready and about to seek out the village chief, several voices from nearby players suddenly pierced the air. Hurry, hurry. The commotion here was so great. There must be treasures to uncover. Yes, yes. If we don't hurry, someone else might beat us to it. Excited voices echoed as Lin Fan turned to see a group of players racing towards him, their faces alight with exhilaration. Is this a paradise? Upon their arrival, they gazed at the surroundings, where trees appeared as if plucked from a celestial realm, unable to suppress their astonished exclamations. In the novice village, there was no shortage of trees, yet they had long since grown weary of them. However, now, witnessing the vivid flora imbued with a sacred aura, they were genuinely taken aback. Such beauty should only exist in the heavens. They collectively thought in awe. Just moments ago, these trees had been lifeless. Yet now, they were vibrant with life, thanks to the goddess's blessing and the revival of all things. If they were to learn that what they now regarded as divine trees were merely a few saplings Lin Fan had revived, they would undoubtedly question the very fabric of their existence. Quickly, let's search. There must be treasures hidden here. If we find them, we could dominate the entire novice village. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to the truth. One player, recovering from their astonishment, called out fervently to the others, their eyes alight with fervor. Prompted by his enthusiasm, 3 or 4 companions instantly snapped back to reality, sprinting off as if fearful of being outpaced. Observing the flurry of excitement among the players, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Only he knew the true events that had transpired here. Yet clearly, these oblivious players had connected the unusual scene to the earlier tremors, concocting fantastical tales of extraordinary treasures emerging. Oh, how I wish I could experience such naive enthusiasm like them. Speak candidly. Witnessing their fervent, treasure-hunting demeanor stirred a sense of reflection within Lin Fan. Ever since he ascended to become the most formidable among the saints, no treasure had captured his interest. Even if divine or sacred artifacts were laid before him, he would scarcely bat an eyelash, for they were far too mundane in his eyes. After all, the crown atop his head was nothing less than a truly forbidden artifact. The concept of forbidden might elude many players, some even unaware of its very definition. Yet, Lin Fan understood precisely what it entailed. It represented the pinnacle of all equipment, surpassing what most players deemed the highest tier, transcending even the realm of demigods. With a shake of his head, he chose not to dampen the enthusiasm of these individuals and prepared to depart. "Hey, you there, wait a moment." At that instant, an unfriendly voice echoed from behind him. Turning his head in confusion, Lin Fan inquired, "What is it?" The individual, known as Crazy Wolf, appeared to be the linchpin of the earlier group. Just as Crazy Wolf was about to speak, he caught sight of the resplendent crown adorning Lin Fan's head and the 10 exquisite rings on his fingers. Rendering him momentarily speechless, his gaze slightly dazed. There's something you need." Observing the dazed player before him, Lin Fan asked once more, displaying remarkable patience. After all, he was once a figure revered by thousands, often elusive like a dragon. Those wishing to pay their respects to him, the invincible overlord, were often met with closed doors. It was indeed a testament to his overflowing patience that he would even engage with players he once regarded as insignificant. In Lin Fan's view, the essence of gaming lay in the interaction between players. This moment, Crazy Wolf finally regained his composure, though he failed to respond to Lin Fan's query. Instead, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. He could discern that the equipment worn by this skeletal youth was nothing short of opulent. "Quick, everyone gather! Don't let this kid escape!" he bellowed, summoning his scattered subordinates back to his side. Upon arrival, Crazy Wolf's underlings were left wide-eyed at the sight of Lin Fan, whose entire ensemble radiated golden brilliance and unparalleled luxury. They too displayed expressions of desire akin to their leader. "Boss, this guy might have already monopolized the treasures here." One of the subordinates drooled, excitedly proclaiming to Crazy Wolf. Naturally, Crazy Wolf was no fool. He too recognized the exceptional quality of Lin Fan's gear. "Surround him, don't let him get away," he commanded, and his followers immediately complied, closing in on Lin Fan from all directions, forming a menacing encirclement. This lad was a plump sheep. His equipment might very well be of golden caliber. Observing his subordinates' actions, Crazy Wolf's eyes gleamed with malice as he whispered to himself, "This kid is a prime target that in the game of Saints, equipment was classified into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, sacred, divine, and super divine." At that moment, the majority of players in the novice village were clad in nothing more than bronze tier gear. A player fortunate enough to possess a silver piece could dominate the novice village with ease. The sword in Crazy Wolf's possession had cost him a staggering 50,000, purchased at a premium from another player. In recent days, he had wielded this silver gear to great effect, asserting his dominance over the novice village. Given that silver equipment was already so coveted, it was no wonder that Crazy Wolf displayed such desperation. Hastily plotting to kill and seize treasures, Lin Fan, however, merely frowned at their antics, making no move to escape as they encircled him. "Kid, are you scared stiff? If you're frightened, hand over your equipment to us." One of the encircling players, believing Lin Fan to be paralyzed by fear, couldn't help but mock him. "You must have some luck to have found the treasure before us, but such treasures are not meant for someone as pathetic as you. If you willingly surrender your golden gear and bow 3 times, we might spare your life." Crazy Wolf's derisive laughter echoed as he echoed his subordinate's sentiments. His words laden with contempt, it was evident that such intimidation tactics were not new to him. Yet, Lin Fan felt utterly bemused by their ignorance. His equipment was at the very least divine, and these fools dared to dismiss it as nothing more than worthless golden gear. He was truly at a loss. Who did they think they were to insult him with such trivialities? Now, with no apparent means of escape in sight, Lin Fan could have easily slipped away, but he chose not to. After all, this group had dared to label him as worthless and insult his equipment. Who was he? He was the undisputed strongest in the realm of saints. Only he had the right to deem others as worthless. No one else held such privilege. They were unworthy. The name of the skeleton saint could not be sullied. Slowly, he extended his pale skeletal hands, and his once vacant eye sockets erupted with 2 eerie flames of pale white. At that moment, the black cloak behind him billowed without wind, crackling ominously, emanating an aura of royalty. Lin Fan then spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. "I had intended to engage with you as a mere player. However, as is often the case, things do not unfold as anticipated. Thus, I am left with no choice but to send you, a mere swarm of ants, to your demise." His voice was utterly flat, yet it resonated with the authority of an emperor proclaiming the death sentence upon these players. An edict that none could alter. Ha! Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration, the group initially froze in disbelief before erupting into raucous laughter. One individual doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to stand upright, all while slurring. "A pathetic skeleton from the undead race dares to declare he will annihilate us all. Ha ha ha! What a fool!" Crazy Wolf, unrelenting in his scorn, scoffed mercilessly at that moment. He had reduced Lin Fan to the status of an utterly foolish player in his eyes. He believed that Lin Fan's choice of the most inferior class in the game was already a mark of stupidity, and now, with Lin Fan's audacious words, he found his perception shattered anew. It was common knowledge that undead skeletons were notorious for their one-hit kill status. At this juncture, even the most incompetent player among them could easily fell Lin Fan with a single strike, causing him to drop all his golden gear. Yet he audaciously claimed he would eliminate them all. Was he jesting, or was he truly deranged? However, Lin Fan had no desire for further banter, eye in his eyes. The players still laughing heartily before him had already become mere corpses. With a swift motion of his hand, he began to conjure a multitude of spells at a terrifying speed. Super tier magic. Titan's Resolve. A brilliant blue ring on Lin Fan's finger suddenly blazed with radiant light. Almost instantaneously, a tawny array materialized around him, enveloping his form like an unyielding fortress. This was a super tier spell only the orcs could learn. Titan's Resolve. Its effect was to significantly enhance the defensive attributes of the caster for a brief period. The term Extreme Mastery denoted the pinnacle of skill proficiency. Only when a skill reached sublime perfection could it be termed as such. The higher the proficiency, the more potent the spell's effects. After casting this spell, Lin Fan's numerical stats skyrocketed dramatically. His previously meager physical defense surged from a mere 1 to an astounding 50. 000. Yet this was merely the beginning of Lin Fan's arsenal. He continued his incantation. A flurry of dazzling arrays erupted around him. Super tier magic, extreme mastery of the sea god's protection. Magic defense increased by 50. 000. Super tier magic, extreme mastery of the elemental sprite's paradise. Water attribute damage bonus 300. Fire attribute damage bonus 300. Earth attribute damage bonus 300. Metal attribute damage bonus 300. Wood attribute damage bonus 300. Transcendent magic. Supreme wing of ascendance. Movement speed increased by 500. Evasion rate increased by 80. Transcendent magic. Supreme shield of the overlord. Immunity to all attacks dealing less than 10,000 damage. Transcendent magic. Supreme thorn of hatred. Reflecting 1.0000000% of all damage received. Transcendent magic. Consequently, amidst the astonished expressions of the surrounding players, Lin Fan was enveloped in hundreds of radiant magical auras, rendering them momentarily speechless. Boss, it seems he is chanting some transcendent magic. One individual, standing relatively close to Lin Fan, discerned the incantation and promptly reported to the Mad Wolf. Upon hearing the report, Mad Wolf's initially cautious demeanor morphed into an expression of utter incredulity, culminating in an uncontrollable, raucous laughter. As the leader of these players, he possessed a certain understanding of the game. In his recollection, transcendent magic required a level of at least 70 and the completion of 3 awakenings to be utilized. Yet here, in a novice village, this skeleton race was employing transcendent magic. This individual was truly deluded. Mad Wolf gazed at Lin Fan with increasing pity. Initially, he thought Lin Fan was foolish enough, but now he had outdone himself with even more absurd actions. Releasing transcendent magic. Did he truly believe he was level 75? Moreover, even if one were to entertain the notion that Lin Fan could indeed unleash transcendent magic, to do so in such a quantity was nothing short of a fantasy. Each transcendent spell, renowned for its immense power, necessitated lengthy incantations. Yet Lin Fan appeared to release such an abundance of transcendent magic as if quenching his thirst. Who would believe such a tale? However, the truth was that Lin Fan was indeed capable of it. Among his 10 rings, there was one that empowered him to achieve this feat. It was the ring that initially shimmered with a cerulean glow. The Hand of Lares, the god of magic, 18. Hand of Lares, the god of magic, 18 grade. Divine required level to equip. LV 100 effect. Magic attack power increased by 50. 000. Skill. Favor of the god of magic, favor of the god of magic. The owner's magical power is limitless. Master of magic. Casting time for divine and subdivine spells is reduced by 95. Equipment description. In the dawn of creation, when the 10 gods descended, the god of magic Lares infused all his energy into this ring. Awaiting the arrival of a chosen one, the attributes of this ring were succinct, bordering on brevity. However, either of its effects, when isolated, would be sufficient to incite frenzy among all players, not to mention the bug-like effect that reduced all spell casting times by 95, rendering them nearly instantaneous. The effect that granted infinite magical power was the epitome of invincibility. Indeed, it transformed the wearer's magical capacity to boundless. This meant that the individual adorned with this ring could unleash magic without limitation. Coupled with the buff that diminished casting times, it effectively turned the bearer into a human artillery unit. Aside from minor cooldown constraints, they could single-handedly annihilate entire cities. Yet at this moment, Mad Wolf remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was eager to eliminate this fool swiftly and claim his entire set of equipment. Otherwise, if others arrived, their position would become precarious. At this juncture, he secretly rejoiced that Lin Fan, the imbecile, had chosen to be a skeleton. It was as if the universe had conspired to facilitate their slaughter and plunder. Easy to kill, and with a single strike, they would reap all his gear, a perfect gift, fantasizing about acquiring golden equipment and dominating the novice village. Mad Wolf could hardly contain his elation. However, just then, an unforeseen event transpired. One of his subordinates initiated an attack, swinging a bronze-level longsword with great ferocity towards Lin Fan. To him, this task seemed exceedingly simple. With a single stroke, he believed he could send Lin Fan to his demise. Why expend extra effort to encircle him? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yet, his grin faltered, abruptly freezing in place. His pupils dilating in shock. He realized that his longsword had inexplicably halted less than a foot from Lin Fan, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Following that, his health bar plummeted to 0, revealing an utterly terrifying figure, -10, 0, 0, 0. The player's face contorted in disbelief before he was swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, dispatched by Lin Fan. Instant kill. What just happened? Upon witnessing their companion's grim fate, the other players poised to attack immediately cried out in horror. They retreated instinctively, their faces pale with fear. From their perspective, their comrade had swung his weapon, yet before it could connect with Lin Fan, he had inexplicably perished. This was undoubtedly the result of Lin Fan's two transcendent spells, the Shield of the Overlord and the Thorn of Hatred. First, the Shield of the Overlord had nullified the attack before it could land. While that player was expected to inflict 10 points of damage, he was simultaneously immunized and then struck back with 100,000 damage from the Thorn of Hatred, a damage output of 10, 0, 0, 0. Before he could even comprehend the situation, it had sent him to his end. In the early stages of the game, player health typically ranged from 300 to 500, who could withstand 10,000 damage. One could say that even 10 lives would not suffice, and he had unwittingly owed Lin Fan several thousand health points. Lin Fan observed this scene with a barely perceptible smirk. All of this was, of course, part of his grand design. Though dealing with these insignificant pests could have been accomplished with a mere ordinary spell, Lin Fan prudently deployed numerous defensive spells. After all, the skeleton race was inherently fragile. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. The trepidation of a precarious gaming existence had instilled in Lin Fan an instinctive protective mechanism. For no one could predict when an arrow might suddenly fly from the shadows or when a treacherous ally might extend a hand. This was a lesson learned from countless brushes with death. Caution is paramount. Survival is key. Retreating and avoiding hasty actions is essential. At this moment, Mad Wolf, sensing the dire situation, called out immediately. It must be said that Mad Wolf was quite a capable player. He did not let the allure of golden equipment cloud his judgment. Rather, he maintained composure and commanded his subordinates. He quickly discerned that Lin Fan was enveloped in a formidable protective barrier. Ordinary attacks could not harm him. In fact, they would be met with instant retribution. This must be due to some peculiar item Lin Fan had recently acquired. Rapidly processing this information, Mad Wolf attributed Lin Fan's terrifying lethality to an unlikely stroke of luck in finding some treasure. Upon hearing Mad Wolf's assertion, his underlings nodded in agreement. In their estimation, even if all players in the novice village combined their might to deliver the most devastating blow, the cumulative damage would scarcely reach 10, 0, 0, 0, let alone a worthless skeleton race. It had to be the result of some artifact. Thus, having come to this realization, Mad Wolf and his companions felt no fear. Rather, they grew increasingly exhilarated. Their expressions resembled that of a famished man spotting a lonely maiden. If even a skeleton could wield such terrifying power with this equipment, what could they achieve? Eager to engage once more, Mad Wolf restrained his followers, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Close combat may prove ineffective. This time, we shall employ magical attacks." Hearing this, his subordinates paused momentarily before revealing cruel smiles. Each of them belonged to the human race, and upon reaching level 5, they could learn a basic magical skill. Fireball. Let us unleash a barrage of fireballs upon that worthless wretch. Mad Wolf exclaimed, "I refuse to believe that our relentless assault of fireballs cannot vanquish this mere skeleton." The ferocious wolf grinned menacingly, and his lackeys beside him also revealed cruel smiles. They could all envision the scene of Lin Fan being reduced to ashes under their onslaught. They intended to make Lin Fan understand that such pretentiousness was not something a simpleton like him could possess. As Lin Fan looked at those individuals with their sinister grins, seemingly conspiring about something, he merely shook his head in silence, not taking it to heart in the slightest. In his eyes, no matter how long this group of ruffians conspired, they could never stir up any considerable waves before him. After all, in the face of an absolute disparity in power, all schemes and tricks are but fleeting clouds. Eye of the Emperor, with a low exclamation. The pale flames burning in Lin Fan's eye sockets were suddenly tinged with a deep crimson hue. Simultaneously, an imperceptible wave enveloped the group of players. This was Lin Fan's mental magic, capable of revealing the specific information of his enemies. This skill, however, was not exclusive to Lin Fan. In truth, every player at the Saint level would receive a skill called the Eye of the Mind upon entering the game. The purpose of this skill was to allow players to discern the general information of their opponents or monsters, such as level or race and class, preventing them from being left in the dark. Lin Fan's Eye of the Emperor, on the other hand, emerged after he ascended to the three absolutes and transitioned into the Skeleton Emperor. Upon learning the exclusive skill inside of the Emperor, it fused with the Eye of the Mind, creating this entirely new skill, the Eye of the Emperor. Naturally, the effects of the Eye of the Emperor far exceeded those of the Eye of the Mind by countless magnitudes. Ordinary players could only discern an enemy's level or health. But the Eye of the Emperor was different. Under the king's scrutiny, no secret could remain hidden. It could reveal a multitude of information, including the weaknesses of each individual, if he so wished. He could even discern the color of the underwear that the ferocious wolf wore today. However, Lin Fan had no such base curiosity. He merely took a cursory glance at their information. Player: Ferocious Wolf. Level: LV5. Race: Human. Health: 350. Mana: 150. Weakness: Abdomen. Current status: Casting spell: Fireball. Expected damage: 4. Danger assessment: 0. Detailed information. Joined the game 4 days ago. Guild: Ferocious Beast Gang. Squad leader: Today's underwear. With just a simple glance, Lin Fan discerned the entirety of the boastful ferocious wolf's secrets. He even realized what this group was currently plotting. Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer. These fools were utterly naive. Unable to engage in close combat, they intended to resort to magic. Unfortunately, their schemes were destined to fail. Meanwhile, the ferocious wolf and his companions finally completed their charge for the fireball spell. Tiny flames flickered atop their palms, continuously burning. After all, they did not possess a miraculous artifact like Lin Fan that significantly reduced casting time. Therefore, they still required several seconds to gather this fireball. Nevertheless, even so, the fireball they conjured appeared to be merely a small flicker, swaying wildly in the wind. It was weak and fragile, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Yet the ferocious wolf and his companions were oblivious, their faces alight with ecstatic delight, as if they had conjured an earth-shattering attack. Fools, don't think that just because you possess some treasure, you can act cocky before me. The ferocious wolf, he bellowed, waving his hand to unleash a devastating blow. With his command, dozens of fireballs immediately rained down in a torrent towards Lin Fan in the distance. In an instant, the fireballs fell like meteors, all aimed directly at Lin Fan's forehead. Although they appeared weak and fragile, when the ferocious wolf and his companions unleashed them, it felt as if the temperature of the entire world had risen slightly. Yet, Lin Fan merely shook his head, unimpressed. The fireball spell they took pride in seemed to him like a child playing house, casually spraying water with a squirt gun. Ridiculously childish before him, the radiant light of the sea god's protection surged, effortlessly blocking all of the fireballs. Thus, the once unstoppable barrage of fireballs, upon encountering an unseen resistance, dissipated with a soft hiss, evaporating into nothingness. What? Seeing that Lin Fan had so effortlessly nullified their long-prepared attack. The faces of the ferocious wolf and his companions froze, turning ashen as if they had swallowed something foul, struggling to accept the reality. What manner of freak was this guy? Immune to blades and spears, unable to be harmed by physical attacks, and now even spell damage seemed ineffective against him, as if it had vanished into the sea. Fortunately, they could take solace in the fact that the skill, Thorn Hatred, did not reflect magical damage. Otherwise, with just this one strike, they would have all been sent to report to the King of Hell. Now it's my turn. Just as the shock within the ferocious wolf and his companions had yet to settle, a voice reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell began to resonate slowly. Lin Fan's terrifying skeletal visage gradually emerged from the swirling smoke. Following that, Lin Fan raised his right hand, and the heavens trembled. Countless fire elements surged forth as if summoned by an unparalleled sovereign, flocking eagerly towards Lin Fan's position as if being a part of his spellcasting was a matter of great honor. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the ferocious wolf and his companions, a colossal fireball, seemingly capable of engulfing the entire sky, slowly took shape. What in the world is that? The ferocious wolf was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, clearly shaken to the core. The impact of the scene left an indelible shadow in his heart. Before him loomed a gargantuan fireball that nearly filled his entire field of vision. The terrifying, domineering aura emanating from it birthed a feeling of despair within the ferocious wolf. It dawned on him that they had truly kicked a solid iron plate this time. Their fireball spells were utterly insignificant compared to the one conjured by Lin Fan. The temperature in the air surged dramatically, and everyone felt as if they were standing amidst molten lava, beads of sweat pouring forth. Lin Fan, however, had no intention of engaging in further banter. With a gentle downward motion of his skeletal hand, the immense fireball akin to the sun plummeted towards them, carving a fiery gash through the air. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice drifted from behind the fireball. Coincidentally, I have some knowledge of the fireball spell as well. Elementary magic. Extreme mastery fireball. In stark contrast to Lin Fan's calm demeanor, the ferocious wolf and his companions were in a dire predicament. They stumbled backward, each face marked by utter terror. They could not fathom how Lin Fan could unleash such a cataclysmic spell. A magical assault of this magnitude was beyond even the mightiest archmage in a novice village. How could this skeleton possibly achieve it? And for what he had just said, it was merely a modest understanding. In their hearts, they felt an urge to curse. If this meteor-like fireball could be deemed a modest understanding, then what did their fireball spells amount to? Rubbish. However, they evidently lacked the time to ponder further. The fireball descended ever closer, and they could feel every inch of their skin prickling as if it were about to ignite. The first to bear the brunt was the ferocious wolf. Having collapsed in fear moments ago, he found himself at the rear of the group, moving the slowest. At that moment, his hair ignited spontaneously due to the overwhelming heat. The ferocious wolf quickly realized this change and screamed in terror. "I am on fire! I'm on fire!" He cried out desperately, frantically attempting to extinguish the flames atop his head. Yet regardless of how hard he tried, he could not put it out. Instead, the flames only grew fiercer. "Someone help me, you useless bunch!" The ferocious wolf, now frantic, yelled at his fleeing subordinates, demanding their assistance. If this continued, he would truly become bald. But his lackeys were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to heed their leader's pleas. Despite their desperate escape, they could still see the enormous shadow of the fireball looming over them, entirely eclipsing them. That was the shadow of Lin Fan's fireball spell. At this moment, the members of the beastly gang found themselves ensnared. Their desperate struggles proving futile against the relentless assault of the fireball. In the hearts of all those engulfed in despair, a refrain echoed uncontrollably. "Oh, how I long to escape, yet I cannot." Boom! Finally, amidst the anguished cries of the struggling chaos wolves and their companions, the fireball crashed violently into the ground, unleashing a wave of fiery turbulence. The immense heat radiated outward in all directions, causing every player in the novice village to feel the oppressive warmth, akin to a volcanic eruption. When they dared to glance up in horror, they beheld a dark mist rising from a nearby plain, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud, thick and soaring into the heavens. What in the world is happening? At that moment, many players who had been engaged in combat halted, their voices trembling with terror. What could possibly have caused such a terrifying explosion? Could it be a volcanic eruption? Impossible! Where would a volcano come from in a novice village? While the bewildered players struggled to comprehend the situation, the Chaos Wolves and their allies, flung skyward by the fireball, resembled charred remnants, their health bars plummeting with the ominous minus 100,000 displayed. In an instant, they were transformed into the souls beneath the fireball, their cries echoing as they were sent back to their spawn point by Lin Fan. Annoying, Lin Fan's expression remained utterly impassive as he dispatched the Chaos Wolves. An hint of joy marred his countenance, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. the basic magic was still insufficient. It had still managed to elicit cries from them. Lin Fan shook his head, appearing somewhat dissatisfied and disdainful, gazing at the bottomless pit before him, with wisps of flame flickering across the plain. Lin Fan's demeanor was calm. He had merely observed the Chaos Wolves casting their fireball spell and felt a twinge of impulse. Thus, he followed suit and unleashed his own fireball. However, his fireball was far removed from the trivial sparks of the others. It was akin to an atomic bomb, silencing the entire realm with its descent. Yet, upon witnessing the chaos he had wrought, Lin Fan showed no inclination to remedy the situation. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. Clearly, there were far more pressing matters for him to attend to. Meanwhile, several dazed figures materialized with flashes of white light nearby. They stood frozen, as if struck by some monumental blow. The silence stretching on until one of them finally stammered, "Boss, what do we do now?" The young man's voice faltered, his spirit seemingly shattered. The cataclysmic scene, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, was seared into his memory. After a lengthy pause, the bald-headed Chaos Wolf finally regained his composure, though his face remained stiff. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "That brat must be relying on some treasure to cast such a spell. I refuse to believe he can unleash such a phenomenal magic a second time. Let's go. We shall return for revenge," the Chaos Wolf declared angrily, his fists clenched tightly. It was essential to remember that they were still in the novice village phase. How could anyone unleash such terrifying magic? It had to be that cursed equipment worn by that skeleton. What kind of luck allowed him to possess such extraordinary gear? Upon hearing the Chaos Wolf's words, his subordinates suddenly felt a surge of resolve. Though their faces still bore signs of fear, at least they could speak normally again. The humiliation they felt was palpable. They were accustomed to robbing others and wielding power over them. When had they ever been so thoroughly humiliated, wiped out by a single individual? This affront must be avenged. Thus, the reinvigorated Chaos Wolves regrouped and set off once more toward the forest where they had previously encountered Lin Fan. This time, they were determined to make him pay dearly. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a rift in space suddenly tore open above them. From it emerged a towering, imposing figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a supreme crown. The moment he appeared, it was as if the entire world fell silent. The sounds of wind and birds vanished, and every gaze was fixated on Lin Fan. His steps were neither hurried nor slow. Yet each footfall resonated in the hearts of the Chaos Wolves like the tolling of a great bell. At that moment, the Chaos Wolf felt his pupils constrict, involuntarily stumbling back 2 paces, nearly losing his balance. It was ironic that only moments ago they had boasted loudly, vowing to obliterate Lin Fan. Yet now, confronted once again by him, the remnants of their previous defeat weighed heavily upon them, naturally diminishing their confidence by a third. Nevertheless, the Chaos Wolf forcibly dispelled his fear and stood firm. After all, he was the leader of this group, that if he faltered, their quest for vengeance would become nothing more than a farce. With a cold glare, the Chaos Wolf declared, "You dare to come back here of your own volition. Are you truly so reckless?" He spoke each word with seething anger. "Do you really think the beastly gang is an easy target?" Yet for some reason, the Chaos Wolf's voice lacked conviction. He resorted to invoking the name of his guild, the Beastly Gang, in an attempt to intimidate the unseeing skeleton. The Beastly Gang was one of the major guilds among the esteemed. Renowned for its assembly of formidable players, the Chaos Wolf had often leveraged the name of the Beastly Gang to commit nefarious deeds, and it had always proven effective. Under the might of the Beastly Gang, no one dared to oppose them. However, Lin Fan paid no heed to the Chaos Wolf's words. With a casual flick of his right hand, he conjured another terrifying fireball, identical to the one that had just annihilated the Chaos Wolves. "Oh no, boss, this script seems off." Seeing Lin Fan effortlessly form yet another fearsome fireball, the minions beneath him collapsed to the ground in sheer despair. Wasn't it said he could only cast it once? This skeleton appeared to be doing it with ease, as though sipping water. How could they possibly seek revenge now? They were blatantly offering themselves up as sacrifices. Wait, aren't you afraid of the Beastly Gang? The sight of Lin Fan's display sent the Chaos Wolf into a panic. He had always relied on the reputation of the beastly gang to instill fear in others. Yet this individual seemed unaffected, proceeding with his actions as if the beastly gang were beneath his notice. In truth, the Chaos Wolf's intuition was accurate. Lin Fan indeed regarded their guild with disdain. The beastly gang, the bird gang, and all such names held no significance in his eyes. He had obliterated countless guilds, and if he were to remember each one, he would be overwhelmed. Thus, maintaining his calm demeanor, he raised his hand and unleashed another fireball. As the Chaos Wolves ventured forth, intent on revenge, they met their demise before they could even take a few steps, returning home in a most tragic state. This time, they lacked even the inclination to flee, fully aware of the grim fate awaiting them. Watching the multitude vanish from sight once more, Lin Fan clenched his hand, extinguishing the remnants of flame that a cold smile played upon his lips, tinged with a hint of cruelty and ruthlessness. If the Chaos Wolf believed he would relent, he was sorely mistaken. Those foolish enough to trespass upon his name would suffer the most severe of retributions. He intended to ensure that the Chaos Wolves would never dare log into the game again. Meanwhile, at the spawn point, several beams of white light illuminated the area once more, heralding the return of the Chaos Wolves. Their faces were ashen as they collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The cataclysmic magic that seemed capable of shattering all mental defenses would leave any normal person haunted by nightmares for days. How much worse for them, having faced it twice in such rapid succession. Even the most steadfast of minds would surely succumb to madness. Clearly, the Chaos Wolves had been left utterly disoriented by Lin Fan's onslaught. As players lost a level upon death, they found themselves reduced to level 3. The silver longsword that the Chaos Wolf had wielded was directly dropped by Lin Fan during this second demise, to comprehend the arduous journey of leveling up in the game Saints. One must acknowledge that it is by no means a trivial endeavor. Even within the confines of the novice village, a mere ascent of a single level demands a concerted effort that spans 1 or 2 days. Players like Quang Long, who achieved level 5 merely 4 days post-launch, are indeed a rarity, verging on the status of legends. Yet, in a matter of mere minutes, the culmination of their hard work over the past few days was rendered utterly futile, compounded by the fact that they were brutally slaughtered by one of the most contemptible races in such a merciless manner. The spirits of Quang Long and his subordinates were undoubtedly shattered. "Boss, I can't take it anymore." After a suffocating silence, one of the subordinates finally managed to stagger to his feet, frantically screaming and sprinting in the opposite direction. It was evident he sought to distance himself from the spawn point. Desperate to escape Lin Fan's clutches, having lost all courage to confront him. Where there is one, a second is sure to follow. Like a chain reaction, dozens of Quang Beast Gang members also panicked and scrambled to their feet, tumbling and crawling in a frantic bid to flee. "You guys," at this moment Quang Long still retained a modicum of rationality. Witnessing his subordinates' actions filled him with urgency. He yearned to call out and retain them. Yet his voice fell on deaf ears. Under the terrifying onslaught of Lin Fan, their minds were utterly fragmented, rendering them incapable of heeding a single word from their former leader. Helpless, Quang Long could only grit his teeth and, burdened with humiliation, follow in his subordinates' footsteps, yearning to escape this dreadful place. At this juncture, he realized that Lin Fan was an entity far beyond their capacity to contend with. If he could just escape, find the remaining members of the Quang Beast Gang, and return for vengeance, it would not be too late. He vowed to teach that arrogant skeleton a lesson. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as they fled for their lives, an ominous voice echoed behind them. The members of the Quang Beast Gang shivered involuntarily, some collapsing to the ground, as if they had heard the whisper of death. They recognized that voice all too well. It was Lin Fan. In a state of terror, they turned to see Lin Fan had approached them unbeknownst to them, cradling an enormous fireball in his hands, the very fireball that had previously annihilated them. Fleeing was not as simple as they hoped. Lin Fan let out a derisive laugh and, without hesitation, hurled the colossal fireball down once more, mercilessly reaping their lives. 1-0-0-0-0 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spawn point once again illuminated with several beams of white light, revealing those familiar faces. Yet their levels had now plummeted to a pitiful LV2. The members of the Quang Beast Gang wore vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of life. This time, there were no cries of despair, only the suffocating silence that had pervaded since the beginning. This marked their third merciless slaughter. Among them, some began to regret their earlier foolishness. Why had they provoked this terrifying harbinger of doom? Was it not preferable to remain alive? Meanwhile, Lin Fan's figure flickered, reappearing outside the spawn point. Observing the group of Quang Beast Gang members, who appeared as if they had become mindless and devoid of hope, Lin Fan's expression bore no trace of compassion. After all, he was inherently a member of the skeletal race, known for his ruthless and vicious nature. Moreover, he was the most heartless of emperors. The methods of an emperor were characteristically merciless and brutal. Should he allow these individuals to escape today, they might concoct some troublesome schemes against him. Lin Fan was the sort to eradicate threats at their roots, leaving no potential for future retribution. His intention was clear. He would ensure these individuals could never again appear in the game's saints. In the past, he had been a lowly skeleton of insignificant level. He would never forget the time when his kindness led him to spare a few players who had provoked him, only for his goodwill to be repaid with treachery. Those very players had returned with a greater number of allies, surrounding and slaying him. That day, months of effort were reduced to naught, returning to LV1. Lin Fan vowed never again to show mercy. Better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape. He was now putting this principle into practice, even against foes who were pathetically weak. Meanwhile, observing Lin Fan, who seemed to be waiting for them outside the revival point, Quanlong's eyes regained a flicker of clarity. He gazed at the skeleton he had once deemed worthless, his lips turning purple as they trembled. Just as he prepared himself for another inevitable death, he realized Lin Fan remained motionless, seemingly waiting for something to that moment. Quanlong suddenly remembered there was an invincible barrier surrounding the revival point. This barrier was designed to be impenetrable, protecting newly resurrected players from harm. At this juncture, that very mechanism served as a shield for the members of the Quang Beast Gang, distancing them from Lin Fan's wrath. For reasons unknown, this invulnerable protective barrier provided Quanlong with a fleeting sense of security. With newfound audacity, he boldly mocked Lin Fan. "Ha! You think you're so powerful. If you dare, come in and kill me." He unleashed a torrent of insults as if he had found a release for his pent-up frustrations, hurling verbal assaults at Lin Fan. After all, he could not hope to defeat him in combat. But venting his frustrations was a different matter. With the protective barrier rendering him invulnerable, he felt free to unleash his tirade. Lin Fan could only watch helplessly from the outside. With this thought, a glimmer of madness flashed in Quanlong's eyes. He yearned to drive Lin Fan to the brink of insanity. "Come on, you waste. Aren't you quite capable? Go ahead and kill your grandfather, you piece of trash." He beckoned to Lin Fan with a taunting finger, a visage of provocation adorning his face. Though they cowered within the protective barrier, their words remained brazen and arrogant. One might think the members of the Quang Beast Gang were surrounding and assaulting Lin Fan. In response to Quanlong's provocations and his frenzied shouts, Lin Fan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Suddenly, Quanlong felt an inexplicable chill course through him. That icy sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, momentarily halting his tirade. "If you wish for death so fervently, then I shall oblige." Lin Fan finally spoke, his tone calm, yet foreboding. Indeed, the protective barrier was invincible for them. However, to Lin Fan, it was pathetically weak. As the Emperor of Skeletons, Lin Fan possessed an arsenal of abilities at his disposal. In his presence, no place was truly secure. He raised his hand slightly, forming it into a claw, pointing towards the members of the Quang Beast Gang ensconced within the protective barrier. In that moment, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, coalescing into a not-too-large black hole that emanated an overwhelming gravitational force. This was the necromantic super-tier spell, Ultimate Black Hole Pull. What? Still intent on futile attempts. As he observed Lin Fan's actions, Quanlong laughed maniacally, not even attempting to conceal his scorn. Despite a nagging sense of foreboding, he scoffed at Lin Fan's efforts. What could this skeleton possibly use to breach their invincible barrier? Though Lin Fan's black hole exuded a terrifying aura, Quanlong remained undeterred. He would not concede defeat in spirit, continuing to berate Lin Fan with wild abandon, adopting an appearance of bravado as if he were a tiger borrowing the strength of a wolf. "Come on. If you have the guts, strike down and kill your grandfather. You waste," Quanlong shouted, defiantly raising his middle finger toward Lin Fan, venting the humiliation and oppression he had suffered at Lin Fan's hands. Beneath the protective barrier, he felt as if he had discovered the gates to a new world, one where he could flaunt his bravado without the fear of retribution from Lin Fan. A peculiar desire indeed. Yet, in the face of Quanlong's repugnant tirade, Lin Fan remained unfazed, coldly smiling instead. Meanwhile, his super tier spell, the black hole pull, had finally charged to completion. Lin Fan pointed, and the black hole erupted with a tremendous gravitational pull towards Quanlong's location. Instantly, the entire plane was engulfed in a tumultuous wind. Countless grains of sand and debris were drawn toward the black hole, vanishing without a trace. The force was incredibly terrifying. Even the clouds above could not escape, being reduced to mere sustenance for the black hole. This power also bore down upon Quanlong, who was still shouting in defiance. In an instant, the black hole yanked Quanlong from the safety of the revival barrier, hurling him directly into the line of fire. Indeed, the protective barrier was invincible. However, it was not without its limits. As long as Quanlong was drawn outside its protective range, he was left vulnerable to be slaughtered at will. "What the hell?" With a startled exclamation, the previously exuberant and vitriolic Quanlong suddenly felt his body lurch, as if it had been seized by an unseen force, propelling him through the air uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, he found himself face to face with Lin Fan, whose hollow eye sockets flickered with pale flames. His neck was firmly grasped in Lin Fan's hand, gasping for breath. Quanlong was overwhelmed by a sudden realization that he had been cast away from his comforting haven. The once arrogant figure of Quanlong transformed entirely, his face now etched with palpable terror. His limbs thrashed in desperate struggle, attempting to articulate his pleas, but all that escaped his lips were incoherent groans due to the vice-like grip on his throat. Lin Fan, with an air of elegance, slowly crushed the void before him, before pulling Quanlong closer and coolly stating, "It seems you just asked me to end your life, did you not?" His voice was chillingly ruthless, each word a soft whisper of menace in Quanlong's ear. The latter felt as if a pair of invisible colossal hands were gripping his heart with a fatal intensity, poised to crush it at any moment. "No, I was merely jesting. Please, spare me, Great One." Quanlong's bravado shattered. Tears and mucus flowed freely as he begged Lin Fan for mercy, his demeanor utterly abject, a far cry from the haughty figure he had been moments before. "Too late," Lin Fan replied, unfazed, his expression remaining disturbingly calm. This tranquility, however, did not signify leniency towards the arrogant Quanlong. On the contrary, he was determined to inflict the most harrowing torment upon him, ensuring that Quanlong understood the dire consequences of provoking the Holy Venerable. With a flicker of intent, Lin Fan unleashed a necromantic spell, the devastating corruption of 10,000 bones, right before Quanlong's eyes. It was common knowledge that necromancy was the darkest and most chilling form of magic, and the spell Lin Fan had chosen was particularly suited to punish the insolent Quanlong. As the incantation left Lin Fan's lips, Quanlong's earlier thoughts materialized into grim reality. The long-suppressed agony within his heart erupted, a searing pain radiating through his entire being. Each nerve in his body was mercilessly tormented by an excruciating sensation, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles. Every breath was a tormenting reminder of his plight. "Spare me." Quanlong felt as though his body was no longer his own. Every inch of his skin was convulsing violently. Then, with a resounding crack, he sensed his heart shatter as if it had exploded, unleashing a wail of anguish that echoed through the air. Dark energies ravaged his being, stripping away his life force. Quanlong was instantaneously obliterated. Yet the torment was far from over. The demon's cruelty had only just begun. As Quanlong returned to his spawn point, still reeling from the excruciating fear, Lin Fan summoned him once more with a mere gesture, dragging him back into his grasp. Another corruption of 10,000 bones followed. Thus, The wretched Quanglong, scarcely 2 seconds revived, felt his heart crushed anew by Lin Fan's merciless grip. The unbearable torment surged through his body once more. With every revival and subsequent demise, the spawn point reverberated with Quanglong's agonized screams, resembling the cries of slaughtered swine. Even with the 95 pain reduction inherent in the holy venerable game, Quanglong felt as though he were being repeatedly sliced by a blade. His subordinates, hearing their leader's horrific cries, were paralyzed with fear, some so terrified that they wet themselves, the stench permeating the air. They were grateful they had not provoked this merciless harbinger of death, unlike their leader. "Please, spare me. I beg of you." Quanglong, gradually losing his sanity under the inhumane torture, could no longer articulate his cries, resorting to weakly bowing his head in desperation, seeking Lin Fan's forgiveness. However, Lin Fan had no intention of showing mercy, continuing to slay Quanglong in the most brutal manner. Despairing, Quanglong wished to log off, but such an escape was impossible. Logging off required a player to remain still for a second, yet his body had never ceased its turmoil, rendering him unable to issue the command, "Kill me." In his final moments, Quanglong even yearned for true death, wishing to escape the unbearable torment. After Lin Fan had defeated Quanglong 100 times, he finally ceased his relentless assault. Quanglong lay incapacitated on the ground, devoid of strength, akin to a lifeless heap. Lin Fan paid no heed to the incapacitated Quanglong, instead casting his gaze upon the frightened subordinates, coldly pronouncing, "Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1. Continue opposing me. 2. Flee forever and do not let me see your faces again." Lin Fan's message was unequivocal. They faced a stark choice between survival and annihilation, as Lin Fan's terrifyingly pale visage turned towards them. The subordinates were instantly gripped by fear, nearly losing control of their bladders. The harrowing images of their leader's torment replayed in their minds, the chilling echoes of his screams tearing at their psyche. At that moment, they possessed no courage to stand against Lin Fan as they heard his inquiry. They hastily knelt, fervently pleading, "We will leave at once. Great Skeleton Lord, please show us mercy." Their sincerity was palpable, tears streaming down their faces, the raw fear emanating from them unmistakable. None of them wished to endure the 100 deaths their leader had suffered. Did they not see him lying there, half alive, like a broken man? Quanglong's level had plummeted to 0, reduced to LV0, stripped of all equipment, save for a pair of bare trousers. "Then get out of my sight. You have 3 seconds," after which Lin Fan, disinterested in further dialogue, simply raised a finger and began counting down. 3, horrified by Lin Fan's actions. The subordinates, fearing the Grim Reaper's countdown, hastily hoisted Quanglong's body and fled with all their might. One stumbled and fell, nearly crying in desperation, scrambling to continue running, not daring to retrieve his lost shoe for fear of incurring Lin Fan's wrath. Watching them flee in disarray, Lin Fan felt assured that the threat had been neutralized. He believed that anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking him again. However, the incident had sparked a realization. It was prudent to conceal his colorful equipment. After all, there were many reckless individuals in the holy venerable game. Much like the unwise Quanglong, that if he continued to flaunt his attire, he would undoubtedly be persistently harassed by the oblivious. While he was not afraid of them, dealing with such nuisances repeatedly was an unwarranted drain on his time. Finding a way to conceal his gear was imperative, for Lin Fan was exceedingly cautious to the point of paranoia. The notion of discarding his protective equipment was utterly inconceivable to him. At that moment, he recalled the perfect disguise, a black cloak that had been rustling behind him. 18 super artifact, wings of the divine sovereign, grade, ultra divine, required wear level, LV100, celestial race, undead race, effects, physical defense 80, 000, magic defense 80, 000, health points 300, 000, mana points 450, 000. Passive skills, celestial wings. Players wearing this equipment, regardless of their race, gain the ability to fly. Flight duration is unlimited, and flight speed is 400 of the player's movement speed. The Majesty of the Celestial Lord increases damage by 300 against players or monsters of the celestial race. Upon defeating them, All equipment worn by the celestial race will be guaranteed to drop. It instills a sense of dread in NPCs of the celestial race, increasing their awe level by 500, changing their relationship from hostile to revered. It grants unrestricted access to any area within the celestial race's territory. Celestial purity increases resistance to damage from light-type magic and elements by 90. Winged concealment. Players can freely change the displayed equipment and level information without affecting the currently worn gear. Creatures of lower levels than the wearer cannot see through this disguise. Equipment description. The player Lin Fan crafted this equipment after vanquishing the LV-100 Ultra Divine boss, the Celestial Lord Lochmere's, using the power source known as the Black Feather of the Celestial. It is exclusively for the player Lin Fan. Upon seeing this equipment, Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia. The origins of this gear are somewhat convoluted. It was forged after he single-handedly invaded the territory of the celestial race, and, amidst the siege of thousands, managed to slay their deity, Lochmere's. The vivid memories of that battle remain firmly etched in his mind to this day, never to be forgotten. That confrontation was cataclysmic, leading to the obliteration of numerous factions under the celestial race's command. Following that, he thoroughly subdued the proud celestial race. All of this stemmed merely from Lin Fan's initial desire to acquire the ability to fly, which is an innate gift of the celestial race. He had his sights set on the black wings of their leader, which precipitated the subsequent conflict. As for the accusations leveled against him for invading their homeland, Lin Fan scoffed at such claims. After all, he was the sovereign of the undead race, and the constraints of the world held no sway over him. He would do as he pleased, unimpeded. Being a skeleton, he considered it a courtesy not to occupy their ancestral graves. At this moment, the equipment undoubtedly proved its worth once more. Although many skills remained untested, Lin Fan required only one at this juncture: winged concealment. As Lin Fan spoke, the black cloak behind him erupted with a radiant black light, and pure black feathers gracefully descended. Subsequently, the once resplendent crown upon Lin Fan's head vanished. The 10 divine rings disappeared as well. Along with the cloak he had been wearing, he reverted to a mere skeletal frame, appearing exceedingly frail, as if a gust of wind could scatter him. Yet, Lin Fan was acutely aware that they had not truly vanished. They still adorned his form, but no player could see through his disguise except himself. Having accomplished this, Lin Fan could now proceed with his intentions unreservedly. He swayed and vanished from the grassy expanse. Moments later, a flash of light heralded his arrival before the village chief's abode. That moment, the chief sat languidly on a large stone, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, with a hint of melancholy upon his face. "Chief!" Lin Fan interrupted his reverie without reservation, greeting him directly. Simultaneously, he activated the skill. "I have the Emperor, Village Chief level, LV-50 class, Archmage, character description, number 66666, Chief of the Novice Village." Hearing someone call out to him, the day's village chief snapped back to reality, having been 3 days since the server's reopening. The number of players seeking his quests had dwindled significantly, leaving him with ample leisure time, but he quickly suppressed his earlier melancholy, forcing a professional smile as he addressed Lin Fan. "Greetings, brave one from another world." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The village chief appeared formidable, possessing notable capabilities. Not only was he level 50, but he had also undergone the first awakening as a mage, attaining the rank of Archmage within the novice village. He was likely the most powerful human. "Are you of the skeleton race?" At this moment, the chief finally noticed that the figure before him was a mere skeletal frame, prompting a look of astonishment. Over the past days, he had hosted thousands of players, human, orc, and night elf. But a skeleton was a first for him, sparking his curiosity, for it was common knowledge that the skeleton race was a miserable existence, incapable of holding their own. The chief, in his youth, had witnessed a skeleton being relentlessly beaten, a pitiful sight indeed. Instantly, he projected that image onto Lin Fan, filled with concern for his future. Ding! Due to the chief's sympathy and compassion, the NPC village chief's favorability toward the player Lin Fan shifted from friendly to caring. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan found himself momentarily speechless. The game Holy Sovereign is strikingly realistic, with each NPC possessing vivid life and emotion. They naturally exhibit varying degrees of favor based on players' actions. To have Lin Fan's favorability transition from friendly to caring so swiftly was both amusing and surprising as a veteran player from 2 years prior. He understood the arduous nature of enhancing relationships with NPCs. Gifts and gear often yielded slow progress, and should one inadvertently offend an NPC, previous favor would plummet, rendering all efforts futile. Key NPCs like the village chief were even more sought after, with countless players vying to curry favor in hopes of garnering benefits. Thus, in recent days, many had approached the chief with idle chatter and offerings of materials, yet with little effect, maintaining merely a standard level of friendliness. Lin Fan, however, had ascended an entire tier simply by virtue of his skeleton race identity. Were others to learn of this, they might very well be driven to apoplexy. Lin Fan found it amusing that favorability could operate in such a manner. Fortunately, as a mere skeleton, his bony visage betrayed no expression, allowing the chief to remain oblivious to Lin Fan's inner thoughts. Instead, he continued to smile amiably as he retrieved a complete set of equipment from his backpack. The survival environment of the skeleton clan was indeed arduous. What a foolish child, he gazed at Lin Fan with a sigh, then shook his head, seemingly pained. He thought Lin Fan must have lost his mind for being so despondent. This set of equipment can only assist you up to this point, the village chief said earnestly, then solemnly handed the pristine novice gear to Lin Fan. Village chief's treasured novice longsword grade. Silver required level. No restrictions effect. Increases attack power by 10. Has a 20 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing an additional 200 damage. Equipment description. A treasured iron sword that the village chief has kept for many years, waiting for a fated individual to arrive. Village chief's treasured novice shorts grade. Bronze required level. No restrictions effect. Increases physical defense by 20. Village chief's treasure novice tunic. It can be said that this set of equipment bestowed by the village chief is extraordinarily luxurious for any novice. Apart from the other pieces being of bronze grade, the weapon given to Lin Fan was astonishingly a silver grade item. It is worth noting that silver equipment remains a rarity in the novice village. Scarcely encountered, the standard novice gear that an ordinary individual would obtain consists merely of a bronze longsword. Yet Lin Fan was directly gifted such a precious longsword by the village chief. This also underscores the importance of favorability. If Lin Fan were a complete novice, this set of equipment alone would enable him to stand out in the novice village, inciting envy from countless others. However, for Lin Fan at this moment, it was merely a heap of worthless scrap. After all, he was no ignorant novice. As Lin Fan was about to refuse the village chief's kindness, he caught sight of the chief's eager expression and ultimately swallowed his words. He nodded and reluctantly accepted the gift, donning the gear casually. After all, it would be rather impolite to outright decline such enthusiasm, so he merely pretended to acquiesce. In any case, he was currently in a guise, rendering this equipment little more than a decorative prop. Cough, cough. Having donned the village chief's treasured set, Lin Fan finally cleared his throat and revealed his true purpose for visiting. Village chief, I have come to undertake a novice quest. I wonder if there are any tasks available for me to accept? Accept a quest. The village chief pondered for a moment, then nodded. The east of our novice village, there is a goblin settlement. You are aware of it, I presume? He inquired. Lin Fan nodded. Although his memory was somewhat hazy, he could still vaguely recall the geographical layout of the novice village. The novice village was centrally located amidst 4 major monster settlements. Effectively surrounded by them, the east was indeed one of those settlements, home to the goblin population. Recently, those goblins have been quite restless, frequently invading the homes of our villagers, burning and pillaging, causing widespread panic among the populace. As a hero from another world, could you assist me in slaying 20 goblins? 20. Such a small number. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback, finding the quantity surprisingly scant. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he merely sought to experience life in this realm. Frankly speaking, whether it was 20 goblins or 20,000, it made little difference to him. Both could be dispatched with a mere flick of his finger. Just as Lin Fan was about to nod in agreement, a resounding voice suddenly interrupted him. Village chief, we have returned. The voice belonged to a man, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Lin Fan and the village chief immediately turned to look. It appeared to be a party of adventurers, consisting of 5 members, 4 men and 1 woman, among whom the one speaking seemed to be the leader, clad in armor and sporting tousled blonde hair. He waved his hand towards the village chief. "That you've returned." The village chief, clearly familiar with this group, responded with a smile. "Phew, I'm exhausted." The blonde leader quickly approached the village chief, then plopped down onto the ground. Tossing aside a large burlap sack, the sack, unbound, spilled its contents upon his movement. Clusters of herbs. "Village chief, gathering these 100 herbs has utterly worn our party out." As soon as he sat down, the blonde immediately began to complain to the village chief. The village chief chuckled, collecting the burlap sack before producing several gold coins from his backpack, handing them to the party members. "Thank you for your hard work. This is the reward for your task." Upon receiving the task reward in coins from the village chief, the expressions of the party members transformed, their complaints dissipating, and their eyes shimmering with excitement. After all, at the game's onset, the gold exchange system would not open until the main city was accessible. Thus, every coin was exceedingly precious, as without gold, one could neither repair equipment nor purchase essential potions. "Village chief, are there any other tasks available?" The blonde leader inquired, as their visit was not merely to report completion. They were eager to accept new quests, as this was their sole source of income. While defeating monsters could yield some coins, the drop rate was dismal. Often, the gold earned from a round of monster hunting would not even cover the cost of purchasing potions, making it an unwise endeavor. Therefore, unless one was exceptionally wealthy or seeking rapid advancement in levels, few would choose that route. Indeed, the village chief replied with a smile that "I have recently been practicing magic and am in need of several materials. Could you assist me in gathering another 100 mana flowers from the south of the village?" The village chief leisurely proposed another task. "Oh no, village chief." Upon hearing the village chief's words, the blonde leader immediately contorted his face into a grimace. Clearly reluctant to accept, gathering herbs was arduous work. Though devoid of risk, it was simply too exhausting. Their party had spent the entire day gathering herbs and had only just managed to collect 100. Each member was thoroughly drained and had no desire to endure another such experience. "Is there not a monster hunting task available?" The blonde leader quickly interjected. "Hunting tasks, you say?" The village chief, not angered by their reluctance, continued, "There is indeed one. Recently, the goblins to the east of the village have been quite unruly, continuously invading our villagers' homes, causing chaos and distress. Brave hero from another world, could you help me by slaying 5 goblin leaders?" The village chief said slowly, "At that moment, Lin Fan, who had been quietly standing by, felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. The quest the village chief had just mentioned seemed to mirror what he had expressed moments prior. However, the quest objectives were entirely different. He was tasked with slaying 20 goblins, while they were assigned to eliminate 5 goblin leaders. This was blatant discrimination. It was evident that the village chief deemed him incapable of combat, assigning him a relatively simple task. Although this was due to the village chief's high favorability towards him, it still left Lin Fan feeling somewhat exasperated. Who was he? He was the illustrious skeleton emperor. Yet here he was, being belittled while accepting a quest. This naturally left him feeling quite vexed, and yet he could not voice his grievances. After all, he was currently masquerading as a novice. His persona could not crumble. Lin Fan reminded himself that he was here to experience the life of an ordinary player. As Lin Fan found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Huang Mao, upon hearing the task, immediately perked up, thumping his chest as he accepted the assignment. Just as their team finished accepting the task and was preparing to depart, the village chief glanced at Lin Fan, who seemed poised to leave, and suddenly raised his brow, calling out to Huang Mao's team. The members of Huang Mao turned back in confusion. The chief, with a smile, addressed them. "This player beside me also intends to venture to the goblin village for a task. Why not let him join you?" Huang Mao and his companions were taken aback, halting their steps and directing their gaze towards the village chief. "Village chief, what do you mean by that?" Huang Mao, momentarily at a loss, thought the chief might be assigning them a new task, his expression tinged with excitement. After all, An additional task meant more rewards. No one ever complains about earning too little. Hearing Huang Mao's question, the village chief merely smiled, gesturing towards Lin Fan's position, saying, "This adventurer beside me also wishes to undertake a task in the goblin settlement. You should team up with him." Following the chiefs, Huang Mao and his companions felt as if they had stumbled upon an unimaginable sight. Their previously animated expressions fell flat, replaced by discomfort. Standing there was a player of the skeleton race, an utterly useless class. The chief was actually suggesting they bring this skeleton player along to the goblin task. Was he intentionally trying to make things difficult for them? It was common knowledge that skeleton players were deemed useless, akin to a level 5 weakling. Though they were a team of 5, the goblin task was already fraught with challenges. Now, with an additional burden, the difficulty had multiplied several times over. How could they possibly complete the task like this? "Village chief, this seems inappropriate," Huang Mao said with a strained expression, a hint of resignation evident in his voice. "Our 5-person team is already sufficient. Adding another player may hinder our progress." His meaning was clear. They felt that bringing Lin Fan along would not be a help, but rather a hindrance. Implicitly, he expressed his reluctance towards Lin Fan's presence. After all, who would want to drag a novice into their team, sharing precious experience points only for them to idle about? "Not at all. I believe this is quite beneficial," the village chief countered, dismissing Huang Mao's concerns as he feigned ignorance. With the backing of good rapport, the chief was inclined to offer Lin Fan some conveniences, though the task assigned to Lin Fan was exceedingly simple. Practically achievable by anyone, he still worried that Lin Fan might falter. After all, could a skeleton truly be considered a person? With just a drop of health, even the slightest mishap could lead to instant demise, let alone undertaking a task. Huang Mao found himself in a predicament. He could sense the chief's determination behind his words. It was clear he was being coerced into compliance, although Huang Mao could simply turn and walk away. Ignoring the chief's suggestion, he dared not do so. After all, the chief was the one assigning their tasks, and defying him could very well lead to a decrease in rapport. After much contemplation, Huang Mao reluctantly agreed to the chief's request. His expression sullen. At this point, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate, considering it a small contribution to the rapport. "All right, young man, you may proceed," the chief said with a smile, turning his attention to Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. Throughout this entire exchange, he had been treated as an afterthought, his voice ignored, akin to a mere pawn being shuffled about. Particularly, Huang Mao had displayed palpable resistance to his inclusion. How could he not perceive this? Yet, in light of the chief's goodwill, Lin Fan felt no significant resentment. After all, it was rather dull to be alone, and joining a team to experience interaction with other players seemed an appealing choice. 2 years prior, Lin Fan, as a skeleton, had endured the scorn of players and faced constant discrimination, with no one willing to form a team with him. Eventually, as he grew stronger, he became capable of facing formidable monsters alone, finding little need for the assistance of others. Thus, he had always been a solitary adventurer, never having tasted the camaraderie of a team. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he was determined not to let it slip by. He nodded and, disregarding Huang Mao's darkened expression, moved to the rear of their team. Feigning indifference, he was acutely aware of Huang Mao's displeasure, as he was essentially an unwelcome addition, forcefully inserted into their ranks. However, he remained unconcerned about Huang Mao's feelings. After all, who would care about the sentiments of an ant on the roadside? In the past, countless players had sought to team up with Lin Fan, hoping for a chance to join the illustrious skeleton lord in battle, with some even offering exorbitant sums, yearning for a moment in the presence of such a revered figure. Yet they had often received no response from Lin Fan. Now, Lin Fan had taken the initiative to join a team. Surely, those players would be astonished and elated. However, the members of Huang Mao's team were oblivious to the immense stroke of luck they had stumbled upon. Instead, lamenting the addition of what they perceived as a useless player, Lin Fan approached them. The male players in the team cast disparaging glances in his direction. The menace in Huang Mao's eyes was unmistakable, glaring at Lin Fan as if urging him to recognize the situation and leave. Yet, Lin Fan chose to ignore the intimidation, standing calmly in the rear, dismissing their threats. Just go," seeing Lin Fan resolutely sticking to them like a stubborn adhesive. Huang Mao could only snort coldly before leading the team away in a huff. After all, the village chief was still present, and he could not openly expel Lin Fan without publicly affronting the chief. Having walked a considerable distance away from the chief's residence, Huang Mao finally halted, casting a fierce glare at Lin Fan at the back of the group. "Warning, kid, I don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon to earn the chief's favor, but I advise you to leave our team at once. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. You'd better not humiliate yourself by clinging to us. Our team isn't a place for just anyone." Huang Mao unleashed a torrent of harsh word upon Lin Fan, his dissatisfaction with this uninvited guest having reached a boiling point. Had it not been for the chief's presence, he would have already expelled Lin Fan without a second thought. Upon hearing Huang Mao's tirade, the only girl in the group displayed a look of discomfort, while the other male players nodded in agreement. From the beginning, they had never regarded Lin Fan highly, viewing him merely as a novice trying to leech off their experience. In the fiercely competitive environment of the game, that fellow undoubtedly threatened their progress, dragging them down in their pursuit of leveling up. Yet in response to Huang Mao's words, Lin Fan remained unfazed, calmly questioning, "Why do you believe that my presence with you constitutes humiliation?" "Humph, do I even need to explain?" Huang Mao scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Lin Fan. "Skeletons have but a single drop of health. Don't even mention the formidable goblin captain. Just a goblin infant could easily take you out. Players like you with such a lack of sense would be better off admiring the scenery in the novice village rather than seeking to put yourself in harm's way." Lin Fan, however, was unperturbed by these words. He had heard similar taunts countless times over the years, his ears practically calloused from the repetition. Faced with Huang Mao's intimidation, he simply offered a succinct retort that left Huang Mao speechless. "If you want me to leave, I will do so, but I will inform the village chief of your words that I fear that by then, the favorability between you and him may not appear very favorable," Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, realizing that the one being threatened had ultimately become himself. "You!" Huang Mao exclaimed, his face flushing crimson with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Fan's statement had indeed struck a chord. Everyone knew that the village chief was the most pivotal character in the novice village. Even the initial job change had to go through the chief's hands. Should one fall out of favor with the chief, it could very well mean being unable to leave the novice village. At that moment, with Lin Fan leveraging the chief's favorability as a threat, how could they possibly withstand it? Huang Mao, in his exasperation, felt an overwhelming urge to cleave Lin Fan in two with the sword he held. "Very well. You are quite something." Huang Mao was so infuriated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts, repeating the word "good" 3 times while nearly exploding with rage. He had never encountered someone so brazenly connected, utterly shameless. Moreover, the fact that Lin Fan had joined their party seemed to have been irrevocably cemented under the weight of his threat. Although Lin Fan's inclusion in the team was now a fait accompli, the other members still harbored some discontent. As they journeyed, whispers of disapproval circulated among them. "Damn it, what a shameless person." Indeed, this game is filled with all sorts of characters, and some just have to leech off experience. "We must have drawn the short straw to encounter someone like this." Their remarks were loud and unrestrained, clearly intended for Lin Fan to hear, seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. "All right, please stop talking." The only female player in the group finally interjected. She stepped forward to halt the insults from her teammates, that we are all allies here. Now that we've formed a party, we should work together to defeat the little monsters. She waved her hand gently at everyone, attempting to mediate. Seeing a girl speak up for Lin Fan, the male players felt constrained by pride and could not continue their tirade. They could only huff in annoyance and turn their heads away. Though their disdain was still palpable, it appeared that despite the female player's intervention, they did not truly regard Lin Fan as a teammate. Intrigued by this female player, Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times. Her ID read E, and she was also human, though she appeared to have chosen the priest profession. Dressed in a pristine white priest robe that elegantly concealed her figure while revealing her graceful curves. She was indeed captivating. Her features were striking, with a delicate nose and long hair cascading to her shoulders, exuding vitality, a quintessential beauty at that moment, as if sensing Lin Fan's gaze, Yi turned to him and playfully stuck out her pink tongue, apologetically yet adorably saying, "I'm sorry, my teammate has a bit of a temper." Lin Fan merely shook his head in response, indicating that he was unperturbed. After all, he did not regard the provocations of mere ants as worthy of his attention. From the beginning until now, apart from Yi, he had not spared a glance at any of the players in Huang Mao's party. With Yi's mediation, the tension within the party seemed to dissipate somewhat. Subsequently, the group traveled in silence, led by Captain Huang Mao, until they reached the marketplace in the novice village. This marketplace served as the trade hub of the entire novice village, where many essential transactions took place. It was bustling with shops offering indispensable resources for players, such as potion vendors, blacksmiths, and various other establishments. The task involving goblins did not appear to be an easy one, according to information gleaned from the forums. The goblin squad leader was roughly level 8, posing quite a challenge in their party. Aside from E at level 4, most members were level 5, making this quest somewhat daunting for them. Thus, it was prudent to stock up on potions in case of emergencies. In the marketplace, Huang Mao gathered his team to discuss the strategy for this mission. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was effectively excluded from the conversation, treated as though he were invisible, under the guise of his disguise. Lin Fan's level could be altered at will, which is why the others perceived him as still being at level 3.as for E, being a priest who could provide support and healing. She was deemed somewhat useful. However, for Lin Fan, whether he was present or not made little difference. They were merely content that he wouldn't drag them down. As Huang Mao concluded his instructions, the others nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Consequently, they marched towards the potion shop, eager to purchase some potions. However, it was still a fair distance away, requiring them to traverse 2 long streets to reach it. Along the way, Huang Mao and his companions wore rather grim expressions, even appearing somewhat ashen. Many adventurers they encountered along the route cast curious glances at their party, pointing and whispering. They wondered if these players had lost their minds by including a level 3 skeleton in their ranks. Wasn't that akin to inviting disaster upon themselves? Huang Mao and his companions felt increasingly frustrated, nearly driven to madness by the peculiar stares directed at them. Their disdain for Lin Fan intensified with each passing moment. If it weren't for him, how could their party have attracted so much scorn? Yet, oblivious to the scrutiny, Lin Fan ambled leisurely at the back of the group, taking a keen interest in the surrounding environment. For him, this was part of experiencing life. Initially, his sole focus had been on growing stronger, disregarding many of the enjoyable aspects of the game. Now that he had achieved invincibility, it was only fitting to make amends for lost time. In stark contrast to Lin Fan's relaxed demeanor, Huang Mao and his companions finally arrived at the potion shop. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman with a fearsome countenance, her eyes bulging as though everyone owed her money, exuding an unfriendly aura. Upon the arrival of Huang Mao's party, she merely retrieved the potions with an indifferent demeanor, preparing to sell. Red potion grade, basic required level, none effect, restores 150 health points upon use. Can be used every 3 seconds. Price, 1 gold for 5 potions. Upon seeing the prices, Huang Mao felt a pang of regret. After all, they had only earned 5 gold coins from their previous quest. Now, purchasing potions would deplete a significant portion of their earnings. However, it was a necessity, and there was no room for negotiation. Just as they were about to pay for the potions, the irritable shopkeeper suddenly noticed Lin Fan, who was admiring the scenery at the back of the crowd. Without warning, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Is that skeleton part of your team?" she demanded, her expression darkening as she glared at Huang Mao. "Yes, what of it?" Huang Mao, still reeling from the loss of gold, answered absent-mindedly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He recalled hearing a rumor that the owner of this potion shop harbored an intense hatred for the undead, believing that contact with them would bring curses and calamity upon oneself. What? Sure enough, in the next moment, the already menacing face of the potion shop owner, Mora, transformed into a mask of fury. She erupted with rage, as if a powder keg had been ignited, unleashing a spell that indiscriminately targeted Huang Mao and his companions. Boom! An explosion resonated through the cobblestone streets of the marketplace. Many were startled by the sudden turn of events, casting astonished glances in their direction. Huang Mao's party was no exception. They hurriedly dodged, narrowly escaping the spell's blast radius. Yet they were still a fraction too late. Their health points plummeted, leaving them with only half their vitality. On the brink of death, you skeleton scum, perish! Before Huang Mao and the others could respond, Mora leaped from the shop, conjuring another spell that she hurled toward a specific target. Lin Fan. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, his years of battle experience allowed him to react swiftly. With a subtle movement of his body, he deftly sidestepped Mora's attack. Dare to evade. The wretched scion of the skeleton clan should obediently perish like a wild dog. How audacious to appear before me. Clearly, you're tired of living. The anger flared on Mora's face upon witnessing Lin Fan evade her strike. She conjured a multitude of spells once more, unleashing them frantically at Lin Fan. Her curses echoing in the air as if she sought to reduce him to ashes. The once smooth cobblestone street was soon riddled with deep craters from the explosions. Players in the marketplace fled in panic, terrified of becoming casualties of Mora's wrath. Yet, amidst the cacophony of thunderous blasts, Lin Fan remained unscathed at the epicenter of the battlefield. He navigated through the fiery chaos with an air of ease. As though on a leisurely stroll, he dodged. Countless overlapping phantoms flickered around him, elusive yet precise, allowing him to narrowly evade Mora's relentless onslaught, rendering her efforts futile. This was the culmination of the supreme magic he had mastered from the Night Clan, known as the Stormlord Surge. Empowered by this spell, Lin Fan's speed escalated to an utterly terrifying level, augmented by a 100 evasion rate. This meant that no matter how powerful the attack, he could effortlessly evade it. Though Mora was a level 40 sorceress, she was evidently at a loss when faced with Lin Fan, a level 100 adversary. Meanwhile, observing the swirling smoke that obscured both their figures, Huang Mao, filled with trepidation, patted his chest. Had fortune not favored them, they would have perished moments ago. However, turning to behold the continuous explosions emanating from the potion shop, a cruel smile crept onto Huang Mao's face. Well struck. Let us see how this worthless fool escapes. When he dies and returns to level 0, I wonder if he'll still have the audacity to trail behind us. Huang Mao spoke with a sinister tone. Indeed, chimed in a nearby male player, eager to echo his sentiment. Although the old woman had lost her mind, she inadvertently did them a favor. Let us ruthlessly eliminate this ignorant fool of the skeleton clan. The expressions of Huang Mao's team gleamed with satisfaction, momentarily forgetting that they had narrowly escaped death at Mora's hands. They had been frustrated by their inability to discipline Lin Fan due to the village chief's interference. But now fortune had smiled upon them. With a level 40 sorceress in action, that mere level 3 skeleton was surely doomed. Contrary to the crowd's gleeful anticipation for Lin Fan's demise, the sole individual harboring concern for him was the previously mentioned beautiful player. Her hands clenched tightly together, her eyes filled with worry as she gazed into the obscuring smoke. Being teammates, she longed to rush forward to assist Lin Fan. Yet, the overwhelming magic held her back. Should she recklessly charge in, a single spell could easily obliterate her frail form. What a magnificent explosion! Huang Mao and his companions grew increasingly enthusiastic, even raising their fists to cheer for Mora. They displayed none of the concern that a team leader should for a teammate facing unjust treatment. However, their cheers had scarcely lingered when they suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Why is this guy still alive? Huang Mao remarked slowly. The skeleton only had a drop of health left, and Mora's barrage has persisted for at least 5 or 6 seconds. How can he still be conjuring magic? This should not be possible. That worthless skeleton should have perished long ago. As if answering their doubts, the onslaught abruptly ceased, plunging the area into an eerie silence. The eyes of Huang Mao and his companions widened in astonishment. It appeared that Mora had finally dispatched the skeleton. Their hearts swelled with delight as they exchanged smiles and collectively applauded, relieved to rid themselves of the experience-hungry nuisance. Yet their smiles froze in an instant, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. Emerging from the dissipating smoke was Mora, her face showing signs of fatigue. To their disbelief, another figure stood resolutely amidst the craters. This shadow stood calmly on the battered ground. Exuding an air of authority akin to a regal emperor, his skeletal frame glowing with a pale luminescence. It was none other than Lin Fan, utterly unscathed. What? Upon sighting Lin Fan, the Huang Mao team gasped in disbelief. Their expressions filled with incredulity. They had envisioned Lin Fan as nothing more than a shattered heap of bones, lamenting his fate at the spawn point. Yet to their utter astonishment, he had survived the relentless magical assault, while Mora appeared drained and gasping for breath. As if her energy had been exhausted. Now it is my turn. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with dark crimson flames, a harbinger of the storm to come. He regarded Mora with an indifferent gaze, his voice devoid of emotion. Slowly, he raised his right hand, channeling a powerful transcendent spell that took shape before him. As he approached, a sense of imminent danger radiated from him, sending a shiver down Mora's spine as if the specter of death were advancing towards her. "You filthy, despicable skeleton clan. Do you dare to confront me face to face?" Yet, Mora remained unfazed, attributing her disorientation to fatigue from her recent spell casting. She dismissed the ominous feeling, believing it solely to be her own issue, never associating it with Lin Fan in her eyes. He was merely a low-level skeleton, unworthy of existence, and incapable of posing any real threat. Listening to Mora's taunts, Lin Fan's lips curled into a barely perceptible, cold smile. Although he had been evading her attacks, it was not out of fear, but rather contemplation on how to best punish this unreasonable madwoman before him. Now he decided. He raised his right hand slowly, an invisible energy swelling to monstrous proportions, ready to obliterate both Mora and her potion shop in one fell swoop. "Stop!" Just as Lin Fan prepared to unleash his magic, an urgent voice pierced the air beside him. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the commotion. That a squad clad in gleaming white armor approached rapidly, swords sheathed at their waists, emblazoned with the word guard across their chests. They were the guards of the novice village, tasked with maintaining order and safety. As they arrived, they were taken aback by the sight of the numerous craters. One of them stepped forward and addressed the gathering players. "I am Kyle, the captain of the guard. What transpired here? Are you not aware that fighting is prohibited in the marketplace?" His authoritative voice quelled the chaotic atmosphere. Immediately, a well-meaning player stepped forward to explain the situation to Captain Kyle. The more Kyle listened, the deeper his frown became, quickly grasping that the incident stemmed from Mora's unprovoked aggression towards the skeleton clan. Upon seeing the guard arrive, Yi's face brightened with hope. Lin Fan was safe. She promptly stepped forward to address Kyle. "Captain, we merely came to purchase some potions when the owner of this shop suddenly attacked, intending to harm my teammate." Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with indignation. Although Lin Fan's survival had relieved her, Mora's actions had certainly invoked the ire of this spirited girl with a strong sense of justice. Seizing the opportunity, she wasted no time in reporting Mora to Captain Kyle. Unexpectedly, Kyle proceeded towards Lin Fan's position as if he had not heard a word, and with a tone of righteous indignation, proclaimed, "I am already aware of the entire sequence of events, and I know precisely who ought to be punished. Player Tian Fan, why did you deliberately provoke the potion shop's mistress, Moira, inciting her to take action against you?" This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. Those with discerning eyes understood that Lin Fan had done nothing wrong. It was the mistress, Moira, who acted irrationally and initiated the attack, which had nothing to do with Lin Fan at all. Yet at this moment, Kyle's words were clearly intended to shield Moira, shifting the blame entirely onto Lin Fan. "Captain Kyle, what is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing Kyle's statement, Yi was momentarily taken aback. She doubted her own hearing and quickly addressed Kyle. "Captain Kyle, have you made a mistake? It was clearly Moira who instigated the incident." However, Kyle disregarded Yi's anxious interjections and glared at Lin Fan with a malevolent expression, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Tian Fan, do you acknowledge your guilt? Publicly provoking others in broad daylight warrants a 3-day imprisonment according to the laws of the novice village," Kyle declared solemnly, evidently having already condemned Lin Fan without regard for any counterarguments. Naturally, he was not foolish. He understood that the underlying reasons had little to do with Lin Fan. However, the mistress of the potion shop, Moira, was a figure he simply could not afford to offend. It is well known that the duties of the guards extend far beyond merely protecting the village. They often receive tasks to hunt down monsters, for which potions are indispensable. Moira's potion shop is the most affordable in the entire market. Kyle was acutely aware of the stakes involved in potentially incurring her wrath over a mere incident. Such animosity could lead to him spending significantly more coin in the future, a scenario he was keen to avoid. In his eyes, this skeletal player held no sway and was the perfect scapegoat. The onlookers were not oblivious to Kyle's intentions, yet the atmosphere remained tense and silent, with no one willing to step forward to defend Lin Fan. Rather, they seemed to take a morbid interest in the unfolding drama. To them, it was simply a matter of a foolish skeleton being imprisoned. Perhaps the jail would even be a safer haven for him. Indeed, I witnessed it too. This skeletal brat was the one who first provoked Mistress Moira. An astute player quickly seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves, jumping forth to twist the narrative. Absolutely, I saw it. Moira was left with no choice but to act. The blame lies squarely with that despicable skeleton. Thus, the situation was utterly reversed. Lin Fan, the greatest victim, was now vilified as the perpetrator, subject to the disdain of all. The prison seems like a fitting choice for a crawling skeleton at this moment. Moira smirked, having maintained an air of calm throughout, as if she had anticipated this very outcome. Now, she wore a victorious smile as she mercilessly mocked Lin Fan. "You are slandering us." Eve could no longer contain herself. Confronted with the crowd's accusations, she leapt forward to berate Kyle. "If you continue to shout, I will have you arrested for complicity in this wrongdoing." Kyle, clearly frustrated by Yi's incessant meddling, appeared ready to dismiss her entirely. "Bring this unruly skeleton player directly to jail," he commanded, eager to leave the scene and instructing the nearby guards to apprehend Lin Fan. Those who know their place should stand aside. This kid must be terrified. The guards, sharing Kyle's sentiments, eagerly prepared to act, not forgetting to taunt Lin Fan. Just as they were about to close in on him, a powerful shockwave suddenly sent the guards sprawling away. The once arrogant guards cried out as they were violently hurled aside. Lin Fan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his gaze fixed on Kyle, devoid of any emotion. With a casual flex of his fingers, he declared, "I wonder who dares to lay a hand on me today?" As those words left Lin Fan's lips, the bustling marketplace fell into an eerie silence. As if a pin could be heard dropping, everyone found themselves a loss for words, their throats constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. For reasons unknown, Lin Fan's statement struck them like a heavy hammer to the heart. Though his words were simple, they conjured images of impending bloodshed in their minds. An overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped the marketplace. A presence only someone who had faced countless battles could possess. Still dare to be defiant. The most alarmed was none other than Captain Kyle. Occupying a position of authority, he had witnessed many scenes of chaos. Yet inexplicably, he found himself intimidated by this mere level 3 skeleton. He felt as though he were a mere insect, with Lin Fan possessing the power to dictate his fate with a single word. This feeling filled him with shame. How could he be cowed by a worthless being? Enraged, he raised his hand and shouted at the nearby guards. "What are you waiting for? You can't capture a level 3 wretch. Get moving." Upon hearing Kyle's reckless words, Lin Fan merely shook his head in silence. Raising a hand to conjure a spell, as the spell descended, it threatened to annihilate the entire marketplace. In his view, any place that dared to defy him deserved to vanish entirely. As for the myriad NPCs and players present, their fates were of no concern to him. He was simply in a foul mood. Though this would prevent him from adventuring with the squad, he was indifferent. There were countless squads. The demise of this batch of ants was inconsequential. Stop. Just as tensions peaked and conflict seemed imminent, a voice filled with urgency interrupted the escalating situation. The newcomer appeared breathless, sweat beading on their forehead from exertion. It was none other than the village chief. "What is happening here?" The village chief rushed forward, standing defiantly before the guards, his voice tinged with anger. He had clearly been alarmed by Moira's earlier commotion. Kyle was taken aback, never expecting that the village chief would intervene in this matter. After all, The village chief was the most authoritative figure in the novice village. Kyle, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly bowed to the village chief, stating, "My lord, we are here to apprehend a player who has allegedly provoked another. That player's attitude has been quite defiant, refusing to comply with our orders." That he pointed at Lin Fan, embellishing the narrative with a flourish. Internally, he smirked, relishing the thought of how this skeleton would fare now that the village chief had entered the fray. The chief had always detested such behavior. However, before Kyle's smirk could linger, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain across his cheek, causing him to gasp in shock. He clutched his face, momentarily stunned, only to realize that the one who had struck him was none other than the village chief. His anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by confusion as he cautiously asked, "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Kyle was filled with bewilderment. According to his account, Lin Fan was the instigator. Why then was the village chief punishing him? Fool! The village chief's response was not one of explanation, but rather another stinging slap. The force of it left Kyle seeing stars, nearly causing him to faint. "You dare touch someone I have specifically instructed you to protect. Have you lost your minds? A level 3 skeleton provoking a level 40 Moira? Are you all brainless?" The village chief admonished, practically seething with fury, as if he wished to kick Kyle out of sight. The village chief, astute and cunning as he was, immediately grasped the entirety of the situation upon seeing Lin Fan and Emola. He was well aware of Kyle's ulterior motives. In the past, he might have feigned ignorance, adopting the role of mediator to let the matter slide. However, Lin Fan was the very individual he had taken special care to look after today. And Kyle was indeed one of his subordinates. To have his subordinate brazenly attempt to apprehend a player under his protection was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. As a superior, how could he possibly tolerate such an affront? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and with a swift kick, he struck the captain of the guard, Kyle, squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying across the ground. It was no jest. The village chief was a level 50 entity, while Kyle barely reached level 20, nearly losing half of his health from that single blow. Writhing in pain, Kyle curled up on the ground. The earlier air of arrogance stripped away, leaving only a visage contorted with agony. The chief's actions left the surrounding players in stunned silence. They had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, eager to witness how the skeletal youth would be apprehended. Yet, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The village chief, seemingly acting to protect Lin Fan, had thoroughly thrashed the guard captain. Kyle? What on earth was happening? Their jaws nearly dropped. Was the background of this skeletal youth truly so formidable? "Village chief, please allow me to explain." It was this fellow, yet Kyle remained oblivious to his own missteps, desperately attempting to defend himself. Seeing him audaciously persist in his defiance, the village chief unleashed another fierce barrage upon Kyle. He then furiously declared, "You dare lay a hand on a player under my protection? Do you not regard me at all?" It was only then, battered and on the brink of despair, that Kyle realized the gravity of his blunder. He had dared to provoke a being that was beyond reproach. Lin Fan was under the village chief's protection. A cold sweat broke out as he comprehended the folly of his actions. "You'd best resign from your position as captain of the guard and leave at once." The village chief's fury remained unquenched, his expression dark as he addressed Kyle. "Please, village chief, spare me this once." Upon hearing this, Kyle was truly alarmed. He had toiled for decades to attain this position, and now, in a single instant, he faced losing it all. "I beg you, village chief, show me mercy. I promise I won't err again." Kyle pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face as he implored the chief to reconsider. But the village chief's countenance remained ominously grim, showing no sign of relenting. At that moment, Kyle's peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Fan, who had been standing there all along. That a glimmer of hope flickered in his despondent eyes. Yes, Lin Fan was the source of it all. If Lin Fan could forgive him, perhaps the village chief would be inclined to grant him clemency. Thus, in a bid to salvage his future, Kyle scrambled to Lin Fan's feet, kneeling and fervently bowing his head in supplication. "Grandfather Skeleton, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, show mercy and intercede on my behalf with the village chief." Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, Kyle continued to bow, striking his forehead against the ground until blood oozed forth, adopting an appearance of earnest contrition, as if he might as well be calling out for a father. The surrounding players were utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the same Kyle who had once exuded such dominance and arrogance? Here he was, bowing before a level 3 skeleton. Get lost! Lin Fan, however, remained indifferent, delivering a swift kick that sent Kyle flying through the air. Kyle was launched like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, motionless, his face ashen. He realized his future was irrevocably ruined. His thoughtless attempt to curry favor with Mo La, the potion shop owner, had resulted in this irreversible outcome. Someone, take him away, the village chief commanded in a low voice, and the nearby guards, rendered speechless, hastily complied, hauling the thoroughly humiliated Kyle away. Are you all right? Once the dust settled, the village chief approached Lin Fan with a note of concern. Lin Fan casually shook his head and extinguished the magic in his hands. Unbeknownst to the village chief, this seemingly innocuous act had salvaged the fates of both players and NPCs in the marketplace, accomplishing a truly monumental deed. However, at that moment, the village chief was oblivious to the fact that he had just saved the world. His expression brightened, transforming into a smile as he clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder, saying, "It's all well and good," in response to the chief's warmth. Lin Fan merely nodded and turned to leave. He had no desire to linger any longer. The onlooking players were utterly dumbfounded. What manner of being was this skeletal player? The village chief had actively intervened on his behalf, and now he was so cordial. Yet the skeleton had the audacity to ignore it all and walk away, to turn his back on the village chief and the multitude of players present without a hint of hesitation was nothing short of audacious. The village chief was the most powerful figure in the entire novice village. Typically, when he sought a conversation, players would be both flattered and eager to engage with him further. Yet this skeletal player simply walked away, unperturbed. They were unaware that the village chief, who seemed a towering figure in their eyes, was merely a slightly larger ant to Lin Fan. He had no need to ingratiate himself with him. In fact, the village chief ought to express gratitude for Lin Fan's mercy toward the novice village. Had it not been for the chief's intervention, Lin Fan would have effortlessly dispatched the troublemakers with but a finger. Yet, gazing at Lin Fan's retreating figure, the village chief felt no anger. Instead, he nodded in approval. Having endured the scrutiny of so many while being deliberately provoked by the guards, Lin Fan remained remarkably composed. Truly, he was a young man of resilient spirit. The chief mused silently, bestowing high praise upon him. Ding! Due to your outstanding composure amidst adversity, the NPC village chief's affection for you has increased from concern to admiration. The system notification echoed in Lin Fan's ears, causing his previously steady pace to falter momentarily. Lin Fan found himself bemused. Could it be that the village chief harbored some peculiar inclinations? Upon returning to the Huang Mao team, each member bore a peculiar expression. Huang Mao and the others were visibly dismayed, as if they had just consumed something exceedingly bitter. They had calculated every possibility, believing they could finally rid themselves of this nuisance. Yet, in the end, it was he who had escaped, and Kyle was the one apprehended. What had transpired? In contrast, he appeared considerably more cheerful. She bounced over to Lin Fan, patting her chest, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Thank goodness the village chief arrived. Otherwise, you would have been wrongfully accused. She cast a fierce glare in Kyle's direction, indignantly adding, "Humph, losing his job is the best outcome for such a scoundrel." Lin Fan found her reaction amusing, and for reasons unknown, a warmth stirred within him. After such a lengthy time, it was the first instance he had felt concern from another player. This peculiar feeling enveloped him, bringing a sense of comfort. By the way, Tian Fan Gij, why does the village chief treat you so well? At that moment, he leaned in closer, curiously uttering Lin Fan's game ID. The other players present, including her, could discern that the village chief's demeanor towards Lin Fan was particularly friendly. He had even defended him publicly, dealing with the guard captain, a level of rapport that was not easily achieved. That. Lin Fan shrugged it off, casually responding, "His affection for me is one of admiration. So perhaps he treats me a bit better." The team merely speculated, feeling somewhat bemused by the village chief's peculiar fondness. which led him to suspect that the chief might indeed possess unusual inclinations. However, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the others did not share the same sentiment. Their mouths gaped wide open, as if they could swallow an elephant whole. He was equally astonished. Everyone knew how arduous it was to enhance the village chief's favorability. Yet, Lin Fan's implication suggested that his favorability had increased by 2 levels. How on earth was that achieved? Wow, Brother Tian Fan, you are truly remarkable. I've been trying to increase the village chief's favorability for days without success. Upon hearing this, Yi, who had initially been agape, was now filled with admiration. Perhaps it was due to the rarity of the skeleton race. Lin Fan also could not fathom the reason, merely speculating. Indeed, given the harsh living conditions of the skeleton race, it must be so. It nodded in agreement. I could see that moment. The group with the yellow hair began to realize why the village chief was so attentive to Lin Fan. It turned out to be mere sympathy towards his identity as a skeleton. Consequently, their astonishment morphed into disdain. Simultaneously, jealousy crept in as they thought, it's just because of our inferior race that he received the village chief's pity. I thought he was something extraordinary. In the end, he is merely a level 3 novice, relying on borrowed power. Yellow hair swiftly regained the superiority he felt when facing Lin Fan, continuing to gesture towards him, saying, "Don't think that just because you're with the village chief, you can act like a big shot in our team. If you hold us back, I want to be polite." He then arrogantly led the group toward another potion shop. After the incident with the potion shop owner, Mora, it was clear they could no longer purchase potions from her. Thus, they had to go to another potion shop on the opposite side of the market. Unbeknownst to everyone, as they departed, Lin Fan seemed to pause briefly as he passed by Mora's potion shop. He then returned to normal, following behind the group once more. Damn dog, at that moment. Mora glared at Lin Fan's retreating figure, her teeth gritting in anger. Since Kyle had just been punished, she naturally had a part in it. She had just returned from being scolded by the village chief and now had to bear a substantial repair cost. This was intolerable, and she had been simmering with rage. She spat at Lin Fan. "You better not let me catch you in a vulnerable moment. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death." However, just as she finished her threat and turned to return to her shop, a wave of dread suddenly engulfed her. She then horrifiedly noticed something glowing beneath her feet. The glow intensified rapidly, flooding her vision. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful energy erupted from beneath her. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave surged outward. A cloud of explosive smoke immediately enveloped the area, as Mora and her potion shop were reduced to ashes in the wake of the magical explosion, leaving not even a bone behind. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the market were struck with astonishment, their gazes fixed on the remnants of Mora's shop. All that remained was a pile of charred ruins, amidst which Mora lay on a heap of blazing timber. Her body blackened, hair disheveled, and her eyes vacant, seemingly devoid of life. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Simultaneously, the announcement from the novice village rang in every player's ears. Ding, due to unknown reasons. Potion shop owner Mora has died. Mora's potion shop in the market is permanently closed. What? Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, bewildered as to what had transpired. How could Mora's potion shop explode out of the blue? Moreover, the explosion's radius seemed to have been meticulously calculated, neither too large nor too small, precisely confined within the bounds of Mora's shop, sparing the neighboring establishments. Did you not see how the owners of those 2 shops were now huddled in the corner, trembling in fear? Meanwhile, the village chief, who had not strayed far, rushed to the scene upon hearing the village announcement, his face etched with shock. He quickly attempted to lift Mora's body, but it was too late. She was already a charred corpse, utterly lifeless. The village chief sensed the residual magical energy in the air. A chill gripped his heart. As a level 50 Grand Mage, he was inherently sensitive to magic. Yet, the lingering magical aura around him filled him with a profound sense of dread. What on earth had transpired here? The village chief's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably down the other side. The members of the yellow-haired squad also heard the novice village announcement and were equally astonished. Engaging in animated discussions, he was clearly taken aback. Realizing that mere moments after their departure, the very shopkeeper who had just been scolding them had met her demise, she looked at Lin Fan, bewildered, and asked Brother Tian Fan, "What do you think?" Lin Fan merely shook his head nonchalantly, casually extinguishing a barely detectable control-type remote magic in his hand, and smiled. "Revenge is not immediate. The time has yet to come. If you wish to seek vengeance, I am afraid I, Lin Fan, will not grant you any opportunity." "What do you mean, Brother Tian Fan?" He was left perplexed by his words, tilting her head in innocent curiosity. "Nothing." However, Lin Fan had no intention of elaborating. The one who killed Mora was indeed him. He had briefly paused in front of Mora's shop just moments ago. In that fleeting instant, Lin Fan had set up dozens of explosive spells before Mora's shop, each powerful enough to obliterate her and her establishment. Yet, true to his cautious nature, he had laid out several more spells. Additionally, he had carefully cast protective spells on the neighboring shops, ensuring they would not suffer from the explosion. Although the destruction of other shops held no consequence for him, he intended to convey a clear message. "I am targeting you, and what can you do about it?" Mora, the reckless woman who attacked without discernment and colluded with others to frame him, would never escape unscathed. Not everyone possessed the right to challenge him, but a simple reprimand from the village chief would not suffice. The price for offending him was death. As Lin Fan mused, the group arrived at another shop. This one was also a potion shop, albeit with significantly less foot traffic than Mora's. The proprietor was a middle-aged man, whose expression appeared rather lackluster, clearly not accustomed to many customers, upon seeing the arrival of the yellow-haired group. His eyes lit up, and he warmly invited them to buy something. "What can I get for you, esteemed guests?" he cheerfully greeted, then turned to present a large assortment of potions and elixirs. However, upon seeing the prices of these potions, the expressions of Yellow Hair and his companions soured instantly. They looked rather displeased and directed their ire towards the shopkeeper, Uncle Walker, saying, "Why is it that in other shops it's 5 potions for 1 gold coin? Yet here it's only 3. That's outrageous." Yellow Hair immediately contemplated walking away. The prices were exorbitant, and he suspected they were being taken for fools. "Please, don't go." Uncle Walker, alarmed by Yellow Hair's words, hurriedly pleaded, "This is our standard price. If that's the case, then why is it that Mora's shop sells 5 potions for 1 gold coin?" Yellow Hair retorted with a cold laugh, seemingly intent on exposing Uncle Walker's deceit. In response to Yellow Hair's skepticism, Uncle Walker could only manage a wry smile, explaining, "There are several potion shops in this market, and most sell at this price. 3 potions for 1 gold coin. Only Mora's shop is an exception, offering the cheapest prices in the entire market." It was during one of her experiments that she inadvertently discovered a method of alchemy capable of significantly reducing costs, leading to a remarkable decrease in expenses. However, we remain unaware of the details and are compelled to maintain exorbitant prices for our potions. Thus, our situation is quite dire, as customers flock to Mora's establishment. It was only upon hearing Walker's account that the others realized the true nature of the circumstances. Yet now, with Mora's inexplicable demise, they are faced with the daunting prospect of spending even more gold on potions. This sudden turn of events left them all in disbelief. "Captain, what should we do?" One member of the team, uncertain and anxious, turned to Huang Mao for guidance. The price of 1 gold coin for 3 potions was exorbitant. They were struggling to afford it. Huang Mao stammered, caught off guard. Deep down, he was reluctant to make a purchase, but as the captain, turning away now would be too embarrassing. "Hey, old man, let me take a look at that potion." At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Lin Fan standing at the front of the shop, extending his hand toward Uncle Walker with an air of arrogance, seemingly eager to inspect the potions on display. "Sure," Uncle Walker replied readily, handing the potion to Lin Fan. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's actions, Huang Mao seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, accusingly pointing at Lin Fan. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't touch other people's belongings. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?" However, Lin Fan completely ignored Huang Mao, examining the bottle in his hand with keen interest. The vial contained a red liquid, a health potion crafted by Uncle Walker. Merely shaking it, Lin Fan discerned its entire composition. To him, This red potion appeared rather rudimentary, composed simply of water mixed with healing herbs like the huiyang flower and the healing grass. Not only were the raw materials exceedingly basic, but the method of crafting was also appallingly poor, nearly depleting the original properties of the ingredients. It was no wonder this was merely a low-tier health potion, yet sold at such a steep price. Uncle Walker seemed to be nothing more than a mediocre alchemist. Have you finished looking? If you're done, hurry up and return it. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty when you lack the coin? Huang Mao's irritation escalated as Lin Fan disregarded his words. If not for Lin Fan's identity as a member of the skeleton clan, they would have already procured their potions from Mora's shop. Avoiding this predicament entirely, Uncle, how about we strike a deal? I'll teach you alchemy, and in return, you'll give me some potions for free to tea this moment. Lin Fan uttered a statement that left everyone dumbfounded. He was actually proposing a trade with Uncle Walker. The content of the deal was to teach an experienced alchemist like Walker the art of potion making. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Go to the back and behave. Huang Mao could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in frustration. He felt he was on the brink of madness, with so few potion shops in the market. If Lin Fan offended the shopkeeper, they would truly have nowhere left to buy potions. Was Lin Fan deliberately complicating her situation? Not only Huang Mao and his team, but even Uncle Walker was momentarily taken aback. Before scoffing, young man, your words seem rather presumptuous. While my alchemical skills may not rival Mora's, I am among the best in our novice village. How could you possibly teach me? Don't come here pretending to be something you're not. Just leave. Huang Mao quickly chimed in. Uncle Walker has been running this shop for over a decade. Do you really think your skills, having only played the game for less than 2 days as a skeleton, can compare? Don't overestimate yourself. Tian Fan, just because you have the village chief's favor doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Walker, don't you often experience explosions while crafting the red potion? Just as Lin Fan casually dropped this remark, Uncle Walker's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of surprise. Are you unable to understand human speech? Get out of here. But before Huang Mao could continue, a thunderous roar interrupted him. Silence. Uncle Walker's bellow reverberated, ringing in Huang Mao's ears. His demeanor shifted immediately as he turned to Lin Fan with a serious expression. Young man, how did you know that? Have you studied alchemy as well? Just a little research. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. In reality, had any player who knew Lin Fan learned of this, they would likely be astounded. In the game Saint Sovereign, numerous secondary professions exist for players who prefer not to engage in combat, and alchemy is among them. However, it is one of the more challenging professions, requiring extensive knowledge of various herbal properties and exceptional crafting skills. Both are indispensable. This high barrier to entry has led many to abandon it midway. Yet, what others found daunting, Lin Fan navigated with ease. Upon reaching level 100 board, he delved into alchemy for a period, quickly ascending to the pinnacle of the craft. He was second to none. No one dared to claim the title of the best. The super tier and divine tier potions he crafted were countless, and identifying flaws in a low tier potion was as simple as a flick of the wrist. The huiyang flower was inherently fiery, while the healing grass imparted a cooling sensation to the user, facilitating healing and thriving in the shade. Yet you dare to fuse these two together. The resulting clash of ice and fire would naturally diminish the potion's efficacy. Furthermore, if not controlled properly, explosions could occur. This was a common occurrence. Lin Fan elaborated, his tone casual. Uncle Walker's eyes grew brighter with each word, as if he had discovered a breakthrough. He slapped his thigh, a hint of excitement in his voice. So that's why I've been experiencing so many explosions. At that moment, he was utterly in awe of Lin Fan. Merely by inspecting the potion he had crafted, Lin Fan had discerned so much. It was nothing short of miraculous. He abandoned his earlier disdainful demeanor and, with a hint of trepidation, asked Lin Fan, "What should I do then, young man?" Meanwhile, Huang Mao and his companion stood frozen, speechless in shock. They had never anticipated that Lin Fan could genuinely possess such alchemical prowess, impressing the proprietor of the potion shop, Uncle Walker, with his knowledge. amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Lin Fan continued, "This matter is remarkably simple. While the Huiyang flower is volatile, if you soak it in cold water for 3 minutes prior to crafting, then crush it, the patterns on the herb will be broken down. The fire attribute energy of the Huiyang flower is constituted by these patterns. Once compromised, it will no longer be so volatile. When fused with the cooling healing grass, no major accidents will occur." As Lin Fan's words settled, Uncle Walker's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Though Lin Fan's explanation seemed straightforward, only another alchemist could grasp the sheer depth of understanding it conveyed. He had dealt with the Huiyang flower and healing grass for decades, trying countless methods to resolve this issue, yet all had ended in failure. Until today, he had never considered this approach to mitigate the Huiyang flower's explosive nature. Hearing a single phrase from you is worth more than a decade of study. Lin Fan's simple insights appeared to open a door to a new world for Uncle Walker, propelling his stagnant alchemical skills to new heights. This filled Uncle Walker with an overwhelming excitement as he gazed upon Lin Fan with an expression akin to that of a devoted worshipper beholding a divine being, nearly prostrating himself before him. "Master Skeleton, please wait a moment while I fetch the equipment," he hurriedly exclaimed, addressing Lin Fan with a newfound reverence. Shifting from calling him young man to master, it is safe to say that he was utterly captivated by Lin Fan's presence. Uncle Walker moved with remarkable speed, as if fearing to keep Lin Fan waiting, and in no time at all, he emerged from a room with an array of alchemical apparatus, all essential for the crafting of potions. Following Lin Fan's instructions, he first soaked the rejuvenating flower for 3 minutes before crushing it. Then, a scene that left everyone in awe unfolded. What should have been two herbs in direct conflict appeared to blend harmoniously, as if they were the best of friends, without any hint of discord. Simultaneously, the efficacy of the concoction reached an astonishing level of synergy, as if it thrived in its newfound environment. This was a mid-tier potion. Uncle Walker gazed excitedly at the boiling cauldron, its vibrant crimson hue. This color was incomparably richer than the red potions he had previously sold. Like the heavens compared to the earth, an exquisite distinction. Uncle Walker was beside himself with joy, having successfully crafted a mid-tier potion. However, at that moment, he heard Lin Fan let out a sigh, shaking his head disapprovingly as he observed Uncle Walker's alchemical process. This gesture sent Uncle Walker's heart racing. He had nearly begun to regard Lin Fan as a paternal figure, now anxious to avoid displeasing him. "Master Skeleton, is there something wrong? That's simply inadequate." Lin Fan reproached Uncle Walker's painstakingly crafted potion with a tone of disappointment, resembling that of a mentor frustrated with a student's lack of progress. Lin Fan, despite his guidance, Uncle Walker's alchemical steps were alarmingly crude, effectively tarnishing the art of potion making. The timing of herb release was haphazard, and the techniques employed were utterly mundane, lacking any specialized training. Before master alchemists like Lin Fan, such a display was undeniably jarring. Uncle Walker, however, quickly put on a smile and admitted, yes, my skills are indeed lacking. It's only right for Master Skeleton to say so. Might I request your guidance?" Rather than becoming angry, Uncle Walker approached Lin Fan with utmost humility, eager to learn more. Had anyone else criticized his potions, Uncle Walker would have been ready to confront them. Yet, faced with Lin Fan, he dared not show a hint of ire. "I will demonstrate only once." Seeing the eager gaze of Uncle Walker, Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before stepping forward. Accepting the cauldron from his hands, that it had been a while since he last engaged in alchemy, and his hands itched for practice, he swiftly grasped the cauldron, previously heated over the flames, and executed an unexpected maneuver. To everyone's astonishment, he poured out all the potion within the cauldron. The crimson liquid cascaded forth like a gentle stream from the spout. Uncle Walker's expression shifted to shock, just as he was about to utter a word. His pupils widened in disbelief, his entire face trembling uncontrollably, for he witnessed Lin Fan, in midair, deftly returning the potion back into the cauldron with astonishing speed and finesse. But that was not all. Lin Fan continued this mesmerizing performance, repeating the act several times in the air. The potion danced like jubilant spirits under Lin Fan's skilled hands. Could this be the legendary alchemical technique known as dragon twisting the heavens? Meanwhile, Among the onlookers who had been captivated by the spectacle, someone turned to Uncle Walker, bewildered, and asked, "What is dragon twisting the heavens?" Dragon twisting the heavens is an alchemical technique said to exist only in legends. A method of immense power. Uncle Walker explained gravely that it is rumored that mastering it requires not only extraordinary comprehension, but also millions of practice repetitions to succeed. At that moment, Uncle Walker's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan, unable to tear his eyes away, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet. Yet he solemnly spoke, "The description of dragon twisting the heavens aligns perfectly with what Master Skeleton is demonstrating. The potion flows like a dragon emerging from a sea, evaporating excess heat from the cauldron and ensuring that the temperature remains within the desired range. Moreover, it maximizes the fusion of potencies. However, this technique is so profound that even my teacher only grasped fragments of it from ancient texts. It feels entirely implausible for anyone to truly master such an invincible method. Yet now, I seem to be witnessing a miracle." Uncle Walker murmured, utterly entranced by Lin Fan's astonishing alchemical prowess. Boom! At that moment, with a resounding burst of steam from the cauldron, Lin Fan's alchemical endeavor reached its conclusion. Uncle Walker leaned in eagerly, his eyes widening in disbelief. The potion within the cauldron sparkled with a translucent brilliance, a vibrant red, emanating an enchanting fragrance. Even a single whiff invigorated the senses, transporting one to an ethereal realm, akin to ascending to the heavens. Is this truly the same potion I had just crafted? Uncle Walker was astounded. Had he not witnessed Lin Fan taking his potion, he might have suspected that Lin Fan had conjured a new concoction to deceive him. Yet the reality was undeniable. This was indeed the potion he had just attempted to create. However, in terms of both quality and efficacy, it was as if they were worlds apart. To describe it accurately, his previously cherished mid-tier potion now appeared to be nothing more than a pile of worthless refuse in the presence of Lin Fan's creation. "Let us bottle it." Lin Fan's words jolted Uncle Walker back to reality. With an expression of calm indifference, devoid of any hint of pride, he treated the previous actions as if they were mere trifles. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Uncle Walker extended his trembling hands, preparing to pour the crimson potion into a vial. Never before had he approached this task with such meticulous caution, as if fearing to tarnish a masterpiece of the highest order. As he poured the potion into the bottle and beheld the attributes inscribed upon it, he nearly fainted, for within that bottle lay a high-tier potion. Uncle Walker genuinely wondered if he was dreaming. His eyes were glued to the potion in his hands, unwilling to look away for even a second. It felt as though if he diverted his gaze, the precious elixir would vanish before him. What had he witnessed? A bottle of high-tier potion. In the entirety of the novice village, no one had ever succeeded in crafting such a potion over the past centuries. Even his mentor, the most powerful alchemist in the village, had spent a lifetime attempting, yet never succeeded in creating the legendary potion. And now, here it lay quietly in his hands. How could he contain his excitement? This was the fulfillment of his lifelong dream, and it had been accomplished through Lin Fan's seemingly effortless gestures. After marveling for an extended period, Uncle Walker cautiously placed the high-tier potion upon the table. Then, filled with gratitude, he turned to Lin Fan and, in an act of profound reverence, knelt before him. "Master Skeleton, please accept my humble bow." Thud, thud, thud. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, he bowed deeply before Lin Fan, striking his forehead against the ground multiple times. Simultaneously, Lin Fan received a notification from the system. "Ding, player Tian Fan. Due to your extraordinary alchemical skills, Walker, the potion shop owner, has shifted from a neutral to a reverential disposition towards you. You have received a permanent buff. Walker's admiration." Walker's admiration. All requests made to Walker will be unconditionally granted, and all expenses from the potion shop will be reduced by 100. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including the yellow-haired group, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Their worldviews were on the brink of collapse. What had they just witnessed? A renowned alchemist from the novice village, a figure of some stature, was bowing to a mere level 3 skeleton. What on earth was happening? Was it they who had lost their minds? Or had the world gone mad? As the party in question, Lin Fan maintained an expression of indifference. He neither evaded nor chose to assist Uncle Walker. Instead, he stood there with unyielding composure, allowing Uncle Walker to fervently bow before him and tea that moment. His heart was devoid of any turmoil. Not even a flicker of pride or accomplishment stirred within him. In the days when he commanded power among the sacred ones, every appearance of his had rendered multitudes prostrate in submission. He had witnessed such grand spectacles, and now, with a mere NPC bowing before him, how could he possibly derive any satisfaction from it? After a while, Lin Fan, somewhat impatient, waved his hand and said, "Rise to Uncle Walker." Lin Fan's words fell like a divine decree. He hastily stood up, hunched over, rubbing his hands together in a somewhat sycophantic manner, and implored, "Master Skeleton, how have you achieved such greatness? Could you possibly offer me a few insights?" At that moment, Uncle Walker had become increasingly humble. Having witnessed Lin Fan's prowess, he disregarded the fact that he could easily be his father and referred to himself as the little one, that his heart raced with excitement. This skeleton was undeniably a true master. The ability to conjure high-grade potions with ease. Who else could rightfully claim the title of a master? If he did not seize this opportunity to attach himself to such greatness, it would be a disservice to his years of alchemical study. If Lin Fan were to show even a modicum of kindness and grant him a fraction of guidance, it would elevate him to the most formidable alchemist among novices, a certainty in his mind. It was not a matter of integrity. After all, alchemy was Uncle Walker's lifelong pursuit. Having finally glimpsed the possibility of breaking through decades of stagnation, how could he not feel exhilarated? Lin Fan, however, found himself at a loss for words. To him, these techniques were mere rudiments. One only needed hands. No special skills were required. Surely anyone could manage. Furthermore, what Uncle Walker regarded as high-grade quality seemed pitiably subpar in Lin Fan's eyes, even somewhat unsatisfactory. The potions he casually brewed were of transcendent quality to high-grade potions. They hardly captured his interest. Were it not for the materials being excessively inexpensive and previously tampered with by Uncle Walker, Lin Fan was certain he could have produced at least a transcendent potion. Thus, he casually remarked, "There is little to teach. Simply follow the method I outlined earlier, perfectly merging the essences of the two herbs that I can assure you that each potion you produce will be at least of mid-tier quality. If your technique is less clumsy, high grade is not out of the question." Beside him, Uncle Walker listened intently, his face alight with excitement, nodding eagerly. Judging by his expression, he would likely return home to document this knowledge as part of family legacy, passing it down through generations. At that moment, the dazed group of yellow-haired individuals finally regained their senses and weakly addressed Uncle Walker. We came to purchase potions. Why the urgency?" Uncle Walker's demeanor shifted immediately upon hearing the interruption of his exchange with Lin Fan. The previously obsequious expression transformed into an air of commanding authority. He reprimanded the yellow-haired group without mercy. "It's not that I won't sell. Are you trying to court disaster?" He stated brusquely. "Master Skeleton's guidance is priceless. Can you not afford such a loss?" Hearing this, the faces of the yellow-haired individuals paled simultaneously, their expressions darkening. They were customers, yet they had been treated with such disdain by Uncle Walker time and again. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. What more could they endure? One of the yellow-haired men contemplated turning to leave, but with Mora's potion shop closed and the nearest alternative a considerable distance away, Uncle Walker had become their sole option. This left them in an awkward predicament. Neither could they leave, nor could they approach him, feeling like outcasts. Fortunately, Lin Fan spoke up. "This is all I can teach you. You may leave now." With that, Lin Fan closed his eyes, signaling that he wished to disengage from Uncle Walker. The latter, filled with trepidation, repeatedly assented, bending low as he retreated into the shop, cautiously stowing away the high-grade potion. He had no intention of selling it. Although Lin Fan suggested he might be able to brew high-grade potions in the future, he was still unsure. He resolved to record this potion and Lin Fan's words in his family lineage, ensuring they would be passed down through generations, a source of pride. "By the way, bring me a few bottles of potions." Tea that moment, Lin Fan, who had been meditating, unexpectedly spoke again. "Certainly. Uncle Walker replied eagerly, hastily retrieving several boxes of potions from the counter, intent on offering Lin Fan nearly everything in the shop. Lin Fan was speechless, having merely requested a few bottles, yet this man seemed intent on emptying his entire inventory. He did not take all of them. To others, these potions might have been invaluable, but to him, they were merely scraps. Thus, he casually selected a few healing potions and several mana potions, turning to hand them to the nearby E. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's actions, E's cute face first displayed surprise, then transformed into astonishment. "Brother Tian Fan, are you giving these to me? Take them," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. He was not a cold-hearted individual to those who opposed him. He would spare no effort in eradicating them. Conversely, he would generously reward those who showed loyalty and goodwill. As for this young player who had repeatedly sought to assist him, he was more than willing to share his resources. "Thank you, Brother Tian Fan," he accepted without hesitation. Recognizing that gold coins were indeed scarce for her, she gleefully bounced up to receive the potions, beaming at Lin Fan, her smile radiating youthful vitality. The yellow-haired group, observing Lin Fan's generosity towards E, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. They thought to themselves, since they were all part of the same team, and given Uncle Walker's admiration for Lin Fan, could they not also procure potions without spending a single coin? This realization ignited excitement within them, as it promised significant savings. Simultaneously, Uncle Walker's voice inquired, "Master Skeleton, what about your other friends?" His intent was clear. Should Lin Fan agree, he would readily offer the same potions to the other players at no cost. Yet, Lin Fan's response took everyone by surprise. He did not turn around, but casually remarked, "Oh, them? You may charge them as you see fit. It's no issue." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the yellow-haired individual's faces fell, turning a shade of dismay. Lin Fan's blatant favoritism was unmistakable. However, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words to criticize him. After all, it was only natural to pay for goods, and Uncle Walker revered Lin Fan. Not them. Why should they expect Uncle Walker to provide them with potions for free? They found themselves in a dilemma, torn between reluctance to part with their coins and their inability to muster the courage to plead with Lin Fan. They had truly suffered a great loss. The yellow-haired group felt an intense sting of humiliation wash over them, as if Lin Fan had delivered several resounding slaps to their faces. Just moments ago, they had derided him as a pretentious fool, clueless in his abilities. Yet the very next moment, he showcased skills that left even Uncle Walker in awe. What of potion affinities and alchemical mastery? They were left in stunned silence. Eventually, Uncle Walker's eagerness nearly led him to offer up the entire shop to Lin Fan. "Hey, are you buying or not? If not, don't impede my business." Just as the yellow-haired group was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Uncle Walker's irritable voice broke through their reverie. Having run his shop for many years, he was astute enough to read the room. He quickly perceived the rift between Lin Fan and the yellow-haired group. Despite being part of the same team, their camaraderie seemed strained. As the proprietor, he had to make a choice, and without hesitation, he chose to side with Lin Fan. In his eyes, the group of yellow-haired individuals were utterly blind to the greatness before them. The Skull Master was a true dragon hidden among mere mortals. They were granted an opportunity to curry favor with Lin Fan up close, and yet they failed to cherish it, had their eyes fallen into the latrine. Thus, Uncle Walker's tone swiftly turned unfriendly. Were it not for his recent financial struggles, with no one purchasing potions, he might have already expelled the yellow-haired group to preserve Lin Fan's dignity. Under Uncle Walker's aggressive demeanor, the yellow-haired individual could only grit his teeth and comply. At this juncture, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances, shattering his pride and swallowing his words. Reluctantly, he withdrew 5 coins from his pocket and handed them over to Uncle Walker. Without hesitation, Uncle Walker turned and retrieved 10 vials of red potion from the very stock he had just presented to Lin Fan, presenting them to the yellow-haired man. "Wait a moment," the yellow-haired individual exclaimed, counting the vials in his hands and immediately voicing his objections. Was it not agreed upon that 1 gold coin would procure 3 vials? Why then had they been given 10? "Oh, that," Uncle Walker said, digging in his nose and speaking dismissively. "The price has just been raised. It's now 1 gold coin for 2 vials. Ew." The yellow-haired man was instantly incensed. realizing that Uncle Walker was indeed attempting to swindle them. It was blatantly apparent that he was targeting them, treating them as simpletons. Furious, he retorted, "You're extorting us." Uncle Walker did not bother to defend himself. He merely raised an eyebrow and looked at the yellow-haired man with disdain, stating, "Indeed, I am extorting you. What of it? I am the owner of this establishment, and I shall set the prices as I see fit. If you wish to buy, then do so. If not, then be gone. We do not lack for customers like you." With a cold chuckle, Uncle Walker addressed them mercilessly. He had resolved to avenge Lin Fan fiercely. This was a chance to do Lin Fan a favor. Perhaps in the future, Lin Fan might share some useful tips that would propel him forward. As for the ragtag group before him, Uncle Walker couldn't care less. He regarded them merely as tools to flatter Lin Fan. "We're leaving." With Uncle Walker's relentless taunts, the yellow-haired man could hardly swallow his indignation. He was about to roll up his sleeves and retaliate when he discovered that Uncle Walker was a level 30 NPC. Now, he found himself at a loss. He could neither fight nor verbally retaliate. With a grim countenance, the yellow-haired man signaled to his companions to depart. In this instance, he had suffered a complete humiliation. Returning empty-handed, "Boss, can we really not buy any potions?" Just as the yellow-haired man turned to leave, a few of his teammates hesitated, attempting to persuade him. "Anyone wanting to buy potions can just get out of the team." Fueled by anger, the yellow-haired man snapped. His teammates, wary of provoking him further, could only follow reluctantly. Lin Fan, observing the scene, felt little disturbance in his heart. He happily followed behind, accompanied by who had collected some potions. "Skullmaster, do visit us often." Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Uncle Walker couldn't help but call out with excitement and admiration. Lin Fan did not respond, yet Uncle Walker felt no embarrassment. Instead, he turned back with a smile, eager to procure some precious materials to preserve the advanced potion as a treasured heirloom. Thus, the yellow-haired squad, having encountered such disgrace, left without a single potion, charging towards the goblin settlement. This moment, the yellow-haired man felt as if a volcano was brewing within him, ready to erupt at any moment. He shot a resentful glance at Lin Fan in the distance, attributing all of this misfortune to him. If it weren't for Lin Fan, none of these troubles would have arisen. He had intended to buy potions to complete his tasks, so why should he endure such humiliation? Moreover, in the end, Uncle Walker had offered them potions for free. Yet this brat had excluded them. How could he possibly tolerate that? As his anger festered, the yellow-haired man's malicious thoughts grew ever more potent. He gazed at Lin Fan's frail figure and coldly chuckled to himself. What do the village chiefs favor? No matter how adept you are at alchemy, in the end, you are but a waste with a mere 1 point of health. I shall see how you meet your demise. His eyes glinted with vengeance, clearly harboring wicked intentions. Thus, the yellow-haired squad set forth towards the goblin settlement, unarmed and without supplies. Although they had not purchased potions, the yellow-haired man felt a semblance of confidence. Their party was among the more capable players, just a simple quest, and he was confident that the 5 of them could easily handle a few paltry goblins after traversing for nearly 10 minutes. They arrived at the eastern edge of the novice village, the very domain of the goblins that moment. They were still a distance away from the goblins' active range, and monsters roamed about. Instead, they spotted a village not far off. "Let us first investigate the village to assess the situation," the yellow-haired man commanded, leading his companions towards the settlement. As they approached, the full view of the village unfolded before them. Appeared rather dilapidated, with numerous shards of bricks and tiles strewn about, creating a scene of utter disarray. In front of the village chief, a few individuals seemed to be engaged in a serious discussion, their expressions grave. They appear to be in poor condition, their faces pale, and some bore visible injuries. What has transpired here? The yellow-haired man furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene, moving closer to the injured individuals with curiosity. The injured male villagers, startled by the voice of a stranger, immediately turned with guarded expressions, ready for combat. However, the moment they realized the newcomers were human, they sighed in relief, lowering their weapons. The yellow-haired group, bewildered by the villagers' startled reactions, inquired once more, "Greetings. I am an adventurer sent by the village chief to hunt down the goblins." May I ask what has happened here? Adventurers. Upon hearing the yellow-haired man's introduction, a glimmer of joy appeared on the villagers' faces, and they became animated. Has the village chief sent you to rescue us? Splendid. They cheered, their earlier frowns transforming into expressions of elation. Then, one of the villagers stepped forward, bearing a resolute expression and a hint of stubble, looking quite serious. His right arm was wrapped in thick bandages, indicating a grave injury. He respectfully bowed to the yellow-haired man and said, "Greetings, esteemed adventurer. I am Bleer, a villager here." After introducing himself, his countenance dimmed slightly as he gestured towards the dilapidated buildings within the village. "Surely, you have heard from the village chief about our plight. The goblins have been rampaging recently, committing acts of arson and pillage. Our village was attacked not long ago, suffering significant losses. Even our essential food supplies were completely stripped away by them. We fought valiantly in resistance, but we were outnumbered, and many were injured." That he spoke slowly, his face displaying anger as he recalled the goblins' brutal raid on their village. Soon, his expression brightened once more as he looked at the yellow-haired adventurers, declaring, "Thankfully, esteemed adventurer, you have arrived. Our village is saved. If the goblins return, our settlement will surely face annihilation. Come in quickly. I will have the villagers welcome you." Bleer warmly beckoned the yellow-haired group to enter, suggesting it would be inappropriate to converse at the village entrance. From the very beginning, the yellow-haired man had not stopped smiling. Listening to the villagers' praises, he was filled with a sense of pride, almost floating in the air. Clearly, being addressed as a respected adventurer by several villagers was quite gratifying for him. He instantly swept away the frustration he had just experienced with Uncle Walker, and his demeanor transformed, radiating confidence and arrogance. Acknowledging the greetings from the villagers with a proud nod, he followed them into the village. Lin Fan, however, felt little agitation in his heart and prepared to accompany Huang Mao and the others into the village. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he was abruptly halted by two villagers who blocked his path. With unfriendly expressions, they shouted, "Where did this monster come from? Get out!" Having been admiring the scenery, Lin Fan had positioned himself at the back of the crowd. It was only as the rest of the group entered the village that he finally caught the villagers' attention. Upon seeing Lin Fan's fearsome skeletal visage, the two villagers immediately grew alarmed. They brandished their weapons, positioning them threateningly in front of Lin Fan, their expressions menacing, ready to chase him away. The others in front, upon hearing the angry shouts from behind, turned around to discover that Lin Fan was being blocked at the village entrance. Huang Mao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. Crossing his arms and watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, he had no intention of speaking up for Lin Fan. In fact, he secretly wished the villagers would bind Lin Fan and deal with him right then and there. After all the flattery from the villagers, Huang Mao felt an inexplicable surge of arrogance, as if he had released a pent-up frustration, feeling utterly refreshed. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Aren't you so impressive? Isn't your alchemy prowess remarkable? Yet here you are, being blocked by the villagers." As these thoughts raced through Huang Mao's mind, the villagers' unfriendly voices echoed once more. "You sneaky fellow, you aren't in league with the goblins, are you?" They eyed Lin Fan warily, and one particularly hot-headed villager could no longer restrain himself, brandishing his weapon as if ready to confront Lin Fan directly. "Stop." Fortunately, at that moment, he stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lin Fan, and quickly explained, "Everyone, please remain calm. He is also a member of our adventurer team. He merely chose the undead race. He is not a monster." Upon hearing EE's words, the villagers were left dumbfounded. Being born and raised in this village, they were entirely unaware of such matters. Having just suffered an attack from the despicable goblins, their anger was still fresh when they suddenly saw a skeleton approaching. Emanating a sinister aura, they assumed yet another monster had come to raid them. It turned out to be a significant misunderstanding. This skeleton was, in fact, an adventurer. As the villagers stood awkwardly, Bulyuo approached with a smile. "It's all right. Misunderstandings happen. Let us not delay our esteemed adventurers." He gestured to the villagers who had just blocked Lin Fan, urging them to return to the village. As for Lin Fan, he was entirely ignored, treated as if he were invisible. In truth, Bull Yuo harbored significant animosity towards Lin Fan's presence. After all, Lin Fan's skeletal appearance exuded a formidable intimidation, perfectly embodying the image of a villainous boss. It was hard not to be on guard. Moreover, Bull Yuo had noticed that Lin Fan's level was merely LV3, which failed to pique his interest. It was well known that even the weakest goblins were at least LV4. What could a LV3 adventurer, with only a drop of health, possibly contribute? It would be a stroke of luck if he didn't become a liability. Thus, Bull Yuo offered Lin Fan no friendly glance and didn't even utter an apology for the misunderstanding. He simply acted as if nothing had happened and led Huang Mao and the others deeper into the village. Huang Mao, however, sneered, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. He said nothing, merely huffed, and continued on. What else with these villagers? They're so unreasonable. Noticing Bull Yuo's deference to the higher-level Huang Mao and the others while treating Lin Fan disdainfully, Yi pouted, her small face betraying her anger. Let us go. Yet Lin Fan's reaction surprised Yi. He neither expressed anger nor felt wronged, quietly following behind the group. Although he was currently motionless, the previous villagers who had blocked him had already been added to his death list. He was not without anger. In fact, from the moment those villagers had obstructed him, a murderous intent began to swirl within him. However, just as he had treated Mora, he believed in waiting for the right moment to retaliate. He was here to experience life, and spilling blood too soon would undoubtedly spoil his enjoyment. Thus, once the dust settled, he would not hesitate to settle the score with them. Meanwhile, as Bull Yuo was explaining the village situation to Huang Mao and the others, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An indescribable fear surged from his feet, as if he had been directly targeted by a cold, grim reaper. His body shuddered involuntarily, rendering him speechless. What is wrong, Bull Yuo? Huang Mao, noticing Bull Yuo's strange demeanor, asked in confusion. In nothing. Bull Yuo hastily waved his hand, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, perplexed by this inexplicable fear. Perhaps it was due to his recent injuries and his less-than-ideal physical state. Shaking his head, he forced himself to calm down. He managed to muster a smile and continued, leading Huang Mao and the others to the village square. The village square was already bustling with numerous villagers gathered together. There were women, children, and some injured men, evidently engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Bull Yuo's arrival, a villager immediately greeted him. Bull Yuo nodded in response to that moment. The sense of panic he had felt dissipated, replaced by excitement as he introduced the adventurers to the others. Everyone, these are adventurers from the novice village here to help us. Adventurers? The villagers reacted with palpable enthusiasm, their expressions lighting up with hope. They cheered as if they had found a beacon of support. The atmosphere grew lively, with cries of "We're saved! We're saved!" Many villagers were on the verge of tears, evidently deeply affected by their recent encounters with the goblins. Among them, Huang Mao, being the captain and the highest level, naturally became the center of attention. Villagers surrounded him, showering him with compliments. Huang Mao wore a beaming smile, nodding in agreement, full of vigor. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed this lively scene with a slight furrow in his brow. For someone as cautious as he was, such a densely packed crowd was extraordinarily perilous. Just moments ago, goblins had attacked this place, and now they were gathered en masse in the square. If any ill-intentioned goblins were hiding among them, it would spell disaster. While Lin Fan didn't particularly care about their lives, he was acutely aware of his own precarious situation, being left with only a drop of health. Thus, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Lin Fan silently cast several advanced protective spells. Instantly, radiant light enveloped him, forming protective barriers around his person. However, after completing this, the cautious Lin Fan felt it was still insufficient. He recalled a skill description he had stumbled upon during his training. Goblins seemed to possess a skill that could inflict a poison effect with a 1 chance on their attacks, and poison would cause the afflicted to lose a certain amount of health every second. Such a condition was lethal for Lin Fan. This was not mere damage that could be mitigated by defense. It was real, tangible harm. Thus, with this thought in mind, a green light once again enveloped Lin Fan's form. At the same time, he intoned Elven tier advanced magic, purity of the elves. The purity of elves' skill description. The elven race is unparalleled in purity, possessing an innate affinity for nature. Upon activation, it grants an increase of 500 to one's poison resistance and renders the user immune to poisoning effects. After accomplishing this, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Thus, even if a reckless goblin were to attempt a surprise attack, it would be utterly futile. However, merely doing this would not align with Lin Fan's character. Protection was but a fragment of his grander scheme. He was never one to await fate passively, but rather to strike preemptively. Suddenly, an array of invisible magical patterns emerged beneath Lin Fan's feet, spreading outward at an alarming speed, enveloping the entire novice village in an instant. This was none other than Lin Fan's mind-affecting divine magic, the prophecy of the great sage. The effect of this spell allowed Lin Fan's perception to extend to every corner of the formation, making the presence of all individuals crystal clear to him. Any stealth or concealment ability would prove utterly ineffective in Lin Fan's presence. In this realm, he was akin to an omniscient deity, with nothing escaping his awareness. There had been many hostile guilds that sought to conspire against Lin Fan, dispatching numerous nightwalkers to assassinate him. Yet, without exception, they were unable to hide from his magical vigilance. As his magic unfolded, a sudden stirring occurred within Lin Fan's heart. A small figure emerged in his mind's eye. This figure was shrouded in a voluminous white robe, lurking in the shadows of the crowd, unperturbed by the jubilant cheers around. Its face was obscured beneath the robe, rendering it indistinct. However, this self-proclaimed master of disguise was as transparent to Lin Fan as glass. Lin Fan let out a cold chuckle, astonished that a goblin spy truly existed within this village. Yet upon discovering the presence of this goblin infiltrator, Lin Fan chose not to act rashly, refraining from exposing him immediately to him. While it was possible to do so, it was unnecessary. The goblin had gone to great lengths to masquerade as a villager and had been lurking for so long. If he were to shatter their plans now, it would be rather anticlimactic. Lin Fan had no qualms about granting them a bit of time to execute their schemes. This was, after all, consistent with Lin Fan's character. He never sought quick resolutions to conflicts. Rather, he wished for his adversaries to perish without regrets. Before his transmigration, whenever he encountered formidable foes, he never interrupted their powerful attacks. Even if they were left with a mere drop of health, he would not hasten their demise. Instead, he would grant them ample time to unleash their full arsenal. While this may seem contradictory to his cautious nature, it stemmed from the absolute confidence and authority he possessed as the skeleton sovereign. His reputation as the supreme saint among countless players was, in part, due to this broad-mindedness. His caution ensured that he would never expose a single flaw before his enemies to TO him. Their ultimate attacks posed no threat whatsoever. He would allow his opponents to die in despair rather than with resentment. He aimed to instill a sense of hopelessness in all those who dared to challenge him, a despair so profound that no effort could ever allow them to catch up to Lin Fan's pace. And so, facing various formidable foes, he adhered to this principle. Against a mere goblin, he would also follow his tried-and-true method, allowing it to unleash its myriad schemes. In Lin Fan's eyes, any plots were inconsequential in the face of absolute power. When soldiers come, let them be met. When water comes, let it be damned. If gods block, slay the gods. If Buddhas block, slay the Buddhas. This was Lin Fan's motto. At that moment, the goblin concealed beneath the white robe launched a signal flare into the sky. The flare emitted only a small puff of smoke, scarcely detectable in daylight. This served as the goblin's means of communication with the outside world, signaling that an attack could commence. After executing this, the goblin's beady eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Goblins were inherently greedy creatures, and merely robbing this village once was evidently insufficient to satiate his appetite. They were poised to return and plunder once more. His heart swelled with pride. His disguise had been flawless. Not a single villager had detected him amidst their ranks. He deemed himself a genius of infiltration. However, unbeknownst to him, his proud facade had been thoroughly scrutinized by Lin Fan, who had been quietly observing from a distance. In fact, Under Lin Fan's Emperor's eye, he was even aware of how many times the goblin had relieved itself that day. Meanwhile, the villagers were joyfully welcoming the group, led by Huang Mao. They remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger among them. With smiles on their faces, they continued to curry favor with Huang Mao, showering him with compliments. Many villagers produced their meager remaining supplies, offering them to Huang Mao's group, items that could replenish health and magic. Upon seeing the cornucopia of supplies, Huang Mao's grin widened. He had never anticipated that merely strolling into the village would yield such bounty. Without hesitation, he accepted everything, stuffing the bread and potions into his backpack. Caught up in the euphoria, he pounded his chest in assurance, proclaiming, "Fear not. Those goblins are mere trash in my eyes. I will slice through them no matter how many come. Villagers, rest assured, your safety is my guarantee." He spoke with fervent conviction, exuding an air of dominance. The villagers were elated to hear this. Witnessing Huang Mao's confidence, their previously anxious hearts relaxed to be why this time. The welcoming ceremony was drawing to a close. Some villagers, regaining their composure, finally noticed Lin Fan standing behind them. Their expressions shifted, and they began to whisper among themselves, casting glances toward Lin Fan. "That fellow doesn't seem to be of good character. Who let him in? Indeed, I sense something amiss. Let's keep our distance from him." Clearly, they too misjudged Lin Fan's skeletal identity. With a little explanation from the more astute villagers, they learned that Lin Fan was also an adventurer, which eased their wariness. However, most villagers remained indifferent toward Lin Fan, considering him too weak, with few willing to engage with him. After all, for them, strength was paramount. A mere level 3 skeleton paled in comparison to the might of Huang Mao and his companions. Consequently, despite Huang Mao's group having gathered an abundance of supplies, not a single villager offered anything to Lin Fan. He became the object of collective disregard. Just then, a villager rushed in, flustered and interrupting the festivities. "This is bad. This is bad. The goblins are back. What?" Upon hearing the villagers' cries, many faces turned to expressions of shock. These goblins were truly persistent. It hadn't been long since their last departure, yet they had returned. "Fear not. Leave it to us." Upon receiving this news, Huang Mao's face displayed no fear. Instead, it was brimming with excitement. Having been praised by the villagers for so long, he was eager to showcase his prowess and make a name for himself. He immediately led his team toward the site of the goblin incursion. This time, there were about a dozen goblins, each sporting vicious, brutal grins. The leading goblin stood out. He was no ordinary goblin or even a goblin squad leader with green skin. Instead, he bore a striking silver hue, glimmering brilliantly. Upon seeing this goblin, Lin Fan's interest peaked as he activated his Emperor's Eye. He had never encountered such a goblin before. LV-15 Elite Monster. Goblin Prince Health. 300 Attack. 30 Defense. 50 Skills. Prince S Inspiration. Passive Skill. The Goblin Prince is exceptionally noble, greatly enhancing the combat spirit of goblins. When a Goblin Prince is engaged in battle, all nearby goblins receive an additional 20 in attack power and attack speed. Frenzied Assault. The Goblin Prince wields a spike club, unleashing 10 rapid strikes upon a chosen enemy. Each strike inflicts 150 points of damage, and a struck target will enter a state of stun for 1 second. Monster Description. The Prince of the Goblin Clan, characterized by his insatiable greed and ferocity, possesses a penchant for hoarding various coins and treasures. Upon reading this creature's description, Lin Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow ever so slightly. This was his first encounter with such a monster. In the past, these creatures had little to do with him. Back in the novice village, he had merely been a feeble skeleton. How could he possibly contend with these formidable elite-level monsters? Thus, their first kills had long since been claimed by more powerful players. However, these goblins posed no threat to him now. Securing a first kill felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Meanwhile, the other players activating their mind's eye displayed a stark contrast to Lin Fan's calm demeanor. They too had glimpsed the information about this goblin prince. Suddenly, the previously smug expression on Huang Mao's face turned to one of shock. He never anticipated encountering a level 15 elite monster here. This predicament was rather troublesome, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Nevertheless, Huang Mao could not afford a retreat at this moment. After all, he had already boasted and amassed numerous items. To flee now would be excessively humiliating. Thus, he steeled himself and led his companions into the fray. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it could have been. The Goblin Prince, seemingly eager to showcase his noble status, refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead dispatched several goblins first. These goblins were not particularly strong, possessing low health of around 20. This revelation eased Huang Mao's tension as he quickly charged forward, directing his companions, cast blessing. Those with magic, unleash fireball. Upon hearing Huang Mao's command, promptly brandished her staff, causing a radiant white light to envelop the group. It was Yi's priestly spell, Power Blessing, a temporary enhancement spell that could increase a player's attack power by 150. Excellent. Seeing himself bolstered by the buff, Huang Mao surged forward. Choosing the warrior class, his skills were aligned with combat. He swung his longsword, delivering a heavy strike that immediately cleaved through the approaching goblin squad leader. 23. The moment his blow landed, the goblin squad leader was instantly dispatched beneath his blade. Simultaneously, several of his teammates joined in, launching a barrage of fireballs. 21. The adjacent goblins fell in response. Well done, with their initial victory secured. Huang Mao exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, a system notification chimed in their ears. Ding! Goblin squad leader slain. Current task completion progress. 120. Ding! 2 ordinary goblins slain. Current task completion progress. 220. However, before Huang Mao and his companions could revel in their triumph, the Goblin Prince, witnessing the swift demise of his subordinates, felt a surge of anger and perceived it as a provocation. Consequently, he stepped forward, brandishing his spiked mace with ferocity, clearly intent on engaging personally. As the menacing Goblin Prince charged towards them, the smiles on Huang Mao and his companions' faces instantly froze. They could sense the formidable power emanating from the Goblin Prince. This was a level 15 elite monster. With their own levels hovering around 5, how could they possibly contend with him? Not to mention the additional dozen goblins trailing behind the prince. The situation had suddenly escalated into a perilous predicament. What do we do, Captain? As the intimidating Goblin Prince advanced, someone nearby spoke in fear. Huang Mao was equally at a loss. He swallowed hard and imperceptibly took a step back. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Fan, standing nearby. Instantly, inspiration struck him, and a malicious plan took form. He would lure the horde of monsters towards Lin Fan, using him as a decoy to temporarily absorb their onslaught. Then, he would lead the remaining teammates to pick off the goblins one by one. By the time they faced only the Goblin Prince, they could easily escape. This way, they could complete their task while also providing an explanation to the villagers that they asked for Lin Fan. If he perished, so be it. This would not only eliminate his personal grievances, but also send Lin Fan, the useless one, back to level 0. This plan was nothing short of a trifecta for Huang Mao. And the more he contemplated it, the more exhilarated he became that he immediately began guiding the approaching monsters toward Lin Fan's position. Huang Mao was swift in his movements, and the goblins were agile as well, quickly closing the distance to Lin Fan. As the moment of opportunity arrived, Huang Mao deftly maneuvered behind Lin Fan, leading the other teammates out of the monster's attack range, effectively shedding their aggro, with no target to attack. The goblins, now fixated on Lin Fan, standing idly by, converge upon him. What are you doing? Upon witnessing Huang Mao's actions, Yi cried out in alarm. Were they not pushing Lin Fan towards the abyss of death? With only a single hit point remaining, how could he withstand the onslaught of so many monsters? You're betraying a teammate. Yi, filled with righteous fury, stomped her foot in indignation, directing her ire at Huang Mao and his companions. However, Huang Mao remained unfazed by Yi's accusations. With a scoff, he retorted, "That guy is nothing but a leech, siphoning experience. What's the harm in letting him absorb some hits?" This he deemed his contribution. They would not harbor useless players in their ranks. After declaring this, he disregarded Yi and hurriedly led the other teammates to attack the isolated goblins. They were acutely aware that Lin Fan had but a single hit point left and could not withstand for long. They had to act swiftly. upon hearing Huang Mao's irresponsible words. He felt her heart plummet. She had joined their team out of necessity when they randomly crossed paths, lacking a priest. Initially, Huang Mao had appeared quite gentlemanly and generous. But now, faced with danger, his true nature was revealed. He felt a profound sadness, lamenting her misfortune in encountering such treacherous companions. Their shamelessness was intolerable. She could not condone this, but soon, he rallied herself. Patting her rosy cheeks and encouraging herself, she swiftly turned around, determined to aid Lin Fan. Regardless of whether she too would plunge into danger and become the next target, she resolved to act. She could not allow Lin Fan to perish at the hands of the goblins. However, the moment she turned around, what lay before her left her mouth agape in shock, forming an O shape. Before her stood dozens of goblins surrounding Lin Fan, relentlessly attacking. Yet, Lin Fan remained motionless, showing no sign of retaliating. Yet, that alone was insufficient to elicit such astonishment from her. She observed that the goblins seemed utterly blind. Although they continued to assault Lin Fan, not a single attack landed. They were wildly flailing the surrounding air. Above Lin Fan's head, the word miss repeatedly appeared. This left he utterly dumbfounded. As a player of the Holy Order, she was acutely aware that attacks could sometimes miss, heavily influenced by evasion rates. Generally speaking, with a stroke of good fortune, an enemy's attack might trigger a miss. In such cases, the attacked individual would sustain no damage whatsoever. However, miss was an exceedingly rare occurrence, typically requiring multiple attacks before it would happen. Yet here was Lin Fan, under the onslaught of dozens of attacking monsters, displaying countless miss notifications. This indicated that from the onset until now, Lin Fan had not been struck even once by those creatures. At that moment, perhaps out of frustration from their futile attacks, the irate goblin prince unleashed a flurry of skills upon Lin Fan. His spiked mace swung wildly, delivering dozens of strikes toward Lin Fan. Yet no matter how hard he tried, Lin Fan remained untouched. With every attempt resulting in a miss, what on earth was happening? He felt as though she were in a dream. Nearly dropping the staff, she clutched tightly in her hand. This, of course, was not merely a stroke of luck for Lin Fan, but rather the extraordinary prowess of his transcendent magic, the super agility of the Night Thief, a formidable skill that could only be learned after the Night Clan's third awakening. The super agility of the Night Thief quality, transcendent, required level to learn. LV75. Skill effect. Upon activation, it increases the caster's evasion rate by 100 for the next 2 minutes. Skill description. The assassins of the Night Clan are ghostly and intangible, arriving and departing in a flash, as if no one in the world could ever trace their movements. Their agility seems to embody the most powerful evasion magic in existence at this moment. Lin Fan felt utterly at ease. From the moment he first observed the yellow-haired one rushing towards him, he understood all the little schemes brewing in his mind. However, he couldn't be bothered to move. For this mere group of a dozen goblins was hardly worth his effort, and once he cast this spell, it resulted in the rather comical scene before him. What are you dawdling for? Attack! As he stood there in astonishment, Lin Fan's nonchalant voice pierced through the air, instantly rousing her from her stupor. He then snapped back to reality, incredulously pointing at herself and asking, "Am I to attack?" She felt as if she had misheard, for she was merely a priest. A priest's typical role is to heal and empower allies. Not only are their offensive capabilities woefully limited, but their damage output is also quite low. Yet here was Lin Fan instructing her to attack these goblins. Was that not akin to mere tickling? Indeed, just unleash it, Lin Fan reiterated with a calm demeanor, his tone remaining relaxed and leisurely even as dozens of goblins surrounded him, as if he harbored no fear whatsoever. Very well. Lin Fan's demeanor and his seemingly enchanted words instantly soothed Yi's anxious heart. For reasons unknown, his words acted like a potent stimulant, compelling Yi to trust him without hesitation. Beginner magic. Holy light arrow. With a delicate exclamation, Yi swiftly unleashed her sole offensive skill. As her voice faded, her staff radiated a brilliant light that coalesced into the shape of an arrow, hurtling towards the goblin prince with ferocity. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed across the grass. And at that moment, Lin Fan, quick on the uptake, promptly cast a small spell in the direction of the arrow, the blessing of the High Priest's crown. This magic enhances the damage of a specific ally's skill, a high-level ability learned only after the priest's second awakening. Generally, an ordinary priest casting this spell can boost a teammate's damage by 300. However, under Lin Fan's extraordinary mastery, the enhancement skyrocketed to 3,000. With this augmentation, the once diminutive holy light arrow expanded exponentially. The radiance became so dazzling that it was nearly blinding. Boom! The holy light arrow struck the goblin prince's body with tremendous force, resulting in a horrifying figure. 180. In that single blow, the LV-15 elite creature, the goblin prince, was left with a mere 20 hit points, and this attack was delivered by a priest devoid of any offensive capabilities. Upon witnessing this damage, he was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that her attack could yield such staggering damage. After all, she was merely a level 4 priest. How could she possibly inflict such high damage? Lin Fan's casting had been remarkably discreet, and thus remained oblivious to it. Consequently, her expression was one of sheer bewilderment, her cherubic face adorned with shock. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on it. If she could assist her brother Lin Fan, she mustered her resolve. A determined expression crossed Yi's face, and her staff began to gather a second beam of light. Clearly, this next strike would obliterate the goblin prince with a single blow. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before her attack could take form, a figure clad in armor suddenly darted out from behind the goblin prince. With a thunderous shout, he swung his sword at the critically wounded goblin prince. It was none other than the yellow-haired one. At that moment, he unleashed the warrior's basic skill, Heavy Slash. The blade gleamed with a razor-sharp light, swiftly depleting the goblin prince's remaining health. Arg! The goblin prince let out a wretched cry before dissolving into a beam of white light. Vanishing from view, it was the yellow-haired one, who had shamelessly seized the elite creature that should have belonged to EE. Meanwhile, the other goblins still engaged in battle witnessed their leader's demise, and, in a state of disarray, fled in all directions, abandoning their weapons with panicked cries. In an instant, the once menacing goblins vanished without a trace. The yellow-haired one beamed at the rout of goblins, a broad smile adorning his face. Having just slain the goblin prince, he had inexplicably leveled up to 6. Furthermore, he had amassed a fortune in coins, filling his coffers to the brim. Why did you steal my kill? At that moment, Yi's indignant voice rang out. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she pointed accusingly at the yellow-haired one. It was evident to anyone with eyes that she was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow to the goblin prince. Yet, the yellow-haired one had shamelessly capitalized on her moment of distraction to claim the experience for himself. Your argument holds no water, he retorted, his demeanor one of utter disdain as he glared at Yi. We are all part of the same team. Does it matter who gets the kill? Besides, in a game, it is the strong who dictate the terms. If you let it slip away, you have no one to blame but yourself. His words dripped with the audacity of a rogue, his shamelessness as monumental as a fortress. At that moment, the villagers, witnessing the defeat of the goblins, rushed forward in a frenzy. They quickly surrounded the yellow-haired one. Though they had not seen the details from afar, they could surmise that he had played a pivotal role in the goblins' retreat. Hence, they attributed the entire victory to him, showering him with praise. Truly an adventurer. Remarkable. One strike, and you sent those goblins scattering. Adventurer, you are simply extraordinary. Many villagers gazed at the yellow-haired one with awe, treating him as a heroic figure of immense valor. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired one, devoid of shame, claimed all the glory for himself, completely disregarding the fact that he had previously betrayed his teammate out of fear. With a beaming smile, he declared, it was nothing special. Those goblins are mere trash. Bring as many as you like. I'll take them all down. As he observed the yellow-haired one basking in the villagers' adulation, she could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her beautiful face, leaving traces of sorrow. The accolades rightfully belonged to her and her brother Lin Fan. Yet in the end, they had been pilfered by this shameless rogue. Who could endure such a slight? as he wept. Suddenly, a pair of large hands gently rested upon her head, warm and reassuring. Startled, she looked up to find Lin Fan before her, listening to the jubilant voices of the villagers in the distance. A fiery determination ignited within his eyes. He softly spoke to Yi, "Do not cry. I will handle this matter." At this juncture, he had experienced all he wished to now. It was time to settle accounts with these arrogant, disrespectful miscreants. Lin Fan, however, was not one to forget a grudge. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" He exclaimed in shock at Lin Fan's words. Yet he offered no reply. With deliberate steps, he advanced towards the yellow-haired one and his companions. In that moment, Lin Fan's peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure clad in white robes, the very goblin who had previously acted as a messenger. Sensing danger, it attempted to flee. "Humph," Lin Fan sneered. Producing the silver sword the village chief had bestowed upon him, he wasted no words, launching the sword like a javelin towards the white-robed goblin. This, indeed, was Lin Fan's first target for retribution. Lin Fan had previously afforded him ample time to execute his nefarious schemes. Yet in the end, he merely summoned a handful of inconsequential goblins, leaving Lin Fan to futilely await a spectacle and waste precious time. Thus he is guilty. Cursed be him. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air in an instant, striking unerringly into the back of one goblin. 1645480. The creature let out a wretched scream, instantly dispatched by Lin Fan's casual blow. Hearing the anguish cries from a distance, the villagers turned their heads in astonishment towards the source of the sound. Upon witnessing the scene before them, shock registered on their faces. As the goblin in white robes lay face down, the villagers could not discern its true form. From their perspective, it appeared as though Lin Fan had slain one of their own. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Among them, the villager Bulow was the first to react, hurling accusations at Lin Fan. This member of the skeletal race had the audacity to murder one of their villagers. Huang Mao, too, observed Lin Fan's actions clearly and sneered. This fellow must have lost his wits to dare harm a villager. Now, I wonder who will come to his aid. Even the village chief would likely not intervene. "Prepare to die, you disgrace." At that moment, Bulow could no longer contain himself and charged at Lin Fan. Brandishing a long sword, from the accounts he had just heard, he understood that the skeleton possessed but a single drop of blood. To him, capturing this murderer would be as easy as pie. Yet Lin Fan stood still, watching Bulow approach with a calm demeanor, his heart devoid of any turmoil. He had no desire to clarify the villager's misunderstanding. For in his view, engaging in discourse with a swarm of ants was a waste of breath and life. Slowly, he raised his right hand, effortlessly catching Bulow's thrusting sword. What? Bulow's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed his attack being so easily thwarted by Lin Fan. He had prided himself as a robust man in their village. Yet this mere level 3 skeleton had caught his strike with bare hands. But what terrified him even more was what followed. Lin Fan's right hand, gripping Bulow's sword, gently crushed it to pieces. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice, as cold as death, whispered in his ear, sending tremors through Bulow's entire being, as if every nerve were struck by a hammer of immense weight. "Are you ready to die?" Bulow felt as though struck by lightning, staggering to the ground. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the lethal threat he had felt while guiding Huang Mao and others. As he beheld Bulow's grotesque visage, Lin Fan was about to unleash magic to obliterate him and the ignorant villagers when suddenly, a system notification echoed in everyone's ears. Ding! Due to the death of the Goblin Prince. The Silver-Tier Boss, the Golden Goblin King, in mourning for his lost son, shall lead his forces to besiege the village. A special event for the Novice Village has commenced. Goblin Siege. All adventurers currently within the Novice Village are requested to defend. Should they fail, the eastern side of the Novice Village will fall entirely. Moreover, a leaderboard will be established to tally each player's kill count during this event. After its successful completion, rewards will be distributed according to the leaderboard rankings, with the top 10 receiving generous prizes. Upon the announcement of this event, the players in the Novice Village erupted in chaos. It is important to note that their Novice Village alone housed tens of thousands of players. What terror awaited them in the form of the Goblin Army, which they now needed to unite against? In an instant, countless players abandoned their current tasks, rushing towards the eastern side of the novice village. For them, the allure of rewards for the top 10 on the kill leaderboard was undeniably enticing. This was also a prime opportunity to make a name for themselves within the novice village. No one wished to forfeit such a grand opportunity. In a flash, numerous guilds convened, all vying for rank and rewards. Meanwhile, on the eastern edge of the novice village, countless goblins emerged on the vast horizon. At the heart of this horde sat a goblin radiating golden light. He reclined upon a throne adorned with countless jewels. Commanding his troops, he was none other than the silver-tier boss, the Golden Goblin. As this formidable army appeared, the first to suffer were the villagers of Lin Fan's locale. Fueled by the rage of losing his son, the Golden Goblin had allocated the majority of his forces to this area. Gazing upon the dense, seemingly endless ranks of goblins, the villagers were struck with terror, collapsing to the ground in dread, their faces ashen. Just moments ago, Huang Mao had exuded confidence, yet now he staggered back in fear. The goblins before him were far beyond his capacity to contend with. A rough count revealed at least over 10,000 goblins. It would take him 3 days and nights just to cut through them. "Adventurers, please save us." In that moment, the terrified villagers turned their desperate gazes towards Huang Mao, hoping he would come to their rescue. Huang Mao's expression was grim. He knew his own limitations. Even the Goblin Prince had been dispatched through underhanded means. The silver-tier boss before them was an entirely different matter. I cannot do this." Huang Mao too collapsed to the ground, drained of strength, while most players were still en route, leaving them without support. What? Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, the villagers' final glimmer of hope was extinguished. They began to weep, fully aware that their village was doomed. Even their very lives now hung by a thread. "It's over. Brother Lin Fan, what shall we do?" Even Yi, frightened, retreated behind Lin Fan, her pale face betraying her anxiety as she clumsily inquired. Such a grand spectacle was overwhelmingly daunting for a delicate girl like her. Meanwhile, Lin Fan paused his actions. This sudden turn of events had slightly interrupted his rhythm, but he vividly recalled that the Goblin Siege event was triggered upon the death of the Goblin Prince. A large-scale occurrence he had not been eligible to participate in previously due to his weakness. Back then, the top 10 on the leaderboard had been dominated by the leaders of various factions, with no place for him. However, this time was markedly different. He found himself intrigued by the rewards for ranking first on the leaderboard. Thus, he decided to amend his plans, ignoring the now trembling Bulow. He slowly advanced towards the goblin army. "Brother Lin Fan, what are you doing?" He exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Lin Fan's actions. Reaching out to stop him, eye in her eyes, no matter how formidable Lin Fan might be. He was still just one person. Facing an army of over 10,000 goblins was beyond the capability of a single player to vanquish. Lin Fan's actions seemed tantamount to seeking death. Huang Mao, too, cast a dark glance, mocking. Even now, this kid still seeks to show off. He must truly be unhinged. Yet as Huang Mao's words fell, Lin Fan's steps gradually halted. I could see that moment. Lin Fan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. What had once appeared a somewhat frail figure now loomed large in the eyes of onlookers, exuding an overwhelming presence. Slowly, Lin Fan spoke. "You claim to admire power. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is." Without waiting for a response, Lin Fan activated his hidden cloak skill, propelling himself into the air like a deity, as the crowd below gaped in awe at Lin Fan, soaring into the sky. Huang Mao was rendered speechless in shock. What did he just witness? Lin Fan was actually flying. It was well known that within the entire realm of Shengzuan, flying beings were exceedingly rare, aside from the naturally airborne celestial race. No other races possessed the ability to fly. Other means of flight required formidable equipment or invincible mounts, none of which were attainable by players at this stage. Yet here was Lin Fan, ascending into the air before the astonished eyes of all. The goblin army clearly noticed the sudden silhouette that appeared in the sky. Instantly, a look of astonishment spread across the face of the Golden Goblin. However, upon seeing the level above Lin Fan's head, his shock swiftly transformed into a scornful expression. After all, he was a formidable silver-level boss at level 25, an invincible entity at this stage. How could a mere level 3 individual possibly pose a threat to their army? Surely, even if he possessed the ability to fly, it would only serve as a means of escape, he thought dismissively, preparing to command the goblin army to directly assault the village before them. But just as he was about to issue the order, the entire sky suddenly darkened. The originally clear sky became shrouded in darkness, as if enveloped by ominous clouds. The light before everyone's eyes dimmed instantly. What was happening? The golden goblin was taken aback and looked up, the scene before him nearly causing him to lose his wits, causing him to tumble from his throne. Above in the sky, a colossal meteor was hurtling towards them at a terrifying speed. Flames danced around the meteor, accompanied by an extraordinarily fearsome heat. If it were to crash down, nothing would survive. This was the catastrophic spell. Earth-shattering starfall, unleashed by Lin Fan. It marked the first time he had employed a god-tier spell since his return, demonstrating the profound intent to kill that now filled his heart. One meteor descending would be enough to evaporate the seas and flatten mountains. Yet he was merely using it to deal with a handful of goblins. Such extravagance was beyond measure. Retreat, quickly retreat. The golden goblin panicked. He had no idea where this meteor had come from, and he hurriedly shouted in goblin tongue for his subordinates to fall back. But before they could take a few steps, the sky darkened once more, and a second meteor began to coalesce in the air. Like the first, it plummeted towards them, sealing off their escape route. Want to flee? Dream on. Lin Fan had already devised a strategy the moment he made his move. The goblin army was arranged in a straight line, so a single meteor's coverage might not annihilate them all. But if one wasn't sufficient, then two it would be. After all, for Lin Fan, who possessed the magical ring of the god of magic, spells were an inexhaustible resource. What is this? Not only the golden goblin, but even the villagers were left dumbfounded. The appearance of those two meteors was utterly unforeseen, and the aura they carried instilled fear in everyone present. The only one capable of unleashing such meteors was none other than Lin Fan, who was quietly floating in the air. The members of the Huangmao team were overwhelmed with shock. Is this really Lin Fan? The level 3 skeleton who had been so understated within the team? Is this truly his real strength? It was utterly terrifying. Cold sweat poured down Huangmao and the others as they questioned how they had managed to survive until now. An invincible killing machine had been by their side all along. As the two meteors descended, one after the other, the ground erupted in an explosion of terrifying heat, sending a shockwave radiating outward. The anguished screams of countless goblins filled the air, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of goblins perished, while the invincible golden goblin didn't even have a chance to retaliate before meeting his end, as everyone cautiously surveyed the scene. The area where the goblins had once stood was now a vast pit, littered with deep bones. Among those bones lay countless gold coins and equipment, quietly resting. The sheer quantity of coins was enough to drive anyone mad. Ding! The goblin siege event has concluded, successfully repelled. Ding! For certain reasons, the goblin settlement to the east of the novice village has been obliterated. The goblin dungeon permanently closed. Novice village number 66666. Goblin monsters exterminated. Ding! The monster kill leaderboard has been arranged. Players listed should pay attention to the system announcement to claim their corresponding rewards. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for achieving the first kill of a silver-level boss, gaining 500 experience points, 200 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, and acquiring a mysterious item. Just as the crowd was still processing the recent events, a flurry of system notifications bombarded them. Upon hearing the system's announcement, the players of Novice Village No. 66,666 were left utterly bewildered. What the hell? It hasn't even been 3 minutes since the event started, and you're telling me it's already over? This must be a joke. There's no way a player has actually slain the goblins. The players, skeptical, opened the monster kill leaderboard. The number in the first column rendered them speechless. Goblin monster kill leaderboard. First place, player Lin Fan kills 13,982. Second place, in a third place, in a fourth place, in an instant. The players erupted with excitement. This player, Lin Fan, who single-handedly repelled the goblin army, became the focal point of fervent discussion. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lin Fan, wore an expression of serene composure. He chose not to gather the equipment and coins, but swiftly returned to the previous location of the village. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, the very villagers who had recently called for his demise fell silent. Lin Fan had just promised to showcase his true power, and he had indeed delivered. That power rivaled that of deities. Even Huang Mao, who had been lauded by them, paled in comparison to Lin Fan. Even the typically arrogant Huang Mao dared not utter a word, cowering silently to the side. All gazes turned toward Lin Fan. Filled with awe, at that moment, a villager who had gone to inspect the previous corpse shouted loudly, "That's not one of our villagers. It's a goblin." As everyone looked up, they discovered that beneath the white robe lay not one of their own, but a grotesque goblin. Only then did the villagers realize that they had wronged Lin Fan. He had come to their aid. Guilt washed over their faces as they recognized their misunderstanding of Lin Fan. He had not only assisted them, but had just vanquished tens of thousands of goblins, annihilating the Golden Goblin. Yet, how had they treated him? They had never offered him any provisions and had nearly attacked him just moments ago. Suddenly enlightened, Bullo approached Lin Fan with a face full of remorse. He looked at Lin Fan with deep regret, his voice laden with apology. "I'm sorry, esteemed skeleton elder. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please do not take it to heart." With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan, his expression one of utmost respect. Clearly, he too had been awed by Lin Fan's power. Oh, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at Bullo's apology and slowly replied, "All right, I accept your apology." "Really?" Bullo's face lit up with joy, fully aware of the terrifying presence that this level 3 skeleton truly represented. If he could recruit him to their village, they would never have to worry about food and shelter again. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He reached up to touch his neck, where a bloodstain seemed to be manifesting, oozing forth blood. The next second, before the eyes of the crowd, Bullo's head abruptly separated from his body, plummeting to the ground, his face still etched with fear. Ah! Many onlookers gasped in terror. Bullo had just died like that. At that moment, Lin Fan's devilish voice echoed, "The best compensation for your apology is the death of your once arrogant selves. I have never been a good person and I hold grudges. The reason I just killed those goblins was not to help you, but because I enjoyed it." Lin Fan's eyes ignited with pale flames, as if Bullo's soul were wailing within. "Now it's your turn to die." As the villagers gazed upon the bloodied remains of Bullo, many were paralyzed with terror. The visual shock was far more profound than when the goblin army had attacked, leaving an indelible psychological scar. They could never have imagined that just a moment ago, Lin Fan had appeared as their savior, only to transform into a merciless executioner intent on dragging them into the abyss in an instant. It seemed as though a shroud of gloom had descended upon the sky. At that moment, the aura unintentionally emanating from Lin Fan instilled a sense of impending doom, reminiscent of a bloody tempest. Before everyone's eyes, a horrifying scene unfolded. Atop a mountain of corpses, amassed from countless players and monsters alike, stood a pale skeleton, quietly poised at the summit, like an exalted monarch surveying the myriad of mortals below. He inquired, "Who shall be next?" The lightly mocking tone of Lin Fan sent a tremor coursing through the villagers, compelling them to bow their heads deeply, unable to meet his gaze. His hollow eye sockets resembled an endless abyss. And those who dared to make contact risked losing their very souls. Was there no one bold enough to volunteer? Yet, the villagers' reaction was but a natural response in Lin Fan's eyes. Rather than anger, he allowed his gaze to wander until it finally anchored upon a pallid villager, the very same who had attempted to intercept him upon his entrance into the novice village. As if sensing something, the villager abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Lin Fan's enigmatic smirk. "No, please, spare me," he implored, but it was already too late. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, the villager's entire form was yanked into the air, as though drawn by an unseen force, landing directly in Lin Fan's grip. Then, with a mere lift of his left hand, the spell coalesced in an instant. In the next moment, under the villager's horrified gaze, several brilliant lights seemed to erupt within his vision. The following second, he was engulfed by an excruciating pain that tore his body asunder, cleaving into multiple parts. Ah! The villager's anguished screams echoed with his final two words, as his remaining head fell to the ground with a soft thud. The sound reverberated through the minds of the villagers, shattering their psychological defenses in an instant. How cruel a method! All those who had previously looked down upon Lin Fan or pointed fingers at him now knelt before him in abject submission. They pounded their heads against the ground in desperation, crying out for mercy from the skeletal elder, begging, "We were blind. Please, spare us. We are willing to serve you faithfully, generation after generation." The chorus of pleas enveloped Lin Fan's ears, the desperation palpable and sincere. This motley crew of villagers had truly been frightened to their core. At this juncture, even if Lin Fan commanded them to consume excrement, they would likely scramble to comply, fearing they might lag behind. It was then that Lin Fan ceased his slaughter, having amassed no fewer than 5 severed heads at his feet, each belonging to those who had dared to obstruct or threaten him. He felt no pity for these individuals. They had dared to provoke his authority and must face the consequences. Hearing the villagers' frantic entreaties, Lin Fan spoke with a measured tone. "You hold no value to me. Why should I spare you? Unless you can present something of interest to alleviate my mood." His message was unmistakable. Unless these sycophantic villagers could offer something that piqued his curiosity, their fate was sealed. At that moment, a corpulent figure emerged from the crowd, scrambling forward. This individual, somewhat rotund with a thick beard and a sheen of grease upon his face, approached Lin Fan with palpable fear etched across his features. Bowing deeply, he implored, "O skeletal elder, I am the leader of this village. If you spare us, we shall offer you our entire village, and we will be your most loyal slaves." His words were earnest, devoid of any hint of grievance or resentment. It was evident that he was genuinely willing to relinquish the entire village to Lin Fan. Surprised by the leader's declaration, Lin Fan found this prospect intriguing. Having suffered betrayal in the past, he had always walked alone, never joining any guild or claiming any territory. Yet he understood the implications well. Should he accept their proposal, he would gain his very first domain. Considering this, he paused his bloody work. Truth be told, exterminating these lowly beings held little appeal for him. The notion of acquiring a territory sparked a flicker of interest within him, for it represented an opportunity to explore the aspects of life he had previously overlooked. Quite intriguing, he murmured after a moment of contemplation. Although he did not explicitly agree, the villagers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing his acquiescence to their pleas. The leader, hearing Lin Fan's words, expressed his gratitude fervently, bowing repeatedly as he declared, "Thank you for your immense kindness, skeletal elder. We shall devote our lives to serving you." Ironically, the villagers who had once scorned the skeletal race now found themselves at the mercy of the very entity that had claimed the lives of several of their own. Yet, none dared to voice a complaint. Instead, they expressed overwhelming gratitude, pleading for Lin Fan to govern them. This was the authority derived from absolute power, a testament to the supreme control Lin Fan wielded. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, even the most heinous actions could be met with unwavering loyalty from many, who would regard them as their singular faith. At that moment, with a nod from Lin Fan, it seemed the harrowing chapter of this infernal realm could finally reach its conclusion. The members of the Huang Mao squad stood nearby, utterly stupefied. Even from a distance, the recent slaughter had instilled a chilling dread within them. At this juncture, only a fool would still believe that Lin Fan was merely a level 3 player. His level undoubtedly represented a figure that struck fear into the hearts of all, perhaps already reaching levels in the 40s or 50s. Huang Mao and his companions were filled with regret. Had they known such a formidable presence existed among them, they would have sought to befriend him at first opportunity rather than concocting troubles for him. With a being of such invincibility at their side, leveling up would be inevitable. Yet due to their own foolishness, they had fostered a wealth of animosity with Lin Fan. Huang Mao wished fervently to traverse back in time, delivering a few sharp slaps to his former arrogant self. Meanwhile, he was dumbfounded. Her eyes reflected disbelief, Was this truly the same Lin Fan she once knew? He now appeared transformed, embodying an iron-fisted ruler who commanded the fates of all present. From him, he sensed what it meant to possess true dominance and nobility, in stark contrast to Huang Mao's forced bravado. Ah, the skeletal brother is truly impressive. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Huang Mao's voice, now tinged with sycophancy, echoed in Lin Fan's ear. Desperation drove him to curry favor, hoping to salvage what little remained of their standing. However, just as Huang Mao prepared to speak, Lin Fan slowly turned his head. An overwhelming chill of murderous intent instantly locked on a Huang Mao's position. Lin Fan's voice, devoid of warmth, resonated. I don't recall ever saying I would spare you. Now, shall we settle the score for our previous grievances? At the weight of Lin Fan's words, Huang Mao's smile froze in place. He had not anticipated that his humble approach would yield such a callous response from Lin Fan. This sudden turn of events left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Huang Mao quickly composed himself and continued, Lin Fan, my brother, we may have had some minor disagreements in the past, but we are teammates now. Let bygones be bygones, for we are still part of the same squad. He insisted, his words seemingly intended to persuade Lin Fan to remain with their team. Oh, you even deserve it. Yet this time, Lin Fan was remarkably straightforward. He coldly retorted the 3 words, do you deserve it, directly to Huang Mao's face. What a joke! As Lin Fan, once the most formidable player in the game Shangzun. How many sought to team up with him, to take on monsters together? And this Huang Mao, who had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, now wanted to keep Lin Fan in their ranks. Was he out of his mind? By any measure of status or strength, Huang Mao truly did not measure up. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, Huang Mao's previously feigned smile began to falter. The grievances he harbored against Lin Fan had always lingered within him. That it was only due to Lin Fan's displayed prowess that he had restrained himself from outright flattering him. Yet after being repeatedly belittled by Lin Fan, his pent-up frustration finally erupted. He angrily declared, Lin Fan, don't go too far. We are not like those villagers. We are not afraid of your threats. They are truly dead. But we can resurrect, so spare us your theatrics. They are of no use. With that, he gazed at Lin Fan with an air of triumph, as if he feared nothing dough. Is that so? Lin Fan replied, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. This statement felt eerily familiar. A prior group had shared a similar mindset, namely the members of the Mad Beast Gang. They had been slaughtered by him 100 times until they could no longer bear the mental strain and ceased to log into the game. Observing Huang Mao's arrogant demeanor, Lin Fan's pale lips curled into a sinister smile. Initially, he had intended to repeat the past and reduce Huang Mao and his companions to level 0. However, he had now changed his mind. It's not out of the question for us to continue working together. With that thought, Lin Fan slowly spoke. Upon hearing Lin Fan's seemingly conciliatory words, Huang Mao's face lit up with joy. It appeared Lin Fan had been swayed by his previous remarks and was willing to compromise. How impressive he felt, believing he had bested Lin Fan in debate. But before his elation could linger, the next words from Lin Fan froze the atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. For what Lin Fan was about to say was utterly shocking. If you wish to join me, then you 4 shall become my loyal hounds. Lin Fan slowly clenched his hands, calmly uttering these words as if they were entirely normal. And indeed, it was true. In the past, Lin Fan had amassed a multitude of followers, many of whom were formidable players or legendary beasts. Ordinary individuals were hardly worthy of his attention, let alone the opportunity to serve him. Thus, for Lin Fan to offer Huang Mao and his 3 companions the chance to be his loyal dogs was a monumental favor. Yet to Lin Fan, these words were all too commonplace. Huang Mao and his companions. However, it was an outrageous affront, a humiliating insult. Huang Mao's expression darkened immediately, and the 3 teammates behind him wore equally grim visages. They were not mere villagers who would grovel for their lives before Lin Fan. They, like him, were players of Shangzun. Why should Lin Fan elevate himself above them and assume the role of their master? Such a notion was utterly delusional. Huang Mao's voice turned grave as he stated, Lin Fan, don't push your luck. Don't think that just because you possess some strength, you can act with impunity. I tell you, even if it means jumping off the cliff in the novice village, I will never be your slave. Huang Mao declared vehemently. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan sighed, feigning regret, before his tone turned icy, imbued with a chilling malice. Then I suppose I must bid you farewell. Without waiting for Huang Mao's response, he clenched his hands, summoning countless dark runes from his skeletal claws. Each rune exuded a formidable aura. Huang Mao and his companions' pupils constricted as they braced for an attack. But the next moment, the runes descended into their bodies without inflicting any harm. Hey, what are you doing? Huang Mao and his companions questioned, their voices tinged with uncertainty. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Fan replied with a smile, extending his right hand towards Huang Mao and his companions. Sensing impending doom, they instinctively fled, desperate to escape Lin Fan's grasp. Yet Lin Fan would not allow them to succeed. Watching them retreat, he softly intoned, Necromancer's super divine spell. Heart Crush grade. Super divine required level. LV95 skill description. A unique skill of the Undead Emperor. The Undead Emperor is merciless and can pierce through the essence to target the heart of every mortal. This spell allows for the direct crushing of an individual's heart, dealing damage equal to the caster's 1,000 magical attack power. Moreover, this skill ignores the pain reduction imposed by the system. As they ran, Huang Mao and his companions felt an invasion of mysterious power within their bodies. An invisible hand seemed to caress their most vulnerable point. The beating heart within their chests. Before they could react, Lin Fan's right hand clenched in the air. Pop. Their hearts exploded. Their movements halted, their pupils filled with uncontrollable dread. Their eyes quivered as if they might burst from their sockets. Meanwhile, their hearts were crushed, releasing a torrent of blood. In an instant, for terrifying damage notifications appeared. Huang Mao and his companions had not managed to flee far before they were enveloped in screams. Transformed into beams of white light and sent back to their spawn point, the onlookers were astonished. What kind of technique was this that could claim lives from a distance? But Lin Fan had no intention of allowing them just a single death. His right hand began to spin, revealing a magical array. The inscriptions inscribed within the array were the very dark runes Lin Fan had infused into Huang Mao and his companions. This would become the source of their nightmares. Orc high-level magic. Mark of teleportation. Originally a teleportation spell used by orc players for monster hunting, allowing for rapid travel between locations to save time. However, under Lin Fan's extraordinary manipulation, this spell, intended for individual travel, underwent a bizarre transformation, enabling it to actively teleport others to his location. Bang! With a sound akin to shattering glass, the dark magical array vanished, to the astonishment of the crowd. Huang Mao and his companions, who had just died and returned to the spawn point, reappeared before them. But their expressions were filled with agony. They clutched their chests, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down their foreheads. The pain they endured was beyond human tolerance. The heart, being the most vital organ in the body, inflicted a torment so real it threatened to drive them mad. So, do you have the answer in your hearts now? At that moment, Lin Fan's voice once again drifted through the air, laced with a playful smile. The recently unleashed heart crush, a transcendent tier of magic, may not have been the most expansive or the most potent among his repertoire. Yet, it was undoubtedly the most excruciating, for it could utterly disregard the pain relief provided by the system, transmitting the agonizing sensation of a heart's rupture unreservedly to every individual targeted by Lin Fan. This spell was originally designed to affect only one person. However, under Lin Fan's exceptional mastery, locking on to dozens at once was a mere trifling feat. As Lin Fan's words fell, Huang Mao finally struggled to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth and casting a look filled with resentment towards Lin Fan, defiantly declaring, "Not bad. You have spirit. I admire that." Upon hearing Huang Mao's retort, Lin Fan offered a faint commendation, then ruthlessly unleashed another heart crush, shattering the hearts of Huang Mao and his companions, who had only recently been revived. The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the heavens and earth once more, as Huang Mao and his comrades met their demise again. The villagers kneeling nearby were left utterly stupefied. Many could discern the unmistakable agony concealed within Huang Mao's cries. No one wished to endure such hellish torment. At this moment, numerous villagers silently rejoiced at their early surrender. Otherwise, they might have found themselves subjected to the very same tortures. Perhaps even Buluo would be grateful to Lin Fan for such a straightforward execution as merely severing his head, rather than employing such cruel methods. Swish! Another dark magical array materialized, and once again, Huang Mao and his companions appeared before the crowd. You shall not have a favorable outcome. This time, before Lin Fan could utter a word, Huang Mao hastily cast a malicious curse. His hatred for Lin Fan had already soared beyond the limits of the sky. After enduring 2 consecutive torturous experiences, his mind began to blur. Lin Fan, however, remained unimpressed. He had heard such curses countless times before. His ears had nearly calloused over. Yet here he was, still alive and well. Whether he would face a good end in the future was uncertain. But he knew for certain that those who defied him would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Thud! Thud, thud, thud! Just as Huang Mao intended to remain defiant until death, 3 heavy sounds of kneeling suddenly echoed behind him. His 3 teammates, unable to bear it any longer, dropped to their knees before Lin Fan, pleading, "We are willing to serve the esteemed skeleton elder, as the most loyal of hounds." "You traitors!" Huang Mao exclaimed, shock overtaking him as he turned to face his betrayers. Yet, none of his teammates acknowledged him. Each buried their heads in the ground, pledging their loyalty to Lin Fan. Twice, merely twice, those weak-minded teammates had already succumbed. Surrendering and willingly becoming loyal hounds. One could only imagine the depths of suffering Lin Fan's skills had inflicted upon them. Traitors! Huang Mao cursed, but before he could finish, a searing pain struck him once more, sending him into oblivion. It was Lin Fan who had unilaterally targeted Huang Mao with another heart crush. Lin Fan's motives were simple. You refuse to submit? Very well. I shall slay you until you do. Reasoning? Non-existent. Huang Mao did possess some commendable traits, notably his tenacity. However, in the face of Lin Fan's cold-bloodedness, his resilience seemed trivial, almost laughable. When Huang Mao reappeared before everyone, one of his former allies, who had shared a closer bond with him, finally spoke up. Just submit to the esteemed skeleton elder. Continuing to struggle only brings suffering upon yourself. At this moment, Huang Mao's mind was in disarray. The light in his eyes had dimmed, becoming murky and unfocused. Hearing the counsel of a former friend, he began to waver. He hesitated, engaged in a frantic internal struggle. Suddenly, a powerful force struck his head, forcing his face into the mud, instantly coating him in filth and distorting his features. Huang Mao struggled to rise but found himself utterly immobilized. He then realized that Lin Fan had pressed his foot firmly upon his head, burying it into the ground. Lin Fan spoke slowly. You don't think I'm offering you a choice, do you? I am informing you to become my dog, not asking for your approval. You have no right to refuse. With a heavy stomp, he crushed Huang Mao's head into oblivion once more, sending him into another agonizing death. The next moment, as Huang Mao reappeared, he trembled and declared, I am willing to serve as the esteemed skeleton elder's loyal dog. Yet, instead of the respite he anticipated, Huang Mao was met with yet another fatal blow from Lin Fan. The crowd gazed at Lin Fan in horror, bewildered by his motives. Lin Fan merely replied nonchalantly, Your response was too slow. It displeased me. It was evident that Lin Fan was merely venting his frustrations. This thought flickered through the minds of the onlookers, but none dared to voice a rebuttal or speak on Huang Mao's behalf. They bowed their heads once more, kneeling respectfully in one wish to provoke the exalted skeleton emperor. The next time Huang Mao appeared, he had learned his lesson. He quickly dropped to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards Lin Fan, exclaiming, I am willing to be the most loyal dog by the esteemed skeleton elder's side. No, your tone lacks sincerity. Lin Fan shook his head slowly, sending Huang Mao to his demise once more. I am willing. Your posture is incorrect. Die. I am willing. Where are your eyes looking? Die. After losing count of how many times Huang Mao had perished, he was on the brink of losing his sanity after being killed by Lin Fan for the 20th time. Lin Fan finally felt a tinge of boredom and said slowly, "Very well, from now on, I shall bestow upon you the name Big Yellow Dog. Thank you, esteemed skeleton elder, for your immense grace. I shall take this to heart and cherish it forever." Huang Mao, overwhelmed with relief, fervently knelt and worshipped, his eyes filled with fervor. His former pride and defiance shattered in that moment. Merely because Lin Fan had spared him and granted him a new name, did he feel such ecstatic joy. It could be said that the old Huang Mao had vanished entirely. The mental defenses he had once possessed were obliterated through countless torments, and he had truly become Lin Fan's loyal hound. Obedient and compliant. Thus, all of Huang Mao's former companions, save for Yi, had transformed into slaves of the once despised skeleton race. They could never have imagined that this would become the most glorious and correct choice they would reflect upon in the future. After Huang Mao and his companions had submitted, the only one left unscathed in the scene was Yi. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of shock as she gazed at the four individuals, now resembling four eager hounds, kneeling before Lin Fan. She could hardly fathom their fate. She had anticipated Lin Fan might chastise Huang Mao, but she never expected him to adopt such a violently brutal and utterly merciless approach to compel them into becoming his most faithful servants. At that moment, Lin Fan turned his head, seemingly addressing Huang Mao and his companions. They immediately complied, scrambling to their feet and scurrying off in the direction of some unseen summons. Once all was said and done, Lin Fan finally directed his gaze towards the dazed Yi. Feeling the weight of his stare, she grew anxious, her small face displaying a look of helplessness. At this juncture, she truly had no idea what Lin Fan would do next. As her heart raced like a startled deer, Lin Fan finally spoke. "You're different from them. I will not force you. You are free to choose whether to follow me." Lin Fan spoke softly. His feelings for Yi were not particularly negative, so he refrained from treating her with the previous brutality he had displayed, instead granting her the right to choose, should she be unwilling. Lin Fan would naturally not insist. Although Yi was undeniably adorable, indeed a beauty that could captivate a nation, Lin Fan did not feel compelled to treat her any differently than I upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Yi stuttered, her small hands helplessly entwined. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she were overwhelmed by Lin Fan's pressing inquiry. In that moment, she felt a tinge of fear towards him. After all, she was merely a girl, and the memory of Lin Fan's previous cruel actions lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Yet, each time she considered retreating, the image of Lin Fan single-handedly confronting a myriad of goblin warriors flashed before her eyes. His godlike magic and emperor-like demeanor seemed to possess an enchanting power, replaying in her mind repeatedly. One must ask, how many girls in the world do not admire a strong man? To seek a figure upon whom they can rely is a lifelong dream cherished by every girl. At that moment, Lin Fan's presence disrupted the once tranquil lake within her heart, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her cheeks. After a long pause, he finally spoke, her voice so soft it resembled a whisper. "I am willing to follow my master." This declaration signified her willingness to remain by Lin Fan's side, to be his most loyal attendant. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was somewhat at a loss for words. Why did this little girl refer to him as master so directly? He certainly did not possess such a twisted sense of humor. To be honest, even having Huang Mao and the others call him master made him feel a bit uncomfortable, as if it were somewhat distasteful. After all, forcing those who once looked down upon him to bow and scrape at his feet was a cruel delight, yet did not mean he enjoyed being addressed as master by men. Thus, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "You need not call me master. From now on, you shall serve as my maid and simply call me young master." "Oh, all right." He was taken aback upon hearing this, her small face brightening with a hint of joy. Calling him young master was evidently much more intimate than addressing him as master. It seemed she held a special place in Tian Fan Guji's heart. With this thought, Yi's heart swelled with delight. Just then, the four members of Huang Mao returned, looking quite haggard. They were shouldering a magnificent golden throne, the very one used by the silver rank boss, the Golden Goblin, which could only be described as resplendent. Adorned with precious gemstones and radiating dazzling golden light, it was blinding to behold. This throne alone could fetch an astronomical price. The multitude of rare gems upon it was truly beyond count. Perhaps only a greedy race like the goblins could amass such a wealth of precious stones. With the demise of the Golden Goblin, it was evident that the throne now belonged to Lin Fan. Although such a lavish throne still seemed somewhat lacking in his eyes. Previously, even the most humble of thrones he had possessed was forged from the bones of true dragons, and the gems adorning it were far superior. However, given the exceptional circumstances, Lin Fan decided to make do. Observing the now kneeling Huang Mao and the villagers, he calmly stated, "There is no need to call me senior or master from now on. You shall refer to me as Your Excellency." Your Excellency. This title was the collective honorific bestowed upon Lin Fan by millions of players after he earned the title of the Skeletal Saint, signifying their recognition of his noble status and admiration. As the words left his lips, Lin Fan began to stride towards the golden throne of Tea that moment. A dark light flickered around him, the disguise from his cloak dissipating completely. He was once again adorned with 10 exquisite rings, and an immensely regal crown that radiated a terrifying aura. He walked calmly amidst the throng of kneeling figures, his cloak billowing, shimmering with countless dark lights, as if heralding the return of supremacy. Through this minor expedition, he had come to understand that the life of a mortal was something he could never truly experience. There was no need for him to forcibly blend in. What suited him best was the singular existence at the pinnacle of the highest mountain. With each step he took, a villager bowed their head in reverence, fervently exclaiming, "Long live your excellency," amidst the chorus of adoration. Lin Fan slowly seated himself upon the golden throne. Before him lay a sea of kneeling villagers, with the his maid, nearest to him, and Huang Mao and the others further back. This marked the first time after his crossing that he had gathered 4 loyal companions. Observing the scene of worship before him, Lin Fan tilted his head slightly, resting a hand against his brow, lost in thought. While the spectacle was not particularly extravagant for him, it was nonetheless the first time since his return that he felt a semblance of the power he wielded in the game. This elicited a wave of nostalgia within him, and it signified that he had officially taken his first step in the game since his return. One day, he would ensure that the name of the skeletal saint resonated once more within the realm of Saint Lord, compelling thousands to bow before him. The return of the Saint Lord would undoubtedly be a monumental chapter in this game, destined to be remembered by all. At that moment, he would begin to reveal his terrifying fangs. Before his crossing, he had left behind many regrets and had yet to complete numerous tasks. There remained many formidable foes he had yet to vanquish, such as the true god boss standing atop the pinnacle of deities or the dragon emperor who commanded legions of dragons. Flames blazed fiercely in Lin Fan's eyes. This time, he would ensure that they all lay beneath his feet, reclaiming everything he had lost. Meanwhile, unlike Lin Fan, who was basking in his triumph, the other thousands of players in the novice village were in total uproar. The atmosphere was electric as they fervently discussed the emergence of the player Tian Fan, who had single-handedly vanquished all goblins on the leaderboard. The game forum erupted in fervor. Countless threads about Tian Fan surfaced, with thousands of posts emerging within mere minutes. All were engaged in discussions, expressing their disbelief. The incident at Novice Village 66666, where the goblin siege ended in 3 minutes, was an accident or a game flaw. The mysterious player Tian Fan, who killed 10,000 monsters in 3 minutes. Was it the official customer service intervening, or was there a mysterious NPC aiding him? Novice Village 66666 had permanently lost its goblin dungeon. What kind of terrifying power had transpired? Was it related to the mysterious player Tian Fan? In an instant, the forum was inundated with posts regarding the events at Novice Village 66666, with opinions varying widely. Some claimed Tian Fan was merely an official customer service representative testing game data. Others suggested he had received assistance from a mysterious NPC to eliminate such a terrifying number of goblins in 3 minutes. There were even those who posited that this was merely a game glitch, and that player Lin Fan did not exist at all. Among the discussions, one analytical post quickly ascended to the top, garnering an astonishing number of views, making it the most popular thread. The original poster, Lin Fan, declared, "I am a player from Novice Village 66666, and thus I have ample authority to discuss this incident. Please allow me to analyze it for you. Firstly, I assure you that player Lin Fan absolutely exists. He is not a product of a game glitch or a customer service test. Have we all forgotten? The game Saint Lord was developed collaboratively by all countries in the world, claiming that glitches could not possibly occur. Furthermore, the game does not require the presence of customer service, as it would severely disrupt game balance." Following the Goblin Siege incident, we players who hurried to the east of the Novice Village briefly witnessed a moment in the distant sky where it appeared to be shrouded in darkness. As if enveloped by countless ominous clouds that I surmise it must have been an extraordinarily powerful spell. This very magic annihilated tens of thousands of goblin troops and directly slew the Silver Tier boss, the Golden Goblin. Hence, I boldly conjecture that the player Lin Fan must have encountered some immense fortune within the Novice Village. At the TA time, when players were generally still of low level, he unleashed a terrifying area of effect spell that obliterated all the monsters in an instant. It can be said that the occurrence of this event was entirely serendipitous. The player, known as Lin Fan, seemingly stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. The convergence of timing, location, and harmony with others was indispensable, rendering it an irreplicable miracle. Moreover, the original poster of this thread, a player named Lin Fan, swiftly garnered the recognition of the majority. After all, this game is played by hundreds of millions worldwide. How could there possibly be any loopholes? In response, the second commenter, Xianyao Irin, proclaimed, "Sofa, the OP is right. I support the OP." The third commenter, Laoba Jinren, added, "The OP's analysis is logical and convincing. I give a 5-star rating, wishing happiness and health to the whole family." The fourth commenter, AI Chi Aolage, lamented, "I am also a player from Novice Village number 66666. Why am I not so lucky? Comparing people really brings despair." The fifth commenter, Mamma Mia, exclaimed, "Lin Fan truly struck a stroke of luck. Achieving the first kill of a Silver Tier boss. I can only wonder what that mysterious item reward entails. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Thus propelled by the fervor of forum discussions, player Lin Fan suddenly became a celebrity within the game. While many expressed a desire to meet him, numerous others harbored envy for Lin Fan's fortune. They began to roam around their own novice villages, hoping to replicate his good luck. Some even set their sights on Lin Fan. Having also been in Novice Village number 6666, the prospect of the equipment and gold dropped by tens of thousands of monsters was tantalizing. It is no wonder they aimed to associate with Lin Fan. However, at this moment, Lin Fan, quietly seated upon his throne, remained unaware of the tremendous uproar his actions had incited outside. It dawned on him that countless pieces of equipment and gold still lay nearby. Simultaneously, Huang Mao, also known as the Great Yellow Dog, approached Lin Fan with a sycophantic demeanor, inquiring, "My lord, do you require us to gather the equipment for you? Such a noble identity should not engage in such tasks personally." Yet Lin Fan simply shook his head, declining his proposal that it was not out of fear that Huang Mao and others might secretly hoard it, but rather because the quantity of gold was overwhelmingly vast. Even if he summoned all the villagers to assist in collecting it, it would likely take 3 days and nights. Clearly, that was exceedingly impractical. This was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, the game developers designed this event with the intention of distributing the loot among tens of thousands of players. The equipment and gold obtained were certainly sufficient to be shared among that many players. Thus, the fact that it all converged upon Lin Fan alone was rather monumental. However, what appeared as a scene of despair to others was, in Lin Fan's eyes, quite simple. He gently raised his right hand, on which a ring glimmered with a faint purple light. It was one of his other super artifacts, the 18 Super Artifact Space God Morue's Temporal Wormhole. 18 Super Artifact Space God Morue's Temporal Wormhole Tier. Super Artifact Required Level. LV 100 Skill. Spatial Jump. A player possessing this ring can traverse any location they have previously reached, disregarding distance and space. With a mere thought, they can arrive. Wormhole of Infinity Passive Skill. The vast wormhole created by space god Morue can open a brand new space, accommodating an unlimited number of items. With no storage restrictions. Equipment description. At the dawn of creation, when the 10 gods descended, space god Morue infused all his energy into this, awaiting the arrival of the favored one. That this was the third ring Lin Fan utilized after his traversal. And it was the most functionally powerful one. Possessing it meant that no matter where Lin Fan wished to go, it was merely a blink away. His previous ability to traverse back and forth was indeed due to the might of this ring. The infinite wormhole it possessed was now proving to be immensely beneficial to Lin Fan. Typically, faced with such a plethora of equipment, an ordinary player's inventory would be overwhelmed, rendering it impossible to accommodate such a vast quantity. Yet now, with the existence of this spatial ring, Lin Fan could store as much as he desired without issue. Wormhole pull. Raising his hand slightly, Lin Fan's space ring shone with a resplendent purple light. In an instant, an unparalleled and terrifying force of attraction erupted from the ring, locking onto the equipment and items lying amid countless bones. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, those items were swiftly drawn into Lin Fan's ring like a tide. The mountain of gold coins vanished entirely within mere seconds. The Maidie was also taken aback at that moment, her round little mouth agape. She had prepared herself for a laborious task, yet could not fathom Lin Fan's ability to achieve such a feat so effortlessly. What would typically take an extended period was condensed into merely 2 seconds. Such prowess was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing everyone's comprehension. After surveying the bounty within the ring, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The spoils from the 10,000 goblins were indeed considerable. Not only did he acquire a staggering 30,000 gold coins, but he also received numerous pieces of equipment. The common bronze gear was abundant, numbering in the thousands. Surprisingly, over 100 precious silver-tier items also dropped, far exceeding his expectations. In a corner of the ring, there even lay a dozen pieces of golden equipment, a treasure coveted by players at this stage. However, while these items would drive others to madness, they merely elicited a glance from Lin Fan. His gaze shifted, quickly locking onto a singular head. It was a holy golden head, the expression frozen in a visage of terror. It was none other than the head of the silver-tier boss, the Golden Goblin. Golden Goblin's head category. Quest item equipment description. An item dropped upon the death of the Golden Goblin. It appears grotesque and serves an unknown purpose. This item was shrouded in ambiguity. An ordinary player would likely receive it only to cast it aside as worthless. However, Lin Fan understood that this head was perhaps the most crucial reward among his acquisitions. For it was linked to an ultimate secret of a novice village. Surrounding the novice village were 4 distinct monster tribes. Previously, a player had pointed out on the forum that if one could collect the heads of the 4 tribal leaders, they could enter a mysterious space at the center of a novice village. The secrets contained within were beyond anyone's imagination. Yet to this day, even Lin Fan before his traversal was unaware of anyone who had accomplished this feat. The conditions to succeed in this quest were exceedingly stringent. Even if future players grew powerful and attempted it, the tribal leaders would have long since been eradicated, leaving no opportunity. Yet now, the situation was different. Lin Fan held the initiative. Clutching the head, he was eager to uncover the truth behind the legend that circulated among players. These thoughts flickered in his mind. Then Lin Fan placed the Golden Goblin's head back. For now, it held little utility for him, as he still needed to collect 3 more heads. That Lin Fan's gaze shifted, landing on another area within the spatial realm. He had not forgotten that the reward for ranking first on the Goblin leaderboard included a mysterious item from the first kill of the silver-tier boss. Upon a cursory glance, aside from a few thousand gold coins and some gifted equipment, there were a few items that piqued Lin Fan's interest. Title: Goblin Slayer. Item description: this title is awarded to the player ranked first on the Goblin leaderboard. When equipped, it grants the ability to slay goblins with a single strike. For ordinary players, this title is nothing short of miraculous. With this title, one's leveling speed would ascend at a rocket-like pace. While others might need to strike a goblin a dozen times to vanquish it, you could do so with a mere flick of your wrist. Yet, in Lin Fan's eyes, this title seemed somewhat superfluous. After all, before him, whether they were goblins or any other kind, they all faced the same fate of instant annihilation. didn't they? Moreover, the goblin horde had already been eradicated by Lin Fan, leaving no goblins for anyone to hunt. Thus, what may be considered an invincible title in other novice villages was undoubtedly rendered worthless in the 66,666th novice village. Shaking his head, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the second piece of equipment. Basic Territory Token. Item description. Upon use, it allows the user to claim a piece of unoccupied land as their territory. Alternatively, with the recognition of all local NPCs, one may become the lord of that territory. Upon seeing this token, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had never possessed his own territory before, he was quite familiar with the concept. Territory tokens come in various levels, the higher the level. The broader the area, one can claim that it can be said that for any guild aspiring to make a name for itself within the sacred sovereign, a territory token is indispensable. It determines whether a guild can maintain a sustainable base of operations. Lin Fan had not anticipated that this group of villagers, having just pledged allegiance to him, would so aptly present him with this territory token. After all, even though the villagers recognized him as their leader, without such an item, he would merely hold a title with no real authority, and many functions related to territory would remain inaccessible. While Lin Fan had other means to secure the rights to this land, the token before him undoubtedly spared him a great deal of trouble. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the last item, a mysterious object obtained from a first kill. However, upon reading the description, he found himself rather perplexed. Special item, Moon Token. Item description, a mysterious token that faintly emanates the essence of the moon, its purpose unknown, that it seems to lack something and is currently in a dormant state. Only players who have achieved a first kill of a silver level boss can obtain it. There exists only one in the entire world. It cannot be dropped or traded, and it belongs solely to player Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. This mysterious token appeared to be as enigmatic as the head of a golden goblin, its description baffling and devoid of any practical application. Nevertheless, he was aware that the latter might be linked to some elusive legend. Yet, this token left him entirely at a loss. After all, he had never had any connection to previous boss first kills. And this was his very first acquisition. No one had ever mentioned that this token possessed any terrifying qualities. Its description indicated that it was missing something and was falling into a state of slumber. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, speculating that this token likely required some subsequent item to activate it on its own. It was incapable of exerting any effect. Thus, after tallying all his gains, Lin Fan promptly produced the basic territory token he had just acquired. With a gentle squeeze, the token disintegrated into powder, transforming into a soft golden light that enveloped all the villagers still kneeling before Lin Fan. In the next moment, a proclamation resonated within the hearts of all the villagers. Player Lin Fan wishes to become the master of your territory. Do you consent? Consent. All the villagers replied in unison, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. They immediately bowed deeply to Lin Fan once more, their voices filled with excitement as they exclaimed, "Long live our esteemed leader." At that moment, to them, Lin Fan was the singular deity. Every decision he made was perceived as a divine decree, one that no one could dare defy. Consequently, the system's notification chimed swiftly in Lin Fan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, on becoming the leader of the Novice Village, Eastern Hill Village. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, as the first player in the world to use a territory token. The system grants you an additional legendary recruitment order and 5 epic recruitment orders. Along with the production accelerator, simultaneously, a world announcement echoed in the ears of every player. Ding! Player Lin Fan has activated the territory system, receiving a reward of 2,000 gold coins, 200 reputation points, and an additional special reward. Undoubtedly, the forum that had just begun to calm down after Lin Fan's Goblin Siege incident erupted once more. This fellow named Lin Fan had stirred up another sensational headline by activating the territory system. Meanwhile, a soft blue interface gradually materialized before Lin Fan, detailing all information regarding Hill Village, territory, Hill Village, player owner, Lin Fan, current village level, LV2 to current territory scale, village, ruined, village population, 40. Special facilities, none. daily gold output, 20. Note: due to environmental constraints, the maximum scale of territories in novice villages can only be upgraded to town status. Gazing at the chaotic information before him, Lin Fan found himself momentarily dazzled. Although he commanded great prowess within the game as the sacred sovereign, in this territory system, he was merely a novice, embarking on a new journey of learning. Through the system's elucidation, he discovered that territories also possess levels. Generally, the higher the level, the greater the strength of the village. The elevation of a village's level primarily considers various factors, such as population and special facilities, representing the comprehensive strength of the village. The scale of the village denotes its size, ranging from gathering place, village, town, city, fortress, to nation. Perhaps due to Hill Village's recent encounter with the Goblin Horde, its current state was indicated as ruined, suggesting the situation was far from ideal. Lin Fan shook his head, recognizing that the village he had inherited was in dire straits, requiring substantial revitalization. Not only were there no special facilities, but the population was lamentably sparse. The daily gold output was a mere 20. Yet, he remained unfazed. Under Lin Fan's guidance, nothing was impossible. Even the most abysmal village could, under his management, transform into the most formidable city. The novice village was merely a general term, whereas the village led by the village chief would emerge as the strongest among novice villages. However, Lin Fan smiled slightly, contemplating that it wouldn't be long before the currently dismal Hill Village would rise to become the mightiest village in the 66,666th novice village. After grappling with his thoughts for so long, Lin Fan finally relinquished the notion of continuing to draw rewards. Although he possessed several recruitment tokens gifted by the system, he had initially wished to test his luck, as it turned out. He came away empty-handed, incurring a loss of over 10,000 gold coins while recruiting a dozen utterly useless villagers. Thus, Lin Fan came to terms with his unfortunate luck, retrieving from his backpack the 2 different recruitment tokens that had been quietly resting there. Epic Recruitment Order. Item description: upon use, it consumes 1 recruitment order to recruit a villager for free, guaranteeing the acquisition of an epic level or higher villager. Legendary Recruitment Order. Item description: upon use, it consumes 1 recruitment order to recruit a villager for free, guaranteeing the acquisition of a legendary level villager. Holding a total of 6 tokens in his hand, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity. After all, recruitment orders were not something one could simply purchase with gold. They were designed specifically to rescue those plagued by misfortune. Such items could only be obtained via system rewards, through opening extraordinarily rare treasure chests, or by defeating immensely powerful monsters. For the average player, any of these options would be nothing short of a Herculean task. Only those affluent guilds would dare to spend their wealth to acquire from fortunate players. Moreover, it is quite possible that even with ample funds, one might still be unable to procure such items, for they are exceedingly rare. However, at this moment, Lin Fan felt no pangs of regret. After all, the system had bestowed these upon him for his utilization. Without hesitation, he first employed the 5 epic recruitment orders. Instantly, a flash of purple light illuminated the interface, gradually revealing the figure of a villager. Epic Villager. Xiao Nua Quality. Epic Level. LV5 Specialty. Alchemy Expertise. Possesses perfected basic alchemy skills. Capable of concocting various primary potions. Can manage a special facility. Potion Shop Personality. Cautious, inherently careful, he approaches tasks with meticulousness. During potion crafting, costs are reduced by 10, and selling prices increased by 10. Upon reading the introduction of this first epic villager, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the epic classification was justified, as it came with significantly enhanced attributes. Not only did it possess a level, but it also boasted a unique personality. The recruitment of this villager effectively addressed his pressing concerns. Lin Fan had been troubled by the absence of a manager for his shop under construction, and the system promptly provided him one. Furthermore, the cautious nature of this villager aligned perfectly with his preferences, as basic alchemy could adequately cater to the needs of novice village players. Additionally, the cost-reducing trait promised substantial profits. Not bad. Lin Fan's previous frustrations, caused by a group of ordinary villagers, dissipated in an instant, With eager anticipation, he activated the second epic recruitment order. Epic Villager. Steel helmet quality. Epic level. LV5 specialty. Basic forging mastery possesses basic forging skills. Capable of crafting bronze-level equipment, with a small chance of producing silver-level equipment. Personality. Blunt steel helmet's demeanor is quite bold, unconcerned with trifles. Each forging attempt has a 2 chance to cause a forge explosion, resulting in shop repairs. Each repair costs 300 gold coins. This newly appeared villager presented a somewhat ambiguous situation, as the personality was negative, potentially leading to losses. However, Lin Fan dismissed the 300 gold coins as trivial. Let it explode. He had plenty of money. His gaze lingered on the attribute that allowed for a small probability of forging silver equipment, nodding slightly in approval. Merely this skill justified the epic nature of Steel Helmet's attributes. Although Lin Fan already possessed numerous silver-level items, for the current mainstream players, bronze equipment remained the common assemblage. Silver-level equipment was still a rare treasure in the hands of high-end players. If word spread that Uncle Steel Helmet could forge silver equipment, Lin Fan could confidently predict that Hill Village would soon be inundated with players. Subsequently, Lin Fan decisively shattered the remaining 3 epic recruitment orders. He acquired a shrewd merchant villager who could enhance item sales by 20. A villager proficient in basic combat. And lastly, the one Lin Fan esteemed most, a master builder. This individual could further shorten construction time and reduce the gold required for building, marking them as an invaluable asset in construction talent. Yet, even with this star-studded assembly of 5 extraordinary epic villagers, Lin Fan's appetite remained unquenched. He understood that the main event was just beginning. He produced the slightly shimmering legendary recruitment order, curiosity stirring within him about what kind of villager he would receive. With a crisp snap, the legendary recruitment order broke in his hand. What followed took all the villagers by surprise. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, fierce winds whipping up, with countless flying sands and stones wreaking havoc. It was as if a mysterious spatial disturbance erupted at that moment. Then, in the midst of the bewildered villagers, a dazzling golden rift appeared before them, accompanied by the heavy clanking of armor. A woman slowly emerged from the rift. She was tall, her skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, a delicate nose adorning her face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, yet the resolute expression within them commanded respect from all. Behind her, a cascade of golden hair was elegantly styled, and the silver armor she wore exuded a refreshing aura. In her hand, she wielded a long, sacred sword, resembling a queen of unparalleled purity, commanding the world. Facing the villagers who gazed at her, as if she were an alien, the woman displayed no trace of fear, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, who was surrounded by the crowd. She gracefully walked towards him, knelt on one knee, and reverently inquired, "Are you my master?" Lin Fan, taken aback by the beautiful maiden kneeling before him, was utterly astounded. The previously recruited villagers had been rather mundane and unremarkable. Who could have anticipated that the game developers would indulge in such theatrical flair for the entrance of a legendary villager, leaving everyone present in awe, gazing upon the maiden's stunning visage? Lin Fan found himself momentarily entranced. Was this not the renowned queen from D Station, adored by many? The legendary Arthurian figure, Altria Pendragon, commonly known as Saber? Lin Fan could scarcely believe in the past. He had harbored a deep admiration for this valiant queen. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. This queen was kneeling reverently at his feet, and he was her new master. Observing the awaiting Saber, Lin Fan remained silent, opting instead to examine her attribute panel. Legendary character, Arthur Pendragon quality, legendary level, LV10 upgradable, specialty. Holy Queen. As a noble queen, her aura automatically suppresses all adversaries against creatures of lower levels. It reduces their attack and defense by 20. Combat mastery. Having fought persistently, her combat skills are exceptionally refined. Each attack invariably strikes the enemy's weak point, inflicting an additional 30 damage. Wind King domain, releasing wind elements that envelop herself. For the next half minute, enemies cannot perceive their attacks against her, and their strikes will completely miss. Oath of Victory sword, using her sacred sword, the Oath of Victory, as a medium, she unleashes a cataclysmic attack. When the sword descends, it strikes all enemies within a 100-meter radius, dealing 200 physical attack damage. Personality. Knightly loyalty. Once she recognizes her master, her loyalty is unwavering, and betrayal is impossible. After reviewing Saber's attribute panel, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. The epic villagers he had just found so appealing now paled in comparison. Compared to Saber's attributes, they were utterly outclassed. The existence of a legendary character transcended the term villager, elevating her to the status of a persona. This indicated that she was not bound to remain within the confines of her territory like the lesser villagers. Instead, she could freely accompany her master. Moreover, the upgradable designation after her level clearly indicated that Saber could level up just like ordinary players, averting the potential for her to become obsolete due to low levels in the future. As for why she was only level 10, Lin Fan found it unsurprising. After all, he was merely in a LV2 village. How could one summon characters of significantly higher levels? If a LV100 character, akin to Lin Fan, were summoned, would other players even have a chance to play? It was no wonder that some players, despite lacking a guild, desperately sought to possess their own village. The IT was all in pursuit of this recruitment system. Even if not for the purpose of developing their own influence, the allure of having additional followers was undeniably enticing. Having absorbed all of this, Lin Fan finally shifted his gaze away. Subsequently, it was placed upon the still kneeling figure of Saber. At that moment, her head was slightly bowed, paying the utmost respect to Lin Fan. Her long golden hair shimmered radiantly in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal beauty. Lin Fan then spoke softly, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be your master, and you shall be my most formidable knight." Upon hearing his words, Saber once again performed a bow, a gesture steeped in ancient knightly tradition, signifying her lifelong vow of unwavering loyalty to Lin Fan. In that instant, she was no longer the exalted King Arthur, but merely a knight at Lin Fan's side, ready to obey his commands. Lin Fan's calm demeanor towards Saber did not reflect the reactions of others, who were taken aback by the noble aura that Saber inadvertently radiated. The villagers, even those of a seemingly elevated status, were left in awe, rendered speechless. The four closest to Saber, previously arrogant, now dared not even glance at her for fear of desecrating her sanctity. To them, it felt as though even a fleeting gaze upon the divine Saber would be an affront. The timid E shrank beside Lin Fan, her eyes filled with trepidation as she beheld Saber's beauty, which eclipsed even her own past admirers. "From now on, stay by my side," Lin Fan said gently to Saber. Initially, his plan was to utilize the legendary village dwellers he summoned to safeguard the village from monsters or ill-intentioned players. However, allowing Saber to merely guard the village seemed an utter waste of her potential. After all, he had already summoned an epic-tier warrior to protect the village, which should suffice. Nevertheless, Lin Fan still prepared for contingencies. He noticed the ring of the god of space on his finger flicker gently, prompting a deluge of gleaming silver equipment to cascade forth, forming a small mountain before the villagers. They were left astounded, gazing at the towering pile of equipment that loomed 3 men high, swallowing hard in disbelief. Each piece emanated a palpable aura, all of which were of silver quality, as the blonde-haired man stammered, at a loss for words. Despite having witnessed Lin Fan's myriad of abilities and knowing of his impressive collection, the sheer quantity exceeded his wildest expectations. Each epic-tier villager could claim a full set of equipment, while the remaining villagers were entitled to 1 piece of silver equipment each for their own protection. Lin Fan's next words thundered in the ears of everyone present, leaving them questioning their own hearing. They had always been powerless NPCs, helpless against monster invasions, with even the hope of possessing a single ordinary piece of equipment being a distant dream. Yet now, each of them could receive a piece of silver equipment. It was worth noting that even players rarely obtained silver items. What are you still standing around for? Hurry and claim your equipment. Lin Fan's voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. It's just some silver gear. I find it too trivial for my own people. Upon hearing his command, villagers began to tremble as they tentatively approached to claim their silver gear. As they touched the tangible items, it dawned upon them that this was no mere dream. Gradually, more villagers received their equipment, each face radiating joy. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired group looked on with envy, for they had yet to receive any of these items. If other players were to learn of this, it would surely incite outrage. Yet, Lin Fan did not allow them to partake, and they dared not overstep their bounds, instead drooling quietly around Lin Fan's throne. "Reiner, come here," Lin Fan spoke again, and, at his words, the previously bustling village fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and no one dared interrupt him. From the crowd, a robust man stepped forward. It was Reiner, an epic-tier villager with basic combat skills. Upon hearing Lin Fan's call, Reiner approached with a look of astonishment and then knelt heavily before him. "What is your command, my lord? I shall risk life and limb, traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire for you." Lin Fan remained unfazed by Reiner's declaration of loyalty and replied calmly, "I cannot stay here forever. In my absence, should any player attempt to approach the village for any reason, eliminate without mercy. Do you understand?" His narrowed eyes glinted dangerously. This was not to imply that Lin Fan wished to sever communication between the village and the outside world, but the ongoing construction of various special facilities left little opportunity for interaction. The villagers' newly acquired equipment would undoubtedly attract the attention of greedy players. If he did not issue a warning, these naive villagers might fall prey to deception, leading to their demise in pursuit of loot. "Understood, my lord," Reiner responded, his heart heavy yet resolute. Lin Fan nodded and addressed the blonde-haired group. "Huang Quan, Dongshan, go to the village chief." "Yes, my lord," Huang quickly replied, and he along with the other 3 members began to carry Lin Fan's golden throne away from Hill Village. Meanwhile, the remaining villagers knelt in silence, revering Lin Fan's departing figure. The distance to the village chief's residence was considerable, and Lin Fan and his companions moved slowly across the vast expanse of grassland. With the goblins eradicated, monsters were scarce. Occasionally, when they encountered stray beasts, the mere presence of Saber sent them fleeing in terror. It must be said that Saber was indeed a devoted knight, devoid of any airs of royalty. Despite the negligible danger surrounding them, she remained vigilant, her hand firmly gripping the hilt of her sword. Ever alert to her surroundings, hesitant to engage Saber, found the journey somewhat dull and decided to browse the in-game forum. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the multitude of posts dedicated to Lin Fan. Surprised, she displayed the interface to Lin Fan, her expression peculiar. "Young master, it seems you are quite the hot topic among players. The entire forum is abuzz with discussions about you." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Previously consumed by his own affairs, he had not noticed this phenomenon. He was unaware that the name Tian Fan had become a subject of widespread discourse. Opening the forum, he was immediately inundated by a barrage of titles. Player Tian Fan stirs the pot again, initiating the territory system. Could this be related to the items granted by the system? What is the mysterious item obtained by player Tian Fan for his first kill? 10,000 wild speculation from the original poster. Could player Tian Fan be an official shill, having summoned a legendary character? The last post left Lin Fan astounded. How could these people possibly know about his summoning of a legendary figure? As if perceiving Lin Fan's thoughts, he playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and remarked, "Young master, you must be too engrossed in the recent events. After you activated the territory system, the official announcement detailed its workings. Each player, upon summoning a legendary character, would trigger a world announcement. According to the official descriptions, the probability of summoning a legendary character appears to be a mere 0.1 explained to Lin Fan, casting a wary glance at Saber ahead. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Fan possessed a legendary recruitment order. At this juncture, even she, as Lin Fan's attendant, felt he resembled a mere pawn, designed to provoke players into spending. Upon grasping the general course of events, Lin Fan was left somewhat speechless. The official's decision to issue global announcements was undoubtedly insidious. Legendary characters are coveted companions that everyone desires, yet their summoning is notoriously difficult. The sporadic world announcements about other players summoning legendary characters seem deliberately crafted to incite others to spend money. Most players, akin to Lin Fan, stubbornly believed that if others could achieve such feats, why not themselves? Regrettably, Lin Fan became the first to provoke envy among other players, thrust into the spotlight. Hadn't he noticed the forum, where countless players had begun to express their jealousy towards him? Old radish. Is it even possible to enjoy the game anymore? This Tian fan's luck is simply outrageous. First, he annihilated the goblin army, and now he has summoned a legendary character. This can't possibly be anything but a scam. Phew. Keep your bitterness to yourself. The sensible ones have already begun reaching out to the great Tian fan, preparing to add him as a friend. Drunken red dust. I wonder if the great Tian fan can see our messages. If he does, please add me on WeChat. I'm willing to bear your children. Ice Blue Rain. You giant foot fetishist, step aside. Great Tian fan, I am the adorable girl with a 3060 lowly voice. As Lin Fan perused the increasingly bizarre comments on the forum, he promptly exited the thread. What on earth was happening? This was not the right vibe. At that moment, a majority of players had even bestowed upon Lin Fan the moniker of the Chosen One. The reason was simple. His luck was astonishingly extraordinary. Yet, only Lin Fan himself knew that this had nothing to do with luck. In fact, he felt quite the opposite. After stepping away, Lin Fan browsed through a few more threads. Most were centered on his exploits and speculations about his identity, while others were trivial discussions about finding husbands or wives. Amidst this chaotic sea of posts, one particular thread caught his interest. Newbie Village 66666 experiences strange phenomenon. Following the annihilation of goblins, a divine tree slope appears in the village center, where simply idling nearby grants experience points. Extraordinarily incredible. Upon clicking in, he found a multitude of players from Newbie Village 66666 confirming the authenticity of this phenomenon. This sparked immense jealousy among other novice players. The idea of gaining experience while lying idle was utterly infuriating. Players began to wonder why all good and bad fortune seemed to revolve around Newbie Village 66666. Upon reading this post, Lin Fan felt a stirring within. It was as if something resonated with him. The divine tree slope described on the forum seemed to hold a connection to him. After glancing at the map of the novice village, he noted that the location of the divine tree slope was conveniently along the route to the village chief's home. Thus, Lin Fan immediately addressed the great yellow dog and his companions, suggesting they alter their course to visit the divine tree slope first. The yellow-haired companions paused, clearly unaware of what the divine tree slope entailed. Fortunately, he provided them with an explanation, prompting them to set off towards their new destination. The group moved swiftly, soon leaving the eastern part of the novice village and returning to the bustling marketplace. Observing the array of vibrant shops and the endless flow of players, the yellow-haired one, carrying Lin Fan's golden throne, bore a complex expression. Who could have imagined that the very person he had once scorned would now be their revered master? His former prestigious status as a captain had plummeted, reducing him to a mere loyal dog beside Lin Fan. Fate truly has a penchant for playing tricks on individuals. As the yellow-haired one contemplated, Lin Fan's appearance ignited an explosive reaction throughout the entire novice village marketplace. Every player wandering the marketplace was astonished to find a magnificent, resplendent throne adorned with countless gemstones, each gem alone worth a fortune. Suddenly occupying the center of the marketplace, seated upon this throne was a skeletal figure, propping its head with its hand, exuding an air of ennui. The figure commanded authority without anger. Deep within its hollow eye sockets seemed to burn an unquenchable fire. Its opulent adornments rivaled those of the throne itself, its fingers bedecked with a kaleidoscope of dazzling rings. And atop its head rested an extraordinarily striking supreme crown, radiating an aura of dominance that no player dared to meet with their gaze. It was as if staring too long would compel one to kneel in reverence before the skeletal being in the center of the path. Who is this? Such an entrance is simply magnificent. Players gazed in awe at the incredible spectacle, murmuring to themselves. Here were players relying solely on their own two legs to navigate, exhausting themselves with tireless running, while this skeletal figure enjoyed a luxurious ride, borne aloft by 4 attendants. How utterly comfortable! Other players, too, were captivated not only by Lin Fan, but also by the 2 enchanting maidens, Yi and Saber, who stood gracefully before him, their eyes glazed over in a daze, nearly drooling. Having encountered many beauties before, they found these two girls to be breathtakingly stunning, evoking a sense of dizziness and enchantment. With a loud thud, a potion slipped from one player's grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding noise. However, the potion shop owner, Uncle Walker, did not express anger or demand compensation. Instead, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he might swallow an elephant whole. Wasn't he this the skeleton master? How had he transformed so dramatically in such a short time? He observed the yellow-haired one, whose face bore an expression of dutiful submission as he bore the golden throne, not daring to draw a breath out of turn. An embodiment of loyalty. This sight shattered his worldview. He distinctly remembered that not long ago, this individual had been at odds with the skeleton master. Snap, snap, the sounds of countless cameras clicked into action. The game's built-in photography function had players eagerly capturing this spectacular moment to share on the forum. It was no wonder they lost composure, rushing to document the scene. It was simply too impressive. Many female players gazed at Lin Fan with starry eyes. Just moments ago, they had found the skeletal figure to be a mere collection of bones, devoid of beauty. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Lin Fan's skeletal character appeared fundamentally different, adorned with luxurious accessories and a grand black robe, emanating an aura of imperial authority. He and the golden throne complemented each other, as if tailored specifically for him, exuding a haughty charm that captivated every woman. Yet even amidst the throng of admiration, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, his deep-set eyes gazing into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. It was no surprise. He had long since built an immunity to the chatter of players, in his past as a holy figure. Every appearance had drawn a chorus of discussions, placing him at the center of attention. As for the players before him, akin to paparazzi, Lin Fan had grown accustomed to their scrutiny. He simply tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne, embodying an air of silent contemplation. Of course, where there is admiration, there is also jealousy. Some envious players, watching Lin Fan's position, felt compelled to act. They envisioned how magnificent it would be if they were to take his place. There exists a rumor among the skeleton clan regarding a single drop of blood, and they are well aware of it. Consequently, a multitude of onlookers began to shift their attention towards Lin Fan, a sense of restlessness taking root in their hearts, giving rise to thoughts that ought not to be entertained. In their minds, even if they failed to seize it, it would merely result in a loss of one level. However, securing it would lead to an immense windfall. Death was inconsequential. Acquiring the blood would be a stroke of fortune. Just as someone contemplated being the first to venture forth, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from across the street, followed by the appearance of a contingent of armored guards. Their formation was impeccably organized, led by a burly man whose visage was adorned with a multitude of muscles, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. His name was Bill, who, after Kyle was punished by the village chief and reduced to a commoner, ascended to the position of the new squad leader of the guards as the deputy captain. Initially, he was somewhat bewildered upon receiving this news. However, he soon adapted to his new role, managing his duties with a semblance of authority. And recently, buoyed by the flattery of his subordinates, he had become increasingly arrogant and self-satisfied. Today happened to be his routine inspection day, and upon witnessing the sudden commotion at the marketplace, he led his squad to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Yet upon arrival, his eyes widened in astonishment, akin to the size of copper bells, as he beheld Lin Fan's grotesquely extravagant display, leaving him momentarily speechless. A barely audible gulp escaped his throat, and his gaze ignited with fervor. As the squad leader, he enjoyed a life of relative luxury, adorned in the silver-grade armor distributed by the village, which lent him an air of authority. But now, confronted with Lin Fan's golden throne, the pride he once felt regarding his opulent lifestyle crumbled into oblivion. In comparison to Lin Fan, his existence felt utterly subpar, akin to that of swine or a dog. He resolved to seize this golden throne at any cost. Even if it meant facing repercussions, the mere possession of that throne would ensure a lifetime of comfort. Halt. With this thought, he led his squad towards Lin Fan with an unfriendly expression, blocking their path. Guards, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing the guard's sudden appearance and their obstruction, he immediately inquired, "Yes, Lin Fan's maid. She was acutely aware of her responsibilities. However, Bill had no intention of addressing E. Instead, he directed his ire towards Lin Fan, demanding loudly, "Player Tion Fan, why do you oppress other players, compelling them to serve as your subordinates and engage in such degrading labor?" Before he could finish his tirade, he hastily placed a heavy accusation upon Lin Fan. The term subordinate he used clearly referred to E and the four individuals with yellow hair. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd at Bill's proclamation. For the name of the skeleton clan that escaped his lips was none other than the player Tion Fan, whose exploits had been fervently discussed in the forums. In an instant, the atmosphere, which had slightly cooled with the guard's arrival, reignited with excitement. Countless onlookers gazed at Lin Fan with curiosity, their eyes now reflecting a newfound intrigue. If their astonishment had previously stemmed solely from Lin Fan's extravagant display, the connection to his legendary exploits undoubtedly added layers of mystery to his character. 3 minutes to annihilate 10,000 goblins, the first to unlock the territory system and recruit legendary figures. Such a fervent player. In that moment, faced with the tense standoff between the two parties, many spectators hastily retrieved their cameras to capture the unfolding drama. They were brimming with excitement, anticipating a spectacle. Yet before the conflict could escalate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, the individuals with yellow hair were the first to react. Yellow Hair shot a frosty glare at the squad leader Bill, retorting with disdain, "What nonsense are you spouting? Degrading labor. We are here of our own volition. Thank you very much. The great master has never forced us. Everything we do is entirely of our own accord. And it is none of your business. Don't go looking for trouble." Yellow Hair unleashed a torrent of unfiltered rage upon Bill. Initially, he felt a twinge of uncertainty when confronting the squad leader, given that Bill was a prominent figure in the novice village. However, upon hearing the accusation of being laborers, Yellow Hair's displeasure surged. Bill's plans were abruptly interrupted by Yellow Hair's outburst, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Was this yellow-haired individual out his mind? He was clearly attempting to liberate them from their supposed servitude, yet this fool had the audacity to berate him. What kind of twisted logic was this? His good intentions were met with ingratitude. Originally, he had intended to collaborate with Yellow Hair to stage a ploy, using the pretext of oppressing players to detain Lin Fan, thus lending an air of legitimacy to their actions. Yet, to his astonishment, the very ally he had counted on had instead chosen to speak in defense of the opposing side, and the shock was not limited to him. Uncle Walker also wore an expression of disbelief. If he could accept the previous scene, this moment pushed him to the brink of incredulity. His lips trembled in disbelief. Where had the unruly Yellow Hair, who had been so quick to berate Lin Fan, disappeared to? The current Yellow Hair was a blatant sycophant, for heaven's sake. Upon hearing Yellow Hair's servile remarks, the surrounding onlookers erupted once more. After all, every individual possesses their dignity. Even within the rigid hierarchy of guilds, most members would merely bow and greet their leader with a respectful hello, guildmaster. However, regarding the 4 players who bore Lin Fan aloft, the majority had initially presumed they were being handsomely compensated for their services. After all, who would willingly engage in such humiliating tasks? Yet upon hearing Yellow Hair's words, they were left dumbfounded. It turned out these individuals had volunteered. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed to revel in it, even daring to retort against the squad leader Bill. In an instant, many gazes turned towards the unfazed Lin Fan, who displayed not a hint of anxiety, eager to discover what kind of charisma he possessed that could inspire such loyalty, compelling others to abandon their dignity. It was evident to any discerning observer that E and the silent blonde beauty were both Lin Fan's companions. Meanwhile, Bill, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, regained his composure as he shot an angry glare at Yellow Hair, an aura of authority emanating from him, as if attempting to intimidate him into submission. However, Yellow Hair remained unfazed. I could see this moment. He had resolved to embrace defiance, wearing an expression of disdain as he faced off against Bill, refusing to back down. What a joke! Did Bill really think that the meager aura of a mere squad leader could intimidate him? Such a delusion. He had personally witnessed Lin Fan's overwhelming presence in full force. The pressure radiating from Bill was laughably insignificant in comparison to the vast and boundless aura that compelled reverence. How dare you disrespect the guard? Bill's fury reached a boiling point, transforming his rage into a twisted smile. If Lin Fan could have a subordinate confront him, did that not imply that Bill was beneath Lin Fan's contempt? With this thought in mind, he seized upon Yellow Hair's provocation to launch an attack. He swung his arm forcefully and commanded, "Guards, apprehend them. They shall be punished with 10 days of detention for disrupting the order of the novice village." With that, he observed his subordinates swarm forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You dare to challenge me? You are all woefully unprepared." Today he had brought more than 40 subordinates with him, and he was confident they could easily handle this mere handful of individuals. Upon becoming squad leader, he gained access to player information. Otherwise, he would not have known Lin Fan's game ID. Before him stood a mere level 3 skeleton, and most of his companions were also level 3. The yellow-haired individual who had been shouting at him was pathetically at level 0. Each of his squad members was a capable fighter, and subduing this motley crew would be a trivial endeavor. As for the two young women, Bill didn't even bother to glance at them. Apart from their striking appearances, he dismissed them as mere decorative pieces, utterly lacking any threat. However, just as he was convinced that Lin Fan and his companions would inevitably submit, he caught an inadvertent glimpse of Lin Fan's followers, each displaying an air of calm confidence. They showed no signs of fear in the face of the guard's imposing presence, instead wearing expressions that hinted at mischief. As for the skeleton seated upon the golden throne, not a single glance had been cast upon him from the very beginning until now, as if he were deemed non-existent. These wretches, Bill, feeling belittled, ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to imprison them at once. Yet, for reasons unknown, an ominous sensation began to stir within his heart. Boom! Just as Bill's instincts were sounding alarms, a thunderous roar erupted, and a powerful gale swept through the surroundings, followed by the anguished cries of the guards. Just moments ago, the guards had boldly charged forth to apprehend Lin Fan, only to be violently hurled back in the next instant, sprawled upon the market square in disarray. Their expressions were filled with agony, clutching their stomachs and groaning, appearing quite miserable. Everyone present was taken aback by this spectacle. Many had believed that facing the formidable guards, Lin Fan and his companions were doomed to peril. Even those envious of Lin Fan had begun to secretly applaud. However, no one anticipated that in less than a second, the tides would turn dramatically. They looked up in astonishment, only to see the dust gradually dissipate, revealing the exquisite visage of a maiden. The golden-haired girl wielded a colossal sword of pure gold, her flowing hair cascading gracefully. She resembled an ethereal elf, untouched by the filth of the world. Yet this fairy-like beauty radiated a decisive and fierce aura. She was none other than the knight Lin Fan had recently tamed, the supremely holy Saber. Arthur, Saber, perceiving herself as Lin Fan's knight, could not stand idly by in such a situation. Thus, before Lin Fan could issue a command, she surged forth, unleashing the domain of the Wind King to shield herself, while simultaneously sending those audacious guards flying. "My master is not someone filthy like you can approach." At this moment, Saber's clear eyes were filled with unwavering determination. She stood resolutely in front of everyone, her colossal sword thrust heavily into the ground, producing a deafening roar. "Those who dare approach my master shall perish." Upon witnessing the girl who had single-handedly sent all his subordinates flying, a flash of fury crossed Bill's face. He quickly shouted at his moaning subordinates below, "You worthless lot, get up this instant." Naturally, his subordinates dared not defy his orders, struggling to rise and reassemble into formation. "Charge! Whoever dares to retreat today will face my wrath." Bill barked again, commanding his subordinates to launch a second wave of assault. Having just glimpsed the girl's level, Bill was stunned to discover she had reached level 10. However, this did not instill fear in him. He had a multitude of 40 men at his disposal, and the earlier incident was merely an accident. He truly did not believe that so many could be bested by a mere girl. As the guards once more bravely charged forward, a cold expression crossed Saber's face. In her eyes, her master was everything. These filthy ants dared to provoke his majesty. They would first have to pass through her. The domain of the Wind King erupted forth, enveloping her in a surge of blue energy. The approaching soldiers suddenly felt their strength wane, a sense of weakness enveloping their bodies. This was the weakening effect bestowed by Saber's passive skill, Holy Queen, which reduced all enemies' attack and defense by 20. Additionally, with the enhancement of battle experience, her attacks dealt an extra 20 damage to these foes. With this interplay of strengths, the guard were swiftly harvested like chaff by Saber. In mere blinks, Saber moved through them as if they were non-existent. Wielding her golden sword with fluidity, effortlessly dispatching guards with each swing. In an instant, the newly arriving guards were felled to the ground, lacking the strength to rise again. Good heavens, this stunning girl is incredibly fierce. I believe even I would be utterly defeated by her. As Saber showcased her prowess, the surrounding players were left in awe. They struggled to steady their cameras, overwhelmed by the regal aura emanating from Saber. One individual taking on over 40 guards, and doing so with such overwhelming ease. Who wouldn't be astonished? At this moment, a quick-witted player seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Could this possibly be the legendary figure drawn by Lin Fan?" His words garnered immediate agreement from the majority of players. A girl so formidable and beautiful could only be a legendary character. The crowd's envy surged anew. With such a powerful ally, who would worry about leveling up in the future? It was simply invincible. Furthermore, she was extraordinarily attractive, a sight to behold. Many gazed at Saber, who was now victorious and unruffled, their faces filled with longing. Numerous players lamented, pounding their chests in disbelief at Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune. To have such a stunning and powerful girl as his companion. Bill, however, was far from at ease, pointing at Saber with rage. He had not anticipated that what should have been a fierce battle would conclude so swiftly, quicker than he could have imagined. His gaze darkened, and his aura intensified. Under the ultimate temptation of the Golden Throne, and provoked by anger, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Holding a position as the captain of the guards, Bill was no ordinary man. His strength was equally extraordinary. "Very well, you have successfully enraged me," he declared, drawing his sword and advancing step by step toward Saber's position. His expression icy. Saber, too, readied herself, sensing that the individual before her was no mere FOT this moment. Lin Fan, who had remained silent, finally seemed to snap back to reality, his gaze betraying a hint of amusement. Observing the scene, a smirk graced his lips. "Saber, leave no survivors. Eliminate these scoundrels." Upon hearing her master's command, Saber nodded without hesitation. For her, her master's word was absolute, though she had previously defeated all the guards. Her innate sense of honor as Arthur lingered, preventing her from delivering lethal blows, merely incapacitating them. Yet now, faced with Lin Fan's directive, she unhesitatingly cast aside her principles and raised her colossal golden sword. She lifted the sword above her head, golden light shimmering around her. Bathed in this radiant glow, she appeared almost divine. Simultaneously, Saber spoke solemnly, "Excalibur." Under Lin Fan's instruction, she unleashed her most powerful attack. As her words fell, the sword in her hand swelled to an immense size, a beam of light shooting skyward, trailing countless golden rays. Thunder cracked, and it seemed as if the heavens bestowed upon Saber boundless power. Flowing into her golden Excalibur, "What do you intend to do?" Bill, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, felt his legs weaken. The fierce aura he had just possessed dwindled significantly. He was not foolish enough to believe he could contend with Saber in her current state. Just as he intended to flee and regroup later, it was already too late. Saber's eyes gleamed with radiant golden light, and then the colossal sword above her swung down with a resounding crash. Boom! The golden sword sliced down, its light akin to the wrath of the heavens, obliterating Bill and his guards into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. As the golden light faded, the once expansive street lay in ruins. The ground cracked as if shaken by an earthquake, stretching for hundreds of meters. Bill and his men vanished without a trace, not even ashes remaining, their demise utterly humiliating. Many players, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. Was this the true power of a legendary figure? The scene remained enveloped in an eerie silence, that moment. Everyone was left in a state of shock, unable to recover from the sheer might exhibited by Saber. Bill, having ascended to the position of captain of the guards, naturally possessed formidable strength. Over the past few days, their observations have been corroborated by the public brawls that erupted on the streets due to various grievances. Should Bill have encountered any of those altercations, he would have swiftly apprehended the culprits without a moment's hesitation. Yet now, the seemingly invincible Bill was being utterly overwhelmed by Saber, a peer of equal standing, in a manner that was nothing short of terrifying. At this juncture, not even ashes remained. Many among the onlookers were thumping their chests with a sense of dread, silently thankful that they had refrained from venturing onto the streets. For otherwise, the repercussions would have extended far beyond the individuals presently involved. Those players who had harbored ill intentions towards Lin Fan's golden throne now hastily retreated, their confidence evaporating in the face of such overwhelming power. With a subordinate capable of effortlessly dispatching the captain of the guards, how could they dare to engage in robbery? If Lin Fan had not come to claim their heads, they ought to be burning incense in gratitude. Master, all enemies that dare approach shall be vanquished. After completing his task, Saber simply sheathed the holy sword. He then returned respectfully to Lin Fan's side, kneeling on one knee to report. This display naturally elicited profound despair from many male admirers. Their goddess, in a moment of utter humility, was bowing before another man, shattering their dreams. Not bad, Lin Fan remarked, observing the fissure that extended into the unknown. Nodding in approval, he had initially thought that legendary figures were merely slightly superior to their peers. However, this was no slight superiority. It was an overwhelming domination. Not only had Saber crushed over 40 guards, but even the formidable Bill had been effortlessly eliminated before he could even unleash a counterattack. Such power was truly terrifying. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Having such a formidable subordinate was indeed a blessing, with the ability to obliterate anything in his path. There was no need for him to sully his hands, thereby preserving his dignity. Let us proceed, Lin Fan continued after this trivial interlude. Huang Mao and the others immediately understood and resumed their journey towards their destination, carrying the throne. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a shadow suddenly materialized before them, blocking their path. Saber's expression grew cold, ready to draw his sword for battle, suspecting it to be the lingering spirit of Bill's remnants. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. The individual was not clad in the attire of a guard, but rather a short, middle-aged man, sporting a small mustache. His shrewd eyes betrayed a cunning nature, suggesting he was not one to be underestimated. Yet, at that moment, the middle-aged man appeared utterly devoid of his usual sharp demeanor, his face betraying a sense of fear, gazing at the pock-marked road. He was on the verge of tears. His name was Rosen, the administrator of the marketplace in the novice village, responsible for overseeing all manner of trivial affairs within the market. He held considerable authority, arguably more significant than Bill. Yet, in this moment, Rosen exhibited none of the arrogant demeanor Bill had displayed earlier. Instead, he wore a sycophantic smile, his expression faltering in the presence of Saber and his companions. A chill gripped his heart as he hastily raised his hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, "Esteemed lords, please remain calm. I am merely the administrator of the marketplace, named Rosen, seeking your attention for a matter of some importance." He adopted an exceedingly humble posture, not out of his usual character, but rather influenced by the recent fright Saber had instilled in him. Those with any sense would recognize the need to adopt a respectful attitude towards Lin Fan. "What is it?" Upon hearing Rosen's words, Lin Fan's first maid, inquired. As Lin Fan's representative, she held considerable authority in his stead. Upon her question, Rosen finally wiped the cold sweat from his brow, preparing to divulge his purpose. Saber had been fixated on him, leaving his spine still tingling with apprehension. The recent display of combat was truly remarkable, leaving me thoroughly impressed. Rosen attempted to compliment, but Huang Mao, growing impatient, interrupted him. "Get to the point. If you waste our master's time, even 10 of your lives won't suffice as compensation. Just spit it out." "Why, yes, of course," Rosen stammered, nodding vigorously, then gestured toward the fissure in the road, reluctantly stating, "However, the repairs to this roadway." His meaning was clear. While he was indifferent to the brawls, he expected compensation for the damage Saber had inflicted. "Are you asking us for reparations?" Huang Mao, currently Lin Fan's most fervent sycophant with a fiery temper, immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Rosen. "Our master damaging your road is already a favor to you. You should be grateful we don't demand payment from you." Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, Rosen's face turned a shade of despair. He pleaded, "Please, esteemed lords, show some mercy. I have a family to support. The costs involved are a significant blow for us." Meanwhile, several onlookers among the players began to murmur amongst themselves. People possess an innate sense of empathy. Observing Rosen's lamentations, many felt discontent with Huang Mao's brash demeanor. "Huang Da be gone." Just as Huang Mao basked in his triumph, Lin Fan, as casual remark, abruptly shifted the atmosphere, causing Huang Mao's expression to falter. His previously proud demeanor morphed into one of fear, and he quickly retreated, no longer daring to utter another word. "Are you implying that I owe you reparations?" After dismissing Huang Mao, Lin Fan lightly tapped the armrest of the golden throne, gazing at Rosen with genuine interest. "Not reparations," Rosen hastily clarified, his face lighting up with hope, believing the situation was improving. "That would merely be a reward for my humble service. How could it be considered reparations?" He rubbed his hands together, wearing an eager smile. "Then how much do you require?" Yet, unperturbed by Rosen's flattery, Lin Fan continued his inquiry. Well, Rosen had not anticipated Lin Fan's straightforwardness, catching him off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded, "The materials used for the marketplace's road are of the finest quality, crafted from premium bluestone. Furthermore, the construction was executed by a professional team. The total cost for labor and materials would amount to 5,000 gold coins." He presented this figure with a sincere expression, as though it had been derived after careful consideration. However, upon hearing Rosen's answer, the other players present erupted in disbelief. They covered their mouths, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. 5,000 gold coins. It was important to note that the currency exchange system had yet to be implemented, and the initial monsters in the novice village dropped a pitifully small amount of gold. It was a cause for celebration if a single creature dropped 1 or 2 coins. Who among them could possibly amass 5,000 gold coins? That sum was nothing short of astronomical. They could confidently assert that even if all players currently in the marketplace pooled their resources, it was unlikely they would reach the 5,000 mark. This Rosen was truly demanding an outrageous sum. In an instant, many turned their attention towards Lin Fan, seated majestically upon the golden throne, eager to discern his reaction. Some even wore mischievous grins, pulling out cameras to capture Lin Fan's potential embarrassment at being unable to pay. They were eager to see if he could maintain his composed demeanor when faced with the prospect of lacking the necessary funds. Many were envious of Lin Fan's prior triumphs and seized this opportunity to mock him, eager to join the fray. Is that so? However, to their disappointment, Lin Fan's voice remained tranquil and undisturbed, betraying no hint of turmoil. He had not anticipated that the seemingly honest Rosen would reveal his true, cunning nature at that moment. The talk of bluestone tiles and top-notch construction teams was nothing but nonsense. Rosen's objective was merely to extort Lin Fan ruthlessly. Firstly, he was certain that Lin Fan would overestimate his own status and refrain from bargaining with him. Secondly, he relied on a multitude of players surrounding them to apply pressure, rendering Lin Fan unable to retreat gracefully. In this situation, Lin Fan found himself between a rock and a hard place. However, while this predicament would be mortifying for others, it was merely a trifling challenge for Lin Fan, a crisis he could effortlessly dissolve. After all, his wealth in gold coins was abundant. Parting with a mere 5,000 was hardly a concern. Lin Fan promptly nodded and said, "Very well, I agree." Upon hearing his words, a look of ecstatic delight spread across Rosen's face. He had merely sought to test Lin Fan. Had Lin Fan attempted to haggle, offering only 500 coins, he would have been left powerless. After all, the golden-haired girl before him had the capacity to end his life at any moment. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Fan would agree so swiftly, marking him as an easy target. Rosen scoffed inwardly. This fellow appeared so domineering, yet he was nothing more than a fool, easily lured into a trap. Yet, other players remained skeptical of Lin Fan's claims. Convinced he was merely posturing, maintaining a fa of bravado. 5,000 coins was far beyond what any player could muster at this stage. However, in the next moment, Lin Fan's actions silenced them all. A radiant glow flashed from his skeletal claws, and a bulging pouch of coins materialized before the crowd. The sheer size of the pouch was astounding, nearly bursting at the seams. Its dimensions were such that it could easily encompass the heads of 3 or 4 players. Anyone with their wits about them would recognize that the pouch contained at least several tens of thousands of gold coins. In an instant, the crowd was rendered speechless, their earlier mocking smiles vanishing entirely. It dawned on them that Lin Fan was, in fact, an exceptionally powerful player who had single-handedly slain tens of thousands of goblins. How could he possibly be lacking in gold? "Thank you, Lord Skeleton." "Thank you, Lord Skeleton." Rosen was nearly beside himself, fervently showering praise upon Lin Fan. He then turned to Lin Fan with an excited expression and said, "Lord Skeleton, this money." His meaning was unmistakable. He was eager for Lin Fan to hand over the gold. Any method would suffice, right? Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan posed a question. Enveloped in fervor, Rosen was unable to discern the implications of Lin Fan's words and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, very well. That a smirk of amusement danced at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He raised the pouch of coins before the crowd, grasped a handful of gleaming gold coins, and executed an astonishing act. He let the coins cascade from his hand like sand, rolling onto the street beside him. "Then go ahead and collect them," Lin Fan said with a smile, commanding Huang Mao and the others to rise, and as he moved, he continued to scatter gold coins from the pouch. In that instant, the sound of coins striking the ground rang out incessantly, and the entire street seemed to be permeated with the scent of wealth. The scene erupted into chaos. Countless players, drawn by the allure of gold, could no longer restrain themselves. They surged forward, frantically snatching the coins cascading from Lin Fan's grasp. "Lord Skeleton, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing Lin Fan's actions, Rosen panicked. All of that money belonged to him. How could Lin Fan throw it around so carelessly? However, when he voiced his complaint, Lin Fan shot him a cold glance, causing Rosen to shiver. "Did I not just ask you if any method was acceptable?" You nodded in agreement. "Is my method not permissible?" Lin Fan's tone was icy, emanating a lethal threat that even Rosen had not displayed when being extorted. Rosen dared not utter another word, fearing that Lin Fan might strike him down in the next moment. He could only swallow his indignation and furiously shout at the players scrambling for the coins, "Get away from me! That money is mine. Do not steal it." Seeing the coins that should have been his falling into the hands of other players was unbearable. He charged forward, cursing, and jostled among the players like a mad dog, fighting to seize the gold. Those who had previously mocked Lin Fan or envied him now joined the fray, caught in a frenzy for coins. Hundreds of players turned the marketplace into a cacophony of chaos. They trailed Lin Fan's golden throne like sycophants, eager to snatch up a few coins. Occasionally, a few overly zealous individuals attempted to push closer to Lin Fan to claim the best positions, only to be swiftly dispatched by Saber with a single blow. This left them shaken. Thus, while the players continued to scramble for the coins, none dared to approach Lin Fan too closely, watching in envy as the coins rolled to their feet like rewards waiting to be claimed. Those who had once considered themselves superior, looking down on Huang Mao and his companions for their servitude, now found themselves acting in a manner even more disgraceful. What a bitter irony! "Young master, we could easily forego this expense. Why waste so much?" Observing Lin Fan continue to scatter gold coins, he expressed her concern as his servant. She felt compelled to manage his resources wisely. "Fear not. Gold is abundant. I can have as much as I desire. Spending this small sum to witness those once so proud reduced to a dog-like state is rather amusing, do you not think?" In response to Yi's admonition, Lin Fan merely replied nonchalantly, who was rendered speechless. The more she interacted with her young master, the more she perceived him as an unfathomable enigma. To spend such a vast sum merely for amusement's sake. What kind of person could afford such extravagance? "Get lost. Those coins are mine. Step aside. I am from the Jia gang. Whoever dares to rob me shall face my wrath. What is the Jia gang? When confronted with my Xiao Air gang, you will kneel in submission. Hand over the gold now. Whose shoe just fell? Come claim it. It reeks. Who dares to pass gas in the crowd? Is there no decency left, resorting to such biological warfare for the sake of gold? Meanwhile, chaos continued to reign among the throng, hundreds of players jostling together, following Lin Fan's golden throne as they collected coins, observing the frightening spectacle. Players from other corners of the marketplace, upon grasping the situation, rushed in, eager to join the frenzy of coin collecting. After all, who would refuse such a windfall? On the forums, news of Lin Fan showering the marketplace with coins spread rapidly. Yuan Tua. This is insane. The player who dominated the Goblin leaderboard, Lin Fan, has stirred up a massive commotion. He is tossing thousands of coins in the center of the novice village marketplace. Deadly Scholar. I saw the footage. The coins felt like they were free, cascading in wave after wave. He had hundreds of players trailing behind him, frantically scrambling for them. What a spectacular sight. Shang Jiandaba. My God, this is too extravagant. The wealth is so overwhelming that he is literally throwing it away. Even the owners of major guilds would hesitate to do such a thing. Xiao Feng Piaoling. Is it still possible to transfer to Novice Village 66,666? As a player from another Novice Village, I desperately want to go there. I want to witness Lin Fan showering coins. Lonely old man. You can dream. I advise you not to go. It's already out of control. I am from Novice Village 66666, and if I had not been trampled by other players while trying to grab coins, I wouldn't be here ranting on the forums. Videos of Lin Fan showering coins went viral, skyrocketing to the top of the charts within mere minutes, igniting the entire forum. Lin Fan's actions were nothing short of astonishing. Even the wealthiest individuals today, such as Penguin Ma or Ali Ma, have never been heard of engaging in such ostentatious displays of wealth. This is nothing short of blatant extravagance. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's lavish spending spree was gradually drawing to a close. His once bulging purse was now utterly devoid of coins. Not a single gold piece remaining. Observing the group of players behind him, they too had realized the coins had ceased to fall and chose to remain where they were, competing with one another for the gold that had yet to land in their hands. The entire market had transformed into a battleground for the players. If the captain of the guard were to witness this scene, he might very well leap from his coffin in fury. Oh, but wait, Bill doesn't even have a coffin. You rascals, stop this at once. Do you believe I will summon the village chief to apprehend you? Yet at this moment, the most incensed of all was the market administrator. Rosen, watching the coins vanish before his eyes, his heart was bleeding. He had just exerted every ounce of strength to snatch a few hundred coins from the players, hardly enough to satiate his appetite. With so many wolves and so little meat, he knew he could not reclaim them alone. Thus, he could only stamp his feet in place, roaring in frustration. He was nearly driven to hate Lin Fan. If you wish to give, then give, but why scatter it about like this? Is it some sort of currency rain? However, Lin Fan remained indifferent to his thoughts. Take tea that moment. He sat leisurely upon his throne, appearing quite content. There was not a hint of regret on his face for the loss of 5,000 gold coins. Young master, you mustn't be so wasteful in the future, he lamented, her heart aching. She was a thrifty girl, and in terms of real currency, that was a staggering sum of 5,000 soft sister coins. Moreover, with the current scarcity of gold coins, those large guilds were exchanging coins at a rate of 110. In other words, Lin Fan had casually spent a full 50,000 yuan in mere moments. How could he bear such a loss? Even though Lin Fan was her young master, she couldn't help but voice her complaints. Do not fret. Upon hearing Yi's words, Lin Fan offered a comforting reply, signaling her not to be too distressed. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Yi and said, I never claimed I would so easily bestow such a fortune upon them, that my money is not something anyone can extort. Not only would I not compensate for the damage to the streets, but even if I were to destroy their entire market, I would not pay a single cent. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan's casual assertion of being able to obliterate the entire market held a nonchalance that was astonishing. If anyone else had said such a thing, she wouldn't have believed a word. Yet, coming from Lin Fan, she found it utterly convincing, though she still nodded in confusion. But young master, the gold coins have all been taken by those players. Are we to retrieve them one by one? There is no need for that. Lin Fan replied with a light laugh. Snapping his fingers, with a crisp sound, a purple light gradually emerged, transforming into a purple magic circle. This was a dimensional spell cast by Lin Fan. The gold coins would appear on their own. He placed the empty purse into Yi's bewildered hands and fell silent, seemingly awaiting some occurrence. On the other side of the market, as he watched Lin Fan and his entourage slowly fade into the distance, Rosen finally began to awaken from his furious stupor. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light. At this point, since Lin Fan had left, he resolved to resort to any means necessary. He secretly vowed to command the remaining guards to detain the players and force them to return the gold coins they had collected. As long as he could appease those guards with a mere handful of coins, he would still come out ahead, laughing all the way. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. But before his smile could linger, the other players suddenly erupted in a cacophony of exclamations, for they had just realized that the gold coins they had secured were now flickering with purple light and had vanished into thin air. As if by magic, what the hell? Where are my coins? How could the players accept this? They had fought hard to obtain those coins, and now they were gone without a trace. But they were left helpless, for no one had come to snatch them away. They had simply disappeared from their hands. They could not even pinpoint the reason for their disappearance, leaving them to gaze at one another in bewilderment. Witnessing the plight of the surrounding players, Rosen's heart sank. He quickly glanced at the few hundred coins still in his possession, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his coins had not vanished, or he would have incurred a tremendous loss. Yet, before he could relax for long, he felt a multitude of predatory gazes suddenly fixate upon him, sending chills down his spine. He looked up in horror to find that hundreds of players in the market were glaring at him with ill intent. Their eyes locked onto the coins in his hand. Rosen instinctively took a step back in fear, forcing a calm facade as he stammered, What do you want? These are all coins I collected myself. Who would believe your words? A player from the crowd sneered in response. All our coins have vanished, and only this old fool's coins remain intact. You must have stolen our coins, you scoundrel. I saw that smug look on your face earlier. It was obvious you were up to no good. You must have hatched some scheme to betray us. Another player immediately jumped in to accuse him, firmly asserting Rosen's guilt. What do you mean? Rosen exclaimed, retreating in terror. The players were closing in, their fists clenched and their intentions clear. He wanted to explain, but he quickly realized that these individuals were not listening, their eyes filled with malice, as if they wished to strip him of his skin and drain his blood. To all players, robbing someone of their wealth was akin to murdering their parents. Rosen was in agony. He had indeed harbored such thoughts earlier, but he had yet to act on them. How had he been unjustly accused so soon? But he was fated to have no chance for defense. The enraged players surrounded Rosen, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks that left his once sneaky face bruised and swollen, his eyes resembling those of a pig. At this point, he could no longer deny that this was all Lin Fan's doing. Why was only his gold untouched? It was evident that Lin Fan had deliberately targeted him. Realizing this, he desperately shouted, Brothers, spare me. This is all the work of that scoundrel Lin Fan. He is the one who took your coins, still trying to deny it? But no one paid him any mind. A burly man struck Rosen with a heavy fist. Snorting, the great Lin Fan was tossing around coins without a second thought. Would he ever bother to take them back? You scoundrel, not only did you steal, but you also dared to frame Lin Fan? Brothers beat him up. Upon hearing the words of Rosen and the burly man, the players were once again incited with fury. The great Lin Fan had generously distributed coins to everyone, and this scoundrel dared to frame him. How could they tolerate that? Thus, a fresh wave of punches and kicks rained down upon Rosen, leaving him barely hanging on by a thread. Eventually, the players who found nothing of value from him had no choice but to depart. Some even spat on him in disdain, expressing their displeasure. Meanwhile, as he approached the divine tree slope, she was astonished to discover that, for some unknown reason, with each surge of light, the once empty purse was suddenly brimming with gold coins. In the blink of an eye, it was filled to the brim once more. It was left speechless, She had never anticipated that her young master possessed such formidable abilities, capable of reclaiming gold coins from afar, even those already in the possession of others. This was truly remarkable. She was immediately filled with joy as she prepared to hand the money over to Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan halted her motion with a mere glance, stating simply, "There isn't much money here. Consider it a gift. Buy what you wish yourself, lest you find yourself without funds later." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he was taken aback, initially wanting to protest but unwilling to accept his decision. Yet, Lin Fan quickly followed with, "Are you disregarding my words? I have no need for a disobedient maid." His remark effectively silenced E, who could only reluctantly stow the pouch of money into her backpack. Her expression a mixture of emotions. Strangely enough, despite feeling scolded by Lin Fan moments ago, her heart was now filled with sweetness, as if it had been drenched in honey. She felt as though she had truly aligned herself with the right young master. "Master, it seems we are approaching the divine tree slope." After exiting the market and walking for another 10 minutes, Huang Mao exclaimed in delight, pointing towards a distant location. Lin Fan followed his gaze to see a lush green meadow ahead, dotted with towering trees, exuding the essence of birdsong and fragrant blooms. Occasionally, birds would swoop down from the sky, settling among the treetops, creating a picturesque scene. Yet inexplicably, there were no monsters or special NPCs in sight. This place, which should have appeared desolate, was instead teeming with people, all gathered to witness something as Huang Mao and the others neared their destination. They quickened their pace, in the blink of an eye. They arrived at the divine tree slope, where their entrance once again drew gasps of astonishment from numerous players. After all, not everyone was constantly monitoring the forums. Just moments earlier, players in the market had been engaged in combat with Rosen. Thus, when Lin Fan's resplendent golden throne made its appearance, it dazzled onlookers anew. In an instant, they forgot their original purpose and stood there, dumbfounded, watching Lin Fan approach. Unconsciously, their bodies parted to create a path for him, allowing Huang Mao and the others to enter the divine tree slope effortlessly, without even needing to jostle for space. Upon witnessing the completed scene of the divine tree slope, Lin Fan's suspicions were finally confirmed. Indeed, this recently rumored mystical place was a paradise where one could gain experience simply by idling, a sanctuary he had inadvertently saved with the life ring. Lin Fan felt a sense of indifference. It was only now that he realized he had underestimated the significance of the life goddess's ring, which he had previously deemed the most trivial of items. His casual act of saving those trees had spared them from withering under the weight of his imperial aura. Though he knew that over time, they would accumulate spiritual energy and develop their own consciousness, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. He had been away for merely 2 days, and upon his return, the place had transformed so dramatically. He surveyed the trees, noting how each one stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering with a gentle glow as they swayed in the breeze. A breathtaking sight. Perhaps this could indeed be called serendipity. Lin Fan mused that by casually rescuing a few small flowers and grasses, he had inadvertently attracted a throng of players from the entire 6666 novice village to come and marvel. It was utterly absurd. Strange. Yi's voice broke through his thoughts. She looked at the players surrounding the divine tree slope with a puzzled expression, saying, "Why are those people just standing there in a daze? My experience points haven't increased at all. This clearly isn't within the range that offers experience. What are they doing here? Are they just here to watch?" It was no wonder E questioned this. For since their arrival, the players around them had been bustling about, yet none dared to step into the area covered by the divine tree slope, as if they were afraid of something. Hesitant to act, "Let us go inside," Lin Fan instructed, ignoring Yi's query and smiling faintly as he urged Huang Mao and the others to proceed, although they too were puzzled by the immobile crowd. Feeling a sense of unease as if a terrifying monster lay ahead, Lin Fan's words bolstered their confidence, and they continued onward, carrying him forward. Only after taking a few steps did they finally grasp the full scope of the divine tree slope and understand the situation. Beneath the trees imbued with spiritual energy, a throng of players had gathered, all wearing expressions of excitement, clearly reaping substantial rewards. Their uniform maple leaf insignia indicated they were all members of the same guild. Indeed, Lin Fan remarked with a faint smile, realizing that the reason the players on the outskirts hesitated to act aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Wherever there is profit, there will be contention, and this game was no exception. The Divine Tree Slope had attracted a significant number of players drawn by its burgeoning reputation that a place where one could gain experience without any risk would undoubtedly make everyone envious. However, the Divine Tree Slope was merely a small meadow, incapable of accommodating all players. Therefore, territorial disputes were inevitable. Observing the scene before him, it was clear that the guild's players were monopolizing the area, driving away others to share the experience among themselves. What are you lot doing? The sudden appearance of several uninvited guests in their self-proclaimed territory caught the attention of patrolling members of the Hong Yi gang. They approached swiftly, their demeanor haughty and disdain evident on their faces. One of the Hong Yi gang members drew closer and caught sight of Lin Fan and his entourage. Their arrogance dissipated in an instant. As if struck by a revelation, regaining composure, they boldly declared, "Are you not aware that this area is claimed by our Hong Yi gang? All outsiders must leave at once, or do not blame us for being unkind." Their loud proclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Players on the outskirts, and even members of the Hong Yi gang themselves took notice of the unfolding situation. The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat tense. Many players from the periphery rushed over, and upon seeing Lin Fan, gasped in astonishment, "Is that Tian Fan? What is he doing here? Does he have designs on the Divine Tree Slope as well?" Tian Fan. At that moment, many players who had been in the dark finally understood, thanks to their peers' reminders. The figure confronting the Hong Yi gang was none other than the recently infamous mysterious player, Tian Fan. This guy is far too arrogant. The Hong Yi gang is the most powerful faction in our novice village, some murmured, noting that Lin Fan had only a handful of companions while the Hong Yi gang commanded over 300 members. How could he possibly stand a chance? I bet he'll have to slink away with his tail between his legs. Yet, some players scoffed at Tian Fan's reputation, rationally analyzing the situation. Not so fast. One player rebutted. Tian Fan is the player who single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands of goblins and recently acquired a legendary subordinate. His strength is unfathomable. I doubt he would fear the Hong Yi gang. This player had just come from a market and was surprised to encounter Lin Fan here. However, Saber's dazzling performance had left a profound impression on him, so he held considerable faith in Lin Fan's capabilities. However, they have 300 members. Players around them began to debate, voices raised in fervent discussion. Most believed the Hong Yi gang would undoubtedly drive Lin Fan and his group away, perhaps even eliminate them, given the overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his companions remained unmoved at the center of this brewing storm. Huang Mao, glancing at the arrogant member of the Hong Yi gang, wore a grave expression. He respectfully addressed Lin Fan. "Master, this gang is the most powerful faction in our novice village, known as the Hong Yi gang. The members heard that there were thousands of individuals who could come here to gain experience, and it was feared that they were all elites. And no need to elaborate." Lin Fan directly waved his hand, silencing Huang Mao from continuing his prattle to others. The guild appeared to be a behemoth. But in Lin Fan's eyes, it was utterly inconsequential, like a giant who could hardly be bothered to know the name of an insignificant ant. "What is the matter? Still not leaving? If you don't scram." I want to hesitate to call for assistance. Seeing that Lin Fan and his companions remained inactive for a considerable time, a member of the Hong Yi gang mistakenly assumed they were intimidated. Now, witnessing the multitude of players surrounding them, he felt emboldened and believed himself to be quite the dashing figure. Unable to suppress his impulse, he unleashed another round of mockery. "How noisy," came Lin Fan's merciless reply. Saber, "Yes, master." Having long been displeased with the player who slandered her master, Saber drew her sword and struck. With a swift motion, a flash of white light cut through the air, and the once smug expression of the Hong Yi gang member was instantly frozen in shock. A terrifying -400 appeared above his head, and he was swiftly eliminated. "What?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. None of the players anticipated that Lin Fan and his company would display such ruthless dominance. They had expected a debate to ensue, yet it was executed with such decisiveness, a single strike that decimated a member of the Hong Yi gang. This was a blatant slap in the face to the Hongya gang. In a battle, one typically does not slay envoys. Yet Lin Fan and his group spoke not a word, simply exterminating those they found displeasing. The players present were taken aback by Lin Fan's resolute actions, though many wore expressions of disdain, thinking, "This guy is enjoying himself for now, but let us see how he fares later." They had undoubtedly forged a deadly enmity with the Hongya gang, and it seemed their future days would be fraught with difficulty. As the Hongya gang was notorious for holding grudges, upon hearing the remarks of the players, those who were initially shocked quickly regained their composure. Indeed, although Lin Fan had slain a member of the Hongya gang, Shunshu could now be considered their stronghold. The death of one individual was utterly trivial. They still boasted hundreds of members. Could Lin Fan and his few companions withstand the relentless wrath of the Hongya gang? Sure enough, mere seconds after the player's demise, a cadre of individuals surged forth. Their faces were alight with fury, exuding an air of vengeance. Such audacity, Saber. Yet the fate of these newcomers was even grimmer. They scarcely completed their lines when, upon Lin Fan's renewed command, Saber unsheathed her sword once more, and within 10 seconds, they were all vanquished. A bunch of useless fools. Do not embarrass yourselves by showing up again. If your leader were to emerge, I might have a modicum of interest. After this latest slaughter, Lin Fan, seated upon his golden throne, finally spoke. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every player present. A profound silence enveloped the arena. A pin drop could be heard. All were subdued by Lin Fan's commanding presence. What a formidable figure! Yet this silence was abruptly shattered. With a resounding grunt, a player clad in splendid armor emerged from the Hongya gang. His attire was lavish, embodying the pinnacle of silver-grade equipment at this stage. What drew even more attention, however, were the majestic wings that unfurled slowly from his back. He was unmistakably a member of the celestial race. It was known that the celestial race was not only formidable, but also capable of flight. However, they were the most gear-dependent and cash-intensive among all races. Those who dared to play such a class were typically wealthy magnates or the leaders of various guilds. There is no doubt that this individual was the leader of the Hongya gang, known as Hongya Ling. With Hongya Ling's arrival, numerous guild members abandoned their leveling pursuits, rising to follow him, bolstering his presence. In an instant, hundreds gathered, each a paragon of strength within their guild. With the blessing of Shunshu, they had all reached level 5. This small squad could effortlessly dominate the entire novice village. Truly, they were the strongest guild in the novice village, with everyone at level 5. Terrifying. Onlookers displayed expressions of trepidation, murmuring amongst themselves. Although they were still in the early stages of leveling, it was by no means easy to ascend. The prevailing levels hovered between 3 and 4. Level 5 was attainable only by those utterly devoted to grinding. It seemed that Lin Fan and his companions were in for a harrowing experience. Some couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances towards Lin F. To be frank, most players bore little resentment towards Lin Fan's recent actions. Instead, there was a sense of gratification. After all, this was not a territory purchased by the Hongya gang. It was a place accessible to every player. However, the Hongya gang, relying on their sheer numbers and strength, had forcibly expelled other players, naturally inciting widespread discontent. Gazing at his fierce-looking subordinates, Hongya Ling felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. He stepped forward, his countenance darkening as he addressed Lin Fan. "We of the Hongya gang were merely leveling here without provocation. Why have you taken such violent measures against our innocent players? If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of courtesy." Hongya Ling, a cunning guild leader, skillfully sidestepped the earlier provocations made by his subordinates, instead outlining the grievances of their actions. After all, his men had only spoken out, while Lin Fan had gone so far as to kill. This was in every sense excessive. The surrounding players mentally scoffed. How shameless of Hongya Ling. Why doesn't he mention how they have occupied Shunshu and driven away other players? In response to Hongya Ling's inquiry, Lin Fan lazily tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Because I enjoy it. Killing is simply killing. They are but a few ants." Lin Fan's words left the members of the Hongya gang speechless. Hong Yeling's expression froze, utterly unprepared for such a response. He had anticipated that Lin Fan would espouse some grand moral principle, perhaps arguing that Shun Shu Po was a shared space that should not be monopolized. He had even devised a strategy in anticipation. Yet Lin Fan had thrown him off balance with a single, blunt statement. Lin Fan's reaction was direct and domineering. So I killed them. Does it require justification? If you're unconvinced, come and take me on. Hong Yeling grasped Lin Fan's underlying message immediately. His expression darkened, and he prepared to strike. However, just as he was about to act, his gaze fell upon Saber, standing before Lin Fan, and his movement faltered. He had witnessed Saber's merciless slaughter of his subordinates, although his men were numerous enough to crush Lin Fan's group. He feared that excessive casualties would be a burden the Hongya gang could not bear. The penalties for death were severe. A glint flashed in his eyes as he devised a cunning plan. Suppressing his fury, he chose to ignore Lin Fan and instead focused his attention on Saber. With a forced smile, he addressed her. "My dear lady, might I inquire if you would consider joining our Hongya gang? Choosing a worthy master is paramount. With your exceptional skills, aligning with the wrong crowd will only lead to your talents being squandered. Our Hongya gang is the largest in the novice village, and should you ally with us, you will undoubtedly shine." Indeed, Hong Yeling had the audacity to attempt to poach Saber right before Lin Fan's eyes. In his estimation, Lin Fan's small group was insignificant, with Saber being the only one worth considering. That if he successfully lured Saber away, would Lin Fan not be at their mercy? As for the rumors of Lin Fan single-handedly annihilating 10,000 goblins, Hong Yeling deemed them utterly implausible. There was no way a player could achieve such feats at this stage. Surely, it was as the form suggested. Lin Fan must have received assistance from some NPC or stumbled upon a powerful magical scroll. As long as one can render Lin Fan powerless, transforming him into a mere figurehead, let us see if he can still maintain his grandeur. At that moment, Lin Fan would merely become the laughingstock among all players. What do you think? Our Hongya gang will undoubtedly provide you with the utmost treatment. Feng Yiling confidently gazed at Saber and spoke. Simultaneously, he addressed the 4 individuals with yellow hair, stating that if they wished to join our Hongya gang, we would naturally welcome them with the best conditions. Although the yellow-haired individuals did not impress him, given their significantly low levels. One was even at level 0, utterly useless. Feng Yiling, being affluent, was willing to overlook such trivialities for the sake of annoying Lin Fan. H-A-W-A-T this moment. He chuckled inwardly, as if he could already envision Lin Fan being abandoned by all, left utterly alone. What the hell, does this fool really think he can usurp our esteemed leader's position? However, his delusions were abruptly shattered by the merciless interruption from the yellow-haired individual. As expected, upon witnessing their leader being undermined, the sycophant, yellow hair, sprang into action once more. He pointed at Feng Yiling and scolded him, showing no regard for his own worth. "Our Miss Saber is a legendary figure. Do you think you, a mere birdman, are worthy of her? Go back to where you came from and stop embarrassing yourself here." As his words fell, Feng Yiling's expression turned exceedingly grim, resembling that of a liver. Who was he? He was the president of the strongest guild in the 66,666 novice village. How could he endure being publicly insulted by a mere player's lackey at such a moment? Laughter erupted among the players, clearly amused by the term birdman used by yellow hair. They gazed at the faintly fluttering wings behind Feng Yiling. Everyone felt that the label birdman seemed rather fitting. Feng Yiling instantly darkened his expression. He chose to ignore the mad, dog-like remarks of yellow hair. Engaging in a verbal battle with him would only result in a true loss of face. Yet, yellow hair's words were not entirely devoid of value. He gleaned a crucial piece of information. The formidable blonde girl was indeed a legendary figure, summoned by Lin Fan, who had experienced worldwide announcements. This intensified his desire to acquire her. If the 4 yellow-haired individuals were unworthy, obtaining this golden-haired girl would indeed be a tremendous gain. With that thought, he unhesitatingly pulled an item from his backpack. As the item emerged, it gleamed with golden radiance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered players. "My goodness, it's actually a piece of golden equipment," exclaimed a player incredulously. Golden equipment was a rarity. Very few had laid eyes on it. Yet, the lack of prior exposure did not preclude their recognition. The dazzling golden glow signified its extraordinary status. All eyes were immediately fixated on the equipment held by Feng Yiling. Looking at the golden equipment in his hands, a flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Yiling's eyes. However, the struggle swiftly dissipated, replaced by resolve. He strode towards Saber, earnestly stating, "Miss, if you are willing to join our Hongya gang, I shall bestow this piece of equipment upon you." As his words echoed, the players present collectively gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated his generosity in offering a piece of golden equipment as a bargaining chip to recruit talent. Many were starry-eyed, drooling over the golden equipment, wishing they could replace Saber as the object of Feng Yiling's allure. Some even shook their heads, casting glances at Lin Fan, as if foreseeing his demise. One could only go so far alone. A person like Feng Yiling, capable of rallying an entire guild to produce a piece of golden equipment, was utterly despairing. "What do you say?" As the president of the Hongya gang, "I cannot go back on my word," Feng Yiling declared earnestly. A faint smile gracing his lips, he did not believe anyone could resist the allure of this golden equipment, although parting with it caused him some heartache. As the guild leader, his vision was naturally broader. While golden equipment was impressive at this stage, the distinction between what was significant and what was trivial was painfully clear to a legendary figure. Yet, just as Feng Yiling was confidently convinced that Saber would surely fall into his embrace, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly surged within him. Alarmed, his body instinctively reacted. He flapped his wings and retreated a step, narrowly evading a sudden flash of a blade. It was Saber. She could not even be bothered to respond to Feng Yiling's overtures, instead using an attack to declare her stance. "What is the meaning of this?" Feng Yiling exclaimed. Confusion and fury etched across his face as he barely escaped death from Saber's unexpected assault. He had not anticipated that despite the substantial cost he was willing to pay, this blonde girl would remain so resolute, utterly beyond his expectations. He immediately retorted, "What future can you have following this skeleton? I can offer you golden equipment." Can he? Clearly, he was not yet ready to concede defeat. Attempting one final recruitment pitch. However, his plans were ultimately unfeasible. Under the influence of Saber's passive skill, Knight's loyalty, one could have only one master in their lifetime, and betrayal was impossible, not to mention golden equipment. Even if Feng Yiling produced a divine artifact, her brow would not even furrow. Well said, T that moment. Lin Fan finally responded to Feng Yiling's remarks with a calm demeanor. He slightly sat up and continued. "Golden equipment, you say? It just so happens that I seem to have a few pieces here." With that, a flash of purple light flickered on Lin Fan's finger, followed by a dazzling burst of golden radiance. Countless beams of light, far surpassing the golden equipment held by Feng Yiling, inexplicably emerged, radiating in all directions, as if some treasure had just been unveiled. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Momentarily blinded by the sudden spectacle, caught off guard, they then peered through the narrow slits of their squinting eyes in astonishment, witnessing the unimaginable sight before them. A plethora of golden equipment, gleaming brilliantly, had appeared in front of Lin Fan. The space before them was filled with it, as though it were mere trinkets. Am I dreaming? Is this for real? The crowd erupted in shock, pointing at the pile of golden equipment before Lin Fan. Speechless, some were so overwhelmed by the dazzling visual spectacle that they fainted on the spot. Countless thoughts of disbelief raced through their minds. Was this merely a handful of items? This fellow Lin Fan was nothing short of a whole sailor. Of course, the astonishment extended far beyond the onlookers. Feng Yiling, too, stood transfixed, trembling, and at a loss for words. As the leader of the strongest guild, he possessed numerous resources, even owning a piece of golden equipment that allowed him to stride confidently through the novice village, garnering admiration and envy from all. Thus, one would expect him to remain unfazed by any situation. Yet in this moment, he found himself stuttering, unable to articulate his thoughts. The scene unfolding before him was simply too extraordinary. Far beyond his imagination and comprehension, dozens of pieces of golden equipment. What kind of concept was this? Not even the strongest guild worldwide could muster such a collection at this moment. Yet here they were. being casually tossed out by Lin Fan as if they were trinkets. How about that? Is it sufficient? Lin Fan, who had so effortlessly rendered everyone speechless, maintained a demeanor of utter calm. He simply placed the golden equipment there, not moving an inch, as if he were entirely unconcerned about any foolish individual attempting to claim them. That it was a display of absolute confidence. Feng Yiling did not answer him, his expression fluctuating between shades of anger and humiliation, as if he had just been soundly slapped by Lin Fan. Lin Fan neither insulted him nor mocked him. He merely followed through with his words, presenting the dreamlike golden equipment, delivering a brutal reality check that struck him hard. You think possessing one piece of golden equipment is impressive? I have dozens. In that moment, Feng Yiling felt his previous pride and arrogance turn into a source of ridicule. It was akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangong, ignorant and foolish. The earlier notion of leveraging golden equipment to entice Saber now seemed an immense humiliation. No wonder Saber has not even cast a glance in his direction. It feels akin to purchasing a bicycle to pursue the goddess of your dreams, only to find that she pays you no heed, turning instead to embrace a boyfriend who arrives in a Rolls Royce. Such a sentiment would be unbearable for anyone, let alone for Feng Yiling. The guild leader, this moment, he is left utterly humiliated. Did you not notice how just a moment ago his subordinates were brimming with bravado, eager to tear Lin Fan apart, yet now they gaze longingly at Lin Fan's golden equipment, drooling with envy. Their expressions have transformed entirely. They seem ready to betray Feng Yiling and seek refuge in Lin Fan's arms. Not only did Feng Yiling fail to undermine his rival, but his so-called elite subordinates have been lured away by Lin Fan. Of course, those subordinates, whom he regarded as elite, are of little consequence in Lin Fan's eyes. Feng Yiling remained silent. Lin Fan casually raised his hand and commanded, "Go claim a set of golden equipment. The rest of you, for yellow-haired fellows, each of you shall take one piece." Really? Really? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the four yellow-haired men looked as if they had received a divine summons. Initially, their faces bore expressions of disbelief, which soon morphed into uncontainable excitement. They had watched enviously as villagers received silver-grade gear. Their own desires ignited. They felt a tinge of grievance over why Lin Fan had not bestowed upon them similar equipment. However, they now realized that it was not a matter of reluctance on Lin Fan's part. Rather, he was bestowing upon them the very best, golden-grade equipment. "Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you for your generosity." The four yellow-haired men would never question the authenticity of Lin Fan's words if he said he would give it. Then he truly would, even if these were exceptionally rare and precious golden items. With immense gratitude, they fervently bowed before Lin Fan several times, their faces alight with excitement as they scurried after to select their own golden gear. One of the yellow-haired men eagerly claimed a golden chest piece. As he donned it, a brilliant golden glow erupted, drawing the envious gazes of numerous players around them after they had made their selections. Some golden gear remained in Lin Fan's possession, so he simply stored it away without further comment. The yellow-haired men remained exhilarated, touching and admiring their new gear as if caressing a beloved partner, while the surrounding players simmered with envy. The allure of golden equipment was universal. Observing the ecstatic yellow-haired men, all players were unable to resist the urge to approach Lin Fan with inquiries. "Master, do you need any attendance? If not, I could serve as a pet." Just moments ago, they had looked down upon the yellow-haired men, but now their sentiments had completely shifted. With such generous benefits, what was wrong with being an attendant? What harm was there in being a loyal dog? If given the chance, they might even surpass the yellow-haired men, who wouldn't desire a master who could effortlessly provide them with the most luxurious gear. In an instant, Lin Fan's attendance became the dream and aspiration of every player. After all, the prospect of easily acquiring the most powerful equipment while being so generously treated was something no one could resist. Meanwhile, Feng Yiling's elite followers were also stirred, some barely able to contain their eagerness. Many wished to rush forward and pledge their allegiance to Lin Fan. However, out of deference to Feng Yiling's presence, no one dared to act just yet. Nevertheless, The fervor in their eyes could not be concealed, and the crowd remained in a state of restless agitation. How on earth did you acquire so much golden equipment? You must be cheating. This scene did not escape Feng Yiling's notice. His anger and sense of humiliation finally erupted. The fact that he could not control his guild members was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace for a leader. Feng Yiling, disregarding his dignity, gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Fan, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could anyone possibly possess such an abundance of golden equipment? You must be cheating. It was no surprise that Feng Yiling lost his composure. The lone golden piece in his possession was the result of a hard-fought battle against a boss, achieved through the combined efforts of hundreds of guild members. After that encounter, his guild had been severely weakened, taking a long time to recover. Now, witnessing Lin Fan's seemingly limitless golden equipment, Feng Yiling's jealousy spiraled out of control. He even resorted to slandering Lin Fan. However, to his astonishment, his words garnered no support whatsoever. Even his loyal subordinates fell silent, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Cheating? How could one cheat? The game Holy Lord was developed collaboratively by multiple nations. Not only is it impossible to cheat, even manipulating data is beyond reach. Can you possibly contend against the top researchers from hundreds of countries? What a ridiculous notion. Thus, even Feng Yiling's most devoted sycophants felt a pang of embarrassment, questioning how their guild leader could utter such ludicrous statements. Mind your own business, Lin Fan replied coolly, leaving Feng Yiling further humiliated. Now, I present you with two choices, Lin Fan continued slowly, reminiscent of how he had dealt with the Mad Beast gang. 1. Take your people and leave. Point 2. Death. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the suppressed volcano of Feng Yiling's fury finally erupted. Lin Fan's arrogance was intolerable. He could no longer contain himself, disregarding any potential casualties. All he wanted was to tear Lin Fan apart. Charge! His eyes glinted with malice as he commanded his subordinates to advance. The only way to salvage his dignity was to obliterate Lin Fan and his followers. Regardless of the fact that the yellow-haired men were now clad in golden gear, Feng Yiling did not believe that Lin Fan and his companions stood a chance against the onslaught of hundreds. What did it matter how much golden gear they possessed? Feng Yiling smirked inwardly that if they were defeated, what would be left of their treasures would become his spoils. After a moment of initial hesitation, Feng Yiling's subordinates ultimately launched their attack. After all, they were still under his command, and defying him was not an option. The moment Feng Yiling's words echoed through the air, the entire Red Leaf gang erupted with fervor. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they surged toward Lin Fan. Young master, what should we do? He asked, fear evident in her voice. The enemy's numbers far surpassed theirs by dozens of times. He felt as fragile as a few pebbles before a great tidal wave. Yet Saber remained unperturbed, ready to face the impending threat. The yellow-haired men were also eager to prove themselves, determined to repay their master's generosity with action. However, just as they were rallying together, Lin Fan slowly spoke. Everyone, fall back. The group paused in confusion, uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions. With the enemy approaching, retreat seemed futile. Nevertheless, their curiosity was overshadowed by obedience, and they complied without question. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with a burning intensity, reflecting the approaching members of the Red Leaf gang. Amidst such overwhelming numbers, he understood that, with Saber's Excalibur still on cooldown, it would be impossible to eliminate them all without incurring significant losses that it would waste an inordinate amount of time, since he had already extended them a chance at survival. If they failed to appreciate his mercy, Lin Fan would not hesitate to reveal his deadly fangs. His hand, adorned with the dormant super artifact, the ring of the goddess of life, Harola, suddenly blazed with brilliance. Countless green lights erupted forth, shimmering as if communicating with something unseen. How foolish! Upon witnessing Lin Fan retreating his followers, Feng Yiling, convinced that Lin Fan was afraid and preparing to flee, paid no mind to the sudden appearance of the green light. He was certain of victory. He would return the humiliation Lin Fan had inflicted upon him 1,000-fold. As he pondered, the members of the Red Leaf gang finally approached the location where Lin Fan and his companions were situated. Their singular objective was clear: to seize Lin Fan. who sat regally upon the golden throne. Everyone was acutely aware of the infamous reputation of the skeleton clan. One drop of blood and death would undoubtedly lead to the loss of all their equipment. Thus, they understood that with just one strike, those opulent golden armaments would fall into their hands. However, just as they were about to make their move, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded that left everyone astounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a multitude of verdant branches, seemingly emerging from nowhere, appeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they formed an enormous, terrifying green net at a frightening speed. Blocking all movements and preventing anyone from approaching Lin Fan, even a single step. What is happening? Someone gasped in shock, brandishing their sword in an attempt to cleave through this hindrance. Yet, despite being composed of branches, the green net was as unyielding as steel, impervious to blades and weapons. Their strikes inflicted not even the slightest damage. Feng Yiling also witnessed this scene, that he remained composed, albeit puzzled about the origin of this phenomenon. Nevertheless, he swiftly issued commands for the mages to unleash fireball spells. It is common knowledge that plants fear fire, and Feng Yiling's decisiveness was indeed astute, as hundreds of fireballs were cast. The green net immediately revealed several charred black holes. It's working! The faces of the Red Leaf Gang members lit up with joy. This approach was effective, just as they prepared to execute a second wave of fireball spells. A sudden darkness enveloped the sky. They looked up in horror to see, suspended above them, countless massive branches, each as thick as a pillar, pulsating with an overwhelming sense of impending devastation. What the— Someone's throat constricted, struggling to articulate, as the sight was simply too shocking. Then, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, those hundreds of fearsome branches descended upon them with unrelenting force. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of impact reverberated, stirring dust that whipped around everyone's garments, the shockwave terrifying. In the heart of the crowd, the members of the Red Leaf Gang erupted into cries for help. Countless flashes of white light flickered madly, signs of player deaths. "President, save us!" The crowd descended into chaos, with numerous members of the Red Leaf Gang fleeing in panic, like headless flies desperate to escape the terrifying range of the branches. These branches were overwhelmingly powerful. Each strike could instantaneously eliminate a multitude of players. At that moment, the stunned Feng Yiling finally discerned the true masters of the branches. They were transformed from trees, and astonishingly, these trees were the sentient ones that had just bestowed experience upon them from the divine tree slope. Why? Feng Yiling's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his face a mask of bewilderment and fury. As he watched the members of the Red Leaf Gang perish, his inner dread intensified. He could not fathom why these trees, which had just been as gentle as lambs, granting them experience, had now become merciless executioners. And he was not the only one trembling at the sight before him. The players on the periphery were similarly engulfed in a wave of terror. They stared, pale-faced, at the branches wreaking havoc in the divine tree slope, retreating in fear, lest they be caught in the chaos. They too had not anticipated that the so-called divine tree, which players spoke of in reverence, and which granted experience effortlessly, concealed such a horrific demon beneath its gentle facade, the branches, once tender and caressing, akin to a benevolent grandfather, had now morphed into terrifying claws, ruthlessly annihilating every player who dared to tread upon the divine tree slope. The sacred aura had vanished entirely, replaced by the heart-wrenching screams of Red Leaf Gang players. "Is this hell?" Some players murmured with vacant gazes. The very training ground they had once yearned to enter had transformed into a realm of nightmares that no one dared approach. And the architect of all this chaos was none other than Lin Fan, who remained untouched by the turmoil. He observed the Red Leaf Gang members being mercilessly slaughtered, a faint smile tugging at his lips, as if he reveled in the gruesome tableau woven from blood and cruelty. The divine tree slope had come into being due to a moment of compassion from him. Therefore, Lin Fan naturally wielded complete dominion over this place. One could say that these sentient trees were Lin Fan's creations and regarded him as their supreme sovereign. Even before the life goddess ring had shone, Lin Fan had effortlessly communicated with these trees, For him, controlling them was as simple as commanding his own body. These trees accepted Lin Fan as command without any resistance. Moreover, they had been enhanced by the life goddess, possessing not only intelligence, but also significantly fortified trunks and branches. Impervious to blades and weapons, their sharpness was equally terrifying, despite the numerous members of the Red Leaf Gang. They stood no chance against the overwhelming might of those thick branches, which instilled despair in all. They could only await their grim fate, like lambs led to slaughter, as the branches wreaked havoc. The once crowded grassland of the Divine Tree Slope became increasingly desolate. Only a handful of Red Leaf Gang members were left, desperately trying to hold on. The ground was littered with coins and equipment dropped by the fallen. And Feng Yiling was among the survivors. His face was a portrait of terror. Having been positioned toward the rear, he was among the last to be attacked. Moreover, as a member of the celestial race capable of flight, his mobility far surpassed that of his subordinates, allowing him to survive thus far. Yet now, cold sweat streamed down his face. He understood that he could not last much longer and needed to flee immediately. With that thought, he spread his wings, attempting to escape this den of turmoil. However, his every move was undoubtedly under Lin Fan's watchful gaze. Lin Fan chuckled softly, seemingly mocking. Why not remain a good bird? A bird in a cage is a good bird. As his words fell, his pale skeletal hand gently clenched. The branches, which had been thrashing about, suddenly seemed to receive some supreme command, abandoning their current target to thrust violently toward a specific point in the sky. Just as Feng Yiling had exhaled in relief at the prospect of escaping the sea of death, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. In horror, he turned to find that countless thick branches had flown toward him, unmistakably aiming for him. What the hell? Feng Yiling cursed uncontrollably. These creatures were relentless. He attempted to accelerate his escape, but it was too late. The branches pursued him with relentless speed, ensnaring his limbs in an instant, rendering him completely immobile. Feng Yiling's heart raced with terror. He gritted his teeth, attempting to break free from the branch's grasp, only to find his strength utterly inadequate, leaving him unable to struggle. As he wondered why the branches had chosen to bind him instead of killing him, he was suddenly delivered before a figure. When Feng Yiling recognized that figure, his pupils constricted in shock. It was Lin Fan. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. He had assumed that the chaos at the Divine Tree Slope was due to the trees acting erratically for some unknown reason, leading to indiscriminate attacks. He expected that the Red Leaf Gang would be annihilated, and even Lin Fan's group would meet their end. Yet to his astonishment, while the Red Leaf Gang was completely wiped out, Lin Fan and his companions remained unscathed, standing as if they were merely spectators to a grand performance. Ha! You foolish mutt! How could you possibly fathom our Lord's intentions? Hearing Feng Yiling's words, Huang Mao could not help but retort, mocking his ignorance. At that moment, several branches, having completed their task, began to retract, returning to Lin Fan's side. The once ferocious and bloodthirsty branches transformed back into docile entities, nuzzling affectionately against Lin Fan, like a child seeking praise from a parent. Clang. Upon witnessing this scene, many players on the periphery dropped their jaws in disbelief. What? Why do the Divine Trees have such a close relationship with Lin Fan? At long last, they realized that the branches that had just slaughtered the Crimson Leaf Gang were, in fact, the Divine Tree that could bestow players with abundant experience. Astonishingly, it was under the control of Lin Fan. Moreover, it appeared to be completely subservient. This revelation left them utterly bewildered. Logically, they had been in this place for quite some time, yet they had never once encountered Lin Fan's presence. Why, then, did the Divine Tree share such an intimate bond with him? After all, he belonged to the Skeleton Clan, a race steeped in darkness and despised by the Plant Kingdom. Yet an unforeseen turn of events unfolded, as these sentient plants were seemingly catering to Lin Fan. In that moment, Feng Yiling finally grasped the situation. It turned out that a member of his gang had intruded upon another's territory. It was no wonder they faced such a formidable backlash. With a Divine Tree of such might backing him, it was little surprise that Lin Fan exhibited such audacity. The Crimson Leaf Gang had, without a doubt, met their demise this time. With this realization, Feng Yiling felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, their reputation had already suffered a grievous blow. Losing a little more seemed almost tolerable. With a resolute expression, he straightened his back and declared, "This time, we, the Crimson Leaf Gang, concede defeat. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I, Feng Yiling, shall not even flinch." He vowed, "I will exact my revenge in the future." Upon hearing Feng Yiling's proclamation, many players outside nodded in agreement, admiring his fortitude. Truly, he was the leader of the strongest guild in the 66666 novice village, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. However, Feng Yiling's display did not elicit any praise from Lin Fan. Instead, it drew a cruel smile to his lips that he slowly remarked, "It's been a while since I've encountered someone so defiant. I almost feel reluctant to let you die just yet." Feng Yiling's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding enveloping his heart. In the next moment, Lin Fan's voice echoed again, "Do you know what posture you should adopt when conversing with me?" Before Feng Yiling could respond, Lin Fan's fingers flicked lightly, and the branches that had just clung to him like pets suddenly surged forth. With a swift sweep, they struck towards Feng Yiling's legs. Crack! A ressounding explosion échoued. Reminiscent of bones shattering, and a look of agony instantly appeared on Feng Yiling's face. His body fell uncontrollably to his knees before Lin Fan. The very branches had shattered Feng Yiling's leg bones. Feng Yiling trembled all over, emitting distorted groans. Although he was under the influence of pain reduction, the sensation of his bones being pulverized was etched deeply in his mind. "Now, that's more like it." Lin Fan nodded, seemingly satisfied. He spoke with a hint of mockery. "The Divine Tree Slope is my masterpiece. Your Crimson Leaf Gang has held dominion here for so long, reaping numerous benefits. IT would be remiss not to extract some form of compensation from you, as the leader." Lin Fan's tone was gentle, like a refreshing breeze, yet his words were more chilling than a demon. "Do not take my kindness for weakness." Feng Yiling struggled to utter a protest through gritted teeth. Kneeling before Lin Fan was a profound humiliation, a disgrace that tarnished the reputation of his entire gang. "Oh, I truly apologize," Lin Fan said slowly, then clenched his fingers sharply, "for I am indeed being excessively cruel." Having offered them a choice, he deemed it unnecessary to entertain any grievances when it came time for reckoning. Swish, swish, swish! The branches swiftly ensnared Feng Yiling's various limbs, his neck, arms, legs, and waist, binding him tightly like a zongzi. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the pride Feng Yiling had maintained shattered into pieces. He felt an overwhelming, almost boundless fear, as if something extremely perilous was about to transpire. "You'll find out shortly." Lin Fan pressed his finger lightly, and in an instant, countless branches erupted with force. Bang! The sound of bones cracking resonated. Feng Yiling's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, feeling as though his limbs no longer belonged to him, being pulled by an insurmountable force. The excruciating pain emanating from within his body compelled him to scream, his features contorted in agony. The calm demeanor he once had vanished entirely. Lin Fan silently observed Feng Yiling's trembling form, offering no words. Then, with a thunderous crack, Feng Yiling's body exploded. In such a humiliating manner, he was utterly annihilated by Lin Fan, unable to even emit a scream. Simultaneously, his treasured golden equipment lamentably dropped to the ground. Lying silently, boring, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely crushed an ant, keeping his promise not to furrow a brow. Gulp! All the players swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the skeletal figure that resembled an emperor. Rendered speechless, a witness, such cruelty, merely for the sake of wanting to see him frown, was utterly tyrannical. Fear crept into their gazes as they realized that Feng Yiling's self-proclaimed pride and composure counted for naught before Lin Fan. With the demise of Feng Yiling, the leader of the Crimson Leaf Gang, tranquility returned to the world. The entire Divine Tree Slope fell silent once more. Countless players stared blankly at Lin Fan, who remained motionless. Even his followers mirroring the stillness, he wore a look of disbelief, wondering if she were dreaming. Even the joy of having just acquired golden equipment was washed away in an instant by Lin Fan's merciless actions. Though she considered herself the closest maid to Lin Fan, she remained unaware of the immense power he possessed. This divine tree slope rightfully belonged to her master. How had he created such a super divine tree capable of granting experience to others? This was enough to drive all players into a frenzy. It equated to providing players with a means to upgrade at any moment. Were Lin Fan to sell or teach the method of creating the divine tree? All the guilds in the world would surely scramble to obtain it, even at great cost. It would be a breeze for Lin Fan to amass wealth. Yet the method by which he created the divine tree slope was beyond the reach of other players. They were simply unqualified to learn it, for the items he required were none other than the legendary super artifacts. Even before the Saint Lord Lin Fan had traversed here, super artifacts had remained mere legends known only through hearsay. No one had ever laid eyes upon one. Only Lin Fan had acquired these 10 super artifact rings through various miraculous means. And now, in the early stages of the game, these players were not even worthy of hearing the legends. As for profiting from this, Lin Fan had never even considered it in his eyes. Money was the most useless of possessions. The only true strength was his own power. When one possessed sufficient strength, everything else was within reach. What are you still standing around for? Let us depart. This moment. Lin Fan's calm statement finally jolted the others back to reality. They emerged from the gruesome feast of slaughter and recalled their mission. Carrying Lin Fan, they finally stepped into the realm of the divine tree slope. Upon entering, he could not help but take a deep breath of the fresh air. The air here carried a faint fragrance, refreshing and invigorating, as if it could wash away the fatigue of an entire day. Huang Mao's eyes brightened, and even Saber, who had always maintained a serious expression, displayed a hint of relaxation, seemingly relishing the atmosphere. After receiving the blessing of the goddess of life, the divine tree slope had truly transformed into an unparalleled treasure. Following this, he exclaimed in surprise, "My experience bar is rising so quickly." Her level had remained stagnant at LV4, with her experience bar barely reaching 25, but she still had at least a day's worth of effort before leveling up. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that her experience bar was now slowly inching upward. From 25, it unexpectedly jumped to 27 without her noticing. Though this increase may seem trivial, all players understood that gaining 2 experience points in mere seconds was an astonishing pace, far more terrifying than launching a rocket. While an ordinary person might need to slay 10 goblins to achieve such a level, he merely needed to stand here for a few seconds. It was no wonder the members of the Crimson Leaf Gang were so compelled to forcefully occupy this place. Such temptation was utterly irresistible, capable of propelling their gang far beyond other players. Certainly, their speed is naturally not as terrifying as that of E. After all, they are several hundred strong, sharing the burden of experience among themselves. Yet, this alone is sufficient to overshadow all other players. This is also one of the reasons Lin Fan brought them here. Currently, the levels of his few subordinates are woefully low, apart from Saber, who is at level 10. The highest level present is surprisingly that of the priest EE. The other 4 large yellow dogs had previously regressed several levels after being defeated by him. And Huang Mao had tragically found himself reduced to level 0. Naturally, Lin Fan would not allow his subordinates to fall so far behind, as it would tarnish his reputation. Even if his subordinate were but a mere dog, he would ensure they far surpassed the ordinary. He once again slowly raised the goddess of life ring in his hand, emanating a radiant green glow. This time, however, the divine tree emitted not an aura of slaughter, but an unprecedented sense of sanctity, a divine aura capable of dispelling the malice in every heart, swept forth like a tempest in all directions. Even the players on the periphery felt a wave of serene emotion at that moment. It could be said that the trees of the divine tree slope had previously existed in a semi-dormant state. The experience they imparted to players was merely passive, barely amounting to much. Yet, now, under Lin Fan's full exertion and the harmonious influence of the divine trees, the spiritual power they unleashed was exponentially greater than usual. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of golden light erupted above the heads of Huang Mao and the others. It was a sign of leveling up. In an instant, The four of them ascended in level. Yet, this was far from sufficient. He gazed at her experience bar, her beautiful eyes reflecting an incredulous shimmer. If earning 2 experience points in just a few seconds had previously filled her with joy, what she experienced now was sheer astonishment. 27, 37, 57, 100. Level up. She watched in disbelief as her experience bar surged upward in rapid increments. At a pace beyond ordinary comprehension. In merely a minute, she effortlessly achieved level 5, a feat that typically required an entire day's relentless effort. Yi's mouth hung agape, unable to utter a single word. Before her lay a scene of miraculous incredibility that no one dared to believe. Huang Mao and the others erupted into ecstatic cheers. Their levels required less experience than Yi's, so as she leveled up. They leaped several ranks, returning to level 4, having regained the levels they lost to Lin Fan. At that moment, the four of them, still dazed by fervent excitement, gradually regained their senses. They understood precisely who was responsible for all this. Only he could bestow such generous rewards upon them. They quickly knelt to the ground, remaining there for an extended period, reverently exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, Master. Thank you for your grace." They had lost count of how many times they had expressed such gratitude to Lin Fan. All they knew was that since following him, the benefits they received had never ceased. Lin Fan seemed to possess some sort of magical power, endowed with countless terrifying abilities. Meanwhile, the players outside who had not yet departed were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Some rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were seeing things. Just moments ago, they had merely blinked, and the previously level 0 Huang Mao had ascended to level 1, and it didn't stop there. Upon blinking again, he shot up to level 2. There were players who had experienced this level themselves. When they first entered the game and reached level 2, it had taken them 2 full days. Some, less fortunate, had even been killed by low-level monsters, taking even longer. Yet now, they merely stood there in shock or yawned, and when they turned their attention back to the divine tree slope, everything had changed. The Huang Mao they had just looked down upon had transformed into level 4, towering over the crowd. Instantly, the crowd was in turmoil. Countless eyes turned green with envy, recalling the arduous struggles they had faced while grinding for experience. Humans are inherently lazy. Who wouldn't want to simply sleep beside the divine tree and awaken to find themselves leveled up? Thus, a few bold individuals quietly attempted to edge closer to the divine tree slope. They harbored a sense of luck, thinking that since Lin Fan and his companions were few in number, joining them would not be too excessive, right? However, the next moment, the harsh reality shattered their fantasies. A few players who had just attempted to step into the divine tree slope's territory barely had 1 foot in when the once docile divine trees suddenly sensed an external threat. They charged forth, instantaneously turning the intruders into mere puddles of mud. These unfortunate players could hardly utter a word, failing to level up while instead regressing a level, banished back to their spawn point. A truly disheartening experience. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice floated lightly through the air. "You didn't think I drove away the Red Leaf Gang for the benefit of the players, did you? If so, you may be disappointed. What I do will be far worse than the Red Leaf Gang. Death awaits the intruders." Lin Fan's arrogant words fell upon the audience's ears, yet not a single soul dared to retort. They could only stand there, faces filled with resentment, fists clenched tightly. The recent annihilation of those players served as a vivid lesson. The lingering aura of Lin Fan, commanding the divine trees to eradicate hundreds of the Red Leaf Gang, still hung in the air. At that moment, no one dared to challenge Lin Fan's authority. Faced with Lin Fan's autocratic behavior and monopolization of the divine tree slope, they could only seethe in impotent rage, having demonstrated his dominance over the peripheral players. Lin Fan finally withdrew his gaze, casually addressing Huang Mao and the others. "You shall absorb experience here until I log back in." With that, he did not wait for their response and transformed into a beam of white light. Logging out. After all, he had already reached the maximum level. The divine tree slope held no further significance for him. It was better to log out directly. With a resounding hiss of steam, a fully immersive game pod in a residential complex in China slowly opened. As the pod opened, a young man emerged. This young man stood tall, approximately 1.8 meters, with short, faintly black hair and a handsome visage. His pupils shimmered like dark gemstones, deep and enigmatic. He was none other than Lin Fan, who had just logged out from the Sacred Lord. Lin Fan stepped out of the immersive game pod, stretching slightly to alleviate the stiffness in his body. He glanced outside, astonished to find it had already turned to night. He had not realized he had been playing all day. Lin Fan extended his hands, murmuring to himself. He pressed his hand to his heart, feeling its powerful rhythm distinctly in that moment. He truly felt as if he had reverted to an ordinary human. No longer the ruthless, decisive skeletal emperor within the game. The Sacred Lord, in his eyes, was not merely a game, but a profound entity capable of influencing his emotions and actions within the game. He found it challenging to summon any emotions beyond indifference. At most, he expressed mockery and disdain when facing foes. Yet, deep down, he understood that he was, in fact, a normal person brimming with emotions. That it was just that whenever he entered the game and donned the crown of interdiction, the coldness and darkness exclusive to the skeletal race would gradually consume his mind, altering his thoughts and actions. That it transformed him into a supreme skeletal emperor, wielding dominion over life and death. Of course, this alone was insufficient to render Lin Fan so brutal that a crucial factor behind it all was the negative buff known as endless malice associated with his skeletal emperor character. Endless malice, permanent buff, cannot be cancelled. The host extinguishes any useless emotions, unleashing boundless dark sentiments, retaining only infinite pride and murderous intent. Released by unknown host, Lin Fan. When did this buff manifest? Just as Lin Fan attempted to recall, a sharp pain surged through his head. It felt as though countless maggots were gnawing at his nerves, preventing him from remembering. Lin Fan immediately clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the agony. This sudden backlash sent tremors through him. Countless fragmented memories flickered through his mind. Yet no matter what, he could not recall how it had come to be. All he could recall was the shattering of the sky, as a shadow emerged slowly, seemingly towering over heaven and earth. After that moment, Lin Fan found himself unable to remember anything. Thus, despite his ruthless demeanor towards other players, it was evident that he had been exercising immense restraint. After gasping for breath for a considerable time, Lin Fan finally emerged from his agony. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and an endless darkness flickered within his gaze. The game Saint Zune was undoubtedly more than just a mere pastime. Lin Fan was acutely aware of this fact, and soon, other players would come to understand it profoundly as well. He forced himself to the window, gazing down at the scene below. The streets appeared desolate, with only a few scattered pedestrians and the occasional cries of street vendors. The rest of the populace seemed to have vanished. This was one of the largest cities in all of China. The magical metropolis. Such emptiness was indeed unexpected. However, both China and the world had long grown accustomed to such sights. For several years, their world had undergone cataclysmic changes. It was unclear when the turbulence began, but the world seemed to have been shrouded in a perpetual twilight. The once azure skies now a distant memory. Natural disasters descended upon them, claiming lives indiscriminately. Even more critically, the resources of the world were diminishing at a terrifying pace. Trees rotted rapidly, the sun's brilliance waned, and agricultural yields plummeted by a staggering 70%. No one could explain the ominous signs reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, only the rising tide of human anxiety. Amidst this chaos, nations clashed over dwindling resources. Wars erupted, plunging the world into turmoil, leaving the populace in despair. Fortunately, the leaders of nations eventually recognized the gravity of the situation. They united to devise strategies and cease hostilities. Endless internal strife would only hasten the world's demise. Thus, the game Saint Zune was born. The world was on the brink of collapse, with no means of salvation in sight. Consequently, the finest scientific minds from across the globe created a second world for the people. All previous immersive online games were shut down, replaced by a singular, unified game, Saint Zune. Although Saint Zune had only been live for 4 days, its significance rivaled that of real life itself. It was poised to become the second world upon which humanity would rely for survival. As a result, war subsided almost instantaneously. Whether one relished conflict or preferred to seize opportunities, the game catered to all desires without the risk of casualties. Furthermore, the issue of resources was adeptly addressed. Scientists worldwide developed a special nutritional solution, allowing players in nutrient pods to remain for months without concern for their sustenance. Thus, in the current reality, apart from essential infrastructures such as schools, factories, and businesses that continue to operate, most recreational facilities lay abandoned. The majority of people, regardless of age or gender, were absorbed in the game's Saint Zone. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fan gazed at the familiar yet strange neighborhood. After all, he had once resided here for a time before relocating for various reasons. After deep contemplation, he decided to explore the area below. In his earlier days, he had been so engrossed in leveling up that he had hardly left his home. When the moment came to move, he realized he had no recollection of the neighborhood's appearance. With keys in hand, he descended the stairs effortlessly, immediately greeted by a grim yellow sky and the chilling autumn breeze. The world was gradually falling into desolation, prompting Lin Fan to sigh inwardly. Things were still tolerable for now. When he had traversed this realm, the world had already worsened significantly, with food supplies dwindling to a mere 10%. Natural calamities howled forth, leading to the closure of schools and the inability to attend classes. Yet, it was still early. The world continued to function in an orderly manner. Lin Fan exited the neighborhood and strolled to the street corner. This street was the commercial avenue, just outside the community. Although the number of visitors had significantly decreased, there were still quite a few people about. Vendors hawked their wares, each cry more desperate than the last. However, the prices were astonishingly exorbitant. Cabbages for 500 yuan each, first come first served, with only 5 left. Cucumbers for 600 yuan apiece, no bargaining allowed. Buy 2 get 1 free. Durian at 3,000 yuan each. The trendiest gift for friends this year, guaranteed to bring tears of joy to your girlfriend. The cacophony of shouts filled the air, yet the prices quoted were enough to leave any unsuspecting bystander in shock. Cabbages and cucumbers, once commonplace, had now skyrocketed in price by several dozen times. Moreover, the quality of these crops was subpar. The vendor peddling cucumbers claimed they were exceptionally robust, yet they appeared wilted and soft. Nonetheless, many still engaged in a fierce contest of bargaining, a bizarre spectacle indeed. Under the current circumstances, Lin Fan was hardly taken aback. With food production so severely restricted, most people relied on nutritional solutions for their daily sustenance. To obtain a single cucumber had become a luxury for the affluent. Lin Fan felt no desire to partake in such fare and aimlessly wandered through the commercial street. Soon enough, a vendor's call caught his attention. Antiques for sale, all at bargain prices. The vendor's voice was feeble, a stark contrast to the bustling food sellers. His stand was eerily quiet, devoid of any customers. It was hardly surprising. In a world like this, who had the leisure to collect antiques when basic sustenance was a challenge? However, Lin Fan was evidently an exception. Intrigued, he approached and examined the peculiar items on display. The vendor's offerings were an eclectic mix of oddities, ceramic jars, small coins, and more. Upon noticing Lin Fan's presence, the vendor's expression brightened. It had been ages since he last had a customer, and he eagerly beckoned. "Young man, what are you looking for? I can make some recommendations." Yet Lin Fan remained silent, absorbed in his inspection of the antiques laid out before him. Soon, a necklace resembling a pendant piqued his interest. He picked it up, carefully tracing the rough surface of the necklace. As he did so, the vendor chimed in, "You have a keen eye. This necklace is a precious relic from the Tang dynasty, said to have belonged to a member of the royal family." "Is it truly that ancient?" Lin Fan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice that he had done some research on such matters, and this necklace indeed exuded a sense of Tang dynasty heritage. Just as he was about to inquire further, an inexplicable surge of energy erupted within his gaze. A mysterious blue light suddenly blossomed in his pupils. Lin Fan's heart raced, initially fearing some affliction of the eyes. But he felt no pain. Instead, warmth enveloped him, a most pleasant sensation. In that moment, the world through his eyes transformed entirely. Under the radiance of the blue glow, which was invisible to all but Lin Fan, The necklace before him underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. High imitation iron necklace quality. Common description. Forged by the Tianang factory in Modu on X month X day. Its appearance is remarkably lifelike, crafted through a special process, resembling an antique. Only those with years of experience in antique appraisal can discern its authenticity. Suitable as a toy for children. Upon reading the sudden influx of information, Lin Fan's heart jolted with astonishment. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, repeatedly confirming that he was indeed within the realm of reality. However, why was there a game interface appearing before his eyes? A tempest surged within Lin Fan's heart, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. He recalled the strange occurrences that had just transpired, suddenly remembering that this sensation was akin to the moment when his Emperor's eye was activated. He had inadvertently unleashed the Emperor's eye in the real world. How utterly absurd, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Even prior to his transmigration, he had never awakened such an ability. Could it be a talent bestowed upon him after crossing over? Brother, what's wrong with you? At that moment, noticing the fluctuations in Lin Fan's expression, the vendor, who had remained silent for quite some time, could no longer restrain himself and waved his hand towards Lin Fan. "Oh, I just got a bit distracted." Lin Fan snapped back to reality and casually explained to the vendor. "How about it? Do you like it? This antique is incredibly precious. If it weren't for my family's recent financial struggles, I wouldn't even consider selling it," the vendor said with a pained expression, launching into his sales pitch once more. Yet, deep within his eyes, a glimmer of greed flickered discreetly. He was utterly confident that this necklace was indistinguishable from a genuine artifact. The young man before him appeared to be merely in his 20s, and there was no way he could discern that this item was a forgery. The vendor chuckled to himself, firmly believing that this young man was about to be thoroughly swindled. However, the vendor was destined to be disappointed. After awakening the Emperor's eye, all information regarding items was laid bare before Lin Fan's eyes. Although the vendor was currently spinning grand tales, he could not deceive Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually shook the necklace in his hand and smiled faintly. "Vendor, this piece is from last week, isn't it?" The vendor's smile instantly froze. Just as he was about to retort, a deep, resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man suddenly emerged from beside the stall. "Vendor, may I take a look at that necklace?" Upon hearing this voice, both Lin Fan and the vendor turned their heads. They saw a portly middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, adorned with numerous rings of indiscernible names, exuding the air of a wealthy individual. Upon spotting this middle-aged man, the vendor's eyes lit up. Such a well-dressed individual was typically not short on funds. He was indeed a valuable customer. Realizing this, the vendor hastily dismissed Lin Fan, thinking, what could a young man possibly afford? He immediately snatched the necklace from Lin Fan's hand with a displeased expression and handed it to the middle-aged man, fawningly saying, "Sir, take a look. This is a necklace from the Tang dynasty. Quite precious indeed." "Oh," the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, not refusing, and took the necklace into his hands, examining it closely. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if in appraisal. After a while, he finally spoke. "I just heard this young friend claim that this necklace is from last week. However, in my humble opinion, this necklace is undoubtedly genuine. My household is not without Tang dynasty antiques. I am well versed in the characteristics of Tang craftsmanship. This piece not only conforms to the aesthetics of that era, but the workmanship and techniques employed are also remarkably similar. Its luster is entirely natural, lacking any signs of forgery. This young friend appears to have some knowledge in this area, yet it seems his understanding is not entirely accurate. Sometimes, it is wise to refrain from jumping to conclusions too early. If the craft is lacking, one should diligently study rather than come here to show off." His tone was arrogant, and his words resembled a lecture from someone in a superior position rather than genuine advice for Lin Fan. The middle-aged man's comments attracted the attention of several passers-by, who quickly gathered around. Though they could not afford such antiques, everyone loved a good spectacle. Soon, a crowd formed around the stall, listening intently to the middle-aged man's analysis and nodding occasionally. Although they couldn't comprehend the details, it certainly appeared impressive. Then, from among the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the expert from the CCAV Antiques Appraisal Program? How did he end up here?" At this revelation, the crowd gasped. Many turned their gazes toward the middle-aged man, their expressions transformed. He was an expert, someone who had appeared on television. Suddenly, all eyes were filled with admiration for him, fully accepting his earlier assertions. After all, he was an expert with decades of experience in this field. How could a mere necklace escape his scrutiny? Meanwhile, the vendor was internally rejoicing as the original owner of the necklace. He was well aware of its provenance. However, hearing the middle-aged man's description, his face was nearly beaming with delight. This was truly a stroke of fortune. He hurriedly addressed the middle-aged man. "Sir, if you like it, I can offer you a discount. It's rare to find someone with such discerning taste these days." He spoke slowly, but the latter part of his sentence was clearly directed at Lin Fan, seemingly mocking him for claiming the necklace was from last week. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding slightly, appearing quite pleased. Utterly foolish. However, just as the crowd buzzed with excitement, Lin Fan's next words caused the atmosphere to freeze in place. This young man, who looked so youthful, had the audacity to call a respected elder utterly foolish. The crowd was taken aback. Was he questioning the expert's professional competence? A wave of astonishment swept through them. This young man was indeed too arrogant. "Don't make a scene here. If you're not buying, just leave." The vendor, alarmed by Lin Fan's words, quickly admonished him. This middle-aged man was his major client. If he angered him, it would be a significant loss for the vendor, who had not made a sale in quite some time. As expected, the middle-aged man's previously smug expression darkened considerably, akin to someone who had just been slapped in the face. He was an expert in antiques, and even CCAV had to go to great lengths to secure his participation for a feature. His reputation was widespread that T.O. think he would be questioned by a young man here. Instantly, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "This young man is incredibly arrogant. Just because he has a bit of talent, he thinks he knows everything and fails to respect his elders." Exactly. This man has studied this field for decades. How could a mere youth possibly compare? The murmurs from the crowd were overwhelmingly critical of Lin Fan. Everyone was displeased with his audacious remarks. Lacking a sense of reverence was one thing, but to label the expert as foolish, this young man must possess some extraordinary insights. The middle-aged man, maintaining some composure, refrained from erupting in anger immediately. Yet the sharpness in his tone was unmistakable. Clearly, he too was incensed. The more esteemed a person, the more they valued their dignity. Lin Fan's earlier words had undoubtedly trampled upon his pride. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you," Lin Fan stated calmly. As the surroundings fell into silence, the focus of the crowd shifted entirely to him. "This necklace's craftsmanship is remarkably intricate. It is understandable that you, with your limited perspective, could not discern its true nature. However, under the scrutiny of all present, Lin Fan continued, this necklace as an antique, particularly as a forgery, has reached the pinnacle of excellence. Yet, it possesses a fatal flaw." The middle-aged man responded in a low tone. For reasons unknown, gazing at the confident Lin Fan, his inner conviction began to waver. This young man must surely be spouting nonsense. He was curious to see what absurdity he would concoct next. He reassured himself, forcing calmness, that he truly could not believe that a youth more than 20 years his junior would educate him in his own domain of expertise, seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the middle-aged man. A glimmer of scornful coldness flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. That in the past, he might have indeed been deceived by the vendor. Even if he had sensed something amiss, he would have succumbed under the middle-aged man's relentless questioning. However, at this moment, he had awakened the eye of the emperor. Through this power, he could see through all illusions and penetrate to the essence of things. No deception in this world could escape Lin Fan's discerning gaze. Finally, Lin Fan spoke. "It appears that your lifetime of knowledge has been squandered on the likes of dogs. You focus solely on the surface of antiques, neglecting their intrinsic value. Truly laughable. The exterior could be deceiving in myriad ways, yet the essence remains immutable. You may scrape off the surface of this necklace and discover what lies within." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the vendor, who had maintained a faint smile, instantly paled. He hurriedly interjected, "Everyone, do not heed this brat's nonsense. He is clearly fabricating tales." Yet it was inevitable that no one paid heed to the vendor's protests, even if that necklace belonged to him. The crowd's curiosity had been piqued, and they could not be so easily deterred. Soon, a concerned passerby produced a knife and handed it to the middle-aged man, his expression dark and solemn. The man's right hand trembled for reasons unknown. Nonetheless, he ultimately scraped away a thin layer from the surface of the necklace. As the scene beneath the surface was revealed, all present were momentarily entranced, unable to utter a word, for within the necklace lay pristine, gleaming copper. The middle-aged man's complexion drained of color. His lips quivered slightly, and he knew well that during the Tang dynasty, a metal known as red copper could be refined. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the Tang dynasty was eons ago. Any steel, no matter how precious, would succumb to corrosion over time. Yet the copper displayed here appeared nearly untouched. This was irrefutable proof that the antique he had previously deemed authentic was, in fact, an outright forgery. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb, all astonished by this revelation. They had placed their unwavering trust in an expert who had been appraising antiques for over a decade, only to discover he had been misled. With a resounding thud, the necklace fell to the ground. The middle-aged man, trembling hands betraying his shock, stood rooted in place, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. He had contemplated this possibility before, yet antiques were inherently invaluable. Their fragile nature could not withstand destruction. Thus, it was rare for experts to employ such violent means for appraisal. Lin Fan's boldness in using such a method undeniably reflected his profound confidence. He still could not fathom how Lin Fan, merely by observing the exterior, could ascertain that it concealed copper forged by modern techniques. Such extraordinary discernment was beyond the capabilities of even his own mentor. Meanwhile, the vendor appeared utterly despondent. His deceitful dealings had been exposed before the multitude, and he could forget about conducting business henceforth. After all, who would willingly seek him out for counterfeit antiques? In an instant, the crowd's sentiment shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, their ire had been directed at Lin Fan, but now it was aimed squarely at the vendor, who was besieged with accusations of selling fakes to deceive customers. Their gazes toward Lin Fan transformed completely. The middle-aged man, despite his experience, had unwittingly become a stepping stone for Lin Fan, elevating him to a position of admiration among the crowd. Truly, a young hero had emerged. Possessing such keen insight at a tender age, I told you this young man was correct. How could you not believe me? Alas, I was blind. This young man's abilities are nothing short of astounding. Even the experts from CCAV must bow in deference. As the flattery washed over him, Lin Fan could not help but harbor a cold smirk within. These individuals were adept at shifting allegiances, turning on a dime. Thus, he had no desire to indulge in their sycophancy. It only served to nauseate him. Just as he was about to turn away, he felt a peculiar twitch in his right eye, as if sensing something. Upon investigating the source, he discovered that it emanated from an unremarkable object on the vendor's table. Sensing this strange resonance, Lin Fan abandoned his intention to leave. The eye of the emperor held a high level of perception. Whatever caused such resonance must be something extraordinary. It could not possibly be another counterfeit like the necklace. Just as he approached the vendor's stall, a shadow suddenly darted from the crowd, eagerly grasping Lin Fan's hand. Pray tell, young brother, from whom have you learned? Which esteemed family of appraisers do you hail from? The crowd gasped in surprise, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, upon recognizing the shadowy figure as the middle-aged man whom Lin Fan had just schooled. They were momentarily taken aback. The man had regained his composure from his earlier state of shock and now approached Lin Fan with fervent excitement, attempting to ingratiate himself. Lin Fan frowned, promptly shaking off the man's hand with an expression of disdain. Showing no regard for the elder's presence, the middle-aged man awkwardly withdrew his hand, realizing he had overstepped his enthusiasm. However, he did not relent, continuing, "Young brother, I am Delin, the vice president of the Shanghai Antique Association. I regret my earlier offense and my failure to recognize your stature. I spoke some rather foolish words. I hope you will not hold it against me. May I inquire as to your origins?" In that moment, Delin was no longer the imposing figure he had been moments before. Instead, he gazed at Lin Fan with a countenance of reverence and trepidation, inquiring cautiously, the remaining onlookers still present. Observe Ho Delin's somewhat sycophantic demeanor and actions, finding themselves a loss for words. After all, he was the vice president of an antique association, a figure known on CCV in the realm of antiques. He was a prominent figure, yet here he was, bowing before a younger generation, addressing him with such deference. Was there no semblance of dignity left? But Ho Delin remained oblivious to the crowd's scrutiny. His eyes filled with eager anticipation, awaiting Lin Fan's response to him. Lin Fan was likely a hidden master of antiques, possibly connected to a powerful lineage. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary talent emerge? With a mere glance, he discerned the intrinsic and extrinsic qualities of antiques. Such skill, Ho Delin knew, would take him decades to even approach. His curiosity and respect for Lin Fan were entirely understandable. Yet, despite Ho Delin's somewhat obsequious attitude, Lin Fan appeared increasingly impatient. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Do not bother me. I am merely an ordinary person." Ordinary person? Upon hearing this, both Ho Delin and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Then, they could not suppress their incredulity, internally roaring, "An ordinary person? We will be fools to believe you. A being who had humiliated a master appraiser, and yet you claim to be ordinary. What does that make them? Mere dust?" However, they were clearly mistaken. Lin Fan truly was just an ordinary person, ordinary to the point of merely existing in a small community in Shanghai. Ordinary enough that he was just a revered figure in a game. Ordinary enough that he had merely awakened extraordinary abilities in real life. Yes, indeed, exceedingly ordinary. Undeterred, Ho Delin pressed on. Even after being rebuffed several times, he continued to inquire, "Young brother, since you were reluctant to disclose your origins, could you at least reveal the name of your esteemed mentor?" "Mentor?" Lin Fan chuckled coldly. "I have no master. My knowledge of antiques is merely superficial." Upon finishing his words, he no longer wished to pay any heed to Ho Delin. With a decisive stride, he passed by him, heading straight for his intended target, leaving Ho Delin and a crowd of onlookers bewildered in the wind. With a hint of contemplation, just a hint, Lin Fan's nonchalant remarks made Ho Delin feel as though he had spent his entire life living beneath the heel of others. A lifetime of diligent study paled in comparison to someone else's casual hobby. The comparison was infuriating. "What do you want?" On the other side, upon seeing Lin Fan approach directly, the vendor spoke somewhat awkwardly. Could it be that this fellow had come to settle a score? The vendor mused, recalling how he had just mocked Lin Fan and had attempted to sell him counterfeit goods. If Lin Fan truly intended to teach him a lesson on such grounds, it would be entirely justified, and no one would pity him. Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, Lin Fan halted before the stall and pointed to an item on the table, saying, "That one, I'll take it." The vendor first froze in shock for 2 seconds before swiftly regaining his composure. It dawned on him that Lin Fan had no intention of causing trouble. On the contrary, he was there to continue making purchases. The vendor glanced at what Lin Fan was indicating that it was an object resembling a jade pendant, but the jade plate was dull and lacked its former luster. One could say that even if it were tossed aside on the street, few would be inclined to pick it up. Yet, Lin Fan was now explicitly expressing his desire for it. The vendor's heart immediately filled with caution, and he made an unexpected move. He outright put the jade pendant away and firmly declared to Lin Fan, "Not for sale." The vendor had no affection for someone who would ruin his business and prevent him from continuing to operate his stall. Moreover, Lin Fan's earlier display of discernment had genuinely astonished him. Thus, the item Lin Fan wished to purchase could not possibly be of poor quality. If that were the case, why should he sell it to this insufferable brat? Wouldn't it be more profitable to take it elsewhere and sell it at a higher price? Upon hearing the vendor's words, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a glimmer of coldness was stirring within them at that moment. He seemed to transform once more into the proud and ruthless skeletal king from a game. Whatever he set his sights on, regardless of its current ownership in his eyes, it was already his. The vendor's actions were undoubtedly encroaching upon Lin Fan's limits. "Hey you, come here," Lin Fan murmured coldly, yet his voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The puzzled Ho Delin rushed over upon hearing Lin Fan's call. He understood that Lin Fan was beckoning him. However, when he approached with eager anticipation, believing Lin Fan might have reconsidered and was about to reveal his origins. He instead heard Lin Fan coolly instructing him to inspect the jade pendant currently held by the vendor, saying, "Assess whether that item can fetch a price." Ho Delin's hopes were dashed in an instant. However, he said nothing and obediently followed Lin Fan's direction, scrutinizing the jade pendant closely. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It probably won't sell for much." Setting aside its quality and appearance, the craftsmanship of this jade did not conform to any known styles of past dynasties. One could even say it was quite peculiar, lacking any collectible value. Ho Delin articulated his judgment. "Impossible!" the vendor exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Ho Delin's words. "Didn't you just misjudge it? This jade pendant could very well be something valuable. Perhaps you just cannot recognize it." Upon hearing the vendor's retort, Ho Delin's expression darkened. A serious aura emanated from him in an instant. Even the best can have their missteps. Ho Delin was well aware that he was not infallible. Nonetheless, he was undeniably a top-tier expert in this field. After being schooled by Lin Fan, he had humbly accepted defeat and sought to ingratiate himself with Lin Fan. However, that did not mean he would tolerate being belittled by others, especially when that person was merely a street vendor. When he became enraged, it had no impact on Lin Fan, but for a vendor who had never encountered such authority, it was an overwhelming display of dominance. The vendor trembled visibly, his expression turning grim. It suddenly dawned on him that Lin Fan was a significant figure in the antique world. He had overlooked this fact in his earlier condescension toward Lin Fan. If Lin Fan were to give a command, his livelihood could very well be at stake. The vendor hastily apologized. "What you say is true. Master Ho, I was blind and have offended you. If you say this jade pendant is worthless, then it is indeed worthless." He no longer dared to question Ho Delin's judgment and hurriedly played the subordinate. In truth, he believed that the jade pendant would hardly fetch a few coins. It was merely an item he stumbled upon in an abandoned warehouse, simply displayed to fill space. Had Lin Fan not desired it, he would not have valued it at all. "Then you can sell it to me now." Continue. Seeing the vendor come to terms with reality, Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and addressed him as for Ho Delin. He refrained from uttering another word, treating him as a mere tool to be used and discarded. Finding a this juncture, the vendor had no choice but to acquiesce. Life was already so difficult. Every penny counted. This jade pendant might never sell, so it was better to sell it to Lin Fan now. However, a flicker of resentment still lingered in his heart. He feared Ho Delin, but did not necessarily fear Lin Fan. If he wanted to buy it, he would have to pay a fair price. He immediately made a bold demand, saying, "I'll sell you this jade pendant for 20,000. 20,000. Upon hearing this price, the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. This vendor truly had the audacity. Master Ho had just declared this jade pendant was worthless. Yet he dared to quote Lin Fan 20,000. Clearly, he believed Lin Fan would be reluctant to part with the pendant and intended to exploit him. After all, it was a matter of willing buyers and sellers. The pendant belonged to the vendor, and no one had the right to dictate terms. He could set whatever price he wished. If one did not want to buy, they need not. However, in the face of the vendor's blatant attempt to deceive, Lin Fan showed no signs of anger. Instead, a smirk danced at the corners of his lips. He neither bargained nor shouted in fury. He simply uttered two words slowly. "Tianhang?" The moment Lin Fan's words fell, the vendor's pupils dilated in shock. A wave of inexplicable coldness surged within him, rendering him as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. For Tianhang was the factory responsible for producing his counterfeit goods. How did this fellow know? The vendor's heart raced with dread, and his eyelids fluttered. It was crucial to note that this factory operated in utmost secrecy, given the illicit nature of its dealings. Only a handful of people were aware of its existence. He had only learned of this factory with its remarkable counterfeiting capabilities by sheer coincidence. Now, Lin Fan had effortlessly exposed his most guarded secret, and panic engulfed him. What are you saying? I don't understand at all." The vendor's face stiffened as he stammered in an attempt to defend himself. However, before he could finish, Lin Fan interrupted him once more. With a gaze tinged with menace, he fixed his eyes on the vendor, who felt as though he were being scrutinized down to his very core, stripped of any semblance of secrecy. You should be well aware of this person's identity beside me. If I were to inform him about that hideout, it would be swiftly dismantled. The mastermind behind such exquisite antiques is undoubtedly not a simple character. Should he choose to retaliate? Lin Fan's eyes turned frigid, his pupils glinting with a predatory gleam. Calm, yet merciless. Who would he seek vengeance upon? Upon hearing this, the vendor collapsed to the ground with a thud. His legs trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his face, his pallor akin to that of a ghost. For Lin Fan's words had struck directly at his very lifeline. He suddenly realized that, in the presence of this unusually youthful young man, any means at his disposal seemed childishly naive, as if he were merely a plaything in the other's hands. At that moment, observing the now utterly frightened vendor, Lin Fan slowly raised 3 fingers and declared, "I grant you one last opportunity to choose. Sell or do not sell." Lin Fan was always generous in affording others a chance. However, it appeared that among the 2 answers, there was perpetually only one correct choice. A misstep would lead to irretrievable ruin. Very well, I will sell. 3,000 is acceptable. The vendor's head bobbed up and down like a garlic pounder in a frenzy. Deep inside, he was writhing in panic, desperate to escape this young man's shadow, gazing at the 3 fingers Lin Fan held up. He had no inclination to negotiate. 3,000 it would be. He deemed it not too great a loss. Yet upon hearing the vendor's words, Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. He pulled 3 bills from his pocket and laid them on the table, revealing a value of merely 1 yuan. The onlookers' eyes nearly popped out. Though they had just been left in a fog of confusion, they managed to grasp that Lin Fan had somehow slashed the price dramatically. Just when they assumed Lin Fan would bid 3,000, he shattered their expectations. It was not 3,000, nor even 300, but a mere 3 yuan. In this world, a sum so paltry that it could scarcely buy a lollipop. This price was nothing short of a devastating blow. Upon seeing those 3 yuan, the vendor's expression turned a ghastly shade of green. 3 yuan. Now, even a beggar on the street would disdain you for being a miser. He might even pity you enough to offer a few coins. After all, prices had soared rapidly, and 3 yuan was equivalent to what once was merely 10 cents. This meant that Lin Fan's action was akin to purchasing his goods for a meager 10 cents. It was a blatant slap in the face, a trampling of his dignity as a merchant. What a farce! As a purveyor of counterfeit antiques, he was inherently a black market trader. The creed of such traders was to sell low-quality goods at exorbitant prices. Yet before Lin Fan, the tables had turned completely. Lin Fan had become the unscrupulous dealer, unreasonably offering 10 cents for his wares. But what infuriated him most was that he dared not resist. For Lin Fan held firmly the reins of his fate, the wrath of that powerful boss. The vendor's eyes were filled with trepidation. This was a price he could not afford to pay. Take it, take it. The vendor hurriedly relinquished the jade pendant to Lin Fan, swiftly gathering his belongings before fleeing as if the hounds of hell were after him. He could not bear to remain there for another second. What a stroke of misfortune this day had turned out to be. Not only had he failed to sell anything, but he had also been threatened. At that moment, Lin Fan finally acquired the jade pendant he had desired. He recalled the sensation he experienced while activating the Emperor's Eye in the game. Mimicking that action, he proceeded accordingly. Indeed, as a warm sensation enveloped his right eye, the world around him transformed once more. The information regarding the newly acquired jade pendant vividly appeared before his eyes. Fortune and calamity twins. Fortune quality. Exceptional item description. This pair of jade pendants, known as Fortune and Calamity twins, has been passed down from ancient times, possessing the ability to govern blessings and disasters. This particular pendant represents the aspect of fortune, due to the absence of its counterpart. The effects of this pendant will be diminished. It can enhance the wearer's luck to a certain extent and provide resistance against external calamities. Gazing at the description of the pendant, Lin Fan fell into a moment of contemplation. This jade pendant seemed utterly unremarkable, yet it was a treasure that had survived from ancient times. Such an era was unimaginably distant. It is worth noting that most antiques available in the market today have well-documented origins, like those from the Tang or Ming dynasties. However, the emperor's eye clearly indicated that this pendant hails from an ancient epoch. The implications of such age were indeed intriguing. Moreover, the fact that this pendant was incomplete suggested that it had a missing counterpart. Lin Fan murmured softly, his gaze flickering as he absorbed the description. Although the term luck was often mentioned in real life, it remained an elusive concept, something no one could truly grasp. Yet, this pendant could purportedly enhance it? As he caressed the pendant, feeling its faint texture, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile broadly. This time, he had truly struck gold. He had obtained a treasure from ancient times without spending a single cent. This trip was undeniably worthwhile. Casually placing the pendant in his pocket, Lin Fan prepared to return to his apartment, for there was little of interest left outside. He had exhausted his exploration. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, Hodelin hurriedly called out to him, "Young man, wait a moment." Lin Fan turned back, irritation evident in his expression, and bluntly asked, "What is it?" He was genuinely exasperated. This old man seemed to have a few screws loose. After being publicly humiliated just moments ago, he now clung to Lin Fan like a leech. Had it not been for the jade pendant he had just acquired, which had somewhat lifted his spirits, Lin Fan might have ignored him altogether. Seeing Lin Fan actually respond, Hodelin let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fervently fixed on Lin Fan as he inquired, "Young man, would you consider selling that jade pendant to me? I am open to any price." He certainly did not believe Lin Fan was merely idly purchasing an utterly unremarkable pendant. Judging by Lin Fan's discerning eye, whatever he had chosen must surely be a genuine treasure. Thus, he was determined to acquire it by any means necessary. Yet, Lin Fan's reaction remained unchanged. This time, he could hardly be bothered to utter a word, simply turning to walk away upon witnessing Lin Fan's demeanor. Hodelin grew anxious. He rushed in front of Lin Fan and hastily proposed, "I'll offer 5 million. How about that?" Lin Fan paused, taken aback. 0.5 million. This old man truly had wealth. He could state such an astounding figure without so much as a change in expression. It was no wonder he thrived in the antique trade. His family must indeed be affluent, Lin Fan mused. However, his contemplation lasted but a moment. To think that 5 million could purchase something he possessed. How naive. Not even for 50 million would Lin Fan consider selling. After all, in his perspective, money held no intrinsic value. He could possess as much as he desired. "I will not sell," Lin Fan replied coolly, then resumed his stride. Upon seeing Lin Fan's resolute demeanor, Hodelin's expression darkened. He sighed, realizing that he had utterly lost his chance today. The young man displayed an unwavering determination, betraying no signs of feigned interest or price inflation. He remained unfazed by the temptation of 5 million, completely unmoved. This only intensified his curiosity about the youth's background. Which family did he belong to? Could it be that family? Hodelin's expression grew serious as he whispered, "What a pity. I shall never uncover the answer." That moment, Lin Fan had already hastened away from the market, returning to his apartment. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, an exceptionally melodious voice reached his ears. "Mr. Lin, could you please pause for a moment?" Upon hearing someone call for him, Lin Fan promptly turned his head to look. The speaker was a youthful girl, clad in blue shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs. She wore a charming pink long shirt that accentuated her cuteness. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite, and just a glance was enough to evoke admiration. Her face was as pale as cream, radiating a soft glow. Her slightly bashful eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan, revealing her shyness. As Lin Fan gazed at this unexpectedly beautiful girl, he quickly recalled who she was. She seemed to be his neighbor, though they had rarely interacted. Before his transmigration, their conversations had scarcely exceeded 10 sentences. He tilted his head slightly, pondering her name, which he believed to be Qinshin Ro. "What's the matter?" Lin Fan responded. Having recollected their past exchanges, he found it puzzling that this usually distant neighbor had suddenly called out to him, and she appeared quite anxious. Qinshin Ro seemed a bit flustered, her hands nervously intertwined. Yet, she slowly explained, "My water heater is broken, and I went to find the landlord, but he seems to be on a business trip. That I was just about to look for a repairman, but I couldn't reach anyone. And then I happened to run into you." Upon hearing her words, Lin Fan understood. T turned out she was seeking his assistance because she couldn't fix the water heater herself. Sure, Lin Fan readily agreed. It was only natural for neighbors to help one another. It was fortunate for Qinshin had she dared to ask him in the game while he was in his skeletal form. She would likely have received a massive fireball in return. Really? Thank you. Qinshin eyes sparkled with joy, seemingly filled with boundless warmth, illuminating the surroundings. Thus, Lin Fan abandoned his plan to return home and instead turned to accompany Qinshin to her residence. Her abode appeared rather simple, but was impeccably organized, exuding a unique warmth. It's this water heater. For some reason, it just won't work, she said, leading Lin Fan to her bathroom, sticking out her tongue in frustration. Lin Fan stepped inside, and with a mere glance, he discerned the issue, a faulty component. The repair was quite straightforward. As a young man accustomed to handling such matters himself, Lin Fan found it particularly easy. Before long, the water heater was repaired. Wow, you're amazing, Qinshin exclaimed, astonished that Lin Fan had swiftly resolved what she deemed a considerable hassle. She looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars. It must be said that Qinshin was undeniably a great beauty, yet for some unknown reason, she lived alone. As her neighbor, Lin Fan knew little about her. Their occasional encounters before his transmigration had always left him with the impression that she was out of place in this mundane community. Such a girl, with her ethereal charm, seemed too exquisite for this environment. All right then, Lin Fan said, setting down his tools, not wishing to pry into her personal matters. There shouldn't be any significant problems now. Thank you. Qinshin smiled sweetly, and then as if struck by a thought, she added, why don't you stay for a glass of water? It's evening now. Let us have dinner as a token of my gratitude. No, thank you, Lin Fan replied without hesitation, his speed leaving Qinshin momentarily stunned. Without further ado, he turned and walked home, showing no signs of reluctance. What nonsense! He had already been away from the game for several hours. Was a meal more important than gaming? Finally coming to her senses, Qinshin realized Lin Fan had vanished from sight. Just as she intended to call him back, a loud bang echoed as Lin Fan's front door slammed shut. Staring blankly for a moment, she then huffed indignantly, stamping her foot in frustration. What was wrong with this boy? A girl personally inviting him to dinner, and he rejected her like that. He was truly a stereotypical straight man. Back in his own home, Lin Fan was blissfully unaware of Qinshin's thoughts. He closed the door and was about to lie down in his gaming pod to continue playing when he paused. After calculating the time, he realized he and the others should still be absorbing experience. Logging in now seemed pointless, so rather than sit idly, he preferred to sleep. Since his arrival in this new world, he and T had a proper sleep. With that thought, Lin Fan wasted no time. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he lay down in his bedroom to rest. Although his body was in a semi-dormant state within the gaming pod, many still preferred the sensation of actual sleep, and Lin Fan was no exception. Soon, the dawn of a new day arrived. After a brief wash-up, Lin Fan dove back into the gaming pod to commence today's adventures. As he opened his eyes, the world transformed before him, revealing a fragrant forest meadow. Master, you're back? Greetings, esteemed one. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, a chorus of greetings filled his ears, though the names differed. He recognized them as the voices of E and the others. He nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words, for he had re-entered the game. The dark and merciless aura of the Skeleton King enveloped his mind once more, altering his demeanor. Master, did you know? While you were away, we all reached level 10. Saber Sister is even more impressive. She's at level 12. Before Lin Fan could assess their experience gains, E bounced over, her face alight with excitement. She beamed at him, showcasing her current level, which now boldly displayed level 10 beside her ID. This was a remarkably terrifying achievement for a game that had only been live for 5 days. Reaching such a level was beyond the grasp of an ordinary player. In the game St. Lord, it was well known that leveling up was a slow process that leave the novice village and enter the main city. A staggering 500 million level 10 players worldwide were required. The level cap in the novice village was level 15, that with their current levels, E and her companions had essentially graduated from the novice village. Just 5 more levels, and they could undertake a job change. Surprisingly, they had not anticipated such an outcome. While they were mentally prepared for rapid growth under the blessings of the sacred tree, they hadn't expected it to be this swift. In just one day, their levels soared as if propelled by the wind, and they hadn't even slain a single monster. In fact, it had been rather dull. He had even taken a nap along the way, waking up to find herself at level 10. This utterly terrified her, causing even the morning drowsiness to dissipate instantly. In stark contrast, Huang Mao and his companions were brimming with excitement. They had once been regarded as some of the top-tier players. However, they found themselves back at square one after foolishly provoking Lin Fan, which resulted in them losing several levels, with Huang Mao plummeting to level 0. Initially, they felt a twinge of sadness, believing they could never catch up to the elite players. Yet, the situation unfolded in an unexpectedly simple manner. By merely following Lin Fan's command to engage in a casual game of Do Di Zhu beneath the divine tree, they suddenly noticed their levels shining with golden light every few hours. Within a day, they soared to level 10. This astonishing speed was nothing short of astounding, leaving them in a dreamlike state, even evoking nostalgia for the exhausting days spent grinding monsters. However, unlike the exuberant Huang Mao and his friends, Lin Fan, upon hearing this news, merely responded nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. After all, such an outcome was well within his expectations. The root of their experience gain lay firmly with the life goddess ring in his possession, which boasted a divine grade. To level them up with such a transcendent item and not witness this rapid progression would cause Lin Fan to question whether the ring was merely a counterfeit from a vendor. Utilizing a super divine artifact to level up a group of novices under level 10 was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an utter waste of resources in all the realms. Only Lin Fan possessed the means to execute such a grand gesture. Did you not see the drooling players nearby, gazing enviously at E and her companions gleaming level 10s during Lin Fan's absence? Numerous players flocked to the scene, lured by the effortless leveling method employed by E and her group. Emboldened by Lin Fan's absence, they sought to partake in the bounty. However, the divine tree, under Lin Fan's orders, obliterated any interlopers. Consequently, those with ill intentions were met with a bloody lesson. Thus, E and her companions experienced a surprisingly tranquil time, as no one dared to provoke them. Although they could not personally experience it, news of the divine tree slope spread like wildfire across the forum. The 66666 novice village, a veritable paradise, stirred a nationwide sensation among players. Many, upon hearing the rumors, attempted to navigate to their novice village following the novice village map. Alas, even at the same location, the trees in their novice village exhibited no signs of vitality, appearing lifeless. Standing for a decade would yield not a shred of experience points. As a result, other players erupted in frustration. Why did only the 66,666 novice village enjoy such fortune while they languished? Others could graduate with a mere night's rest, while they toiled away slaying goblins. Who could endure such disparity? In an instant, countless envious players accused the officials of favoritism towards the 66666 novice village, claiming inequality. The official response, however, clarified that the divine tree slope was not arranged by them and bore no connection to the authorities. They merely managed the game's operations and could not interfere with any game data. Thus, players intoxicated by rapid leveling resorted to desperate measures. They tried everything: chopping trees and replanting, urinating on trees, and fertilizing, yet all efforts ended in failure. After their futile attempts, unwilling to accept defeat, players revealed that the creator of the divine tree slope was none other than the now famous forum player, Lin Fan. A benevolent soul uploaded a video of Lin Fan ruthlessly annihilating over 400 members of the Red Leaf Gang, igniting yet another sensation. They were all astounded by Lin Fan's merciless tactics. The final scene, where he crushed Feng Yiling, spread like wildfire among players. Every viewer shivered at the moment Lin Fan obliterated Feng Yiling. The video even began with a warning for curious viewers. Minors should watch with parental supervision. In an instant, Lin Fan's fearsome reputation spread throughout the entire Chinese region. Once regarded as merely a chosen one, he now found himself shrouded in countless mysteries. The most humiliated of all was Feng Yiling, who had unwittingly become a backdrop for Lin Fan. His countenance had been a stormy gray for days, often erupting in furious outbursts directed at his subordinates. The reason was simple. Lin Fan's notorious reputation had permeated the entire region. Conversely, Feng Yiling, the target of Lin Fan's wrath, had become a source of mockery. Even while walking down the street, countless players recognized Feng Yiling, pointing and snickering at him. Many of his Red Leaf Gang members, unable to bear the disgrace of having such a spineless leader, chose to leave the guild. Numerous rival factions seized the opportunity to ridicule the Red Leaf Gang's incompetence. Once the illustrious leader of the strongest guild in the 66666 novice village, Feng Yiling had suddenly transformed into a pitiable figure of ridicule. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as several cups were violently smashed by a man. The butler and servants nearby trembled in fear, rendered silent by the commotion. The furious individual was none other than Feng Yiling. His days had been exceedingly difficult. He even refrained from logging into the game, for doing so would subject him to a barrage of mocking messages. How could his typically proud self endure such humiliation? His eyes clouded with rage, he gazed at the distant sky, his animosity simmering like a volcano ready to erupt. After a long silence, he finally uttered a chilling sentence, his tone low and icy, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. Lin Fan, dare to insult me. Feng Yiling, just wait. I will make you suffer. Meanwhile, oblivious to the scrutiny he had drawn, Lin Fan strolled towards a divine tree. The tree seemed to sense his presence, eagerly swaying its branches in delight. Lin Fan extended his hand and placed it on the tree's sturdy trunk. As the life goddess ring shimmered with vibrant green light. Information flooded his mind. Spirit tree current stage. Initial, eligible for evolution. Required spirit value for next evolution. 98. Current effects. Spirit emission. Grants players experience points per second. Below LV10. Grants 10010 experience points per hour to level up players. Above LV10. Significantly reduced based on level. Sacred material. Can yield various items. Sap of the spirit tree. 11. Refreshed daily. Branches of the spirit tree. 11. Refreshed daily. Fruits of the spirit tree. 22. Refreshed daily. Description: originally an unremarkable tree in the 66666 novice village, it evolved into a spirit tree due to the enhancement from player Lin Fan's super artifact. It can continue to evolve through stages. Spirit tree. Sacred tree, life tree, world tree. Each evolution increases the capacity to grant experience points and the variety of items yielded, unlocking new abilities. Just as I thought, Lin Fan mused, contemplating the spirit tree's description. His earlier confusion about why Saber had only gained 2 levels compared to EE and her companions, who had ascended directly to level 10, had dissipated. Inquiring with Saber, she merely shook her head, indicating her own experience gain was sluggish. Through their earlier interaction, Lin Fan finally understood that the spirit tree's effectiveness was limited by level. Below LV10, it progressed rapidly, truly astonishing. Yet above LV10, its effects diminished significantly. However, in resolving his inner doubts, Lin Fan discovered an unexpected delight. The introduction of the spirit tree clearly stated that it could evolve. This meant it would not become obsolete as their levels increased. This indeed comes as an unexpected delight. Lin Fan nodded slightly. After all, initially saving these trees was merely a fleeting thought of his. He had never previously engaged with such matters. Moreover, he found himself quite intrigued by the 3 benefits that the spirit tree could provide. He swiftly selected the harvest option. Ding! The essence of the divine tree has been harvested. Ding! The branch of the divine tree has been harvested. Ding! The fruit of the divine tree has been harvested. As the 3 crisp notifications resonated, 3 distinct items suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's ring. He took them out. Essence of the divine tree. A pure water formed from the essence of the spirit tree. It can be consumed to ignore any level restrictions and increase the maximum experience points by 5. Alternatively, it can be utilized during battle to cleanse oneself of all negative status effects. Branch of the Divine Tree. A branch that appears remarkably sturdy to IT can be used as a forging material. Equipment forged from it will gain an additional amount of physical and magical defense. Fruit of the Divine Tree. Upon use, it restores 100 health points and 100 mana points. After reviewing these, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. These three distinct items truly lived up to their status as extraordinary artifacts. Each one, when presented alone, represents an immensely formidable presence. They would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless players. The branch and fruit of the Divine Tree are simply outrageous in their utility. One serves to enhance equipment with additional attributes, while the other is a powerful restorative item that surpasses all potions. Not even divine-grade potions can instantly restore full health and mana. However, the most formidable of all is undoubtedly the essence of the Divine Tree. Setting aside its purifying effects, what does it mean to ignore the level restriction for a maximum experience increase of 5? It implies that even if one reaches level 99, consuming it will still yield results. And how arduous is it to transition from level 99 to level 100? As someone who has experienced it, Lin Fan is acutely aware. He had to vanquish dozens of divine beasts, battling until the sky darkened and the beasts hid away. Just to barely reach level 100, this undoubtedly reflects the immense power of the essence of the Divine Tree. In just a few days, it could effortlessly elevate a player stuck at level 99 to the pinnacle of level 100. Were it not for Lin Fan already having attained level 100 and being unable to progress further for the time being, even his steadfast nature as the Emperor of Skeletons would likely be shaken. At this moment, the spirit tree before Lin Fan had transcended its mere role as a source of experience. It had become a veritable treasure trove, abundant in resources. Should it evolve, Lin Fan could hardly fathom the extent of its power. To possess such a tree is akin to possessing mountains of gold and silver, and he is fortunate enough to have dozens of spirit trees. This means Lin Fan possesses dozens of mountains of wealth, a true embodiment of having a mine at home. Recognizing the value of these items, Lin Fan was unreserved. With a few swift clicks, he harvested the remaining fruits and branches from the other spirit trees, with a total of 10 spirit trees. Lin Fan acquired 10 drops of divine tree essence, 10 divine tree branches, and 20 divine tree fruits. This constituted a significant bounty. Moreover, the ability to harvest daily means that over time, this quantity will become unimaginably vast. Although these items may only rank as mid-tier in Lin Fan's previous collections, they are certainly not to be dismissed lightly. After all, even the wealthiest individuals, such as Alibaba's current tycoon, lead a modest life while amassing fortunes. Furthermore, Lin Fan is currently in dire need of resources. Upon his return, he brought back only the equipment he wore, with the spatial ring completely emptied. All the treasures stored in various chests had vanished. He essentially finds himself starting afresh in the collection of resources. Therefore, he is more than willing to accept anything that comes his way, as it may prove useful in the future. Lin Fan has always been a person who prepares for the unforeseen. Young master, shall we continue to seek out the village chief? After Lin Fan completed his tasks, Yi approached him, inquiring about their next course of action. After all, their initial goal was to locate the village chief. However, due to Lin Fan's sudden change of heart, they had diverted their path to the Divine Tree Slope, where they had lingered for an entire day. Lin Fan nodded. His intention in bringing all his followers here was to elevate their rather low levels. Since they had achieved this goal, there was no longer a necessity to remain. Observing the signs that Lin Fan and his entourage were preparing to depart, the surrounding players became agitated. Each gaze was filled with fervor. They had been waiting here for quite some time. This was not merely out of boredom or interest in watching others level up, but rather because they had been anticipating Lin Fan's departure. Although the spirit tree had yet to evolve and held little use for EE and the others, it remained a tremendous temptation for the predominantly level 4 and 5 players present. Yet, they had refrained from approaching due to Lin Fan's overwhelming presence. Nevertheless, they all understood that Lin Fan could not possibly linger at the Divine Tree Slope indefinitely. Eventually, The day would come when they could revel in the spoils of the divine tree slope for themselves. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, gleaming with a sense of triumph. Aren't you strong and impressive? You won't let us in, but when you leave, who will stop us? After all, no matter how powerful Lin Fan may be, he could not possibly keep watch over the divine tree slope every day. Moreover, in Lin Fan's mind, the divine tree slope was not of great significance. This provided those players with an opportunity to vie for the treasures. As if sensing the covetous gazes of the players surrounding him, Lin Fan, an experienced veteran in the game, was well aware of their intentions. However, as the divine tree slope was his territory, there was no way he would allow these insignificant creatures to encroach upon it. Blessings? Almsgiving? Such notions were non-existent. Lin Fan had never been a benevolent figure, willing to selflessly share with others. A cold smirk graced his lips. He waved his hand, halting and the others who were about to leave. Then, under their watchful eyes, Lin Fan performed an odd maneuver. He began to circle around the divine tree slope aimlessly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, among the group of 4 with yellow hair. One immediately voiced his confusion. What is the master doing? Has he just eaten breakfast and is now digesting? Bang! But before he could finish, he received a resounding slap from the yellow-haired one. Are you out of your mind? Is our master the type to engage in such trivialities? With your limited intellect, how could you possibly fathom the master's intentions? Whatever the master does is bound to be immensely powerful and awe-inspiring, something an ordinary person could never comprehend. Oh, the subordinate who had been slapped weakly replied, not daring to speak further, and looked somewhat aggrieved. Though they were all among Lin Fan's 4 devoted followers, the yellow-haired one had previously served as their captain and had now emerged as their leader through his adept flattery. After spending these days together, he had naturally assumed a position of authority among them. The others dared not contradict his words, though the slapped subordinate still harbored some resentment. Master is merely walking about. I haven't seen him doing anything significant. Perhaps he is genuinely just taking a stroll. Meanwhile, the other bewildered subordinates remained oblivious to Lin Fan's intentions. The eager players nearby, who were desperate to bask in the ocean of experience, were equally perplexed. They exchanged glances, none of them able to decipher what Lin Fan intended to do. Perhaps he was simply saying a final farewell, knowing they were powerless to stop him. However, there were those who regarded Lin Fan's actions with indifference, casually commenting while their hearts brimmed with confidence over the occupation of the divine tree slope. Step back, in this somewhat eerie atmosphere. After completing a full circle, Lin Fan finally came to a gradual halt. With a tone devoid of emotion, he gestured for and the others to leave this place. Naturally, and her companions dared not disobey and obediently vacated the vicinity of the divine tree slope. Just as they stepped away, the heavens and earth underwent a sudden transformation. The previously verdant divine tree slope was unexpectedly enveloped by a deep purple glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce tempest roared, as if a storm had descended upon them, displacing everyone as the gusts howled from an unknown origin. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They struggled against the terrifying whirlwind, prostrating themselves on the ground, clutching on at anything they could to prevent being swept away by this unforeseen force. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the purple light intensified, ultimately transforming the sky itself into a purple expanse. It became a realm of violet. At that moment, mysterious symbols began to emerge around the divine tree slope, illuminating one after another, swiftly merging into a singular, terrifying entity. The magical formation flickered ominously, exuding an almost palpable spatial power. At the center of this formation, encircled by the spirit tree, stood Lin Fan, who softly intoned transcendent magic, grand teleportation technique. As his words fell, layers of purple light membranes appeared within the formation, their power seemingly capable of uprooting mountains and overturning seas, instilling fear in anyone who dared approach even a fraction closer. Then, with a dazzling burst of purple light, so brilliant it was blinding, all present were compelled to shield their eyes in agony. When they finally dared to open them again, they were met with the shocking sight that the divine tree slope had vanished. What on earth is happening? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. They frantically turned their heads, seeking traces of the divine tree slope. Yet, the harsh reality was undeniable. The trees, which had previously swayed gently before their eyes, had all mysteriously disappeared, as if they had sprouted legs and fled. The very spot where the divine tree slope once stood had transformed into an unfathomable pit, connecting the dots to Lin Fan's bizarre actions. The bewildered players suddenly realized Lin Fan had teleported the entire divine tree slope away. Grasping this revelation, the players present felt their blood boil with indignation, wishing they could spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, they had waited here for countless hours, anticipating Lin Fan's departure to seize their moment. And yet, Lin Fan had simply eradicated the entire divine tree slope, obliterating their unrealistic hopes at the source. At that moment, some players, unable to bear the shock, fainted, frothing at the mouth. No one knew the extent of their sacrifices in waiting, leading to their sudden collapse in anger. The players were aghast. Lin Fan was far too domineering. He devoured the feast alone, refusing to share even a drop of broth with them. Unbelievable. Was such a maneuver even possible? Meanwhile, on the other side, the followers who had witnessed Lin Fan's spell to transport the divine tree slope stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. The impact was simply overwhelming. Such a vast expanse of land vanished in mere minutes. The follower who had just been reprimanded by the blonde-haired leader now gazed at him with a mixture of admiration and guilt. Truly, the leader had a deep understanding of the master's psyche and behavior. At that moment, he was completely convinced, pledging silently to take the blonde-haired leader as his role model. So impressive. The blonde-haired leader basked in the adoration of his three followers, simultaneously resolving to pen a guide on the art of sycophancy. Just then, however, a frail voice from Yi broke the silence. The young master has left. What about us? Upon hearing Yi's words, the expressions of the crowd stiffened, and the blonde-haired leader could no longer muster a smile. Indeed, their master was gone. What about them? They had been unceremoniously abandoned by Lin Fan. Meanwhile, far away in the east of the divine tree slope, the villagers of Hill Village were laboring diligently. Over the past few days, they had been exceptionally motivated, working joyfully. The reason was simple. Their village had acquired a new leader. Not only was he generous, providing each villager with a piece of exquisite silver equipment, but he also brought a multitude of new inhabitants to Hill Village. The entire new village was bustling with life, a scene of harmony and joy. Yet, as the villagers happily carried out their tasks, the once bright sky suddenly darkened. Confused, they paused their work. This was odd. The weather was splendid today. Why had it turned dark so abruptly? It shouldn't have been time for rain. With this question in mind, the villagers raised their heads to the sky, eager to discern what had transpired. Upon looking up, they were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight before them. Above their village loomed an enormous landmass, square in shape, descending as if a flame, trailing a long tail of atmospheric turbulence. It was approaching them with terrifying speed. The villagers' faces paled dramatically. This was no mere cloud signaling rain. It was a colossal landmass that blotted out the sky. They all understood that if it truly fell, Hill Village would be reduced to rubble, leaving not a trace behind. In a moment of realization, the villagers screamed and fled from the village. Such a disaster was beyond their capacity to thwart. Unfortunately, their speed was ultimately too slow. The landmass fell with the velocity of a meteor, rapidly closing in. Many villagers could even glimpse trees standing tall upon this landmass. Witnessing this, those unable to escape shut their eyes in despair, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, to their astonishment, as the massive landmass was about to crash down, it appeared to be redirected by an unseen force, veering off course by a considerable distance. With a thunderous crash, the immense land collided with the prairie beside Hill Village. Boom! Enormous clouds of dust erupted, and the resulting roar threatened to shatter the villagers' eardrums. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of power unleashed upon impact. The villagers, having narrowly escaped disaster, found their curiosity overwhelming their sense of relief. They rushed toward the site where the land had fallen, eager to investigate this sudden behemoth. Could it be some treasure from beyond the stars? However, when they arrived in droves, the dust settled, revealing Lin Fan standing atop the landmass. At that moment, Lin Fan stood quietly above the land, hands at his sides, his expression unchanging, upon seeing the skeletal figure. The villagers were immediately struck with astonishment. Wasn't this their new leader? How could he be here? Without a moment's hesitation, they set aside their curiosity and hastily knelt, bowing deeply to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome our master." Yet, Lin Fan remained silent, offering neither response nor command for them to rise, allowing them to remain kneeling. He was lost in thought. What he had just executed was the transcendent dimensional magic of grand teleportation. It allowed him to relocate an entire designated area to a desired location. While it bore no utility in combat, it was remarkably convenient for moving or transporting items. Naturally, the range he could define was contingent upon his skill level. With Lin Fan's extraordinary proficiency, relocating the entirety of the Divine Tree Slope was a trivial feat. However, it seemed he hadn't chosen his landing point wisely, nearly obliterating the very village he had just conquered. Fortunately, he managed to adjust at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Although it is said that the village is lost forever, leaving no room for lamentation, it merely serves as a step in his grand experiment, paving the way for a future plan. However, no one would be so idle as to destroy their own village. Such an act would indicate a troubled mind. Of course, Lin Fan was more than willing to annihilate others' villages. Pulling his thoughts back, he gazed once more at the Divine Tree Slope. This moment, the entire expanse of grassland lay in a state of desolation. Charred clumps of earth were scattered everywhere, and the delicate grasses had been trampled down by more than half. The lingering aura of transcendent dimensional magic still hung in the air, causing countless wandering monsters nearby to tremble in fear, mistaking it for the arrival of a demon god. To make matters worse, several unfortunate creatures had just been crushed to death under Lin Fan's might. "You, come here." That moment, Lin Fan finally spoke. He pointed to the few spirit trees beside him and instructed the villagers, "Transplant these trees into the village. Remember, there must be no mistakes." Otherwise, Lin Fan left the consequence unspoken, yet the villagers of Hill Village felt a chill run down their spines. Unable to suppress a shiver, they immediately bowed deeply, pledging to obey their lord's command. Hastily, they rose and hurried towards the spirit trees. As they drew nearer to the patch of land that Lin Fan had shifted, their astonishment deepened. Truly, their lord's methods were terrifying. Although they were hard-working farmers, even slightly heavier loads would leave them breathless. Yet their lord had effortlessly moved an entire piece of land, appearing as if it were but a game. How powerful he was! The villagers, overwhelmed with shock, couldn't help but cast furtive glances at the imposing figure of Lin Fan, their hearts swelling with profound admiration. They suddenly realized that compared to Lin Fan, other rulers were utterly insignificant. Even the village chief, the most esteemed and highest-ranking figure in the entire novice village, likely lacked the qualifications to even carry Lin Fan's shoes. With this thought, the villagers finally reached the Divine Tree Slope. After tremendous effort in climbing, they collectively gasped in awe upon witnessing the entirety of the land that Lin Fan had relocated. The sight before them was simply breathtaking. Towering, spirit-infused trees and a subtle floral fragrance captivated their senses, leaving them momentarily spellbound. Though accustomed to rural beauty, upon seeing the Divine Tree Slope, they felt that all other beautiful places they had known paled in comparison. Where on earth had their lord sourced this from? Suppressing their excitement and confusion, the villagers quickly rolled up their sleeves and began to work. After all, this was Lin Fan's command, and they dared not be careless. Lin Fan silently observed the industrious villagers, offering no further words. After instructing them to place the spirit trees in the village center, he raised his hand, intending to activate the spatial ring to return to his previous location. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled the potion shop and armory, among other special facilities, which had just begun construction. He estimated the time, with the dual acceleration of the production enhancer and the epic-level village architect. They should have been completed by now. With this in mind, Lin Fan temporarily set aside the thought of returning. He teleported directly into the village. The village streets were deserted, presenting a rather desolate scene. After all, everyone had been summoned by Lin Fan to toil as laborers, and no one dared to remain behind. They were all too aware of Lin Fan's ruthless methods. Dare to linger? Then await the reckoning and slaughter that he would deliver. However, the overseer of the special facilities was an exception. Generally speaking, aside from their shifts, they could not leave the special facilities they managed. Lin Fan casually scanned the area and quickly identified a target on either side of the street. It was a tall building with a slightly brown roof emitting wisps of smoke, looking quite exquisite in its craftsmanship. A sign hung in the center, boldly proclaiming the words "Potion Shop." Lin Fan approached. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, the potion shop's overseer, Jono, hastily knelt in reverence, welcoming him. Lin Fan offered no reply, merely placing his hand against the wall of the potion shop to review its information. Potion shop level, LV1 Overseer, Jono, 11. Current maximum sellable potion grade. Beginner total earnings. 0 coins required for shop upgrade. 5,000 special effect. Alchemy acceleration skill level. LV1 description. The potion shop of player Lin Fan in Hill Village. Note: upgrading the shop will expand its size, enhancing its luxury. IT will also increase customer capacity and unlock new skills, while elevating existing skill levels. Every 5 levels will allow for an additional overseer, greatly improving efficiency and granting the authority to sell higher-grade potions. After reviewing, Lin Fan gained a general understanding of the upgrades and management of special facilities. Clearly, constructing the potion shop was not the ultimate goal. To truly strengthen and expand it, upgrades were essential. This would directly affect the quality of potions sold and the number of players it could accommodate. However, the 0 earnings surprised Lin Fan slightly. Logically speaking, as an essential establishment for players, it should not lack customers. Had no players visited recently? Thus, although he held no particular interest in money, Lin Fan still approached Jono with his curiosity. Jono, who had been anxiously awaiting Lin Fan's response, felt a wave of relief wash over him when Lin Fan finally asked a question that he had feared that Lin Fan would deem him ineffective and decide to eliminate him. He quickly replied, "My lord, there are 2 reasons. Point 1 is that the potion shop was only recently established, and not many people are aware of it." The second, Jono's voice faltered slightly, as if hesitating, before he cautiously continued, "Is because of you, my lord. Me." Lin Fan retorted, raising an eyebrow and casually waving his hand. Upon hearing Lin Fan's cold response and observing his strange gesture, Jono was instantly struck with fear the moment his words escaped. He regretted them. He had heard from other villagers that this leader was a merciless figure. How could he have dared to attribute the shop's lack of success to him? He must have a death wish. Hood. Realizing this, he quickly knelt and repeatedly bowed, wearing an expression of deep remorse. "And no, it was just my foolish words," Jono exclaimed in terror, seemingly trying to salvage the situation. Hearing Jono's sudden outburst, Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. He had not truly been angry. He had merely inquired out of simple curiosity. Even his dismissive gesture was simply an instinctive motion, devoid of any deeper meaning. Yet this villager appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Was he truly that terrifying? Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet his astonishment only surfaced during his introspection. When facing others, he could not help but exude an aura of brutal indifference. He had no intention of comforting Jono and coldly stated, "Less chatter, speak quickly." Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Jono felt as if he were facing imminent doom. The tone of the big boss clearly indicated displeasure. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself hard for his careless words. How could I be so foolish? Yet, despite Lin Fan's query, he dared not disobey, and thus meekly continued. "The other reason is that you previously annihilated the goblin settlement. Previously, this place was a bustling hub for players seeking to level up, teeming with activity. However, ever since the esteemed master displayed his formidable power, wielding the unparalleled might of the heavens in a grand resonance, and vanquished that despicable horde of filthy goblins with the most powerful, invincible, and awe-inspiring magic, the number of monsters here has drastically diminished as a consequence. Many players have ceased to come here to level up, resulting in an almost complete absence of foot traffic. After speaking, Jono closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear witnessing the impending outcome. Surprisingly, however, Lin Fan did not erupt in the rage Jono had anticipated. Instead, he fell into a contemplative silence. He had clearly heard Jono's earlier remarks. Filtering out the insincere flattery, Lin Fan gleaned a crucial piece of information. Following his annihilation of the Goblin clan, no one had chosen to come here for leveling anymore. This was something Lin Fan had not foreseen. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. After all, if given the chance to choose again, he would unhesitatingly opt to eradicate the entire Goblin clan. Moreover, Lin Fan was not particularly concerned about this issue. There were myriad solutions available. He turned to leave Jono's potion shop, casually casting aside the remark, "There is no need to worry about this problem." Meanwhile, Jono, watching Lin Fan's receding figure, finally relaxed his tense demeanor, but he slumped to the ground. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Previously, he had dismissed the villagers' tales of Lin Fan's terrors, thinking it merely the ramblings of a skeleton, believing there was nothing to fear, perhaps just an unattractive appearance. Yet it was only today that he truly grasped the meaning of being in the company of Tiger. In mere seconds, he had nearly lost his wits under Lin Fan's unyielding presence. As for Lin Fan's final words, Jono felt puzzled. Given the current circumstances, it was almost a deadlock. Surely, Hill Village could not relocate entirely. What could the esteemed master possibly do? He must be comforting himself. Jono mused, rising to return to the potion shop. Enough said. It was time for a change of pants. After leaving the potion shop, Lin Fan had no inclination to inspect other establishments. The situations were likely similar, and he deemed it unnecessary to waste time like tea that moment. He caught sight of the villagers carefully transporting the spirit trees back, diligently replanting them in the center of Hill Village, precisely in the former Grand Square. One must commend the villagers of Hill Village for their industriousness and remarkable efficiency. Lin Fan approached slowly, and the villagers, having completed their tasks, had already lined up to welcome him. Yet, they were somewhat perplexed, uncertain as to why Lin Fan had chosen to do this. After all, while the trees were indeed beautiful, there seemed little need to deliberately transplant them to the village's center if they wished to enhance greenery. There were myriad locations available. Amidst the villagers' curious gazes, Lin Fan slightly raised his hand, and the ring of the goddess of life shone brilliantly. Instantly, the spirit trees erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy, enveloping the entirety of Hill Village. At that moment, the kneeling villagers gazed in disbelief at their hands, their eyes swirling with tumultuous waves of emotion. As villagers, their initial levels were permanently fixed at LV1, as they possessed only the most basic of life skills. The notion of slaying monsters to gain experience was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet now, under the illumination of these mystical trees, their stagnant levels, untouched for decades, began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Overjoyed, they finally understood Lin Fan's intentions. These transplanted mystical trees possessed such formidable capabilities. Tears of joy streamed down their faces, and some of the elder villagers shed murky tears. Only they understood how arduous it was for those at the bottom of the game to level up. Lin Fan's actions undoubtedly breathed new life into them. They knelt once more, fervently chanting Lin Fan's name. This time, their cries were more fervent and impassioned than ever before. Lin Fan silently accepted their homage, a faint smirk playing on his lips. These villagers truly overestimated his intentions, that he had no leisure to specifically devise a means for them to level up. He simply wished to prevent other players from exploiting the sacred grove. It was far better to utilize it for his own territory than let others benefit from it. Thus, he had merely moved them over casually, never anticipating their overwhelming excitement. Lin Fan, disinterested in dampening their spirits, vanished from Hill Village in an instant, reappearing at the location where and the others were. "Young master, where have you been?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, who had been missing for some time, Yi's face lit up with joy. She took a step forward, eager to inquire. However, Lin Fan had no interest in engaging in idle chatter. The ring of the god of space glimmered once more, and he swiftly transported the group to the village chief's home. The sudden transfer left EE and the others bewildered and perplexed. Yet, they ultimately chose not to question Lin Fan, for they understood that their master would never engage in meaningless endeavors. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were astonished to find an immense gathering of players had mysteriously congregated within the village chief's home. The place was overflowing, nearly bursting at the seams. Meanwhile, the village chief, seated in his yard, wore a furrowed brow, his previously amiable demeanor now shrouded in clouds of worry, as if struck by some calamity. However, upon witnessing the multitude of players rallying to his call, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. The village chief promptly rose and ascended to a higher vantage point, anxiously addressing the players. "Greetings, adventurers. I am deeply grateful for your response to my summons to gather here. The reason for my call is that I have a matter to entrust to you." The village chief spoke slowly, his expression once again revealing a semblance of anguish. "The situation is this. I have a daughter named Sally. She has always remained by my side and has never ventured far. Yet yesterday, she inexplicably slipped away while I was absent." The village chief sighed deeply, appearing both remorseful and regretful. Ultimately, she had strayed off to the west of the novice village, venturing towards the direction of the Tauren village. In no time, she was captured by the Tauren lord, and her fate remains uncertain to this day. The village chief lamented, clearly showing great concern for her daughter. Just as the village chief finished her account, the players in the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The chief's daughter had indeed been taken to the Tauren village. It is not uncommon for a young maiden to be abducted by monsters enticed by beauty. It could be said to be a quintessential trope within the game. However, the players were not shocked by this alone. The true source of their astonishment lay with the Tauren village itself. It is widely known that the four corners surrounding the novice village are home to four formidable monster factions: the Goblin Settlement, the Lizardman Swamp, the Slime Paradise, and the Tauren Village. Among these, the most powerful monster race in the entire novice village is undoubtedly the Tauren Village. Even the weakest of their creatures begins at level 15. Their might does not end there. They possess classes that other monsters lack, such as the Tauren Mage. Tauren Mages are adept in various forms of magic, capable of launching attacks from great distances. They are exceedingly troublesome foes, thus under the intimidation of their high levels and the formidable Tauren Mages. No player dares to venture there at this stage. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. After all, players currently hover around level 5. Only a select few diligent players have managed to reach level 6. Although as time progresses and players level up, the Tauren village may not seem as daunting. However, at this juncture, it remains an insurmountable stronghold for the players. It is no wonder the system classified this task as a major quest, requiring the collective effort of players from across China. Even if a powerful guild were to mobilize, it would likely be in vain. A concerted effort from tens of thousands of players from the novice village would be necessary to have even a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the village chief paid no heed to the restive players, continuing her plea. "Therefore, esteemed adventurers, may I implore you to journey to the Tauren village and rescue my daughter, Sally," as the village chief's words fell. The system notification chimed in timely fashion. "Ding, major quest. The village chief's request has officially commenced. Quest objective: rescue the village chief's daughter, Sally, within 24 hours. Otherwise, she will meet her demise at the hands of the cruel Tauren lord." Should players successfully rescue Sally within the stipulated time frame, all players in this novice village will receive a permanent buff. The village chief's gratitude. Village chief's gratitude. 20 favorability with the village chief. Prices of all goods in the novice village reduced by 10. Experience gained for monster kills increased by 5. Conversely, if the quest fails and Sally is not rescued within 24 hours, resulting in her death, all players in Novice Village will receive a permanent debuff. The Village Chief's Ire. Village Chief's Ire. Minus 40 favorability with the Village Chief. Prices of all goods in the Novice Village increased by 20. Experience gained from monster kills decreased by 5. Hearing the system's description, the players became once more ablaze with excitement. The effects of these two buffs were nothing short of night and day. It could be said that the benefits of successfully completing this quest were beyond imagination. Yet failure would result in losses that were unfathomable. Moreover, it would lead to them being far surpassed in levels by players from other novice villages. The imposition of a time limit only served to heighten the player's anxiety. From every conceivable perspective, this quest was destined to be a formidable journey, just as many players were still reeling from the implications of those two buff effects. The system continued unabated. Additionally, this major quest will unveil a rescue time leaderboard. The top 10 players will have their times recorded for rescuing the village chief's daughter, Sally. The shorter the time, the higher the rank, and the more bountiful the rewards upon quest completion. The first player to rescue Sally will also receive additional rewards and a mysterious item. The announcement concluded, urging players to strive diligently. As the system notification finally ceased, a countdown appeared before each player. 23. 59. At the moment this countdown emerged, players from all novice villages began to assemble their teams, setting off for the Tauren village. In this moment, past grievances and unpleasantness among players were cast aside as they united for a common goal. This major quest concerned every player in the novice village, ultimately determining their fate. While a decrease in the village chief's favorability was manageable, after all, they could simply choose to avoid him. None could bear the consequences of reduced experience for monster kills or inflated prices for goods. Such repercussions were far too terrifying. Thus, Unity was the sole choice for the players in Novice Village 7899. This major quest marked our guild's inaugural challenge, and it was our chance to make a name for ourselves. Therefore, we must secure the top spot on the leaderboard. On the open grassland before the village chief's abode, fervent voices arose, filled with fervor, authority, and encouragement. The owner of this commanding voice was a tall man, his back adorned with a pair of resplendent white wings that fluttered gracefully. He was a player of the celestial race. Notably, his wings were significantly larger than those of Feng Yiling. As they flapped, feathers cascaded like delicate snowflakes, imparting an aura of sanctity. His attire boasted several pieces glimmering in gold, with the weakest elements radiating a silver sheen. He was clad in a full set of high-grade equipment. In a novice village where even a single piece of golden gear was a luxury, this quantity was beyond imagination. Moreover, his level had reached LV7. It was clear at a glance that this man outclassed Feng Yiling by leaps and bounds. His ID was Son of God, the leader of the most powerful guild in China, Divine Domain. It could be said that, disregarding Lin Fan and all his followers, the Son of God was undoubtedly the strongest player in the Chinese region at this stage. Of course, there was no need for hypotheticals. Despite his golden equipment, he still fell slightly short compared to the golden-haired player. However, this hardly detracted from his status as a godlike figure in the eyes of ordinary players. Before the advent of Holy Sovereign, the Chinese region was home to numerous online games. Without a doubt, the Guild Divine Domain reigned supreme across every gaming realm. As a result of their unwavering presence, they had solidified their reputation as the foremost guild among the top 10 guilds. Now, with the world exclusively focusing on the game Holy Sovereign descends, Divine Domain was naturally not absent. Their goal remained the same, to be number one. Amidst this dazzling display of brilliance, the guild leader, Son of God, was undoubtedly the focal point of attention. It was hardly surprising for him to possess such exquisite equipment, given the backing of a well-trained premier guild that continually supplied him with an abundance of gold and gear. At this moment, Son of God was delivering his final address to his subordinates before embarking on their mission. His expression was grave, his tone impassioned, occasionally punctuated by fervent declarations. Before him stood thousands of players, all bearing the insignia of Divine Domain. At the forefront of the crowd stood a dozen players clad in full silver gear, standing proudly. Such a formation was nothing short of terrifying. It was worth noting that, currently, even the leaders of some large guilds might not possess a full set of silver gear. Yet, Divine Domain had numerous high-ranking members equipped with such gear. This undeniably showcased their formidable strength. This time, we are permitted only victory, not defeat, for we are the strongest guild. As the speech drew to a close, Son of God raised his arm high, proclaiming their rallying cry. Divine Domain is the strongest. Divine Domain is the strongest. The members of Divine Domain echoed with fervor, raising their arms in unison. Their resounding chant reverberated across the entire grassland. Many players who heard this slogan paused to turn their gaze, their faces adorned with envy. The name of the divine realm has long echoed far and wide, attracting countless players daily, willing to endure great hardships just to enter. However, the selection criteria for the divine realm are exceedingly stringent. Not just anyone can gain entry, as it requires multiple rounds of scrutiny. Therefore, many players who had previously been rejected now displayed expressions of heartfelt emotion. Our novice village 7899 is truly fortunate. The president of the divine realm is right here with us. This time, our mission is practically guaranteed to succeed. We need not fear failure. Indeed, echoed another player nearby, their eyes brimming with admiration as they looked at the Son of God. With the Son of God present, it will be a mere trifle for the Divine Realm Guild to secure first place. I simply cannot fathom how we could lose, declared a confident player. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd, a wave of relief washing over their hearts. With such a formidable presence in their novice village, this mission seemed exceedingly simple. They could even envision the lamentations of numerous novice villages that failed to complete the task, which brought a smile to their faces. By the way, have you placed your bets? After the laughter subsided, someone amidst the crowd heading towards the Tauren village reminded them. Of course. Upon hearing this, some nearby shot incredulous looks at the speaker. I wagered a hefty sum of gold on our novice village 7899. I placed 200 gold. I bet 400 my entire fortune. The surrounding players chimed in, fervently discussing their wagers. This grand event has naturally given rise to numerous speculations. With the forum activity being particularly fervent, players can place bets using gold, selecting the novice village they believe most likely to claim first place. Undoubtedly, novice village 7899, with the Son of God, surged to the forefront. The cheers for victory were resounding. I only bet 100, feeling a bit uncertain that I heard that the second-ranked guild among the top 10, the Pinnacle Dynasty, also possesses formidable strength and has vowed to secure first place. Some voiced their concerns. Someone immediately retorted, unwilling to back down, how could the trash of the Pinnacle Dynasty possibly compare to the Divine Realm? I heard their leader has been grinding for half a day and is still only level 6. Truly pathetic. How dare you mock someone at level 6 when you yourself are merely level 4? A voice protested. What do you know? They are the leader. I am just an ordinary player. Can we even compare? Keyboard warrior, you're asking for trouble. As tensions rose between the two, someone quickly intervened. Let us all keep our comments to ourselves. This event requires the strength of us all. Even the Divine Realm, no matter how powerful, needs our assistance. This time, we must secure first place. Not just Novice Village 7899, but the other villages were experiencing similar situations. Everyone was fervently discussing which novice village might claim the coveted first place while placing their bets. Time silently slipped by as every novice village was unwilling to lag behind. Nearly simultaneously, after 10 minutes had elapsed, all players arrived at Tauren Village. At that moment, this endeavor officially commenced. This was not merely a grand event. It concerned the future development of countless players and guilds. Returning to Novice Village 66666 is this Tauren Village. At that moment, he gazed at the expansive buildings before her, astonished. Before arriving, she had anticipated that Tauren Village would resemble other monster habitats, existing in harsh conditions, perhaps merely a cave serving as shelter. Yet upon stepping foot in this previously uncharted territory, she realized that Tauren Village was utterly unlike her expectations. It exuded no savage aura. Instead, it resembled modern society, adorned with exquisite houses, truly the mightiest of monster tribes. Meanwhile, Huang Mao stared at the magnificent architectural ensemble, equally awestruck. Even in the midst of this grand task, the once arrogant individual found himself somewhat subdued. As they both expressed their astonishment, Lin Fan's entourage gradually made its way to the forefront of the crowd. Despite the presence of tens of thousands of players gathered here, Lin Fan's movement was remarkably smooth, devoid of any congestion. After all, Lin Fan's stature stood out distinctly among the throng of players traversing on foot. The golden throne, shimmering with countless rays of light, effortlessly captured the attention of many, even without ostentatious display. Moreover, Lin Fan, seated upon the throne, although lacking any overtly unique aura, appeared quite ordinary, yet for some inexplicable reason, his innate charisma seemed to draw more attention than the golden throne itself in the eyes of the multitude, evoking awe and trepidation, discouraging any approach. After all, the remarkable feats accomplished by this skeleton tribe in just a few short days were nothing short of astounding, slaying 10,000 goblins single-handedly, the world's first silver-tier boss kill, the very first player to unlock the territory system, the first to draw a legendary character, the chosen one, a super-wealthy individual scattering thousands of gold pieces at the marketplace, the enigmatic creator of the divine tree slope, single-handedly annihilating over 400 members of the divine tree slope and ruthlessly slaughtering the maple leaf forest. Such extraordinary deeds, even possessing just one, would suffice for an ordinary player to boast for ages and earn the envy of many. Yet Lin Fan had managed to encompass all these astonishing events within himself. In this manner, among the throngs of players, Lin Fan shone like the brightest star in the night sky, rendering others dim and insignificant in comparison. Thus, for a moment, surrounded by 2 beautiful female attendants and 4 formidable level 10 companions, Lin Fan became the undeniable focal point amidst tens of thousands of players, encircled by gazes filled with envy, admiration, fear, and even resentment. However, Lin Fan's thoughts were far removed from such attention. He too gazed upon Taran village, memories flooding his mind. The grand event of rescuing the village chief's daughter, Sally, had indeed occurred in the past. Although Lin Fan was weak at the time, he had participated. Unfortunately, due to the overall weakness of the players in his novice village, the mission had failed and Sally was not rescued, falling victim to the wrath of the Taran chief. Thereafter, life in their novice village became exceedingly challenging. The village chief, having lost his beloved daughter, fell into deep despair, neglecting everything. Consequently, chaos ensued in the novice village. Not only did leveling efficiency plummet, but even the prices of goods skyrocketed. Players lamented in unison, feeling immense suffering. Yet, what could be done? After all, your novice village was simply too weak to complete the task. Fortunately, this situation eventually improved as players reached the requisite levels and unlocked the main city. During that time, the once weak Lin Fan undoubtedly endured a dark period, dying over 1,000 times. However, now, as he gazed at the faint white barrier enveloping the outskirts of Taran village, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. Those torrents had not made things easy for him back then. Now, it was his turn to settle the score. As for rescuing the village chief's daughter, Sally, it would be an exceedingly simple task for Lin Fan. The cunning Taran lord had hidden Sally in an extremely secretive location. Previously, their novice village had failed to locate Sally's hiding spot in time, resulting in mission failure. However, this hiding place now seemed utterly laughable to Lin Fan, who had returned through time, because he was acutely aware in his heart of where Sally had been concealed by the Minotaur Lord. Lin Fan felt as if he were playing a game with the power of X-ray vision. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move. At that moment, the players who were still making their way toward the Minotaur village began to voice their confusion in a rising chorus. They were merely a few steps away from the village, even able to see the Minotaurs roaming within. Yet an invisible barrier seemed to have materialized before them, preventing any further progress. Every time they attempted to approach, they felt a force pushing them back. There's a barrier. Amidst the chaos, the leader of the Red Leaf Guild, Feng Yiling, spoke gravely. Though he had refrained from logging in over the past few days, the current situation was exceptional. The Red Leaf Guild aimed to significantly boost their reputation from this event. Thus, he steeled himself to join the fray. He had endured many pointed looks on his way here, but he managed to hold his composure. Nonetheless, Feng Yiling harbored a sense of frustration within. At that moment, he silently resolved to reclaim the dignity he had lost during this large-scale event. He keenly sensed that a protective barrier enveloped the outskirts of the Minotaur village. Upon hearing Feng Yiling's words, the thousands of players around him began to share the information, and the commotion quickly subsided. Soon, a few players attempted to test the barrier. They unleashed their attacks, hoping to shatter it. However, the results left them utterly stunned, questioning their own vision. -20, -20, Several players struck, and damage numbers flared up above the barrier. Inflicting 20 damage was commonplace during regular gameplay. Nothing extraordinary. However, the barrier's health left them collectively aghast. Minotaur Mage Barrier 2000000019999999900. When this health bar appeared, a profound silence fell over the thousands of players. The atmosphere turned eerily still. All the players felt as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. Rendering them speechless, this barrier possessed a staggering 200 million health points. How on earth were they supposed to proceed? The players internally roared in frustration. Their previous attacks seemed like mere scratches upon the barrier. It was at this moment that Lin Fan let out a barely perceptible cold snicker. The emergence of such a barrier, with its terrifying health, was entirely within his expectations if this large-scale mission had two formidable challenges. The first would be locating the elusive Sally hidden in a mysterious location. The second would be this outrageously high health barrier. Given the presence of Minotaur mages in the village, a defensive barrier had been erected around its perimeter for protection. Without breaking it, they could not gain entry. Typically, these barriers were relatively normal, usually possessing around 1,000 to 2,000 health points. Yet, since this was a collaborative mission involving players from the entire novice village, the game developers had adjusted the barrier's health to a staggering 200 million for balance. Thus, to rescue Sally, the first trial was to breach this barrier, based on Lin Fan's past experiences. Approximately 10% of novice villages would falter at this stage. Most of these novice villages were composed of inexperienced players who lacked powerful guilds. Even those with some skill would find themselves powerless. Currently, even the most formidable players could only deal a maximum of 50 damage against this barrier. Although there were thousands of players gathered, the rare exceptional players were still in the minority, with most only able to inflict minimal damage. Back in Lin Fan's novice village, they had battled against the barrier for a full 18 hours before breaking through. This had severely limited their time to search for Sally. Therefore, for each novice village wishing to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, the speed of breaching the barrier would be critical. How was this supposed to work? Yet at that moment, some players were already losing heart beneath the overwhelming health bar. One LV3 player, who had arrived brimming with confidence, now sat despondently on the ground. Exclaiming in despair, he had initially believed that it was merely a trivial monster encampment. Couldn't thousands of players overcome it? He even thought that 24 hours might be excessive. However, the harsh reality had finally shattered his naive illusions. Before him, the barrier loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Despair quickly spread among the players. Countless individuals had eagerly attacked the barrier. But the resulting damage numbers only darkened their expressions. It felt akin to ants battling an elephant. Ridiculously futile. The barrier's health bar remained utterly unaffected, showing no sign of damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, Feng Yiling stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression grim. The members of the Red Leaf Guild behind him mirrored his sentiment. "It seems we have all underestimated this mission," Feng Yiling murmured, his expression resolute as a thought struck him. He promptly turned around, his voice rising. "Everyone, do not give up. This mission is a collective effort across all of China. Since the barrier before us has 200 million health points, the other novice villages face the same challenge. We are all starting from the same point, facing identical difficulties, so we have no reason to abandon our efforts. If we give up now, that would be the real defeat. The painful consequences of that choice are beyond our capacity to bear." In that moment, Feng Yiling showcased his leadership skills, rallying the players around him with fervor. Simultaneously, he led his own Red Leaf Guild members into the fray, launching the first attacks against the barrier. Inspired by Feng Yiling's actions, many despondent players felt a glimmer of hope rekindle in their eyes. Yes, it wasn't over yet. How could they so easily concede defeat? They revitalized their spirits and followed Feng Yiling's lead. Attacking the barrier. In an instant, countless attacks rained down upon the barrier. Though the damage numbers were pitifully low, they accumulated over time. Remarkably, their collective assault managed to reduce the barrier's health by 40,000. Their SA chants. A surge of joyful cheers erupted from the crowd. They sensed hope. With 24 hours still remaining, it seemed that a real opportunity lay ahead. In that moment, Many players' perceptions of Feng Yiling shifted dramatically. Those who had previously looked down upon him now regarded him with newfound respect. Feeling the change in the gazes around him, Feng Yiling's heart swelled with excitement. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Indeed, in moments of despair, a few carefully chosen words could sway a group of impressionable individuals. His image was quietly transforming. With this in mind, Feng Yiling took a moment to cast a venomous glare at Lin Fan, who remained seated upon his golden throne, making no move. As he observed this scene, a malicious thought flickered through Feng Yiling's mind. After several rounds of assault, successfully reducing the barrier's health by 200. Feng Yiling abruptly halted his attacks, ceasing his efforts. This action influenced the countless players around him. Seeing their newly appointed leader, Feng Yiling, suddenly stop attacking, many players curiously paused their own efforts. Turning their attention to him, puzzled about his intentions, in an instant, a multitude of gazes converged upon Feng Yiling. He remained silent, waiting patiently. Once he confirmed that almost all players, except for those on the fringes, were focused on him, Feng Yiling seized the opportunity to finally speak. However, it was not to discuss tactics or strategies, but to direct his pointed remarks at Lin Fan. In a brazen display before tens of thousands of players in the 66,666 novice village, he confronted Lin Fan with a fierce interrogation. Tian Fan, while everyone here is diligently contributing to our novice village, why do you persist in idly remaining there? Upon hearing Feng Yiling's pointed inquiry, countless players experienced an epiphany, subsequently directing their unfriendly gazes towards Lin Fan. Elevated by Huang Mao and others, Lin Fan's stature significantly surpassed that of the surrounding players, rendering his every movement highly visible. Many players had just observed him quietly seated, devoid of any inclination to engage. This only served to fuel their dissatisfaction. Everyone was striving to attack. Why did he abstain from labor? Did he intend to profit while others toiled? Suddenly sensing the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, Lin Fan gradually returned to reality. He had been deep in thought regarding all matters concerning the Taran village. After all, it had been 2 or 3 years since then. Without careful reflection, many details had become hazy. Little did he anticipate that in this fleeting moment of distraction, Feng Yiling would seize the opportunity to launch a personal attack. Yet, Lin Fan remained unfazed, casually retorting, "None of your business." His tone was nonchalant, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Upon hearing those 4 words, Feng Yiling's expression turned a shade of green. Those words evoked unpleasant memories. When he and Lin Fan first met, Lin Fan had responded similarly to his inquiries. The events that followed haunted him, memories he wished to erase forever. Even now, he found himself plagued by nightmares of Lin Fan's haunting. Flame-imbued, pale eyes. Thus, upon inadvertently touching the pain within his heart, Feng Yiling's tone became laced with indignation. This novice village task is of utmost importance, affecting the interests of all players. How can you remain detached? Do you possess no sense of shame? Feng Yiling's words were venomous. He refrained from outright insults but took the moral high ground to chastise Lin Fan. Indeed, as Feng Yiling's words fell, many players echoed their agreement, condemning Lin Fan's inaction. Observing the players' reactions, Feng Yiling could not suppress his laughter. As the leader of a major guild, he had a keen understanding of human nature. Generally, when matters do not concern individuals, they tend to remain aloof, paying no heed. However, when their interests are at stake, urgency ensues. Now, having just achieved a preliminary victory, united in purpose, Lin Fan had unwittingly become a target. Providing Feng Yiling with an opportunity to strike, other players would undoubtedly join the effort to vilify Lin Fan, driven by their self-interest. In this tumultuous atmosphere, even the usually formidable, sycophant Huang Mao found himself at a loss for words to counter Feng Yiling. After all, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it seemed Lin Fan had indeed done nothing. Seizing the moment, Feng Yiling spoke again, a glint of greed in his eyes. "Tian Fan, you still have a chance to make amends. Everyone knows you possess numerous golden-grade equipment. If you share them with us, our damage output will surely escalate. Thus, the speed at which we breach the barrier will increase, significantly raising our chances of success." Of course, you need not worry. Once this matter concludes, our Hongyi gang will certainly repay you. Feng Yiling's smile was disingenuous, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light. His ploy was exceedingly insidious. In light of Lin Fan's earlier misstep, he had audaciously proposed a condition for compensation, all under the watchful gaze of the entire novice village. Lin Fan was akin to a rabbit placed upon a roasting spit, with no avenue for retreat. Should the Hong Yi gang secure the golden equipment, their power would surge tremendously. And as for repayment, how could that be expected? Once the task was accomplished, they would undoubtedly claim the lion's share of the credit. Even if they did seize Lin Fan's equipment, the other players would merely turn a blind eye, for it bore no impact on their interests. I, the Mad Lion, concur with President Feng Yiling. At that moment, a booming voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker was a rugged man whose gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with animosity. It was evident he harbored a long-standing grudge. He was none other than the leader of the Mad Beast gang. Mad Lion. Mad Wolf was his relative, and for reasons unknown, he had suffered a tremendous setback, to the point of fearing to log into the game. Under duress, Mad Wolf had only managed to utter the word skeleton. Within the 66,666 novice village, there existed but one skeleton clan, and that was Lin Fan. Having lost such a subordinate, he had long harbored resentment. Yet he had been deprived of an opportunity to take revenge. Until now, when this chance had presented itself, he could not let it slip away. I, the explosive Sky gang, agree. I, the show-off gang, concur. I, the handsome Cilantro gang, support this. With the first player voicing their agreement, a multitude quickly followed suit, rallying behind Feng Yiling. After all, the golden equipment was not theirs. Witnessing Lin Fan's plight brought them joy, listening to the thunderous support from the crowd. Feng Yiling's lips curled into a cold smile. He glanced at Tian Fan, eager to ascertain whether he was on the verge of fainting from indignation. He was certain that no player could withstand such collective pressure without capitulating. Should he resist, Lin Fan would become the target of derision for all players in the novice village, even if he had accomplished numerous astounding feats in the past. This is outrageous. They are practically robbing him. As they spoke, Yi's face flushed with anger, trembling with indignation. This group is clearly wielding the banner of justice for their own gain. However, just as Feng Yiling and the leaders of various factions believed they had Lin Fan cornered, the latter, seated upon his golden throne, smiled. This smile was calm and placid, yet beneath its surface lay an unfathomable intent to kill. The flames in his eyes deepened, a mix of crimson and pallor, while the forbidden crown above him radiated with a chilling white light, a horde of delusional vermin. Lin Fan neither rebutted nor expressed anger. He merely raised his right hand slightly and then forcefully thrust it forward. In an instant, an ethereal skeletal claw shot forth from his hand. The phantom claw expanded with the wind, swelling to the size of a small mountain in mere moments. The sharp tips of the claws were vividly clear, even their deadly points discernible. How dare you? Upon witnessing Lin Fan's sudden attack, Feng Yiling was taken aback, furiously cursing. He had assumed that, under the scrutiny of so many players, Lin Fan would undoubtedly exercise caution and refrain from action. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Fan displayed such audacity, launching an assault without uttering a single word. The other faction leaders panicked, hastily gathering together to erect a protective barrier. Alas, their resistance was destined to be futile. In Lin Fan's eyes, there was no concept of fear, only the desire to act or not. To think that mere tens of thousands would attempt to halt his path of slaughter was nothing short of folly. Boom! The colossal skeletal claw descended with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Feng Yiling and the other faction leaders supporting him. Crack! Their hastily constructed defense shattered before even a second had elapsed. The pupils of Feng Yiling and his cohorts contracted as they attempted to flee, yet found themselves utterly powerless. A searing pain enveloped them, and their vision dimmed to a shade of gray. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion resonated from beyond the barrier. The ethereal white skeletal claw shattered, taking with it the lives of Feng Yiling and his companions. Several glaring crimson numbers illuminated the screen, and the once boisterous scene fell into an eerie silence. The multitude of players who had just vociferously condemned Lin Fan now found themselves speechless. What had transpired? They trembled, eyes wide with fear, mouths agape. They had thought they understood Lin Fan well enough, even having witnessed the video of the divine tree slope. Yet now, as they bore witness to his ruthless methods, they comprehended the terror of his presence. No one dared utter a word. The atmosphere, filled with tens of thousands, became utterly still. One strike to obliterate the leaders of the various factions. This brutal scene would undoubtedly be etched into their memories for a lifetime. At this moment, as the dust settled, the bodies of Feng Yiling and his companions had long since vanished without a trace. Lin Fan's voice slowly resonated, cold and devoid of any semblance of humanity. When did it become your prerogative to decide my fate? You worthless lot. His words swiftly reverberated throughout the entire area, once again plunging it into a profound silence. The term worthless struck like a colossal hammer, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. How dare he label us as worthless? A player with a fiery temper glared with bloodshot eyes, his fists clenched in rage, seemingly ready to charge at Lin Fan in a desperate attempt to confront him. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he found himself gazing at the skeletal figure that exuded an air of supremacy, and he silently released his fists, his eyes dimming once more. He could find no justification to refute Lin Fan's words. Just moments ago, the leaders of the major guilds, who appeared invincible in the eyes of ordinary players, possessed formidable equipment and exceptional attributes. They were surrounded by countless followers, training with great efficiency. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to say that any one of these guild leaders could easily overpower other players. Yet now, even the seemingly invincible Feng Yiling of the Crimson Leaf Guild and the Wild Beast Guild leader, the Wild Lion, stood before Lin Fan like mere infants taking their first steps. They were as fragile as paper, easily crumpled at a touch. Even Feng Yiling and his companions appeared no different from the worthless players in Lin Fan's presence. Thus, although many players felt discontent and fury, not a single soul dared to challenge Lin Fan's assertions. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, causing all players to momentarily forget their quests. They remained dazed, under the lingering intimidation of Lin Fan, uncertain of what to do next. It was an undeniably bizarre sight. Thousands of players, humiliated by one individual, dared not retaliate, silently enduring a degradation that would be unbearable for most. A shroud of gloom enveloped their hearts as they gazed upon the impenetrable barrier. Akin to a fortress, despair etched itself upon their faces. Just moments ago, they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Yet now, it seemed that hope had been cruelly extinguished by Lin Fan's own hands. Those felled by Lin Fan were among the strongest players in their ranks. With their sudden absence, their collective output had plummeted. Furthermore, stripped of their commanding leader, chaos would ensue. Speaking of which, one must again mention Feng Yiling. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of invincibility, seemingly the leader of all. Yet now, he had been returned to the spawn point in the most humiliating manner by Lin Fan. This shattered the favorable impression many had recently formed of him. Although everyone understood that if they were to take Feng Yiling's place, the only outcome would be death, the manner of Feng Yiling's demise diminished his standing even further. After all, no one wished to acknowledge that their leader was a feeble individual. At this moment, numerous players slumped to the ground, their weapons discarded at their sides. In a trance, they murmured despairingly, "It's hopeless, it's hopeless. Our novice village is doomed to fail this time. How will we ever play again? Other novice villages will surely leave us far behind." Some players even began to weep uncontrollably, as if foreseeing their grim fate. In the past, if their novice village had failed, they could either switch accounts and start anew or simply change games. Yet now, the world consisted solely of the game's Saint Sovereign. Moreover, once a character was chosen, it could not be changed. Saint Sovereign had become a second reality. Just as individuals in the real world strive to elevate their social standing, so too did the players in Saint Sovereign. Yet at this moment, the flicker of hope they had to surpass other players was mercilessly snuffed out by Lin Fan, leaving them in an abyss of darkness. Thus, in the midst of overwhelming anger and despair, someone finally erupted, "Tian Fan, don't you feel any remorse for your actions? You have personally extinguished the future and hope of our entire novice village. With President Feng Yi and the others here, we could have breached the barrier and demanded golden equipment, all for the sake of the greater good. Yet, driven by your selfish desires, you have slaughtered them, condemning us all to ruin. You shall be nailed to the pillar of shame by the players of Novice Village 66666. Cursed for eternity, the speaker was a high-ranking member of the Crimson Leaf Guild who had succumbed to despair. Knowing that the future would not bode well, he had abandoned all thoughts of profit and loss, choosing instead to self-destruct, risking everything to be the first to insult Lin Fan. One couldn't help but admire this individual, resembling the ancient pioneers who opposed tyrannical rule. His silhouette appeared quite heroic. Inspired by this high-ranking member's defiance, many players turned their vengeful gazes toward Lin Fan. To deprive one of their wealth is akin to murdering their parents. If wealth is so precious, then their futures are even more so. Everyone, with a glimmer of hope ignited, all rallied behind him. The high-ranking member of the Crimson Leaf Guild felt a surge of optimism. He raised his arms and declared with fervor, "We are a multitude of tens of thousands of players. Even if Tian Fan is a shameless brute, he has but a single drop of blood. If we unite, we can surely slay this tyrannical fiend. When that moment comes, all his equipment and experience will be rendered null, and our vengeance will be complete." Indeed, as they listened to his words, the fire of vengeance ignited within the hearts of the players. At this moment, their sole mission was no longer to rescue the village chief's daughter, Sally, but to eliminate this heartless skeletal tyrant. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen change occurred. The high-ranking member of the Crimson Leaf Guild, passionately rallying his comrades, was suddenly engulfed by a lethal danger that slithered toward him like a venomous serpent. His words faltered as an overwhelming force surged against his neck. Crack! In the next heartbeat, the high-ranking member's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. What an eloquent speaker! You've almost tempted me to take my own life. Lin Fan's voice echoed with a hint of mockery. He casually flexed his fingers, the 5 resplendent rings upon them glimmering faintly. Just moments ago, he had dispatched the high-ranking member of the Crimson Leaf Guild. "There's no need to be so noisy. It's quite bothersome," Lin Fan remarked in a tone as indifferent as brushing aside an ant. As they heard Lin Fan's chilling words and witnessed the grim fate of the high-ranking member, the flames of vengeance that had just ignited within the players were instantly extinguished. A chilling sensation washed over them once more. They realized how utterly absurd their hopes of defeating Lin Fan had been. The skeletal figure before them was simply beyond their capacity to conquer. One should not take oneself too seriously. Lin Fan continued, his words piercing like daggers into the hearts of every player present. He smiled coldly, as if surveying the world from a throne above. Then he brought his palms together before slowly parting them. In the center of his hands, a long, spear-like bone spike began to extend gradually. Bathed in a crimson glow, it resembled a supreme weapon forged from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss. Countless dark patterns adorned its surface, as if etched with the anguished cries of countless tormented souls. The bone spike continued to elongate, reaching a length of 2 meters. At the moment it took form, players gazing at its tip, which seemed capable of piercing the heavens, felt a shiver run down their spines, goosebumps erupting uncontrollably. In that instant, they all felt akin to fragile balloons, easily punctured by the slightest touch. Surely, you do not believe that without your worthless selves, I would be unable to complete my mission. Lin Fan gently caressed the bone spur that exuded a terrifying aura, appearing quite satisfied. How naive you all are! However, in the next moment, he shifted his tone and uttered his final words. Supreme God-tier undead magic. The Emperor's Stab. As his voice fell, Lin Fan raised his right hand and hurled the blood-tinged Emperor's Stab with great force. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart erupted, as if even space itself was being rent asunder. In an instant, the Emperor's Stab struck the indestructible barrier, which boasted a staggering 200 million health points. Puffed. The next second, a sound so faint it was barely perceptible occurred. The once impregnable barrier, seemingly invincible, now bore countless fissures, resembling the patterns on a tortoise shell. Bang! Dash 999 9999999. In the following moment, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated as the barrier collapsed under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. 99,999,999. With just a single strike, Lin Fan obliterated the barrier. At that moment, the players present were left dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of eyes widened like copper bells, unable to tear their gaze away. Am I dreaming? A player from the elf race muttered in disbelief, questioning his own reality. To verify, he even slapped a nearby player hard. Only upon hearing a pained cry did he realize this was indeed the truth. This can't be real. A clamor erupted throughout the crowd. That dazzling sequence of 999, 9999 had nearly blinded them. The barrier, which would require thousands of players' hours of continuous effort to breach, had been dispatched as if it were nothing more than paper, all by a single bone spur. It was then that they understood why Lin Fan had made that remark earlier, a statement he had no need to embellish. He genuinely believed that he alone was sufficient. In an instant, the crowd found themselves a loss as to whether to laugh or cry, their emotions a tangled web. The barrier, which had filled them with despair moments ago, had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The speed was so astounding that they felt it was perhaps a tad too hasty. Come on, barrier, hold out a little longer, they thought to themselves, and a wonder Lin Fan had refrained from engaging earlier. The crowd could only muster a bitter smile. They feared that their earlier attempts to assault the barrier had appeared to Lin Fan like a group of martial arts masters watching toddlers brawl. And they had the audacity to question why Lin Fan did not intervene. Realizing this, countless players felt a stinging embarrassment on their faces. If word of this got out, it would surely provoke laughter from others. Just as the bewildered players were processing this, Lin Fan calmly addressed Huang Mao and the others. Are you not moving yet? Oh, yes, esteemed master. Huang Mao and the others awoke from their stupor, quickly lifting the golden throne and proceeding into the Taoran village. They too felt a bit dazed. Even after witnessing Lin Fan's prowess countless times over the past few days, they were still shaken to their core. That was a staggering 900 million damage. How could Lin Fan possibly achieve such a feat? Even if they gathered every player from the novice village to attack for a day and night, they likely wouldn't amass 900 million damage. Yet, with Lin Fan unwilling to divulge details, they dared not inquire further, obediently carrying him along. Soon, as Lin Fan made his appearance, the monsters stationed in the Taoran village immediately detected him. Several Taoran mages stared in disbelief with their large, bovine eyes. Being creatures of wisdom, they could hardly have become mages otherwise. They had been utterly confident in their barrier's strength, believing that those pitiful players would need at least 10 hours to breach it. Yet, merely 2 minutes had passed, and their barrier had shattered. Fear flickered in the eyes of the Taoran mages. As they notified their leader, they promptly launched an attack, intent on eliminating Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan had no interest in playing games with these inferior creatures. With a wave of his hand, countless densely packed dark magic circles materialized around the golden throne. The dark magic circles acted as a protective shield, effortlessly absorbing all incoming spells. The expressions of the Taoran mages shifted to one of terror. They had not anticipated that the massive onslaught unleashed by hundreds of their comrades could be so easily thwarted by Lin Fan. But when they were undeterred and sought to initiate a second wave of attacks, their pupils suddenly contracted as if witnessing something unimaginable. The dark magic circles, having absorbed their spells, did not dissipate. Instead, they began to writhe ominously, as if brewing some terrifying power. Then, the next second, with the roar of draconic growls echoing, pitch-black dragons emerged from the dark magic circles. The black dragons, their eyes fierce and their sharp teeth reflecting a sinister red glow, locked onto their targets and, like lightning, lunged at the Taoran in an instant. The Taoran were left in utter disarray. Their previously organized formation was thrown into chaos by the onslaught of the black dragons. Countless Taoran were swallowed whole, leaving not even bones behind within a minute. All the Taoran stationed at the village's perimeter lay dead. Meanwhile, the players who had finally caught up with Lin Fan were astonished to find their path completely clear, not a single monster in sight. Just as they were pondering, they gazed up to see black dragons soaring above, still gnawing on the undigested Tauren. It dawned on them. It wasn't that there were no monsters in the Tauren village. They had all been vanquished by Lin Fan, who had forged ahead. In that moment, tens of thousands of players from the novice village exchanged glances, speechless. How had this massive quest become so bizarre? Initially, they had anticipated a perilous challenge, but after experiencing the initial despair, the situation had only grown simpler. To this point, the assembled players had yet to truly engage in combat. The obstacles that had once barred their way had vanished one after another. Suddenly, they felt as if they were akin to the Teletubbies. With nothing to do, it was as if their sole purpose for existing was merely to gather numbers for Lin Fan, to initiate a grand quest. Yet, the players cleared their throats, feeling somewhat sheepish. This sensation wasn't so bad. Who wouldn't enjoy a free win? In the blink of an eye, countless players who had harbored hostility toward Lin Fan swiftly changed their attitudes. This was no merciless skeletal tyrant. He was clearly a benevolent skeleton, eager to assist and selflessly contribute, championing the welfare of the entire novice village, truly earth-shattering. From now on, should anyone dare speak ill of the great Lin Fan, I shall be the first to rise in protest. One player exclaimed earnestly, "Indeed, indeed." Other players quickly chimed, "I in that that moment." Their hearts brimmed with admiration for Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan's earlier insult, branding them as useless, it had long since been forgotten. Some even shamelessly declared, "Great Lin Fan, I am but a cute little waste. Please take me along." Just then, the grim-faced leaders of the Maple Leaf Guild returned. Upon witnessing the barrier that had once separated the players suddenly vanish, they wore expressions of disbelief. They hurriedly caught up with the main group and grabbed a random player, questioning urgently, "How did the barrier disappear? Where is that scoundrel Lin Fan?" Scoundrel? The player did not respond to the leader of Maple Leaf's inquiries. Instead, he seized upon a key term with keen insight. Anger flared within him. They had only just vowed to refrain from speaking ill of Lin Fan again. Yet someone dared to break that promise. Even if you were the leader of the Red Leaf Guild, it mattered not. "Brothers, someone is speaking ill of the great Lin Fan," he shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many players. "What?" The crowd gasped in shock, turning to see the figure of Maple Leaf. Their gazes instantly turned hostile. "How dare you insult the great Lin Fan? You must be tired of living." "Brothers, assemble," a player commanded swiftly. Thus, hundreds of players surrounding Maple Leaf formed a tight circle around him. "What are you planning?